Chapter 1 Ding. Year 762 of the AG era. 7th Universe, Earth. Within a dense forest, where verdant trees tower and wild grasses abound. A babbling brook meanders through, while birds chirp merrily in the canopy above. A majestic tiger lies in repose beneath the trees. Suddenly, Jiang Ling, caught off guard while relieving himself, finds himself face to face with the tiger. The stream of water cascades directly onto the tiger's head. Surveying the lush surroundings, enlightenment dawns upon him. What the hell? Can one traverse realms simply by urinating? Is this some kind of jest? The tiger, with a glint of suspicion in its eyes, regards him, and Jiang Ling boldly meets its gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, he continues his stream unabated. He understands that halting now would change nothing. Man and beast lock eyes, the passage of time seemingly suspended. Only the steam rising from the tiger's head betrays the moment. A sudden shiver courses through Jiang Ling. He shakes himself, concluding his business, feeling surprisingly invigorated. The tiger's gaping maw looms larger in his vision. In silence, one either perishes or erupts. He bellows. System, at this juncture, if you do not intervene, when will you? Silence ensues, with only the gentle breeze stirring, creating a cacophony of whispers. As the tiger's maw approaches ominously, Jiang Ling resigns himself to fate. He can only hope to be spared from agony. Such is his misfortune. Yet at that moment, a small figure leaps from a nearby tree, sword in hand. To Jiang Ling, this diminutive silhouette appears as a celestial being descending from the heavens, charging toward the tiger. Swish! A flash of cold light. The tiger lies lifeless. Blood spills profusely onto the ground. With a mixture of relief and trepidation, Jiang Ling pushes aside the tiger's carcass and dusts off his garments. This world is indeed governed by the law of the jungle. The strong reign supreme. If one wishes to prey upon others, one must be prepared to be preyed upon. Gazing at the body, Jiang Ling cannot help but muse. Though he did not slay it, he is entitled to his reflections. His gaze shifts to his savior. Before him stand a young boy, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, wielding a sword. Clad in a small orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned with a circle and the character bow at its center. Recognizing the familiar attire and visage, Jiang Ling is momentarily taken aback. Gohan. Indeed, the boy who appeared so suddenly is none other than Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. Gohan, equally astonished, inquires, "How do you know my name?" Jiang Ling falls silent. To encounter Gohan here signifies that he has traversed into the realm of Dragon Ball. Those familiar with Dragon Ball are well aware that the power dynamics here are absurdly skewed, and the fate of Earth is fraught with peril, often facing annihilation. One misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Ling comes to terms with the reality of his situation in the Dragon Ball universe. What other choice is there? Could he possibly return? Contemplating, Jiang Ling introduces himself. "My name is Jiang Ling. You may call me Uncle Jiang Ling. Thank you for saving me. As for how I know you, that is a long story which I shall explain in due time. Those who understand will understand, and those who do not, I cannot help." Huh? Oh, okay. Gohan scratches his head, his innocence shining through at the tender age of 4. He accepts the explanation without suspicion. He then begins to process the tiger's remains. "Uncle Jiang Ling, I'm going to roast some meat. Would you like to join me?" Jiang Ling, feeling the emptiness in his stomach, nods. "Would that be appropriate? Since you have so graciously extended an invitation, I shall not decline." Gohan. Gohan demonstrates remarkable skill in butchering the tiger, as though he has spent considerable time in the wilderness. Jiang Ling observes quietly from the sidelines, refraining from offering assistance. For no other reason than he simply does not possess the skill. Taking note of the boy character on Gohan's martial arts uniform and his sword, Jiang Ling deduces a conclusion. The events of Dragon Ball are likely set during the early stages of Dragon Ball Z, a year before Vegeta's invasion of Earth. Son Goku has just been slain by Raditz. The 4-year-old Gohan is being trained in the wilderness by Piccolo. Jiang Ling quickly organizes the narrative in his mind. At that moment, a voice echoes in his heart. La la la. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful traversal. Jiang Ling gazes up at the starry night sky. After a long moment, he nods. "I understand. I called for you just now. Why did you not appear?" Jiang Ling's expression reflects his grievance. It is worth noting that he narrowly escaped being devoured by the tiger. Ding. The system understands your urgency, but please remain patient. The system was initializing earlier, hence it could not respond. However, the system has granted you the skill of fluency in the Dragon Ball language, allowing you to converse freely with Son Gohan. I comprehend the rationale, but are you not concerned for my life? Ding. Rest assured, This system is highly intelligent and has calculated that you will undoubtedly be saved by Gohan. Are you not worried about potential errors? Ding, there's no concern worst case. We simply switch hosts. Very well, I accept your apology. This system did not issue an apology? You wish to kneel before me? No need for such formalities. Sai, if you insist, then kneel if you must. As Jiang Ling engages in a congenial exchange with the system, he catches Gohan about to discard the tiger's tail from the corner of his eye and hastily interjects. Hey, don't throw that away. It serves a great purpose. What purpose could it possibly serve? It's generally not consumed in this area. Gohan looks on in confusion. Jiang Ling explains, this is a treasure. However, it would be of no use to a child. Is that so? Gohan's eyes widen in understanding, internally acknowledging that there is much knowledge still to acquire. Jiang Ling retrieves the tiger's tail and proceeds to the brook to prepare it. He then ventures into the thicket to gather some herbs and aromatic plants to mitigate the odor and tosses them into a pot, igniting a fire to commence cooking. Jiang Ling earnestly informs Gohan, in the future, prepare this for your father. It will be immensely beneficial. He will become incredibly strong. Gohan nods, some understanding. Lost in thought, his expression grows somber as he murmurs, my father is dead. Jiang Ling pats his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, your father will be resurrected. There are magical Dragon Balls on Earth that can bring anyone back to life. Really? Indeed, as long as you strive to enhance your strength and defeat your foes. All right, hope ignites in Gohan's eyes, simultaneously adding a new goal to his aspirations. When my father is revived, I will make him tiger tail soup. With this thought, Gohan resumes roasting the tiger meat. Jiang Ling nods in approval. On a summer night, a gentle breeze caresses the skin, bringing a sense of comfort. Ding, allow this system to introduce itself. Jiang Ling waves his hand dismissively, interrupting, I understand your eagerness, but please do not rush. Soon, the tiger meat is expertly roasted. The aroma wafts invitingly. Jiang Ling and son Gohan indulge heartily. The meat is rich yet not greasy, lean yet tender. A delectable feast indeed. Gohan's culinary skills are impressive, likely honed through his time in the wild. After satiating their hunger, Jiang Ling savors the tiger tail soup while it is still warm, exhaling a satisfied sigh. Seeing Jiang Ling's contentment stirs Gohan's appetite, prompting him to take a sip of the soup. Jiang Ling attempts to intervene, but is too late. Gohan, how does your body feel? I don't feel anything unusual. Do not drink too much, you are still young, moderation is key. Fine. Adults often possess an air of authority, even if their physical prowess pales in comparison to that of children. Chapter 2, Father and Son Reunion. The night deepens. The campfire crackles with life. Son Gohan, clutching the sword sheath, leans against a stone and drifts into a deep slumber. Jiang Ling reclines against a rock, his hands cradling his head, gazing at the galaxy adorned with stars. Sleep eludes him. Perhaps it is the unfamiliarity of his new surroundings, or perhaps he has consumed too much of the tiger tail soup, causing his blood to surge restlessly. In his boredom, Jiang Ling summons the system within his mind. System, please commence your performance. This system is currently at version 1.0, featuring only a sign-in function, with more formidable capabilities to be unlocked in the future. Sign-in function? Jiang Ling's interest is piqued. Muttering to himself, this function is rather ambiguous. In the novels he has perused, systems with sign-in functions are either excessively powerful or utterly worthless, with the latter being more common. He wonders what kind of system this might be. Host, this system's sign-in requires physical contact with the target, yielding a random reward of one ability. This ability may encompass skills, talents, experiences, and more. A series of system prompts resound in his mind. Jiang Ling's eyes gleam with anticipation. At present, the sign-in function appears promising. So, is there a beginner's gift pack? Oh, how did you know? Just tell me if there's one. Ding, the system dispenses a grand gift pack. Saiyan bloodline, 10 sins of beans. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling sat up straight. Let us not dwell on the strength of the Saiyan bloodline. It is undoubtedly the most revered lineage, and there can be no dissent on that matter. Can there? In his childhood, Jiang Ling yearned most for the Saiyan heritage, especially that transformation it was undeniably magnificent. He recalled how, in his youth, he had spent ages at home exclaiming only to receive a thorough beating from his father. He was rather naive at that time. The more he was beaten, the more exhilarated he became, as he imagined that entering a near-death state would allow him to recover like a Saiyan and dramatically enhance his strength. He even thought it wasn't painful enough and provocatively remarked, haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? The outcome was predictable, was met with yet another round of hefty blows. He spent an entire week recuperating in the hospital. What nostalgic memory. A wistful look flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as he silently mused. Activate Scion Bloodline. Bloodline fusion in progress. A notification chimed. Jiang Ling felt an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. Ah, how delightful. He couldn't help but voice his pleasure, his face alight with enjoyment. As the Scion bloodline continued to merge, a brown tail sprouted from behind him. Gradually, this delight persisted. Jiang Ling could no longer endure it. His expression shifted to one of anguish. This was taking far too long. No human could withstand this. Meanwhile, son Wukong, who had been sleeping nearby, was roused by the commotion. Seeing Jiang Ling in such a state, he quickly inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Ling stammered. "It's nothing, don't mind me." Uncertain of how to assist in such a situation, son Wukong could only fret anxiously from the sidelines. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ling finally returned to normal. He gasped for breath. This feeling, how to describe it? It was a prolonged sensation of comfort, yet it could also be deemed as torment. His stamina had plummeted to its nadir. At this moment, he felt exceedingly weak, mustering the last vestige of his strength to retrieve a senzu bean from the system's space. Indeed, the system comes equipped with its own space. System. This is standard equipment. Upon consuming the senzu bean, Jiang Ling finally felt rejuvenated. His strength had returned. Stamina fully restored. He wished never to experience that sensation again. Though it was pleasurable, it was overwhelmingly so. He stood up, assessing his own capabilities, and found that his power had not increased in the slightest. The Scion bloodline fusion had yielded naught. He surmised that he would need to engage in training to enhance his abilities. After all, son Wukong also possessed Scion blood. He too had climbed to greatness through countless battles. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked the system, "System, doesn't the Scion bloodline have a passive ability that significantly boosts combat power upon recovering from a near-death state? My previous condition should meet that criterion, right?" Ding. Host, this passive ability requires your combat power to be increased to 100 before it can be triggered. Jiang Ling, are you feeling any better? Should we head into town to fetch some medicine? Wukong, still by his side, gazed at him with concern. His kind-hearted nature compelled him to offer help without hesitation in times of need. Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and replied, "I'm fine, it was just a stomach issue that flared up. I'll manage." Does a stomach issue manifest in this way? Son Wukong tilted his head in confusion, yet still suggested, "My mother used to have stomach problems too, but she got better after taking some capsules from a certain brand. You could try get some." Jiang Ling nodded. "All right, I'll buy some when I return." "Thank you, Wukong." Seeing Jiang Ling was all right, son Wukong relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He yawned, ready to drift back to sleep when he suddenly noticed the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling, utterly astonished. "You have a tail too? I remember you didn't have one." Jiang Ling glanced at his tail and replied earnestly, "You must be mistaken, I've always had a tail." "Ah, is that so?" Wukong scratched his head, not wishing to dwell on the matter further. "I suppose I must have remembered it incorrectly. I used to have a tail as well, but it's gone now." With the mention of tails, Wukong's drowsiness vanished, and he eagerly began to explain their uses. For instance, they could be used for scratching itches, or for spinning in circles while chasing one's tail, and even providing stability while urinating by propping it against the ground, forming a tripod with one's legs. "Mom won't have to worry about me losing my balance while urinating anymore." Jiang Ling listened with a smile, mentally noting all of this. He hadn't realized tails had so many practical uses. As Wukong continued speaking, his eyelids began to droop again, fatigue creeping back in. Jiang Ling gently patted Wukong's head. "Go to sleep now, it's getting late." Son Wukong soon fell into a deep slumber beside him. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, checking the reward for the sign-in he had just done while patting Wukong's head. Ding! Sign-in successful, as this is the host's first sign-in. The optimization reward Gohan's potential has been triggered. Jiang Ling's heart leaped with joy. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball knows that Gohan possesses immense potential with proper training. He could easily defeat Goku or Vegeta. It was a pity he chose to pursue academics instead. This sign-in reward was like a timely boon. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, gathering his thoughts. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Could he sign in again today? He reached out and tapped Wukong once more, silently repeating, "Sign in." Ding! Host, you can only sign in once per day. Jiang Ling pouted. As expected, he had anticipated this outcome. "Then can I sign in on Gohan tomorrow?" Ding! The same target can only be signed in again after a year. Jiang Ling. This system is utterly useless. It would be better for him to enhance his own strength and obliterate everything. Host, I will strive to update diligently. I aim to provide you with better assistance. Is there anything else I can help with? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and replied, Can you enhance my strength? This request was entirely reasonable. After all, he was in the wilderness and could encounter numerous monsters, such as gigantic dinosaurs. With his current combat power, confronting the previous ferocious tiger would only lead to his demise. It wasn't unreasonable to seek an increase in strength, was it? He couldn't possibly remain dependent on a 4-year-old child like Wukong for protection. Could he? Host, your overly optimistic strength must be earned through your own training. The system cannot grant it directly. If I were to bestow upon you immense power outright, you would lose control and feel hollow. Only the strength you cultivate yourself can truly belong to you. Stop. That's enough. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples, realizing the system was simply stalling him. Curse system. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding to retort back. System, you're my son. Host, please use civilized language. Jiang Ling glared, what's wrong? Am I incorrect? You are my son. The system, too, had its temper and retorted back immediately. The two parties engaged in a fierce exchange of verbal sparring. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, my son is truly obedient. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, feeling a significant relief wash over him. Contentedly, he leaned against a stone and drifted into slumber. In the distance, atop the mountain, a solitary figure sat in meditation, their green skin seamlessly blending with the surrounding forest. The individual bore an expression of indifference, their head adorned with a white hat and cloaked in a flowing white cape. This person was none other than Piccolo. Piccolo withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ling, remaining contemplative and silent. The origins of this individual were shrouded in mystery. However, it seemed evident that they possessed the bloodline of a Saiyan. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential, for they appeared to be quite feeble. Chapter 3. Jiang Ling without teeth. The following day, as Jiang Ling rose from his slumber, son Wukong had already foraged some wild fruits from the woods. This constituted their breakfast. While savoring the fruits, Jiang Ling inquired about a particular matter. Wukong, how long have you been here? After a moment's contemplation, son Wukong replied, well, it should be around 5 months now. 5 months. Jiang Ling murmured, a glimmer of urgency flickering in his gaze. According to the storyline, Wukong had 1 month remaining before Piccolo would commence his rigorous training, and they were still in the wilderness survival phase. This indicated that there were 7 months left until Vegeta's invasion of Earth. If he were to commence training now, his combat power might not keep pace with the main forces. Ding. The system detected the host's intense desire, triggering the real name authentication gift pack. Please bind your identification to claim it. A question mark slowly emerged above Jiang Ling's head. System, why do you exude such a strong mobile game vibe? Let bygones be bygones. May I inquire if the host is bound? Bound. Jiang Ling announced a series of numbers. 44 20 23 88 78. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations on receiving the real name authentication gift package. Open. Ding. You have received a special celestial bean. A special celestial bean? Jiang Ling relied on the specially crafted celestial beans that appeared in his hand, which bore a striking resemblance to ordinary celestial beans. Special celestial bean. Consuming it can enhance combat prowess by 200. Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, he was my son. Showing filial piety towards his father. Did you forget that you called me dad last night? Jiang Ling's expression radiated pride. Host, you have no teeth. That is utterly shameless. Jiang Ling curled his lips and promptly consumed a specially crafted celestial bean. Instantly, a surge of formidable power coursed through his entire being, his arm muscles becoming more defined, while the faint outline of six-pack abs began to emerge on his abdomen. At this moment, Jiang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He took a deep breath, relieved that his reason remained intact. His earlier thoughts were merely an illusion. Suddenly acquiring strength exponentially greater than before could easily lead anyone to such a misconception. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, why do I feel as though you have become remarkably stronger all of a sudden? Jiang Ling nodded, offering no explanation, and delivered a powerful punch to the nearby boulder. A resounding boom echoed as the stone became riddled with cracks. Sun Wukong stood in astonishment. Jiang Ling's prowess is undeniable. Yet why did he come perilously close to being bested by the tiger yesterday? This stark contrast ignites within him a profound sense of admiration. Remarkable. Truly impressive. You are exceptionally talented. Modesty. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, the gentle breeze caressing his form as his garments rustled softly. Unintentionally, his well-defined six-pack abs were revealed. Possessing the ability for self-defense, Jiang Ling felt no need to linger in that place any longer. Thus, he bid farewell to Gohan. Though he initially intended to join Gohan in training under Piccolo, he soon realized that Piccolo would likely not assist a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. By a stroke of luck, he had acquired the special spirit beans, which elevated his combat power to an impressive 200 points. It was now time to venture beyond the novice village in search of more effective ways to strengthen himself. In a distant city, a singer's concert had just concluded, and the artist returned to the backstage area. A staff member, sporting a tail, approached eagerly and said, "Brother Gua, you are my idol. I have listened to your songs since childhood. May I shake your hand?" The singer smiled and nodded, perceiving the individual as merely a fan, and extended his hand for a brief clasp. After their hands met, the staff member's lips curled into a subtle smile as he made his way out of the backstage area. Indeed, this individual was Jiang Ling. It had been half a month since he parted ways with Gohan. Disguised as a fan, he had managed to collect signatures from numerous singers, acquiring skills such as master-level culinary arts, master-level acting, master-level driving, divine-level nonchalance, and proficient-level programming, among others. Just moments ago, he had also attained a master-level singing ability. While he could claim proficiency in many areas, none of them contributed to enhancing his strength. At this juncture, Yamcha, Tian, and the others were likely training under the Supreme Kai. It was time to pay them a visit. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, then retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground, transforming it into a sleek, hovering motorcycle. For the sake of this motorcycle, he had been laboring to earn money for the past fortnight, ultimately acquiring a lockpicking skill that enabled him to liberate the motorcycle from a wealthy individual's possession. Concurrently, he had also pinpointed the location of Kalinta, for the Temple of the Deities was situated directly above it. To embark on his journey, it was imperative to ascertain the whereabouts of Kalinta. Jiang Ling pondered that with his current abilities, life on Earth would undoubtedly be rich and enjoyable. Otherwise, why not simply give up altogether? After all, with the likes of Sun Wukong and those Z warriors to bear the brunt of any calamity, he might get caught in the crossfire, perhaps dying a few times. But with the Dragon Balls, resurrection was assured. Ding. Host. A gentle reminder, your soul does not belong here. The dragon cannot revive you. Damn it. What the hell? Jiang Ling, filled with indignation, mounted his motorcycle and, with a twist of the throttle, sped towards the direction of Kalinta. He understood that without strength, one is utterly insignificant, let alone living a life surrounded by enchanting beauties. It is said that within the sacred grounds of Kailin lies a Kalinta, where a Kailin immortal resides. Jiang Ling gazed at the towering Kalinta, nodding slightly, for it resembled precisely what he had seen in the comics. After a long and arduous journey, he had finally arrived at this place. Beneath the tower resided two individuals, a father and son. One was a robust man named Beulah, adorned in attire reminiscent of a primitive tribe, and the other was a young man named Upa. Their lineage was entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the sanctity of Kalinta. Greetings to you all. Jiang Ling greeted the newcomer. Upon seeing him, Bra tensed his body, his expression betraying a sense of vigilance. What brings you here? He inquired. Do not be alarmed, Jiang Ling replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. I am a practitioner of martial arts and learned about this place through Master Rashi. I have come to ascend the Korin Tower. At these words, Bra's demeanor softened slightly, and a hint of kindness flickered in his gaze. Master Rashi? I trust he is well. It is said that those who reach the summit of Korin Tower experience a significant enhancement of their abilities. Master Rashi had previously succeeded in climbing the tower. In his youth, Bra had also attempted the ascent, but he had failed. Thus, he understood how challenging it is for an ordinary martial artist to scale the tower. Master Rashi is thriving, enjoying delicious meals, in excellent health, and even indulging in daily television. Jiang Ling stated with utmost seriousness. After all, the parties involved were unaware, so any narrative could suffice. The crux of the matter was that he had yet to err in his words. Chapter 4, Kalinta, the Divine Hall. Jiang Ling turned to the young man beside him, astonished. You are Upa? Yes, I am. How do you know my name? Upa replied, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling was even more taken aback. Aren't you a girl? In his memory, little Upa had been so adorable that he was certain she must have been a girl. How could she have transformed into a man over the years? Who said that? Upa retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Who said I was a girl? I aspire to be a man just like my father. Jiang Ling suddenly realized that not all beings with a charming appearance are girls. Climbing the tower is an exceedingly perilous trial. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fall. Are you certain you wish to accept this challenge? Bulma cleared his throat, his expression grave. He felt it imperative to convey this to Jiang Ling, for numerous martial artists had previously met with failure in their attempts. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I am determined to take on the challenge. However, you must first defeat me to ascend the tower. Should you fail to conquer me, reaching the pinnacle will be impossible. Bulma gradually assumed a stance. Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that there was no need for such trouble. Then, with a swift motion, he darted past the father and son, Bra and Upa, racing toward the pillar that supported Kalinta. Bra was caught off guard, unable to react. The speed was astonishing. Jiang Ling ascended directly onto the pillar that supported Kalinta. In the astonished gaze of Bra and Upa, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he ran vertically up the column, as if traversing solid ground. Even Newton would have given him a thumbs up. Bra's mouth fell agape, utterly taken aback. After a moment, he finally managed to utter two words, impressive. Upa gazed in shock at Jiang Ling's increasingly distant figure. After a long pause, he asked, "Father, is this really safe? Will he not fall?" Bra steadied himself, shook his head, and pointed towards that silhouette. "It should be fine. Look. He is not only running on the pillar, but even able to spin and leap, and he is doing so with his eyes closed." The fierce wind howled past his ears. Not long after, Jiang Ling beheld a circular, intricately hollowed edifice at the summit, with hands tucked into his pockets. He exerted force through his legs and executed a magnificent leap, performing a graceful 360-degree spin in midair before elegantly landing within the tower. Before him stood a cat, upright and slightly plump, its fur a pristine white, grasping a scepter that towered over its stature. The sight was remarkably harmonious. "You must be Master Karen," Jiang Ling ventured. "Indeed, I am Master Karen," the feline replied with a slight nod, exuding an air of politeness. "Greetings, Master Karen. I am Jiang Ling." Jiang Ling curiously observed Master Karen. Although she had encountered him numerous times in comics, this was her first time witnessing the living embodiment of Master Karen right before her eyes. He appeared utterly adorable, and she felt an overwhelming desire to pet him. "Jiang Ling, have you ascended the tower seeking the super divine water? To obtain the super divine water, you must first undergo my combat trials." Jiang Ling shook his head. "I shall not partake in the super divine water. I have heard that it is highly toxic, and only those with pure hearts can escape its deadly grasp. I dare not gamble on whether I might perish from its poison, for I cannot coexist with such peril. Master Carlin, is there any way I can assist you?" "Meow," Jiang Ling said with a serious expression, "if it is possible. Could you grant me some senza beans?" The senza bean, one of the most extraordinary items in Dragon Ball, possesses the remarkable ability to restore one's vitality completely, regardless of their strength or the severity of their injuries, as long as they are not deceased. In gaming terms, it replenishes health and energy to a full 100%. However, upon hearing this, Master Karen's countenance revealed hesitation. "At this moment, it is not feasible. A few years ago, I could have provided them to you. But now the senza beans have been completely depleted. To be candid, Earth will face the invasion of 2 formidable foes in 6 months. The next batch of senza beans, once matured, must be prioritized for our warriors, hence, I cannot bestow them upon you." Jiang Ling slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. Previously, the stock of divine beans had been entirely depleted by Yachirobe over several centuries, and now, with resources of divine beans in short supply and Vegeta's impending invasion in 6 months, he needed to prepare some divine beans for unforeseen circumstances. Upon realizing this, Jiang Ling could only lament his unfortunate luck, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Well, it seems a bit unreasonable to come all this way and leave empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Master Karen's whiskers twitched. "You call this arduous? What about those who couldn't even climb up before? Then what do you desire? I shall consider it. I wish to go to the Kai's palace." Jiang Ling raised his hand and pointed upwards, revealing his second intention. The celestial deity governs the earth, holding a position even higher than that of the cat immortal, wielding an extraordinary ace in the form of the time spirit chamber. Within this chamber, one can cultivate for a year while only a single day passes outside. Should one wish to utilize the time spirit chamber in the future, it is imperative to gain the celestial deity's permission. Your ascent to the tower signifies your qualification to enter the celestial hall. However, access to the celestial hall requires the deity's consent. I shall communicate with him." Master Carlin uttered these words and then closed his eyes. After a brief pause, he opened them and gazed at Jiang Ling. "The celestial deity has granted his approval. You may ascend now." Jiang Ling nodded, remaining stationary. The cat sage also stood still. The two, one person and one cat, gazed at each other in silence. "Why don't you come closer?" The cat sage could no longer contain himself. "Do you harbor some misunderstanding, thinking that everyone can fly?" Jiang Ling helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Ah, well," the cat sage scratched his head. Having interacted frequently with Sun Wukong and others, he had momentarily overlooked this aspect. "My apologies, please wait a moment." With that, the cat sage raised his staff, his slightly plump figure gesticulating animatedly, reciting incantations as if performing a ritual. Meow, 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 meow. The rhythmic chant flowed from his lips. Suddenly, a shimmering teleportation array materialized before Jiang Ling. "This is a teleportation array that can take you directly to the Divine Hall. You may enter now," the cat sage concluded, gesturing for Jiang Ling to proceed. Jiang Ling nodded, retrieving a capsule from his pocket. After pressing a switch, he tossed it onto the ground, following a plume of smoke. 10 bags of cat food materialized before him. "Kalen Immortal, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I can bear no gifts, but I hope you will graciously accept this offering of cat food." Jiang Ling chuckled softly, not waiting for Master Carlin to utter a word before stepping into the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. "Cat food? What is that?" Master Carlin pondered in confusion. Upon opening a packet of cat food, an instant spark of brilliance ignited in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, its feline head eagerly plunged into the contents, devouring the cat food voraciously. "Delicious. Oh, how delightful. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." Jiang Ling stepped into the teleportation array. After a brief moment of slight dizziness, he found himself in a vast square. The majestic temple of the gods stood in close proximity, while 2 rows of verdant trees adorned the expansive plaza, infusing it with a touch of greenery. A few figures were engaged in training on the square: Krillin, Tien, Kaioshin, Yamcha, and Yajirobe, familiar faces from the early saga of Dragon Ball. They had been summoned by the gods for intense training in preparation for the impending invasion of the Saiyans in 6 months. At that moment, they were engaged in combat, honing their skills. Suddenly, upon noticing an unexpected arrival, they halted and turned to gaze. When they beheld the tail behind Jiang Ling, their expression shifted dramatically. He possesses a tail too. Is he a Saiyan? A Saiyan. Could it be that the invasion has come earlier than anticipated? What should we do? Goku is still training with King Kai, and our strength is still feeble. What can we do? Dreadful. We must fight to the death. Observing their resolute determination to face impending doom, Jiang Ling hastily intervened. Wait, stop. I am not an enemy. The group paused, their expressions wary as they exchanged glances. They were not foolish. If Jiang Ling were indeed an adversary intent on their annihilation, he would have attacked by now. Furthermore, having heard that Saiyans are unable to conceal their energy, the relatively weak aura emanating from Jiang Ling was a factor in their decision to refrain from rash actions. How did you arrive here? What is your purpose? Yamcha, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, inquired with vigilant curiosity. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. The wind howled in the heights above, rustling against his garments with a vibrant sound, adding an air of melancholy to his demeanor. Following the introduction by Master Carlin, I sought the divine being. Upon mentioning Master Carlin, the crowd turned their attention to Yajirobe, as he had resided beside the master for an extended period and was likely privy to some information. Yajirobe finished his snack and shrugged, saying, "Why do you all look at me? I have been training alongside you this entire time. I know nothing of the affairs concerning Corinta." Chapter 5, Confrontation with Mr. Bobo on the Plaza of the Divine Hall. A gust of wind swept through the 2 rows of trees, causing their branches to sway gently and the leaves to rustle against one another. Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and Yajirobe stood tense, subtly adopting a combat-ready stance. Should Jiang Ling make any sudden movements, they would be the first to act. The 2 parties faced each other in silence. Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. It was inevitable that upon his first arrival, he would encounter the period of the Saiyan invasion on Earth. Thus, their caution was quite understandable. At that moment, a sound echoed within the dimly lit Temple of the Gods, capturing everyone's attention. From within emerged a figure. No, 2 figures. For there was a dark-skinned presence concealed in the shadowy room. The foremost individual was an elderly Namekian, the Earth's deity, clad in divine attire and wielding a staff. His countenance warm and approachable. Following closely behind was another figure, a dark-skinned man dressed in attire reminiscent of an Indian, named Bobo, who proclaimed himself the servant of the deity. Please remain calm, Jiang Ling reassured, for he was not a malevolent individual. The sight of the deity speaking thus eased the tension among the crowd. They could place their unconditional trust in the deity, who would not engage in actions detrimental to Earth. Nevertheless, Yamcha remained somewhat apprehensive. Deity, what if they harbor some hidden agenda? The deity shook his head. A glimmer of wisdom born from the passage of time reflected in his eyes, and spoke slowly. What kind of conspiracy could they possibly devise? With their power, do they even require subterfuge? This statement rendered Yamcha speechless. Indeed, the deity's words held truth. The Saiyans were so formidable that they would hardly resort to cunning schemes, as mere brute force sufficed to assert their dominance. The deity then turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, "Greetings, Jiang Ling. I am the deity of this realm. What brings you to seek me?" "Greetings, deity," Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling spoke with a tone of utmost respect. He was aware of the celestial being. Centuries ago, when the environment of Namek deteriorated, the celestial being's parents sent him to Earth aboard a spaceship. However, for reasons unknown, the young celestial being lost all memories of Namek. As he grew, he became accustomed to the wars and bloodshed on Earth, and in pursuit of his aspirations, he resolutely eradicated his malevolent side, splitting into 2 entities, the current celestial being and Piccolo, the Demon King. For centuries, the celestial being has silently contributed to Earth from the shadows, willing to sacrifice his own life to protect it. Such a pure-hearted spirit rightfully earns the title of celestial being. Celestial being, I wish to enhance my strength. Upon hearing this, the celestial being slightly nodded. Although he remained within the celestial palace, he was fully aware of all happenings on Earth, including the emergence of Jiang Ling, the Saiyan. He had been observing quietly for half a month, and he was certain of Jiang Ling's pure disposition, as he dared to seize the ill-gotten wealth of the affluent, performing a righteous act. This refers to Jiang Ling's act of taking the wealthy man's car. There was but a minor flaw in his character, his penchant for idolizing stars. As for enhancing your strength, it is indeed possible. You may train alongside them. Mr. Bobo will guide you. Very well, celestial being. Bobo readily agreed without hesitation, then turned to Jiang Ling. If you wish to challenge me, I must ascertain which aspects you seek to improve. All right. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement and charged directly at Bobo. With a single, unadorned punch, he struck out without any embellishment. Bobo, showing no intention of evading, raised his hand and caught the incoming blow with his palm. Bang! standing firmly in place. Bobo shook his head and offered his assessment. Though the strength is formidable, it is dissipated rather than contained. Much of the force is squandered. Jiang Ling retracted his fists, creating distance between himself and his opponent. His gaze lowered, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by those around him. Observing from a short distance, Yamcha and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. Given the formidable prowess of Sun Wukong and Raditz, both Saiyans, they had fallen into the misconception that all Saiyans were inherently powerful. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Ling's performance, their disillusionment was palpable. Jiang Ling was oblivious to their thoughts. Just moments ago, upon making contact with Bobo, he seized the opportunity to check in. He was aware that the rewards for signing in were entirely random, and thus did not harbor high hopes for anything remarkable. However, the system's notification made him feel as though he had struck gold. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Bobo's combat techniques. Upon receiving the reward, he swiftly assimilated a plethora of skill experiences. In Jiang Ling's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he slightly adjusted a few minor postures. Instantly, his demeanor transformed into one of composure, exuding an air of restrained brilliance. What transpired? In that fleeting moment, his aura shifted, embodying a sense of dignified elegance. While others remained oblivious, the gazes of the celestial being and Mr. Bobo sharpened with intrigue. Proceed. Jiang Ling uttered 2 words, and with a swift movement, he lightly tapped his toes, akin to the wind sweeping through autumn leaves. He unleashed another punch, and Mr. Bobo, as before, extended his palm to meet it. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Although the technique appeared identical to the previous encounter, the force behind it was utterly distinct. Jiang Ling's assault this time was executed with impeccable precision, leaving no effort squandered. If he had merely relied on sheer speed before, he has now mastered the art of technique. He is transformed into a composed and steady man. Mr. Bobo nodded, calibrating his own strength to match Jiang Ling's, and then proceeded to launch a few probing attacks. Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged as she confidently accepted the challenge. Excellent. Your combat skills have reached a commendable level. There is little more I can teach you. What you currently lack is merely an enhancement of your strength. Mr. Bobo withdrew, offering a word of praise. Jiang Ling smiled and said, Mr. Bobo, you flatter me. Not far away, Yamcha and others inhaled sharply. They had cultivated in the heavenly god temple for half a year, yet had never received praise from Mr. Bobo. Jiang Ling quickly gained recognition after just a few exchanges. This indicates that Jiang Ling's combat experience and techniques have reached an extraordinary level. They had felt a tinge of disappointment moments ago, but now their cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 6. Parting. Jiang Ling joined the cohort practicing in the heavenly temple. Occasionally, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Han, and Jiaozi would seek his counsel regarding various techniques. Gradually, they became acquainted, for they were all engaged in the same pursuit of cultivation, harboring no animosities. Their identities as Saiyans initially created a slight tension, yet through shared training, they naturally evolved into good friends. Time slipped away quietly amidst their practice. Due to Jiang Ling's combat skills earning the recognition of Master Popo, he was assigned training focused on enhancing physical endurance, thereby maximizing his strength. 9998, 9999, 10,000. Clad in a specially designed weighted suit, Jiang Ling performed push-ups, sweat cascading down his physique, seeping through his attire and pooling on the ground. Upon completing a set, he was thoroughly drenched, yet he paid no heed, simply shedding his shirt and using a white towel to dry himself. He then proceeded to the restroom to wash his face. Emerging from the restroom, he faintly overheard Yamcha on the phone, his tone not particularly pleasant. As if he were embroiled in an argument. Can you not temper your anger a bit? I've had enough of you. Jiang Ling's gaze lowered as she quietly departed. Bulma must be embroiled in a quarrel with Yamcha. Their relationship has indeed encountered difficulties during this period, although the specifics remain ambiguous. And Jiang Ling harbored no interest in uncovering the details. After a brief respite, Jiang Ling prepared for her next round of training when an aircraft approached from the distance. Landing steadily in the plaza of the Heavenly Palace, a fierce young woman leapt from the aircraft, her long blue hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, her fair skin radiant, and her delicate features strikingly beautiful, with a rosy glow. Clad in fashionable and vibrant attire, she exuded the vitality of youth. The practitioners in the plaza greeted Bulma with cheerful smiles. Bulma, what brings you here? Quarreling with Yamcha again? Oh, it's not worth it. Do you need me to give Yamcha a good thrashing? Bulma, in a huff, merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding directly to Yamcha, with her hands on her hips. She coldly remarked, is it truly entertaining to argue every day? Yamcha, displaying his impatience, waved her off. Do you think I enjoy this? I've come to a conclusion. Since our personalities clash, let's part ways. Upon hearing these words, Bulma expected to feel despondent, yet she was unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of relief, her body feeling unburdened. Perhaps, when personalities are incompatible, forcing a union is detrimental to both parties. No matter the depth of emotion, all had been drained away in their constant disputes. Then let it be as you wish, she replied. Jiang Ling quietly indulged in his melon seeds from the side, while Klin and the others refrained from interjecting. recognizing that this was a matter of personal emotions. Lacking knowledge of the situation, any untimely remarks would only exacerbate negative feelings. Ah, are you new here? I don't believe we've met before. After her breakup, Bulma felt a newfound lightness and began engaging in conversation with the group. It was then that she caught sight of Jiang Ling, her heart stirring with surprise. She was astonished by the arrival of a new member to the Heavenly Temple, particularly taken aback by the sight of someone possessing a tail identical to that of Goku's in his childhood. Jiang Ling nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed. My name is Jiang Ling. It is a pleasure to meet you. Bulma instinctively replied, Oh, I'm Bulma. She then continued with curiosity. Are you a Saiyan like Goku? Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling's tail, intrigued. Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed, recalling what Krillin had mentioned about Bulma's gentle beauty, which he found to be true upon their first encounter. Oh, they were just exaggerating. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, complimenting him in return. You were quite handsome as well. Though she said this, a smile crept onto her face, and she felt a delightful warmth in her heart. After all, what girl could resist the flattery of a stranger? Bulma was just an ordinary girl. This exchange of compliments fostered a sense of familiarity between the two newly acquainted individuals. Let us exchange contact information. Once this period passes, everyone can gather at my house for a get-together. Sounds great. Jiang Ling readily agreed. After exchanging contact information, Bulma chatted with everyone for a few moments before departing in her aircraft. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped into the evening. Yamcha and Mr. Popo procured several crates of beer, gathering in the square to indulge in merriment together. There was no trace of post-breakup sorrow. Rather, they seemed quite jubilant. Aren't you feeling down? Don't you wish to cry? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. Yamcha waved his hand and chuckled. It's rather peculiar. I feel quite at ease. Perhaps our personalities were incompatible, and I had long desired to part ways. Furthermore, over the years, Bulma and I could scarcely meet once or twice a year. Our separation is quite advantageous. Neither of us is hindering the other. Now, as a free man, I can finally embrace the joys of life without reservations. As he spoke, Yamcha grew animated. His face flushed, whether from the drink or his excitement was uncertain. Jiang Ling took a hearty sip of the wheat beverage, and a sense of sorrow for Yamati welled up within him. There were no unexpected turns. In contrast to the original narrative, their separation occurred several years earlier here. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. They ultimately parted ways. Yamati shook his head and turned to Tangent Fan, saying, Let us not dwell on my situation. I've heard that Lan Chi has been causing you some troubles. Upon hearing this, Tangent Fan felt a twinge of headache. I merely wish to cultivate and enhance my abilities. I hold little interest in women, yet she persistently follows me, and I find myself at a loss as to how to handle it. Jiang Ling smiled and said, Why not just give in? It is rare to have a girl whose eyes are filled with you. He sighed, Let's talk about it later. Listening to their conversation, Klin stroked his shiny bald head with a look of melancholy and remarked, There are girls willing to be with you, yet you remain reluctant. Meanwhile, Jiaozi, having just downed a drink, succumbed to the effects of alcohol and had already fallen asleep on the floor. Yakalobi chose not to join their gathering, preferring to indulge in his beloved pastime of drinking and snacking. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the temple of the gods in a gentle embrace. Chapter 7. Ascending the Serpent Path. Time passed swiftly during the days of training at the Temple of the Gods. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had slipped by. During this period, Jiang Ling devoted himself to his practice with great diligence. He understood that if he did not grow significantly stronger, he would be unable to resurrect after the impending destruction of Earth. The system had informed him that his soul did not belong to this world. The divine dragon could not bring him back. It was a tormenting thought. Every day, Jiang Ling's routine consists of exercising until utterly exhausted, followed by rest, and then resuming his training once he has recovered. Perhaps due to his constitution, his stamina rebounds remarkably quickly, often recovering significantly overnight. The next day, he embarks on his training anew. Under this intense regimen, within merely 2 months, Jiang Ling's combat prowess has surged to an astonishing 2,000 points, an incredible tenfold enhancement. Krillin and the other Z fighters, who could once spar with Jiang Ling, now find themselves utterly outmatched. Even the deities are taken aback. Could this truly be the innate combat talent of a Saiyan? It seems almost surreal. Fortunately, he is not an adversary, in addition to his rigorous training. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Ling has seized opportunities to learn from Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe, acquiring skills such as the Wolf Fang Fist, the afterimage technique, Kaiatsu's psychic abilities, Yajirobe's swordsmanship, and the energy sphere slash. Jiang Ling was exceedingly satisfied. These skills were essential for combat. It is noteworthy that previously, when signing in on others, he had randomly received abilities such as riding, sweeping, and even feeding cats. The system is capable of granting an array of rewards. However, the most significant reward Jiang Ling had obtained in recent days was from signing in with the celestial being. The ability of limb regeneration is undoubtedly of a bug-like caliber. Mother will no longer need to worry about me being harmed by wicked women. Jiang Ling, your power has escalated too swiftly. There is nothing more I can offer you. You may choose to pursue personal cultivation or remain in the celestial hall to continue your training. Upon hearing the celestial being's words, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then gazed directly at the celestial being. Great celestial being, I beg your pardon for my frankness. But my current strength is insufficient to contend with those two malevolent Saiyans in the future. Do you possess any methods or locations for further enhancing my abilities? Still insufficient to confront those two Saiyans? Just how formidable are they? The celestial being's mind trembled slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, There exists a room of spirit and time, yet given your current prowess, I would not recommend venturing there. Another option is King Kai's planet, where Goku, who shares your Saiyan heritage, is currently training. Jiang Ling promptly opted for the King of the Worlds. A visit to the time chamber at this juncture would yield limited enhancements to his strength, capping at most at a few tens of thousands of battle power. It would be wiser to wait until his capabilities were more formidable before venturing there. Conversely, training under the King of the Worlds not only promised to augment his combat prowess, but also offered the opportunity to acquire techniques such as the King's Fist and Energy Sphere. It was undoubtedly an exceptional training ground at this stage, especially considering the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet. The celestial being cast a deep glance at Jiang Ling. Very well, I shall escort you to King Kai's planet. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, the celestial being established a connection and recited an incantation, swiftly transporting Jiang Ling before King Yin. Lord Yin, I present to you an individual wishing to train under the esteemed King Kai. The imposing figure of Lord Yin, clad in a well-tailored suit, sat at his desk attending to official matters. Upon hearing the celestial being's words, he glanced up with interest. Ah, the celestial being from Earth. I recall you brought someone here 6 months ago, now you present another? Indeed, the celestial being replied with a smile, as you are well aware. The impending crisis facing Earth is not to be underestimated. Should Earth face annihilation, it would result in an influx of several 100 billion souls for you to manage. Lord Yin nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that he wished for Earth's continued existence. For the thought of accommodating so many souls would mean he could not take a vacation for centuries to come. Without further ado, Lord Yin ordered his aides to guide Jiang Ling onto the Serpent Road. Only by traversing this path and reaching its terminus could one arrive at King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling was well aware of these regulations. After all, it had taken Wukong half a year to traverse the Serpent Road due to his meager battle power of only a few hundred. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. Considering that with his combat prowess of 2,000, it should not take him half a year. After bidding farewell to the celestial being with a wave, he swiftly embarked on the Serpent Path, racing towards its terminus. Meanwhile, back in the Celestial Palace, Mr. Bobo inquired upon the celestial being's return. Celestial being, I fail to comprehend. Are you truly so at ease in aiding Jiang Ling to enhance his strength? What if he is an evil Saiyan? The celestial being shook his head. I trust my discernment, and moreover, if Jiang Ling were indeed an evil Saiyan, it would be a simple matter for the King of Worlds to detect it. Mr. Bobo paused briefly before continuing. Great celestial being, your intention in nurturing him is to prepare him for the confrontation against the malevolent Saiyans in 4 months, is it not? Indeed. The celestial being's gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through the layers of the atmosphere. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. We are aware that the evil Saiyans possess formidable power, yet we remain uncertain of their true extent. Thus, I have taken precautions. I have summoned Yamcha and other martial arts masters to train, while Sun Wukong and Jiang Ling will cultivate under the guidance of the King of Worlds. And Piccolo will train alongside Son Gohan. I hope that in 4 months, they will be able to safeguard the Earth. Above a vast expanse of golden-hued clouds, a seemingly endless serpentine path twisted and turned. Jiang Ling swiftly traversed the serpentine path. When fatigue set in, he paused to rest, and upon regaining his strength, he resumed his sprint. Along the way, he consumed a mystical bean. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach King Kai's planet expeditiously. Running along the serpentine path proved beneficial for his physical fitness, yet it was somewhat monotonous, nearly inducing yawns. Were it not for the fear of plummeting into the abyss below and descending into hell, he might have succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, an ancient and exquisitely designed edifice emerged in the distance. Jiang Ling stood at the doorway, contemplating whether to step inside. He was exceedingly fatigued and sought a place to rest for a while. This seemed to be a rather agreeable choice. Is anyone here? The house appeared desolate, as if no one resided within. Jiang Ling strolled about and discovered several rooms, each furnished with beds, likely intended as guest accommodations for the homeowner. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and disregarding all caution, he sought out a room and collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to slumber. At worst, he would awaken and offer an apology to the owner of the house. In this repose, Jiang Ling found unparalleled comfort, free from the anxiety of precariously navigating the treacherous path of the serpent. Chapter 8. Planet of the Realm Kings. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Jiang Ling gradually awakened, sensing that he was enveloped in softness. In his hand, he grasped something that felt plump and delightfully springy. Jiang Ling instinctively grasped at her surroundings. A faint moan echoed in her ears. Jiang Ling, suddenly alert, sprang to his feet. With a graceful leap, he performed a flawless 360-degree rotation in midair, landing with remarkable poise. He gazed in astonishment at the 3 exquisite, unadorned forms reclining on the bed. Who are you? Why are you here with me? Jiang Ling spoke as she assessed her own condition, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, aside from the normal physiological responses of a healthy man, everything else was in order. One woman exclaimed in a sultry tone, "You scoundrel, after sharing a bed with us, you wish to turn a blind eye." Another woman, with a voice tinged with sorrow, added, "Indeed, dear sister, our fate is truly lamentable." The final woman spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Just a moment ago, you were quite fondling me." They rose, their figures curvaceous and alluring, with skin as fair and delicate as porcelain, and their exquisite faces radiating an enchanting charm that captivated the heart of the man before them. Jiang Ling. Fortunately, he possesses remarkable self-control, otherwise, he might truly lose his composure. With a cold snort, he remarked, "You must be coveting my charm, seizing the opportunity while I slumber." "Absolutely not. It is you, you scoundrel, who took advantage of the fact that the three of us were sleeping and then, secretly. Woe is me, faithless man." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling stood unmoved, casting a cold gaze. Observing Jiang Ling's indifference, the women exchanged knowing glances. In an instant, their figures seemed to swell with confidence, transforming into three enchanting sirens. "It appears you have chosen to spurn our hospitality in favor of punishment. The last time, that son of Wukong was utterly oblivious to our charms and managed to escape. This time, we shall not allow you to slip away. Do stay and grace us with your presence, dear companion." Jiang Ling gazed at them with a smile, finally revealing their true nature. With a surge of energy, she darted forward. Bang, bang, bang. 10 minutes later. "Spare me, please. I shall not dare again. It was we who set the trap and then climbed into your bed." Jiang Ling, with a stoic expression, commanded, "Transform back into your human forms." Upon hearing this, the three serpent maidens obediently reverted to their human shapes, albeit bearing some bruises and injuries. Jiang Ling produced a length of rope, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and proceeded to bind them together with it. Observing his handiwork, he rested his chin on his hand, nodding in satisfaction. "Do refrain from mischief in the future, perhaps fate shall reunite us." With that, he patted his backside, waved his sleeve, and turned to depart, leaving behind three bound beauties. They glanced at the ostentatious knots adorning their bodies, their cheeks flushed and expressions peculiar. One of them murmured softly, "Sister, this binding is so humiliating." This man appeared innocent, yet he played such intricate games. Oddly enough, I seem to have developed a liking for it. Upon returning to the serpent path, Jiang Ling remained blissfully unaware of their musings. As for the method of binding, it had serendipitously been acquired from a stranger. He had merely employed it instinctively. After a refreshing slumber, he felt invigorated, his senses heightened, with his eyes feasting on the sights and his energy replenished. It was now an opportune moment to set forth toward the king planet. Earlier, he had been mired in lethargy, only capable of rushing forward. But now he was equipped with the finesse of technique. Jiang Ling's figure darted forward, covering several hundred meters in a single stride, his speed surpassing previous levels by several degrees. However, at that moment, a sudden alert startled Jiang Ling, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly tumbling into the snake path below, a descent into the abyss. Ding! What the heck, system? Must you be so alarming? Jiang Ling steadied himself, irritation evident in his tone. Ding! Host, the system is now ready for an upgrade to version 2.0. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Jiang Ling did not anticipate that he could upgrade so swiftly. After contemplating for a moment, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Logically speaking, one would assume that an upgrade to a system ought to yield improvements. However, as a young man of the 21st century, having witnessed the infamous reverse upgrades of Apple systems, he was aware that an upgrade does not always guarantee enhancement. It could very well lead to deterioration. Nevertheless, he mused, how much worse could it possibly become? Thus, he resolved to proceed with the upgrade. The system commenced the upgrading process, which would require 12 hours before it could be utilized. Jiang Ling remained indifferent, for there was no one nearby to sign in. So it mattered little whether he did or not. The serpentine path resembled a coiling serpent, undulating above a sea of golden clouds, with its origin at the serpent's head and its conclusion at the tail. At this moment, Jiang Ling stood atop the serpent's tail, gazing upward at a diminutive celestial body. This tiny planet, adorned in shades of green, featured houses, cars, flowers, and trees. It was none other than the planet of the king of the northern boundary, the residence of the sovereign. Jiang Ling soared into the sky, drawn irresistibly by the planet's gravitational pull. He executed a seamless 360-degree spin in midair, landing gracefully upon the surface of Planet King. Upon stepping onto this celestial body, Jiang Ling immediately sensed a gravity distinctly different from that of Earth pressing down upon him, 10 times the weight. As the name implies, this gravity is tenfold that of Earth's. Fortunately, Jiang Ling had undergone rigorous weighted training in the Hall of Gods. Thus, the tenfold gravity merely presented a temporary challenge for him. It is noteworthy that when Sun Wukong first arrived at Planet King, he possessed only 300 to 400 battle power and, despite donning a weighted suit, managed to adapt in a short span of time. One can only imagine the ease with which Jiang Ling, with his 2,000 battle power, would acclimate. On Planet King, two figures stood before him, the North King and Sun Wukong, accompanied by two pets, one a small gorilla and the other a firefly. Jiang Ling stretched his body, allowing himself to acclimate to the gravity of this planet as swiftly as possible. While adapting, he extended his greetings. Greetings, King of the North, Sun Wukong, Gorilla, and Firefly. The gorilla remained silent, while the Firefly appeared equally unresponsive, indicating that they too possessed names of their own. The King of the North, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly. Ah, you must be the deity from Earth that was introduced to me. I have indeed heard of you. Indeed, my name is Jiang Ling. I have come to seek your guidance in enhancing my abilities. It is commendable for a young man to possess such motivation, the King of the North remarked with approval. Sun Wukong, ever the sociable one, chimed in cheerfully. Hello, I am Sun Wukong, also introduced by the deities. We shall train together from now on. Observing the familiar orange martial arts attire and the crab-like hairstyle of Sun Wukong, Jiang Ling felt a sense of camaraderie. Jiang Ling responded with a smile. Although we have never met, I have long admired your esteemed name. After speaking, he silently added in his heart, the name of the strongest saint in the universe. Huh? Sun Wukong scratched his iconic crab-like head. You know me? Jiang Ling uttered a name, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Suddenly, everything became clear to Sun Wukong. It all made sense now. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is renowned across the earth, broadcasted by countless television channels. It was only natural that Jiang Ling recognized him, as he had clinched the championship title in the last tournament. At that moment, Sun Wukong noticed Jiang Ling's tail and instantly adopted a wary expression. You are a Saiyan? One could say that. Jiang Ling glanced at the conspicuous tail behind him, offering no denial. Are you a good person or a bad person? Sun Wukong's body tensed, his expression wary. Jiang Ling retorted, I was introduced by the celestial deity. How can you judge whether I am good or bad? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, his body relaxing, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he realized he had overlooked this point. Indeed, one could place their trust in those introduced by the celestial beings. The North Realm King observed them with a peculiar expression. Goodness, they were all Saiyans from Earth. And yet they were strangers to one another. This left him somewhat speechless. The complexities of human relationships on Earth were indeed labyrinthine. However, this did not concern him. Shaking his head to dispel the gossip from his mind, the North Realm King spoke earnestly. Jiang Ling, if you wish to train here, you must tell me a joke that can make me laugh. Just so you know, my sense of humor is quite refined. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before responding. Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong agreed to meet at the back mountain, but they both ended up with concussions. Ha ha. Meet. Ha ha ha. The North Realm King could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly as he erupted into laughter. Meet. Ha ha. Concussion. Ha 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 ha. He fell to his knees, wildly slapping the ground, laughing so hard that he rolled over and found himself unable to rise. Ha 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 ha. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the entire King's planet. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, both equally perplexed, scratching their heads in confusion. Was it truly that amusing? After a considerable pause, Jiang Ling had fully acclimated to the tenfold gravity of this place, while the North Realm King, exhausted from laughter, lay on the ground, gasping intermittently. It appeared he would not be able to rise for quite some time. Jiang Ling stepped forward and patted him. Realm King? North Realm King? Your Excellency, the Realm King? He. The North Realm King wore a foolish grin, remaining silent, his eyes vacant. Jiang Ling shook his head and directly walked to the side to take a seat and rest. In just a brief moment, he had already completed his check-in with the King of the Realm. Now, he checked the rewards provided by the system. Chapter 9. Check-in 2. 0 ding. The system update is complete. Version 2. 0 is now activated. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. The complete collection of jokes from the Northern Realm. Ding. The new version 2. 0 introduces a regional check-in feature, allowing check-ins in different areas, limited to 1 per location and not counting towards the daily check-in limit. Upon seeing the reward, a question mark slowly appeared above Jiang Ling's head. A collection of jokes. The system truly dares to provide this. However, on a different note, this version 2.0 update does indeed possess some appealing features. So, it means that he can check in on the King Star. Jiang Ling immediately thought of this. He silently recited. Sign in at King Kai's planet. Ding. The host has successfully signed in, and the reward is King Kai Fist. Not bad, not bad. The system proves to be quite astute. Jiang Ling rested one hand on his chin, nodding with satisfaction. Just then, Sun Wukong approached. Hey Jiang Ling, how's everything on Earth? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling recounted the training of Klin and others in the Celestial Temple. Sun Wukong continued to ask. What about my son Gohan and my wife Chi-Chi? How are they faring? A hint of anxiety flickered across Sun Wukong's face at the mention of Chi-Chi. He understood her well. Upon learning of his demise, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly be devastated. However, with their son Gohan by her side, she should manage. As for Chi-Chi, I cannot say, as I have not visited her. Jiang Ling pondered before continuing. Gohan has been taken by Piccolo for training. I see. Gohan is not with her either. Sun Wukong scratched his head, troubled by how he would face Chi-Chi upon his return. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder and said, It's quite simple. Just make amends with her when you return. Huh? How do I make amends? Sun Wukong replied with a bitter smile, to be honest. Every time Chi-Chi gets angry, I find myself at a loss. The more I say, the worse it becomes. All I can do is admit my faults and wait for her to calm down on her own. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling instantly comprehended the predicament faced by Sun Wukong. He lacked the eloquence of sweet words, his emotional intelligence was low, and his mind was dominated by brute strength. However, in Jiang Ling's eyes, Sun Wukong was fortunate to have married a girl whose gaze was filled with adoration for him, a girl who unconditionally indulged his every whim. Whenever Sun Wukong wished to embark on an endeavor, Chi-Chi, despite her reluctance, would ultimately relent. You should spend more time with her. Accompany her on shopping trips and such. But, wouldn't that leave me with no time for training? Sun Wukong found himself in a quandary. Jiang Ling's eyes widened. Is family more important, or is cultivation paramount? Indeed, cultivation holds great significance, yet one must not allow a girl whose gaze is filled with thoughts of you to bear the entire burden. She merely desires your companionship. After much earnest discourse from Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong finally grasped the importance of this matter. In Jiang Ling's perspective, the reason why Chi-Chi's temper resembled that of a fierce tigress largely stemmed from Sun Wukong's actions. In other realms, Jiang Ling was unable to intervene. However, in this particular timeline, he resolved to take action. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the North Realm King finally regained his composure, forcing himself to dismiss thoughts of Jiang Ling's jest. Jiang Ling, you wish to cultivate here, yet you must also capture Baburus. The North Realm King, adorned with sunglasses, gestured towards his small pet gorilla. With a swift movement, Jiang Ling effortlessly retrieved the not-so-far-removed Baburus. He then fixed his gaze intently upon the king of the Northern Realm, inquiring, is this satisfactory? Sun Wukong, taken aback, recalled the considerable time he had expended during his initial venture here to capture Baburus. The process had involved acclimatizing to the gravity and enhancing his combat prowess, undeniably. It had consumed a significant amount of time. Thus, witnessing Jiang Ling's instantaneous capture of Baburus led him to arrive at a profound conclusion. Jiang Ling's combat prowess has significantly surpassed his previous capabilities. The North King was taken aback, surprised at how quickly you adapted to the gravity. Splendid. Let us commence the training of the Kaioshin. Goku has already mastered the Kaioshin and is now learning the Spirit Bomb. Goku, please demonstrate the Kaioshin. The North King directed his gaze towards Son Goku, and Jiang Ling followed suit. Goku nodded, a serious expression adorning his face. He assumed a stance and called out, Kaioshin. Instantly, a layer of crimson aura erupted from his skin. A powerful wave of energy radiated from his body, pressing down the flowers and grass, rendering them unable to lift their heads. The Kaioshin is a technique I have researched, capable of instantaneously amplifying one's key physical strength, defense, agility, and speed all experience exponential growth. The North King elaborated, momentarily pausing before his expression turned solemn, adding, however, if the user lacks control over their ki, their entire being may be obliterated. So, Jiang Ling, do you comprehend this? The North King gazed intently at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded, comprehending the situation. After speaking, he remained motionless, his aura surging forth. A crimson, translucent flame rising majestically around him. He faced off against Sun Wukong, creating a palpable tension in the air. In terms of presence, the two were evenly matched. How is this possible? The North Realm King's face was etched with profound astonishment. He had yet to instruct Jiang Ling, yet the latter had already grasped it. What kind of genius could exist in this world? Sun Wukong, who was confronting Jiang Ling, also momentarily froze, before his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Excellent. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with intense combat fervor. He discerned that at this moment, Sun Wukong's fighting prowess was only slightly superior to his own. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. In an instant, Sun Wukong, enveloped in a crimson tail flame, lunged forward with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that was nothing short of breathtaking. Possessing the skills akin to Mr. Popo, Jiang Ling approached such an assault with ease, tilting his head slightly to evade Sun Wukong's strike. Following this, he extended his leg and swept it towards Sun Wukong's calf, causing the latter to stumble and lose his balance. Jiang Ling instinctively shielded his eyes with both hands, exclaiming, Solar Fist. A blinding radiance erupted, catching Sun Wukong, who was merely a breath away, off guard and disrupting his technique. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ling executed a series of moves that ultimately defeated Sun Wukong. Wow. Jiang Ling, you were truly remarkable. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, panting heavily. Despite his defeat, he felt an even greater thrill. Jiang Ling discerned his thoughts. For Sun Wukong, having a rival of equal prowess, one who could support and grow alongside him, would ensure a more enduring journey. Observing the excitement etched upon Sun Wukong's visage, an eccentric notion suddenly crossed Jiang Ling's mind, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Let it be known. I am willing to engage in sparring with you, but I shall not partake in any inappropriate conduct. Sun Wukong. North Kai? Chapter 10. A surprise attack. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling master the Kaioshin technique after merely a glance, North Kai mused inwardly. It seems Jiang Ling possesses the potential to elevate the Kaioshin to new heights 5 times? 10 times? This contemplation led him to recall his most guarded secret technique, The Spirit Bomb. This technique is notoriously challenging to learn. It involves borrowing energy from all living things to condense a formidable spirit bomb capable of inflicting significant damage upon those of malevolent intent. Whether it can harm the kind-hearted depends on the weight of evil that resides within their hearts. Very well, now that you have grasped the Kaioshin, you may learn my ultimate technique, North Kai declared, addressing the two before him. Sun Wukong had no objections. He had come to train. And he would learn whatever the Kai commanded. Jiang Ling harbored no objections. Possessing a multitude of skills only serves to enrich one's capabilities. Furthermore, acquiring new techniques enhances one's combat prowess. His aspiration was to lead a leisurely life, accompanied by beautiful women. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, this ambition appeared somewhat elusive. Due to his identity as a traveler, the consequence of death was irrevocable, necessitating that he attain the pinnacle of strength. Only then could he ensure his own survival against those who might seek to slay him. It is well acknowledged that the Earth within the Dragon Ball universe is a planet fraught with calamities. At present, Jiang Ling's combat prowess may rank as the strongest on Earth, yet to ascend to the pinnacle of strength within the Dragon Ball universe, he has a considerable journey ahead of him in the coming months. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong underwent the rigorous training imposed by King of the North. Their growth in strength can be described as nothing short of monumental. Unbeknownst to them, the time for Vegeta's arrival on Earth was drawing ever nearer. On this day, after completing his routine exercise, Jiang Ling brought Sun Wukong before the North King. The North King was sprawled on the ground, holding a magnifying glass, intently counting the blades of grass. 114511, 114512, 114513, 114514. My Lord King. A soft cough from Jiang Ling interrupted the Northern Realm King's leisure pursuits. Oh, it's you, Jiang Ling. Have you completed your training for today? Indeed, I have. I need to discuss something with you. Jiang Ling nodded and then stated, I would like you to ascertain how long it will be before the Saiyans arrive on Earth. This was something he needed to monitor closely in the original narrative. Sun Wukong only returned on the very last day. This resulted in the Earth's warriors suffering heavy casualties, while Wukong was still en route in the underworld. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the North Kai rose, brushing off the dirt from his attire. Indeed, if we calculate the time, they should be nearing their arrival. Allow me to check, he remarked. With that, the North Kai donned his sunglasses, his antennae twitching slightly as he harnessed his powers to detect the spacecraft approaching Earth from the North Galaxy under his jurisdiction. I've located them. They are approximately, by my calculations, about a week away from Earth. A week, you say? Jiang Ling pondered before responding. Then Wukong and I can prepare to return. So soon? There's still a week left. It wouldn't be too late to return once they have arrived, the North Kai queried. Perplexed, Jiang Ling gazed at the North Kai with an expression of bewilderment. Aren't we supposed to return in a timely manner? It will be too late to go back once the Saiyans arrive. Upon hearing this, the North Kai slapped his forehead, his face reflecting a sudden realization. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? It's because you spend your days counting the blades of grass. Jiang Ling sighed, urging, let us not waste any more time. Help Wukong contact the people on Earth and have them use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. We still need to make our way back. Understood. Soon after, Sun Wukong reached out to Bulma through King Kai. On Earth, upon receiving the news, Bulma and her companions immediately retrieved the Dragon Balls they had long since gathered and summoned Shenron. The once bright and sunny sky instantly darkened with Shenron's appearance, resembling the onset of night. Reports indicated that the darkness would last for several minutes, attributed to a planet obscuring the sun in space. Experts urged the public not to panic. This news appeared on screens across countless homes on Earth, a well-prepared move by Bulma's Capsule Corporation. In the Heavenly Palace Square, the Grand Kai, leaning on his staff, watched alongside Bobo and a group of Earth warriors as the sky plunged into darkness. Concern flickered in the Grand Kai's eyes as he glanced at the Earth warriors who had trained for a year in the Heavenly Palace. The summoning of Shenron signified Wukong's impending resurrection, which also meant the Saiyans were nearing Earth. Wukong is coming back? Really? That's wonderful, Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the news. Tianjin Han, with an air of confidence, remarked, Grand Kai, there is no need for concern. Our training here has enhanced our strength at least tenfold, making us more than capable of dealing with the Saiyans. Indeed, I feel I could take on 10 of my former self. Yamcha chimed in, clenching his fists with a grin. Yajirobe, munching on snacks, shrugged, I think I'll sit this one out. I believe you all can handle it. The others, buoyed by their newfound strength, shared in the optimism, unaware of the true power of the Saiyans. Foolishness. The Grand Kai admonished, his expression stern. Are you satisfied with such minimal achievements? While I cannot ascertain the full extent of the Saiyan strength, I can assure you they are all considerably stronger than you. This will be a grueling battle. Oh, no way. We've trained hard. The Grand Kai gazed into the distance, his expression pensive. There are always those stronger than us. We can never truly know the full extent of an alien's power. In a desolate wilderness on Earth, the ground was pockmarked, bearing the scars of battle. Bang, bang, bang. Son Gohan executed a series of rapid strikes, his movements a blur. Piccolo, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, countered Gohan's attacks, occasionally launching surprise counterattacks. Dozens of exchanges transpired in mere moments. Bam! Piccolo delivered a punch that sent Gohan staggering back, calling for a pause. He then looked skyward. Gohan's clothes were tattered, a result of a year spent training in the wild, his youthful face now imbued with a resolute demeanor. The remnants of his childhood innocence still shone through. After all, he was only 5 years old. Piccolo, why is the sky so dark? Gohan inquired as he approached. Piccolo replied solemnly, Shinran has been summoned. If all goes as expected, he will bring your father back. Really? That's amazing, Gohan exclaimed. Excitement bubbling over as he jumped several feet into the air. Oh yeah, Dad is finally coming back. This is fantastic. Piccolo, maintaining his stoic demeanor, cautioned. The enemy is formidable. Don't celebrate too soon. Understood. I will fight with all my might. Let's resume our training. Gohan nodded vigorously. As he looked at Piccolo, he suddenly had an idea and mimicked the movements of monkeys in the forest, attempting a sneak attack. Surprise. Gohan lunged, reaching out to grab. Where's the peach? None. Seeing Piccolo's increasingly dark expression, Gohan curiously asked, Piccolo, Auntie? Chapter 11. Return to the Heavenly Palace. On King Kai's planet, as Shinran fulfilled his wish. The halo above Sun Wukong's head gradually faded, signifying his resurrection. Since Wukong has returned, it's time for us to depart, Jiang Ling smiled, addressing King Kai. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning, Goodbye, King Kai. I'll visit again if given the chance. Safe travels. King Kai, donning sunglasses, waved a handkerchief with reluctance. His pet gorilla and fireflies, having formed a bond over the days, stood at his feet, watching their departure with wistful expressions. All right, you don't need to see us off. It's not like we one team meet again, right, Wukong? Huh. Oh right. When I die again, we can see each other. Are you foolish? Can't you see that I can come here even without dying? Huh? Oh, yes. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong bid farewell to the North Realm King once more, their figures gradually receding as they returned to the Serpent Path. Above the Serpent Path, two silhouettes soared swiftly across the yellow sea of clouds. Wherever they passed, the cloud sea roiled, unleashing tumultuous waves of vapor. Jiang Ling. Let us race to see who arrives first. Such childish games are for the young. Jiang Ling's words were sharp and unrelenting, yet his speed had increased considerably. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, closely trailing behind, his pace hardly diminished. The two engaged in a spirited chase, entirely devoid of the sense of impending danger that the arrival of the Saiyans would typically evoke. Jiang Ling refers to this as relaxation. Only through relaxation can one's true abilities be fully manifested. If one remains perpetually tense, not only will their skills fail to progress, but they will also stagnate. The concept of balancing work and rest embodies this principle. Jiang Ling opines that in the original manga, Vegeta remains perpetually in second place due to his body being perpetually tense, constantly engaged in training, and fixated on surpassing Kakarot. However, it is precisely this obsession that prevents him from ever surpassing the serene-minded Kakarot, leaving him trailing in the dust. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon a quaint and antique residence along Snake Way, prompting him to come to an abrupt halt. Upon noticing this, Wukong swiftly brought his own vehicle to a stop as well. What is the matter, Jiang Ling? He inquired. Nothing, Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head. Please wait for me here. I have a matter to attend to. Jiang Ling entered the mansion, which was the abode of 3 enchanting serpent maidens. Upon seeing Jiang Ling's return, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them, and their demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence. Jiang Ling, you have returned. Would you care for some fruit? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Jiang Ling shook his head, gazing at the enchanting beauties with exquisite features and alluring figures. A smile graced his lips as he produced several ropes. Now, to be still, he instructed. Moments later, Jiang Ling surveyed his handiwork with great satisfaction and, after a light applause, departed. Is the master harboring some peculiar inclinations? One of the women in a commanding demeanor queried. Are you still unaware? She continued, rolling her eyes as she tested the sturdy bindings around her. Yet, it seems you are all quite enjoying yourselves, having already summoned the master. Sister, aren't you too? Thus unfolded this brief interlude. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong had lost the desire to compete. As they strolled along the serpent path, they engaged in conversation. During their dialogue, the topic shifted to family. Wukong scratched his head, a look of distress crossing his face. While training on King Kai's planet, such matters had not crossed his mind. But now, as he prepared to return home, he found himself suddenly apprehensive. It wasn't that he feared Chi-Chi, he simply felt a profound sense of guilt. What was the matter? Seeing this, Jiang Ling inquired, What's the matter? It's nothing, I just don't know how to explain it to Chi-Chi when I return. Came the reply with a sigh. Jiang Ling smiled, pondering that there was nothing to clarify, a simple kiss between the couple would suffice. There exists no conflict that a kiss cannot resolve. If there is, then perhaps 2 would be necessary. A kiss? Sun Wukong paused, his expression transforming into one of disdain. Isn't that rather unclean? Jiang Ling tentatively inquired. You have been married for several years, yet you have not kissed Chi-Chi? What does that have to do with marriage? Sun Wukong responded with innocent naivety, leaving Jiang Ling to question whether the fault lay with him. Do not concern yourself with the cleanliness of the act, just ensure you kiss her gently. Oh, very well then. After 6 months of rigorous training, the prowess of Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong had transformed dramatically. Their capabilities were now worlds apart compared to before. Even without exerting their full strength, they swiftly returned to the starting point of Snake Path, making their way to Yama's office along the route. The earthly deity awaited their arrival. Welcome back, the deity said. His expression filled with satisfaction as he regarded them. Lord Deity, Lord Yama, it has been a long time. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong greeted each other with smiles. It has been quite some time. I am truly delighted to see you both return. The impeccably dressed King Yin nodded in acknowledgement. How has the king of the Northern Realm been faring? As a disciple of the Northern Realm King, it was only natural for him to extend his regards. He is doing quite well, full of vigor, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Indeed, speaking of the Northern Realm King, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in King Yan's eyes. I too wish to pay my respects to him, yet my duties keep me exceedingly occupied. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the imposing figure of King Yan. His expression peculiar. With such a stature, it is likely that even the king of the Northern Realm would not permit you to ascend to the King Star. My Lord Yan, we shall take our leave now. After exchanging pleasantries, the group was transported back to the divine temple under the celestial power. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar, fresh air. The essence of earth resonates with me. At the divine temple, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Kairatsu, and Yajirobe had anticipated their return and awaited them. With only a few days remaining until the Saiyans arrived on Earth, the necessity for training was secondary. The priority lay in resting well and preparing for the impending battle. Wukong, you have finally returned. I am so relieved to see you unharmed. Wukong, my strength has grown significantly since you first knew me. Jiang Ling, it is good to have you back. I wonder how formidable you have become. Indeed, when we first met, you were not even our match, haha. The group gathered, exchanging warm greetings. Over the course of these days, their powers had seen substantial enhancement compared to a year prior. This remarkable progress ignited a glimmer of hope in defeating the Saiyans. It has been a long time. How have you all fared? Sun Wukong expressed his joy upon seeing his familiar friends. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, suggesting they dine together in the evening to unwind. Upon hearing the word relax, Yamacha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he proposed, relax? Excellent. I shall take you all to a bar to meet some lovely ladies. However, he reconsidered, adding, on second thought, I am content with my dumplings by my side. No, women would detract from my fighting spirit. Dumpling interjected, women? Not interested. Akiluobe remarked. You might as well treat us to a meal. Jiang Ling gazed at Yamcha with a peculiar expression, earnestly advising him, at this moment. Pursuing romantic interests is ill-advised. Have you not heard the saying, the kidney is the source of power? When the time comes to confront the Saiyans, a deficiency in vitality will leave you weakened, and weakness can lead to demise. Stop. Enough of that. Yamcha interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated. He then continued. Let us gather together instead. I shall treat you all. Krillin, taken aback by this proclamation, remarked, I recall you being a professional baseball player. How is it that you have the means to treat us to a meal? Curiosity piqued, the others turned their attention towards Yamcha, puzzled by the source of his wealth. Heh, rest assured, I do possess funds. Yamcha puffed out his chest, raising his chin slightly in a display of pride, and declared, You have no idea how much money is deposited in my bank. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, bewildered and uncertain. Jiang Ling blinked and spoke. If I am not mistaken, you have secured a loan from the bank? What are you saying? This is the bank depositing money with me, Yamcha retorted, his eyes wide with protest. Upon witnessing this exchange, the crowd erupted into laughter, filling the square with an atmosphere of joy. Sun Wukong, smiling, waved his hand and said, I appreciate the sentiment, but having just been resurrected, I must return home to check on things. I understand. Go on. It must be difficult to explain things to Chi-Chi, right? Indeed, when you passed away, Chi-Chi was inconsolable. The crowd, displaying great understanding, unanimously expressed the importance of family. Wukong. Remember my words, they urged. Jiang Ling blinked. Sun Wukong nodded, then bid farewell to the crowd and leaped down from the heavenly palace. He descended vertically from the heights of the sky, soon reaching the altitude of Karen Tower. The wise Karen had long been waiting there. Upon seeing Wukong descend, he tossed a small pouch toward him. These are the last few senzu beans I have left. I entrust them to you. Use them sparingly during battle. All right, thank you. Master Karen, Sun Wukong replied as he caught the beans, still descending. Rather than utilizing the flying Nimbus technique, he shouted out loud, Nimbus. From afar, a bright yellow cloud darted toward him, swiftly arriving beneath Wukong and catching him securely. Old friend, it's good to see you again, Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Sensing the atmosphere and directing the Nimbus to fly in a specific direction, the yellow cloud traced a long, straight line across the sky. Chapter 12, A Father and Son Reunited. Bang. Bang. In a desolate wilderness, two figures, one tall and one short, collided fiercely before separating. The intense energy stirred up clouds of dust. As a breeze swept through, the dust settled, revealing Piccolo and son Gohan facing each other. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike again, He sensed something, pausing and gazing into the distance. Piccolo detected a familiar presence, his body relaxing. Gohan, can you feel it? Huh? Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback, then concentrated on sensing the energy. There's a presence approaching us rapidly, he said with a serious expression. Piccolo nodded. Yes. That is Son Wukong's energy. Is it that? Son Gohan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Before Piccolo could respond, a yellow cloud appeared before them, upon which stood Son Wukong, wearing a warm smile. Hi, are you both doing well? Humph. Piccolo huffed. Instead of chatting, you should have spent more time training. Son Gohan gazed at his father, tears welling in his eyes, and suddenly leaped into Son Wukong's embrace, his shoulders shaking as tears flowed freely, as if releasing all the grievances of surviving in the wilderness for the past days. Wah, Dad, I missed you so much. Son Wukong gently ruffled Gohan's fluffy hair, his heart aching. After all, Gohan was still just 5 years old. All right. I have been watching your training this past year. My Gohan has grown into quite the young man. Piccolo turned away, unable to bear the sight. Before long, Gohan composed himself, lifted his head to look at his father. Dad, it's so wonderful to see you again. And Piccolo, if he bullied you at all, let me know, and I'll help you deal with him. Son Gohan shook his head. No, Piccolo. I mean Uncle Piccolo has treated me quite well. Uncle Piccolo? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled. Shut up. Piccolo snapped with a scowl. At that moment, Gohan seemed to remember something and exclaimed excitedly. Dad, wait a moment. I'll make you something delicious. Haha. Son Wukong beamed with joy. My Gohan can cook now. With a few leaps, Gohan vanished, soon returning with a large tiger on his back. He quickly set up a fire, boiled water, and prepared the ingredients, while Son Wukong and Piccolo sat nearby, exchanging occasional words and engaging in light conversation. Thank you for everything this past year, Piccolo, Son Wukong said earnestly. Piccolo, understanding that Wukong referred to his care and training of Gohan, snorted. I merely wanted to increase our chances in the upcoming battle against the Saiyans. Nevertheless, I still appreciate it. Son Wukong smiled, aware that Piccolo had a tough exterior. After a moment of silence, Piccolo asked, how many days until they arrive on Earth? Wukong held up 5 fingers. 5 days left. Are we prepared? I'm not sure. We are still unaware of the Saiyan strength. Piccolo nodded in response, remaining silent. For a time, only the sounds of Gohan's busy preparations, the crackling of the fire, and the bubbling of the soup intertwined in the air, while the aroma of meat began to waft around. Dad and Uncle Piccolo, dinner is ready, Gohan announced loudly. Piccolo shook his head, indicating he did not need to eat, as he relied on photosynthesis to synthesize starch for his daily needs. Gohan offered a bowl of soup to Son Wukong. What kind of soup is this? This is a recipe taught to me by Jiang Ling. It's called 10 Complete Nutritional Tiger Bone Soup. He said it's very good. You'll know once you try it. Son Wukong, feeling touched by his son's gaze, took a hearty sip of the aromatic soup. It's quite delicious. His eyes brightened as he asked, what exactly is a tiger bone? Gohan pondered for a moment. It's something from a tiger's body. I don't know what it's called. But Jiang Ling said it's called a tiger bone. Son Wukong paid it no mind. The father and son then together feasted on the roasted tiger meat. As night fell, Son Wukong wished to take Gohan home, but Piccolo refused, stating they should wait until a few days before the battle to return. Gohan agreed. Having grown stronger from a year of wilderness survival, no longer the delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. At the Heavenly Palace, after Son Wukong's departure, Jiang Ling also took his leave, leading the others to a picturesque location in the wilderness, where the greenery flourished, and a stream babbled nearby. Jiang Ling released a capsule, and with a resounding bang, a semicircular house materialized upon the ground. He surveyed the pleasant surroundings, contemplating making this place his abode. Shortly thereafter, the group arranged the grilling equipment and supplies. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, invigorating everyone's spirits as they gathered to celebrate. Jiang Ling even summoned Bulma to join them. The atmosphere gradually became lively, but Yamcha glanced around and noticed something was amiss. Is there no wine? Drinking soft drinks just doesn't tea-cut it. Jiang Ling chuckled, instantly discerning your desire for a drink, having prepared in advance. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 cases of beer from the capsule. Is this all? Yamcha expressed some disappointment. We'll discuss it after we finish. Oh. Did you underestimate your tea brother? As the rounds of drinks progressed, it became evident that 2 cases of beer were insufficient for the gathering. Jiang Ling. We've run out of beer. Is there more? Yes, it will arrive shortly. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Ling saw Bulma arriving in her flying ship. As soon as she landed, she tossed 2 capsules to Jiang Ling, saying, here are the 2 crates of beer you requested. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded. Beside him, Yamcha exclaimed dramatically, only 2 boxes? That's far too little. It's hardly enough to drink. Not enough to drink. Jiang Ling replied. I alone could finish it all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and challenged, if you can finish it, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. If not, you must recognize me as your elder brother. Do you dare? Yamcha smirked. What is there to fear? I've already claimed that title, haha. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with unspoken meaning. The onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama, began to cheer. eager to serve as witnesses to ensure neither party would back down. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile. All right, as you say. He then tossed the 2 capsules from his hand, and in the next moment, 2 elongated shipping containers materialized before them, filled to the brim with crates of beer. The crowd was taken aback. What? What in the world? Shipping containers? Goodness, he truly meant 2 containers. No wonder it's you, Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling smiled mischievously, casting a playful glance at Yamati. Go ahead, I shall watch. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling brass bells. But, weren't there supposed to be 2 boxes? Indeed, a shipping container counts as a box too. Jiang Ling wore an expression of innocence, while Bulma stifled her laughter, doing her utmost to suppress any audible mirth. Ultimately, Yamcha had no choice but to reluctantly acknowledge Jiang Ling as his elder brother. Elder brother. Speak louder. Elder brother. I cannot hear you. Elder brother. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The crowd erupted in laughter, signaling their shared acknowledgement of this bond. Chapter 13. Chi-Chi's Longing Bowsy Mountain. The abode of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Beneath the star-studded night sky, moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating Chi-Chi. In her hands, she held a picture frame containing a photograph of their family of 3. Gently caressing the images of Wukong and Gohan, her eyes glimmered with yearning. Wukong. Gohan. It's been a year, and I still miss you both dearly. Are you well? When will you return? Chi-Chi murmured to herself. Her head bowed in contemplation. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Chi-Chi heard the sound and collected her emotions, glancing at the clock on the wall, which pointed to 10 o'clock. Puzzled as to who might visit at such a late hour, she felt no fear of ill intent. Though a woman, she possessed considerable strength. 10 ordinary individuals would struggle against her. Rising, she approached the door, speaking as she opened it. Who is it, at this late hour? Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with the familiar, kind visage of Sun Wukong standing outside. Covering her mouth in astonishment, tears streamed down her face. Wukong. You have finally returned. Woo. In an instant, her face was awash with tears. She hesitated to touch him, fearing that her long-awaited Wukong might vanish before her eyes. Wukong embraced her tightly, letting out a deep sigh, his expression a mixture of emotions. Chi-Chi, I am sorry. I will not leave you for so long again. Feeling the warmth of his strong embrace, Chi-Chi finally affirmed that her beloved husband had truly returned. In that moment, her yearning poured forth uncontrollably. Time slipped away, and eventually, Chi-Chi managed to cease her tears. She lifted her gaze to Wukong's face, her large eyes shimmering with innocence and vulnerability. Wukong's eyes were fixated on Chi-Chi's lips, and inexplicably, a powerful urge surged within him. He leaned in and kissed her. Their breaths mingled, mouths entwined. A rosy blush crept across Chi-Chi's cheeks. Having never experienced a kiss before, she playfully thumped her small fist against Wukong's chest, instinctively wanting to pull away, yet his strong arms held her firmly in place. Gradually, her body softened. Wukong, having a hearty appetite, had long digested the nourishing soup Gohan had prepared. At this moment, as he kissed Chi-Chi, his breathing grew heavier, and an intense desire blossomed within him. Unwilling to part, his body began to heat up. Chi-Chi sensed something stirring within her, her face flushed with a hint of anticipation. In their 5 years of marriage, they had only shared intimacy once, on their wedding night, when Wukong had consumed too much wine and collapsed, leading to Chi-Chi's direct actions, resulting in Gohan. In the years that followed, Wukong's innocent nature rendered him oblivious to romance, and their lives as a couple remained devoid of normal intimacy. Chi-Chi had intended to find a moment to guide Wukong in such matters, but he had met his demise while confronting Raditz. And now, a year had passed without seeing each other, until this moment. Wukong. Chi-Chi. I don't know what is happening to me. It's all right. I will teach you. Carry me to the bedroom. Okay. From the picturesque Jiang'an landscapes to the enigmatic southern borders, from soft sandy beaches to the northern vistas, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. The censer lights in the house at Bowsy Mountain illuminated the entire night, reflecting a beautiful tableau akin to the stars in the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, the barbecue party continued throughout the night. Jiang Ling awoke in the morning upon the bed, gently massaging his throbbing temples. He had indulged too much with friends the previous night and was uncertain how he had succumbed to slumber. A glance at his attire revealed he was merely clad in a pair of shorts, with his body protesting the chill. Fragments of last night began to resurface in his memory. It seemed that Bulma had assisted him back to his room, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. He had dared to caress her cheek in a declaration of affection, and even ventured to touch places that were perhaps inappropriate. Jiang Ling glanced at his right hand, standing there in a daze. He wished he could slap himself twice. How could a usually composed individual let loose so recklessly after consuming alcohol? Jiang Ling admitted that he has a fondness for Bulma. Who could resist a woman of such beauty and intellect? However, he never anticipated confessing his feelings under such circumstances. Surely, this will not leave a negative impression in Bulma's heart, will it? Jiang Ling felt a throbbing headache. Rising from his bed, he stepped outside. The scene beyond the threshold was chaotic. Klin, Tianfeng, Yamu Cha, and others lay sprawled across the ground, with empty beer bottles scattered haphazardly, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Clin's toes were amusingly inserted into Yamucha's nostrils, while he clutched an unfinished bottle of beer in his hand, embodying a comical posture. Among this disheveled group, there was no sign of Bulma. It appeared she had returned home the previous night. Jiang Ling ran his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair, his body soaring into the air as he made his way to the upper reaches of the brook. The water flowed gently, crystal clear to the very bottom. Jiang Ling washed his face and tidied up his appearance. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by an urgent need to relieve himself, a powerful impulse that could not be ignored. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfastened his restraints and let go, allowing his release to flow into the nearby stream, though he had no desire to pollute the environment. The urgency was simply too great. The sound of the cascading water echoed as it fell into the stream, unexpectedly creating a delicate little rainbow. A look of contentment graced Jiang Ling's face, revealing her profound enjoyment. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling concealed the instrument of his crime, sealing it within his trousers, ensuring it would not emerge to wreak havoc upon the environment in the near future. Subsequently, he soared back to the location of his former dwelling. There, he observed that the others had already risen, with Clint attending to his ablutions by the stream. Jiang Ling observed with a somewhat peculiar expression. If memory serves correctly, his previous position was upstream of the stream. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and resolved not to disclose the matter to Clint, lest he harbor any resentment towards him. With the Saiyans arriving in a few days, where do you wish to venture next? Tianjin Fan contemplated. Where shall we go? Perhaps we should find a location to continue our training and await the enemy's arrival. As he spoke, he turned to Jiaozi and said, What do you think, Jiaozi? Jiaozi nodded in agreement, signifying that he would accompany Tianjin Fan wherever he decided to go. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. These brothers had always been inseparable. As for Yamcha, when questioned, he shrugged his shoulders and replied, Let us take a break and prepare ourselves in the best possible condition for the battle ahead. Clint, having finished his grooming, strolled over with a smile and said, I'm heading back to Master Wu Tian's place. As for my words, I cannot say. Just know that I will show up when the time comes. Jackalope, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bag of snacks and began to munch on them contentedly. Chapter 14, Modification. Very well, I shan't keep you for tea. As you leave, please take the trash with you. After Jiang Ling finished speaking, he yawned, turned, and entered the room, casually shutting the door behind him, leaving a group of people to gaze upon the disarray left in the wake of the party. Caught in the disheveled winds, he returned to his chamber. Jiang Ling activated the system, reflecting on the skill he had acquired from the new feature of location-based rewards at the Heavenly Temple yesterday. Possession. This ability allows one to inhabit any target within a kilometer, with the success rate and duration of possession dependent on the target's strength. As the name implies, the function of this skill is immediately apparent. The deities had once utilized this capability to inhabit ordinary individuals in their participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yet, what purpose does it serve? Jiang Ling believes that he is of no use. He can easily handle weak adversaries, while formidable foes may still lead to failure even with the use of possession. It seems somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, he remains steadfast in his convictions. For a multitude of skills is never a burden. Even the most trivial abilities will surely find their application. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. Jiang Ling picked up the message and discovered it was from Bulma. Bulma, are you awake yet? Upon reading this greeting, Jiang Ling felt momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he had confessed his feelings under the influence of alcohol the previous night and had crossed the boundaries of friendship by engaging in inappropriate behavior. It would be unfortunate if he left a lewd impression in Bulma's mind. He had always been an exemplary student, adorned with numerous awards for his good conduct. Perhaps he should offer an apology? Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment before another message from Bulma arrived. If you're awake, come over to my house. The gravity device you mentioned yesterday, I have a prototype here for you to try. Upon reading this message, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had merely mentioned the gravity training system yesterday, and to his surprise, news of it arrived today. I'm up now. I'll head over right away. After sending a quick reply, Jiang Ling soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of West City. An hour later, as he hovered above the bustling metropolis of West City, with towering skyscrapers and a ceaseless flow of vehicles and people below, he couldn't help but marvel at the splendor of the grand city. Without needing to glance at the address Bulma had sent, Jiang Ling immediately spotted the centrally located, expansive white building adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo. Such a conspicuous structure could only belong to Bulma's family, as it is undoubtedly the most powerful company on Earth. He descended from the sky and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Jiang Ling observed a woman of striking beauty, her figure graceful and her face unblemished by a single wrinkle, cheerfully tending to her flowers while humming a melodious tune, clearly in high spirits. Jiang Ling immediately recognized the woman as Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, whose given name is Bikini. Mrs. Brief noticed Jiang Ling's arrival and greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Hello there, young handsome man. Is there something you need?" Jiang Ling wore a polite smile on his face and greeted, "Hello, Mrs. Brief. I am a friend of Bulma, here to see her." Mrs. Brief, surveying Jiang Ling with satisfaction, remarked meaningfully, "You must be Bulma's new boyfriend. How delightful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling hastily waved his hand. "No, that's not it, Auntie. You've misunderstood. Just then, Bulma zoomed over on her little electric scooter, exclaiming loudly, Mom, don't say that. Jiang Ling is my friend. Yes, yes. Bulma is right, Jiang Ling quickly affirmed. Oh, Mrs. Brief, upon hearing this, became even more excited. She playfully hooked her arm around Jiang Ling's and cheerfully asked, Can this handsome young man accompany my daughter for a stroll? Huh? Jiang Ling's body stiffened as he cast a pleading glance towards Bulma. Mom, please don't be like this. Jiang Ling has come to me for a reason. Bulma sighed, acknowledging that her penchant for handsome men was indeed inherited from her mother. However, she was not quite so open-minded as to approach every charming young man she encountered. Mrs. Brief observed her daughter's demeanor and stifled a laugh, bemused by the protectiveness displayed, despite Bulma's insistence that he was not her boyfriend. Mom, Bulma exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips and narrowing her beautiful eyes. All right. I want to intrude upon your moment. I shall go shopping instead, Mrs. Brief responded with a smile before cheerfully departing. Once her mother had left, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and said, Don't take it to heart. That's just how my mom is. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he indicated that it was nothing. Let us not dwell on that. Let us proceed to the laboratory. All right. Due to the spaciousness of Bulma's residence, they required an electric vehicle for transportation. Jiang Ling took a seat on the back of Bulma's electric scooter as they made their way to the lab. Bulma skillfully maneuvered the vehicle while Jiang Ling sat behind her, his arms encircling her slender waist. The sensation of her delicate form against him, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, stirred a sense of longing within him. It was hardly surprising, given that Bulma, as the heroine of Dragon Ball, possessed an enviable figure and an enchanting beauty, not to mention her brilliance as a top-tier scientist and genius in her field. Who among the young men could remain unmoved by such allure? Jiang Ling's expression shifted subtly as he silently acknowledged his arrival. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Mastery of mechanical modification. With the aid of an electric vehicle, he soon arrived at the research facility. Bulma emerged from within, presenting a machine. This was it. A prototype crafted during his childhood by his father, Dr. Brief, who had acquired gravity technology from others. The machine appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet Jiang Ling paid it no heed. Functionality was all that mattered. Bulma, shall we conduct a test? He inquired. Indeed, she replied, then guided Jiang Ling step by step on how to activate the machine. Activate 5 times gravity. A crack echoed as the gravity was unleashed, causing Bulma to be pinned to the ground. Jiang Ling swiftly realized the situation and hurriedly disabled the gravity. He then assisted Bulma to her feet, scratching his head with an expression of remorse. I apologize, Bulma. I was so eager to conduct the test that I neglected your feelings. Bulma gazed at him with a look of discontent, letting out a sigh. It's fine. Just activate the gravity again once I've moved further away. With that, she promptly walked to a distance. Once she had stepped out of the gravitational influence, Jiang Ling reactivated the gravity. A 5-fold increase in gravity. Jiang Ling took a moment to assess his surroundings, then proceeded to engage in a series of warm-up exercises. He performed push-ups, sit-ups, and even completed a full session of the 8th set of radio calisthenics. Each movement was executed with remarkable ease, presenting no challenge whatsoever. This was due to Jiang Ling's acclimatization to the 10-fold gravity of Planet King, rendering the current 5-fold gravity as mere child's play. Suddenly, he felt his body grow heavy as the gravitational force surged dramatically. Momentarily taken aback, he glanced at the machine, where the screen displayed an astonishing 20-fold gravity. Jiang Ling raised his hand to deactivate the gravitational effect, then explained the situation to Bulma, who was approaching. The machine's gravitational effect functioned without issues, however. There seemed to be a problem within the internal system, which had inadvertently switched to 20 times the gravity. Upon hearing this, Bulma conducted a brief examination and identified the cause. The machine was quite antiquated, having been constructed 2 decades prior, necessitating updates to both the system and hardware. Along with some modifications, she estimated that the repairs would take a day. Would you return tomorrow? Chapter 15, The Arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling gazed at the machine, and with the endowment of mechanical modification mastery, a plethora of modification plans coursed through his mind. After a brief pause, he declared, Allow me to assist. Are you capable? Bulma queried, her skepticism palpable, for the task ahead required a profound knowledge of machinery, and she presumed Jiang Ling was merely boasting. Yet, as he adeptly maneuvered the workbench, skillfully wielding various tools, her astonishment grew. Such formidable prowess, able to advance to the front lines of battle or retreat to the rear for logistical support. Could this be the epitome of an all-rounder? I am not proficient in system calibration. You take the lead, Jiang Ling remarked as he settled before the workbench, modifying the machine. Upon hearing this, Bulma positioned herself beside him, her demeanor shifting to one of focus as she concentrated intently on adjusting various parameters on her computer. Their synergy was remarkable, as if they had been partners for an eternity. An hour later, Bulma stretched her body, fatigue creeping in after prolonged labor, necessitating a moment of respite. Turning to observe Jiang Ling's profile, his earnest expression captivated her. Memories of the previous night resurfaced, how she had assisted the inebriated Jiang Ling to bed. In the solitude of their shared space, a flicker of daring ignited within her, prompting her to surreptitiously caress his abdominal muscles. In a state of drowsiness, Jiang Ling had then grasped her hand, professing his feelings. Perhaps his grip had been too firm. In a haze of confusion, they tumbled onto the bed, his hand inadvertently resting upon her chest, and then they succumbed to slumber. Reflecting on this, Bulma felt her cheeks flush, a playful tongue-lolling escape from her lips. At this moment, Jiang Ling sensed a gaze and turned to see the blushing Bulma, filled with perplexity. What a curious sight. An hour later, a brand-new gravity machine had been meticulously modified. With Bulma's adjustments, its parameters had become stable, eliminating the previous issues of sudden gravitational imbalance. Jiang Ling installed the machine in a room reminiscent of the gravity training chamber from the original narrative, complete with a large screen allowing for simultaneous exercise and television viewing. His enjoyment was sincere. The room was equipped with soundproofing, ensuring that even the loudest sounds within would not escape to the outside world. Thus, he could engage in gravity training while indulging in films. Jiang Ling was exceedingly pleased with the gravity training room and could hardly contain his eagerness to take it back for a trial. Bulma, I currently lack the funds to pay for your services. I shall owe you and settle the payment once I am financially able. Upon hearing this, Bulma cheerfully waved her hand and replied, no need, it doesn't cost much at all. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. I must pay this money, as it pertains to the dignity of man. How about, you offer yourself in return? Bulma responded with a bewildered expression. After securing the training room, Jiang Ling returned to his home, the very place where he had indulged in drink the previous day. He resolved to reside there. The charming scenery of a gentle stream and lush greenery surrounded him. The most crucial aspect was the serene solitude, making it an ideal haven for someone of his leisurely disposition. He then entered the gravity training chamber. Jiang Ling activated the gravity, setting it to 20 times the normal force. An immense pressure suddenly enveloped him. He shifted his body slightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Vegeta, I eagerly anticipate your arrival. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile as he commenced a new round of training. Unbeknownst to him, time had swiftly passed. Arriving at the day of Vegeta's arrival, two white, circular single-pod spacecraft appeared in the outer expanse of Earth, descending directly without a moment's pause. Baidu, a metropolis rivaling West City, bustled with its inhabitants living their usual lives when suddenly someone pointed skyward, shouting, what is that? Something is falling from the sky. This outcry drew the attention of those nearby, leading to a wave of panic. Some wept, others trembled in fear, and a few expressed deep regret, even taking out their phones to start live broadcasts. It looks like a meteor. I believe the end of the world is upon us. The world is ending, Mom. Help. I haven't confessed to my boyfriend yet. How can this be? Family, the broadcaster is in Baidu, and what you see now is. The two spacecraft streaked through the sky, plummeting at an astonishing speed into the city of Baidu. With a thunderous crash, the ground was left marked by two massive craters. Those objects did not appear to be meteors. They were two round, white forms. Could they possibly be UFOs? Amidst the murmurs of speculation, the spacecraft emitted a hissing sound as their hatches slowly opened. From within emerged two figures, one tall and muscular, the other shorter, adorned in eccentric attire, with a peculiar device resembling glasses over his right eye. The tall, bald man was named Naba, while the shorter one was the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, whose height barely reached Naba's abdomen. Despite his stature, Vegeta's hair stood defiantly upright, forming a sharp peak, and he glanced disdainfully at the crowd around him, idly scratching his ear with a hint of contempt. Naba, these ants are rather loud. The towering, muscular figure scratched his gleaming bald head and grinned, Your Highness Vegeta, I shall take care of it right away. With that, Naba surveyed the surrounding crowd and suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a blinding light radiating from him, engulfing the crowd and the entire city in an instant. With a deafening roar, the once towering cityscape was reduced to rubble. The inhabitants turned to ash without uttering a single scream. Naba, you have wasted energy, but I am quite pleased with your actions, Vegeta remarked, hovering in the air with a nod of satisfaction. Naba scratched his head sheepishly. The remaining energy will be more than sufficient to deal with Kakarot and a few others. Consider it a game. Indeed, we must locate those individuals and compel them to surrender the Dragon Balls. The matter of wishing for immortality cannot be delayed, Vegeta stated, pressing a button on the device over his right eye. The instrument emitted a series of beeps, and Vegeta chuckled. Is this it? The highest power level on this planet is merely a few hundred? Let us proceed. We shall eliminate them and seize the Dragon Balls to avoid prolonged complications. Naba paused for a moment, saying, what about Kakarot, that traitor? If he does not repent, there shall be no mercy. He must be slain. Vegeta sneered coldly before the two ascended into the sky, flying towards the location indicated by the power detector. Chapter 16. All depart at Bowsy Mountain. Sun Wukong returned home, carrying a wild beast for their family's meal. Chi-Chi, I'm back. As he opened the door, Chi-Chi emerged, clad in a cheongsam that accentuated her alluring figure, her expression softer and more nurturing than usual. Her bright eyes twinkled as she noticed Wukong's return, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that had eluded her for 5 years of marriage. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Please take a moment to rest while I prepare dinner, Chi-Chi said tenderly, wiping the sweat from Wukong's forehead with a handkerchief. She then called out to Gohan, Gohan, Come help with the ingredients so your father can rest. Gohan had returned from Piccolo's care a few days prior, as no one knew how formidable the enemy might be, making it a suitable time for the family to gather. Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit unaccustomed to Chi-Chi's transformation over the past few days. Mom, I feel like you've changed. Gohan looked up, his innocent eyes blinking. Oh, what has changed? Chi-Chi inquired with interest. Well, your temper has improved significantly, Gohan replied innocently. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed slightly, and she remained silent. Surely, she could not admit that Wukong's obliviousness had gradually worsened her temperament over the years. Oh, what nonsense. Your mother is still the same mother, there is no change, Wukong said, patting Gohan's head. Oh. Gohan rubbed his head in confusion. Chi-Chi stifled a laugh, and the family shared a joyful moment at the doorstep. Suddenly, Wukong's expression shifted as he looked into the distance, sensing two powerful energies approaching. Gohan, who was busy handling the ingredients, paused, feeling the immense power as well. The father and son exchanged glances. Chi-Chi, I must go out for a while. Gohan will accompany me. You stay here and wait for our return. Chi-Chi, filled with concern, asked, Is it about what you mentioned a few days ago? The enemies are coming? Gohan, perhaps you shouldn't go. Gohan, serious and resolute, replied, Mom, please let me go. I want to help protect Earth. Indeed, Chi-Chi. I assure you Gohan will be safe, Wukong added. Exasperated, Chi-Chi sighed, understanding Wukong's nature. Although he was typically carefree and easygoing, once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Please be careful and return safely, she implored. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, Wukong reassured her. With that, the duo, one large and one small, soared into the sky, darting towards the horizon. Meanwhile, in a picturesque wilderness, Jiang Ling emerged from the gravity training chamber. A white towel draped around his neck as he wiped the sweat from his brow. His upper body was bare, revealing a well-defined musculature with 8 distinct abdominal muscles. A quintessential example of a physique that appeared slim in clothing yet robust without it. At long last, Vegeta had arrived. This grueling half-year of inhuman training had been for this very moment, and he hoped not to be disappointed. Jiang Ling gazed into the distance, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. Atop a remote mountain, a figure cloaked in white, Piccolo, sat in deep meditation. Sensing an aura, a glint of sharpness flickered in his gaze before he erupted forward, leaving behind a series of sonic booms. His speed was so extraordinary that ordinary eyes could scarcely catch a glimpse of him. On came House. Krillin donned his martial arts attire and secured his belt. Ready for departure. Master Roshi emerged to bid him farewell, advising, If you cannot prevail, retreat. I await your good news. Understood, Krillin replied, soaring into the sky towards the source of the energy he sensed. Master Roshi, the old turtle, and Launch watched him leave. In a desolate expanse shrouded in yellow sands, Yamcha, Tien Shin'an, and Kaioshin unexpectedly converged, just as two Saiyans approached. Yamcha observed the stark contrast between the two figures, noting the tails coiled around their waists. You must be the Saiyans, he remarked, detecting their formidable energy. Hearing this, Nappa turned to face Vegeta. My lord, allow me to deal with these insects so as not to soil your hands. Proceed, Vegeta waved dismissively. To him, these weak adversaries were mere insects, unworthy of his effort. Nappa grinned malevolently. You warriors of Earth, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can assure you a painless death. Otherwise, I could crush you with a mere finger. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin exchanged glances, their expressions grim, acutely aware of the gap in strength between them and the Saiyans. Damn it. Even after a year of training in the sacred land, the disparity is still so vast. Let's hold out a little longer. I sense Goku and the others are on their way. Indeed, let us test the results of our training this past year. The three nodded in silent agreement. Half a year prior, Jiang Ling had suggested they practice their teamwork to achieve a greater effect together. Now, that advice was coming into play. With a swift motion, they spread out, subtly encircling Nappa. Oh, you three are quite clever to unite, Nappa scoffed, shaking his head. But insects are still insects. Yamcha, his expression serious, assumed a combat stance and unleashed a translucent aura. Behind him, Vegeta paused, astonished as the scouter registered Yamcha's battle power soaring from 200 to 1500. Earthlings can suppress their energy, entering a combat state before releasing it, Vegeta deduced, shaking his head. But this level of power poses no threat to Nappa, whose strength exceeds 4,000. Yamcha darted behind Nappa, delivering a powerful punch. With no surprise, Nappa effortlessly blocked the attack, showcasing an entirely different level of reflexes. Unfazed, Yamcha followed up with the Wolf Fang Fist, his fist imbued with the ferocity of a wolf, creating multiple afterimages as he struck at Nappa. Nappa deflected the barrage with ease, his expression relaxed, entirely unaffected. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Grasping Yamcha's fist, Nappa retaliated with a crushing blow to Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha cried out, sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Though the confrontation seemed prolonged, it had only lasted a brief moment, and Yamcha was already injured. With Tien and Kaioshin yet to make a move. Yamcha, are you all right? Tien and Kaioshin shouted in concern. I'm fine, just a bit of pain, Yamcha groaned, clutching his stomach as he staggered to his feet. Hey, you foolish bald giant, that was merely a warm-up. Now, witness my ultimate technique, Yamcha shouted, gathering a dazzling energy sphere between his hands. Vegeta, observing the readings on the scouter, was taken aback as Yamcha's power surged again. An intense energy blast surged toward Nappa, who sidestepped effortlessly. Futile. Our gap is insurmountable. Oh, is that so? Yamcha smirked, spirit bomb. He gestured, redirecting the previously evaded energy blast toward Nappa. Impressive, but ultimately in vain. I warned you that you cannot hit me. Nappa prepared to evade, but Yamcha shouted, Kaioshin, now. In an instant, Nappa froze, caught off guard, allowing the spirit bomb to connect. An explosion of energy erupted, shrouding the area in dust. Did it work? Kaioshin wondered aloud. No, it seems not, Yamcha replied, his expression grave as he gazed at Nappa's silhouette, silently entrusting everything to his allies. As the dust settled, Nappa stood unharmed, albeit with a tattered outfit. Nappa. End this swiftly, Vegeta yawned, losing interest. Very well, my lord, Nappa responded, but then another series of beeps echoed. Vegeta glanced at the scouter, astonished by a new surge of energy escalating rapidly. 300. 700. 1,000. 3,000. 4,000. Vegeta's gaze snapped to Tien, who had remained passive thus far. Tien floated in the air, his hands forming a frame before him, targeting Nappa. Nappa, you fool, move. Vegeta bellowed. In the next moment, Tien unleashed his signature move, Kikaho. A torrent of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Nappa. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the scene, and Tianjin Fan, having exhausted all his strength, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Jiaozi. What has happened? The trio turned their gaze towards the spot where Nappa once stood, now a deep, square-shaped abyss. There, Nappa loomed at the entrance, beads of sweat cascading down his bald head, his expression one of lingering dread. He had narrowly evaded an attack, thanks to Vegeta's warning. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi appeared pale, questioning their inability to overcome such formidable foes. How can mere ants possess the power to threaten my life? Unforgivable. Nappa's demeanor darkened, and with a ferocious roar, he directed a blinding beam of light towards Yamcha and the others. Alarm bells rang in their minds as their pupils dilated in terror. Yamcha was injured, Tianjin Fan was drained of energy, and Jiaozi struggled to support him. In that moment, the thought of escape felt utterly futile. Were they destined to perish here? Despair began to take root in their hearts. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the air. A rapidly spinning, flat, disc-shaped energy pierced through Nappa's body, severing him in half. Ugh, ugh. Nappa's eyes widened in shock as the energy blast he had yet to unleash detonated within his mouth. Boom. The violent explosion shattered his form into countless fragments. Yamcha, Jiaozi, and even Vegeta stood dumbfounded. All eyes turned towards the source of the attack. A young man with a gleaming bald head soared from a distance. Upon recognizing him, relief washed over Yamcha and the others. Krillin, thank goodness you're here, Yamcha exclaimed. Looks like I made it just in time, Krillin replied with a sheepish grin. Humph. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Nappa's former position, scoffing at the useless fool who had been felled by mere ants. He then removed the power scouter from his right eye and discarded it, crushing it underfoot. This device proved ineffective against opponents capable of suppressing their energy signatures or temporarily amplifying their powers, ultimately hindering his strategic judgment. Thus, Vegeta opted for its destruction, deeming it utterly worthless. He then turned his attention to the Earth Warriors. I offer you one final chance. Surrender the Dragon Balls, and I may grant you a painless demise. At these words, the group snapped back to reality, the joy of vanquishing Nappa replaced by a heavy silence. Krillin clenched his teeth, his fists tightening. Evil Scion, we shall never submit. Very well, don't say I didn't warn you, Vegeta sneered. After I eliminate you, I'll capture your friends one by one and kill them until you hand over the Dragon Balls. With that, Vegeta conjured a devastating energy blast in his hand. Krillin gasped, sensing the terrifying power contained within. Without further ado, Vegeta hurled the energy sphere. If struck, they would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes, obliterated from existence. Makaike-sen. From another direction, a formidable energy, entwined with a radiant aura, surged forth to collide with Vegeta's energy blast midair. Boom. Rock shattered, and dirt was sent flying as though the entire world were engulfed in an explosion. The shockwave from the collision hurled Krillin and the others several paces away. Who is it? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of surprise. The energy blast he had casually launched should not have been something a mere earthling could withstand. As he focused intently, a tall, green figure emerged from the swirling dust. The future ruler of Earth, Piccolo. Piccolo's demeanor was cold, his white cape billowing in the wind. Turning his gaze towards Krillin and the others, he commanded in a chilling tone, "You must leave quickly. Do not hinder me here." "What did you say?" Yamcha charged forward, ready to retaliate, but Krillin intervened just in time. "Calm down, Yamcha. For my sake, let's retreat. We will leave this to Piccolo." Yamcha, recognizing his own limitations, acquiesced. They prepared to withdraw to a safe distance to observe the battle. However, Vegeta would not allow them to leave so easily. Permitting their escape would undermine his earlier threats. A direct affront to his pride as the noble prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta's expression darkened as he surveyed Piccolo, his body suddenly lunging forward, swiftly delivering a kick. The speed was overwhelming. Piccolo had no time to evade, raising his arms in a futile attempt to block. The next moment, his expression shifted in horror. Boom. The sheer force sent Piccolo hurtling backward like a cannonball, his feet carving deep furrows in the ground. He finally collided with a rocky pillar, which crumbled upon impact, burying Piccolo beneath the rubble. Piccolo. How could this be? Even he was defeated in a single blow. Frustration and despair washed over the others. If Piccolo, so powerful, could be felled so easily, how could Goku and Jiang Ling possibly stand a chance? After only a year of training, they were simply outmatched. With the troublesome obstacle out of the way, it was now their turn. Vegeta chuckled darkly, raising his hands as two energy spheres, brimming with terrifying power, coalesced in his palms. Krillin and the others understood that a direct hit from either orb would obliterate them, rendering any resistance futile. Chapter 18. We arrived too late. Whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta unleashed the energy blasts, one aimed at Krillin and the others, the other directed at the now uncertain fate of Piccolo. A smirk played on Vegeta's lips. Barring any unforeseen interruptions, a spectacular display of destruction awaited. Suddenly, two crimson streaks rushed in from the distance, arriving on the scene in an instant. Perfectly positioned to intercept the energy blasts. Boom. Boom. The blast erupted, sending plumes of dust into the air. Krillin and the others watched anxiously as the dust began to clear. Who? Vegeta furrowed his brow in irritation. What was happening today? Just when it mattered most. Interruptions persisted. As the dust settled, a figure engulfed in crimson flames emerged. Jiang Ling. Son Wukong. How splendid that you have finally arrived. I was nearly at death's door just moments ago. The Saiyans are overwhelmingly powerful, and even Piccolo stands no chance. Krillin and the others spoke with fervor. On the battlefield, as Wukong and Jiang Ling made their entrance, the clash of combat was imminent. Meanwhile, in West City, Bulma was informed via television about the utter devastation of North City. The Saiyans possess extraordinary strength, annihilating an entire city in an instant. Bulma's expression was one of deep concern. She pondered whether Wukong and the others could vanquish the Saiyans, especially with Jiang Ling being a newcomer, likely possessing lesser strength and uncertain safety. Bulma recalled Jiang Ling, although she had known him for a shorter time than Wukong and the others. The impression he left upon her was unparalleled. It was as if they were two magnets irresistibly drawn to one another. At that moment, her attention was captured by a news report on North City, where a reporter had discovered two white orbs. It is unimaginable what kind of force could devastate North City to such an extent. Even a nuclear bomb could not achieve this. Oh my God, look what we've found. Two unidentified orbs. The orbs stood out starkly amidst the desolation. The reporter's exclamations quickly drew the attention of government officials, who were baffled by the nature of the orbs. Just then, the image of a rotund man appeared, his hair tousled and a blade adorning his waist. Upon his entrance, he proclaimed, I know the origin of these two orbs. The reporter immediately inquired, Oh, who are you? Could you enlighten us? I am Yachirobe, and as for these two orbs, they are spaceships. Yachirobe asserted confidently. The eyes of the reporter and the assembled personnel widened in excitement. If true, this would undoubtedly be sensational news. Spaceships? How do you know this? What is their origin? They clamored in unison. Yachirobe smirked slightly, maintaining his composure as he replied, Oh dear, I'm rather hungry at the moment. What to do? How could I possibly let you go hungry? Come, let us get in the car. It's on me. The reporter, thumping his chest, declared with bravado. As Bulma watched the unfolding scene on the television, she felt utterly speechless. Is this really acceptable? Yachirobe truly is an exceptional character. On the battlefield, Jiang Ling smiled faintly. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My home and Wukong's are quite distant, and thus we arrived late. Thank you all for your efforts. Son Wukong nodded, subsequently releasing the Kaioshin state, his crimson aura dissipating as he returned to his normal form. He produced two senzu beans, offering one each to Yamcha and Tenshinhan. Consume these quickly, and then depart at once, far away. This battle is beyond your capabilities. Yamcha and Tenshinhan declined to take the beans, shaking their heads resolutely. It would be futile for us. It would serve no purpose. Wukong, you and Jiang Ling are in greater need of the senzu beans. Their determination was palpable, and without waiting for Wukong to speak again, they left the battlefield with the assistance of Krillin and Kaioshin. As Jiang Ling's thoughts shifted, she dispelled the crimson aura of the Kaioshin, gazing at Vegeta with a quiet inner critique. How short he is. A tad taller than the bald Krillin, yet barely matching Bulma's height. At that moment, another figure soared into view from behind, son Gohan, arriving rather belatedly. Jiang Ling pointed to the location where the rubble concealed Piccolo. Gohan, Piccolo is buried there. Please help him. Upon hearing this, son Gohan exclaimed, Uncle Piccolo, and struggled to excavate him from the pile of debris. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Piccolo still had a faint breath. Dad, Uncle Piccolo is not dead yet. Son Gohan's expression turned frantic, his hands trembling slightly. He understood that if this continued, Uncle Piccolo would inevitably succumb to his injuries. The thought of Piccolo's demise was unbearable for him. Gohan continued, This is a senzu bean. Son Wukong tossed a senzu bean over, which Gohan instinctively caught, albeit with a puzzled expression. Observing his confusion, Wukong clarified, As long as Piccolo has a breath left, he can recover. Just feed it to him. Gohan's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope upon hearing this. He hurriedly placed the Senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth. Uncle Piccolo, you must be all right. Gohan grasped Piccolo's grim, green hand tightly, softly praying for his recovery. Moments later, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes. A glimmer of vitality shining forth as he instantly stood up, exuding a powerful aura, as if he had never been on the brink of death. Wonderful. Uncle Piccolo is safe. Son Gohan's face lit up with joy. Piccolo nodded toward Jiang Ling and Son Wukong as a greeting, then squatted down. A fleeting softness appearing in his usually indifferent gaze as he patted Gohan's head, uttering a few emotionally neutral words, I am fine. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reflect. Since his arrival, the narrative had diverged from the original tale. Take this battle, for instance, in the original story. Half of the Earth's warriors perished before Wukong arrived late to the scene. However, despite arriving 10 minutes late due to the distance, there were no casualties. Everyone was alive and well, with only a few sustaining serious injuries. Yet, one aspect left him somewhat regretful. The Vegeta had not been released. Denying the legendary scene of the God of Tea. Not far away, Vegeta stood rooted, his mind in turmoil. What is happening? He was on the verge of death just moments ago, and now he appears completely unscathed after consuming a single bean? If I had a plethora of those beans, I could raise an army, and with the wish from the Dragon Balls for immortality, would I not be able to contend with Frieza? Contemplating this, Vegeta's eyes glimmered. Disregarding the fleeing Krillin and others, his gaze fixated on Son Wukong. You are Kakarot, aren't you? You resemble your father exactly. I am Son Wukong. As for the name Kakarot, I apologize, that may have been my former name, but I have no recollection of it. Son Wukong shook his head and continued. I am now a Saiyan raised on Earth. It seems you truly have lost your memory, Vegeta noted, his attention drawn to the swaying tail behind Jiang Ling. His gaze sharpened. You are also a Saiyan? Why have I not heard of you? Jiang Ling curled his lips and shrugged, saying, there are countless matters you have yet to hear about. My absence will not make a difference. Hmph. Observing Jiang Ling's nonchalant demeanor, Vegeta snorted coldly. Are you certain you wish to oppose me, betraying the entire Saiyan Empire? Jiang Ling. Son Wukong. Vegeta, observing the silence between the two, had already formed a conclusion in his mind. It matters not. I merely seek the gift of immortality, as well as those beings you just presented. You may leave now. Son Wukong gazed at him, his expression earnest, declaring, I will not allow you to succeed. Nor will I permit your triumph. Jiang Ling stepped forward. They are not wrong. Beck said, I feel the same. Son Wukong exclaimed loudly. The wind swept through the yellow sand, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter. Since you refuse to hand over the Dragon Balls and the Senzu beans, I shall take action until you comply. Upon hearing these words, everyone immediately tensed up, bracing for Vegeta's assault. To their surprise, Vegeta did not initiate an attack. Instead, he shot off at an incredible speed in an entirely different direction. Why did he run away? This is bad. Jiang Ling gazed intently at the direction in which he had flown and exclaimed, he has gone to pursue Krillin and the others. What? Son Wukong responded with astonishment, immediately employing the Kaioken technique to chase after him. Without the Kaioken, his speed would undoubtedly be insufficient to catch up with Vegeta. Damn it, my speed is still too slow. Son Wukong gritted his teeth as the crimson flames erupted from his body, dramatically enhancing his velocity. Triple Kaioken. Yet, he was still starting too late. Remaining at a considerable distance from Vegeta, before long, Wukong heard the chilling sounds of screams and the thunderous roars of explosions ahead. In the next moment, he beheld Vegeta on the ground, with 4 figures lying nearby. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Wu, Wukong. Krillin gasped, barely clinging to life. We have burdened you. No. Wukong shook his head, retrieving a Senzu bean and placing it into Krillin's mouth. Do not refuse. You have already died once. Dying again means you cannot be resurrected. At this moment, the Earth's dragon could only revive a person once, should they perish again. Resurrection would be impossible. Krillin consumed the Senzu bean and regained his strength. Son Wukong glanced at the other 3, who had lost all signs of life. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Kakarot, if you do not surrender the Dragon Balls and Senzu beans, your friends and family will meet the same fate as them, one by one, before your very eyes. Son Wukong fixed his gaze on Vegeta, fury igniting in his eyes. As the flames surrounding him surged once more, he declared, each word resonating with determination, I shall defeat you. Heh, what kind of confidence do you mere insects possess to think you could ever triumph over me? Vegeta scoffed. His disdainful words were not unfounded. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, his battle power had been unparalleled among his peers, even surpassing older Saiyans, marking him as an exceptional talent. He could not fathom that a Saiyan exiled to this remote, desolate planet could possess strength greater than his own. Chapter 19, The Gorilla Bang. Vegeta was sent flying into the air. Standing where he once was none other than the arriving Jiang Ling. What a disgraceful display, to utter such words. 2 shockwaves shot forth from Piccolo and Gohan's hands. Special beam cannon. Hell's own grenade. The unexpected assault struck Vegeta, who was caught unawares in the sky. We did it. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, remarking on the delightful synergy and the thrill of ambush. Sun Wukong expressed his strong agreement, while Piccolo nodded slightly. In the sky, Vegeta appeared, his attire disheveled and his expression grim. Moments ago, he had dismissed them as mere ants, only to be swiftly confronted by one of those ants. Not far away, Sun Wukong, enveloped in a fierce crimson flame, suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Stand back. I shall defeat him myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling glanced at Vegeta and then at the lifeless forms of Yamcha and his companions on the ground, comprehending Wukong's intent. Wukong wished to resolve this personally. At that moment, Vegeta was an exceedingly irksome presence, utterly unlike his later self. With a silent sigh, Jiang Ling shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Very well, but do exercise caution." "Go for it, Dad," Son Gohan shouted enthusiastically. "Be careful, your opponent is formidable," Piccolo cautioned. Son Wukong nodded and, like a cannonball, shot forth. Tracing a brilliant red arc through the air, he collided directly with the overconfident Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was sent reeling. Blood spilling from his mouth as he soared through the sky, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he be so fast? And this incredible power, what is happening? Before Vegeta could fully comprehend the situation, Sun Wukong was already behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Vegeta screamed as he plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact, his expression resembling one who had just endured a grueling debate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a lowly warrior possess such immense power? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, ultimately causing his injuries to flare up. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling slightly better afterward. Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the crater, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily as his body trembled slightly. The Kaioshin technique, with its increasing levels of intensity, had taken a substantial toll on him. At his current strength, utilizing a threefold Kaioshin was a tremendous strain, pushing him to his limits. Vegeta rose, observing Sun Wukong at the crater's edge, slowly wiping away the blood. A smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. "It seems you have resorted to forcibly augmenting your strength. And what of it? As long as you are defeated." "That is all that matters," Sun Wukong replied, wiping the blood from his lips. Vegeta's expression hardened, and a surge of energy erupted from him as he swiftly closed the distance between them, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. "Ta-da-da!" Sun Wukong, undeterred, utilized his quick reflexes and the enhanced strength from the threefold Kaioshin to parry all of Vegeta's attacks, while simultaneously delivering powerful counterstrikes, worsening Vegeta's wounds with each blow. After several exchanges, Vegeta found himself crashing to the ground once more, battered and bruised, utterly disheveled. After all, he possessed only a combat power of 18,000, while Wukong, employing the threefold Kaioshin, had surpassed 20,000. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, struggling under the immense strain, on the verge of collapse. "You have improved, Kakarot," Vegeta remarked, staring fixedly at the daytime sky. "Alas, your tail is gone. You can no longer wield the greatest power of the Saiyan race." Sun Wukong paused, momentarily perplexed. "What?" Not far off, Piccolo's expression shifted as he cast a sidelong glance at Gohan, seemingly connecting the dots, and looked up toward the sky. Internally, he thought, surely not. "I destroyed the moon." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jiang Ling shouted urgently, "Quick, stop him." Before Wukong could react, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a faintly glowing energy, which he then hurled into the sky. A man-made moon. If a Saiyan sees a full moon, they can transform into a colossal ape, gaining terrifying strength. Yet, in the absence of a full moon, a Saiyan can expend their own energy to create an artificial moon. Jiang Ling averted his gaze from the moonlit sky, his tail still intact, unwilling to transform into a gorilla. After all, he was uncertain whether he could retain his sanity after such a metamorphosis. "Everyone, act swiftly. Time is of the essence." Jiang Ling uttered a phrase, his hands elegantly positioned at his waist, and in an instant, he concentrated a wave of energy. The Kamehameha, Krillin, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, upon hearing this, swiftly unleashed their most rapid techniques. Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Special Beam Cannon. Too late. A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips as his body began to swell, sprouting dark fur. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the nearby stones to tremble. The assault launched by Jiang Ling and others had little effect on the mighty Vegeta. This is the power of the Saiyans. Vegeta roared with exuberance, unleashing a formidable energy blast towards the position of Jiang Ling and his companions. Jiang Ling and the others swiftly evaded as the energy cannon struck the ground, sending debris flying and creating a deep crater. Vegeta turned, observing Goku's bewildered expression, and spoke. "It is understandable that you, as a Saiyan, have lost your memories and are unaware of this matter. Allow me to inform you that a Saiyan with a tail, upon witnessing a full moon, can transform into a colossal ape, augmenting their power tenfold." "The full moon, the ape," Goku murmured softly, his gaze becoming hollow. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently caused his grandfather's demise during his youth. "Grandfather." Vegeta, now in his giant ape form, lifted his hand, accompanied by a whooshing sound, and aimed a strike at Goku. Regaining his senses, Goku leaped aside just in time. The stones beneath him, along with the earth, shattered from the impact. Despite Vegeta's imposing size, his agility was on par with Goku's, and his mind remained sharp. Goku danced across the battlefield, evading Vegeta's ferocious assaults. At that moment, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts. The foremost priority was the battle. The disparity in combat power was significant. One misstep could lead to his demise. Goku leapt onto a large rock when suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his body, causing him to falter. In that instant, Vegeta seized him firmly in his grasp. With a powerful squeeze, Goku let out a blood-curdling scream. Perish. Vegeta cackled madly. He had completely disregarded the Dragon Balls and the Senzu Beans. For Goku posed a lethal threat to him. He had to eliminate Goku first. At that moment, a voice rang out from Vegeta's side. Hey, garbage Vegeta, look over here. Krillin shouted, making a comical face as he wielded a rapidly spinning energy disc. With a swift motion, the energy disc hurtled toward Vegeta's tail. Foolish Earthling. You think I need warning to dodge an attack aimed at my tail? Vegeta scoffed, effortlessly leaping away from the energy disc's path. Goku, use the solar flare. Goku, still gripped tightly by Vegeta, summoned the energy for the solar flare despite the pain. A blinding light erupted, dazzling Vegeta's titanium-like eyes at close range. My eyes are going blind. Vegeta shielded one eye with his hand, unwilling to release Goku with the other. Yet, in that moment, a buzzing sound resonated. Behind Vegeta, Jiang Ling had stealthily appeared. A slight smirk graced his lips as he revealed a powerful energy disc already formed in his hand. With a swift gesture, the energy disc sliced toward Vegeta's tail. In an instant, the tail severed as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in fury as he sensed his strength rapidly dissipating, his form gradually shrinking. Unable to maintain his grip, Goku plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Piccolo, who transformed into a streak of light. Goku, do you have any Senzu Beans left? None. I'm sorry. Goku uttered weakly, his body gravely injured and immobile. Jiang Ling shook his head, assuring them, it's all right, you should rest. Allow me to handle this. Very well, Yukong replied, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ling and spoke in a low voice. Do you possess the confidence to face this alone? If not, we shall join you. It was not that he underestimated Jiang Ling, rather. It was due to their first encounter 6 months prior when Jiang Ling had struggled against even a mere tiger. Furthermore, there had been no prior mention of such a figure, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Krillin expressed his concern, perhaps we should all confront this together. Jiang Ling, do not overexert yourself. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself that as long as they took care of Yukong, everything would be fine. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Had he joined forces with Yukong to confront Vegeta earlier, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Unfortunately, Yukong had insisted on seeking revenge for his companions alone, leaving Jiang Ling with no choice. At that moment, Wukong weakly spoke, you need not worry. Jiang Ling should be able to handle this, as he is even stronger than I. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression softened, Krillin gasped in disbelief, and Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. In just 6 months, Jiang Ling had grown to a level surpassing even Wukong. Could it be that he was a genius? In the original narrative, Wukong, facing utter despair, had recklessly unleashed a fourfold Kaioshin, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. Yet now, he had only resorted to a threefold increase before being taken out of the fight. Perhaps Wukong was aware that Jiang Ling could step in. Or he simply did not wish to risk his life again and cause Chi-Chi further heartache, thus refraining from pushing beyond his physical limits with the fourfold Kaioshin. Vegeta stared blankly at his severed tail, and after a prolonged moment of realization, he screamed in a hoarse voice, no. My power. Vegeta's expression twisted into a grimace as he erupted in a fierce, translucent aura, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward from him. Jiang Ling stepped forward, his expression grave. At this moment, Vegeta's condition resembled that of a critically wounded boss in a game, having entered a state of frenzy. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. A crimson aura enveloped Jiang Ling, and under the enhancement of the King S-Fist, he became strikingly formidable. Launching the first assault, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Vegeta, delivering blows upon him like a tempest unleashed. The swiftness of Jiang Ling's punches left one utterly unprepared. Enveloped in fury, Vegeta found himself relegated to a passive role, enduring blows with no means of retaliation. Jiang Ling executed a flying kick with his right leg, swiftly following it with a whip-like strike, a seamless succession of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta found himself unable to lift his head, utterly suppressed. Krillin and Gohan struggled to keep pace with Jiang Ling's movements, occasionally catching mere glimpses of his afterimages. Meanwhile, Piccolo's gaze shifted in tandem with Jiang Ling's motions, his expression increasingly filled with astonishment. It was an overwhelming dominance. One must recognize that, at this moment, the enraged Vegeta possessed strength surpassing his previous form, yet he was still being mercilessly overpowered by Jiang Ling. What a terrifying display of power. However, at that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Where there is oppression, there is bound to be an eruption. This is an immutable truth. Aya! With a furious roar, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of potent energy, propelling Jiang Ling away. He then leapt into the sky. Die with me. Vegeta's countenance twisted in rage as he gathered his ultimate technique in his hands. Final flash. He had succumbed to madness, intent on annihilating Jiang Ling along with the earth itself. The final flash, imbued with terrifying force, surged down towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, withdrew her fist, and took a few steps back, inhaling deeply. The crimson flames enveloping her suddenly erupted. Triple Kaioken. Quadruple Kaioken. The red flames blazed fiercely. Jiang Ling gazed intently at the approaching energy blast and, without hesitation, delivered a swift slap. With a resounding thud, the blast veered off course and shot back. What? How could this be? Vegeta stood in stunned disbelief, rooted to the spot. The energy blast had drained him of nearly all his strength, leaving him with little power to defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as the blast struck him. With a tremendous crash, Vegeta plummeted from the sky to the ground. After a moment, he shakily rose to his feet, his battle suit in tatters, blood oozing from his wounds. I cannot die. I must not perish. I am destined to attain immortality and vanquish Frieza. Jiang Ling silently scoffed, truly remarkable, as expected of Vegeta. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he still managed to rise to his feet. However, I shall seize this opportunity to claim your life. Jiang Ling launched herself into the air, delivering a kick that was initially aimed at the abdomen. For reasons unknown, it veered slightly off course and struck Vegeta below the belt. A piercing scream of anguish echoed through the skies. Vegeta's body curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his complexion pale, with beads of sweat cascading down his face. Jiang Ling. Sun Wukong. Krillin observed the scene, instinctively tightening his legs. Piccolo's brow twitched, feeling a phantom pain. Gohan glanced at the silent crowd, then at Vegeta, tilting his head and shrugging, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Ahem, I didn't mean to kick that spot. Please don't take offense. Jiang Ling cleared his throat softly and approached Vegeta. At this moment, the latter had already lost his fighting capability, posing no threat whatsoever. Jiang Ling's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, poised to end Vegeta's haughty existence. Wait, Goku's voice resonated. Could you please refrain from taking his life? Upon hearing this, everyone directed their gaze towards Goku. Jiang Ling ceased his subsequent actions, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood that the quintessential scenario of Goku sparing his adversary had emerged. What are you contemplating, Goku? Vegeta has slain Chaozu, Tien, and Yamcha, and you now wish to let him escape? Krillin was the first to express his discontent. Piccolo, utterly speechless, recalled the last World Martial Arts tournament when Goku had shown mercy to him, allowing him to depart. The current situation mirrored that past event perfectly. Observing Goku, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Piccolo shook his head and coldly uttered two words: foolishness. You see, even the usually reticent Piccolo has resorted to reproach. Krillin stamped his feet in frustration. Gohan placed his hand on Goku's forehead, a look of confusion adorning his face. Father, surely you haven't suffered a blow to the head? No, Goku shook his head, gazing at the sky and sighed. I simply feel it would be a pity to kill him. I yearn for another exhilarating battle with him. Jiang Ling, may I indulge in this one just once? That is my sole request. Upon hearing this, Krillin's spirit deflated. Very well. You have indeed saved the earth countless times. You are certainly entitled to a moment of indulgence. Jiang Ling gazed at Wukong, his eyes flickering between a murderous intent and hesitation. The most decisive course of action would be to eliminate Vegeta directly, thus resolving the matter once and for all. However, the ensuing narrative would be beyond his control. Conversely, if he were to release Vegeta, as the story unfolded, Vegeta and Wukong would become the primary defenders of Earth, allowing him to rest comfortably in the background. This was the source of his indecision. Jiang Ling, I implore you. I will heed your counsel from now on. Wukong's voice echoed once more. Sigh. Jiang Ling sighed, uttering a word of disdain. Saint Mother. Immediately, in a fit of frustration, he kicked towards Vegeta's direction. Ah! Vegeta let out a piercing scream as he was struck twice in the most vulnerable part of a man. The heart-wrenching sound left the onlookers visibly uncomfortable. Piccolo's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he did not possess that particular anatomy. After a while, as the pain in his treasured area subsided somewhat, Vegeta, trembling, retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. A solitary white circular spacecraft descended from the distance, landing directly beside him and opening its hatch. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Vegeta gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to crawl inside. Within the confines of the spacecraft, his gaze swept over the crowd and fixed on Piccolo. If I am not mistaken, you must be an Namekian. This reminds me. I have heard tales of the miraculous wish orbs on Namek, akin to the Dragon Balls on Earth, correct? Upon hearing this, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, while the others exchanged puzzled glances. A Namekian? The Demon King Piccolo is an extraterrestrial? Jiang Ling's expression remained largely unchanged, for as a traveler from another realm, he was already aware of this fact. Vegeta, surprised by their reactions, soon realized the truth, mocking, it seems you, like cockroach, are oblivious to your origins. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. The hatch slowly closed. I shall return. Vegeta's last words echoed as the spacecraft soared into the sky, departing for outer space. Krillin shouted in frustration, "Damn it, clarify your words. What is this about Namek?" Meanwhile, inside the spacecraft, Vegeta activated the life support system and succumbed to unconsciousness. He was utterly exhausted. The few defiant words he had just uttered were his last stand. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of red light shimmered in a corner of the spacecraft as he spoke. Chapter 21. Preparing to journey to Namek in a distant expanse of the universe. There existed a planet lush with verdant trees, embodying a vibrant vitality. Yet, amidst the multitude of foliage stood a steel base, starkly contrasting with its natural surroundings. Within this space, in an opulently adorned office, Frieza sat upon a floating chair, hands clasped before him, elegantly listening to a recording presented by his subordinates. Namek. Wish Orbs. Vegeta truly is a disobedient one, though he remains unaware that there is a recording device aboard his ship. Ahaha. Standing beside him was a rotund figure with pink skin, who seized the opportune moment to suggest, "Should we?" Making a gesture across his throat. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him, elegantly shaking his head. "I am not a ruler devoid of principles. Since Vegeta has provided such crucial intelligence, I shall pay a visit to Namek, acquire immortality, and then personally see to his end." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, a cruel smile graced his lips. "Dodoria. Are there any teams available at the base?" The pink-hued Dodoria quickly responded, "Your Majesty, several teams have already been dispatched for battle. The fastest will not return for another 3 days. Then we shall depart in 3 days for Namek," Frieza declared slowly. On Earth, following Vegeta's departure, a heavy silence descended upon the group. They gazed at the lifeless bodies of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin, and a wave of sorrow enveloped the atmosphere. Krillin attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "It's all right, we still have the Dragon Balls. We can bring them back to life in a year." Jiang Ling's expression was one of profound sorrow. After all, they had been friends for several months. Witnessing someone who was once so vibrant now reduced to a lifeless corpse is a heart-wrenching experience for anyone. Yet, as she continued to gaze, Jiang Ling's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, and the grief within her dissipated entirely. The posture of Yamcha, sprawled out as he was. Why did it seem so remarkably familiar? Was this not the legendary scene from the original tale, where Yamcha's legacy endures through the ages? Indeed, the Tea-God truly lived up to his title. Jiang Ling, filled with sorrow, took out her phone and opened the camera application. She pressed the shutter button. Click. This timeless moment was captured within her device. Jiang Ling resolved to upload this photograph to the USB drive where she stored her essential study materials as soon as she returned. Jiang Ling called Bulma, requesting her to bring a larger spacecraft. While they awaited her arrival, they began discussing the final words left by Vegeta. "Piccolo, do you realize you are an Namekian?" inquired Sun Wukong. Piccolo shook his head, uncertain, and speculated that even the Supreme Kai might not be aware. Krillin interjected. Vegeta mentioned that there are wish orbs similar to the Dragon Balls on Namek. It seems you and the Supreme Kai must have some connection to that planet. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. "I suspect that Namek may harbor a clan of Namekians. Piccolo, do you wish to journey to Namek?" "Hmph. Why should I care?" Piccolo scoffed, turning his lips in disdain and remaining silent. Yet, deep within, he felt a flicker of intrigue. To the eye, he appeared utterly at odds with the inhabitants of Earth. On several occasions, during solitary meditation, he had contemplated the origins of his existence. Jiang Ling glanced at Piccolo and spoke again. Vegeta did not acquire the Dragon Balls on Earth this time. Once he recovers, it is highly likely he will journey to Namek. At that point, Piccolo, your kin, may be in peril. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Goku, who was reclining, brightened up and exclaimed, "He plans to go to Namek. I wish to accompany him. I yearn for another battle." Humph. Such words are easy to utter. But what about the spaceship? Earth currently lacks any spacecraft, Piccolo retorted coldly. Jiang Ling smiled. "This is a problem I shall resolve. I have decided to accompany Wukong to planet Namek." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured, "Make sure to take me along." With that, he soared into the sky. Gohan raised his hand and exclaimed, "If Uncle Piccolo and Dad are going, then I want to go too." Jiang Ling nodded, directing his gaze towards Klin. The latter scratched his shiny bald head and said, "Since you all are going, I shall join as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling initially intended to decline, fearing that Klin's involvement might lead him down the well-trodden path of the original tale, ultimately resulting in dire consequences. However, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that a journey to Mikexing could be advantageous. It would allow Klin to seek guidance from the Great Elder and unlock his potential, ensuring he would not remain feeble and easily vanquished by foes. After all, as a childhood companion of Wukong, a prince's study mate, it would be quite unacceptable for him to lack strength. After a brief interval, a medium-sized airship appeared on the horizon, descending gracefully beside the group. Kiki was the first to emerge from within. Upon spotting Wukong sprawled on the ground, tears welled up in her eyes, and she immediately dashed towards him. Jiang Ling turned to Bulma, who was approaching, and inquired, "How did Chi-Chi come along?" Bulma shrugged her shoulders and replied, I figured that with Goku severely injured, you all, being rather blunt, wouldn't be able to take care of him. Since Goku cannot be left unattended, I went to fetch Chi-Chi. Well, that seems quite reasonable. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, casually resting his hand on Bulma's waist. Bulma rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away, murmuring, "Pervert." Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed at Wukong, her heart heavy with concern. "Wukong, how did you get hurt like this? Does it hurt? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? What if you die again, leaving us behind? What are we to do?" Son Wukong grinned. "It doesn't hurt. See, I'm fine." "Is that so?" Son Gohan, overhearing his father's words, poked his arm. "Ouch." Son Wukong cried out, "Don't poke me. It hurts." "You still claim it doesn't hurt?" Chi-Chi, wiping her tears, couldn't help but laugh, giving Gohan a light pat. "Your father is injured. Stop teasing him." Observing the harmonious scene of the Sun family, Jiang Ling shook his head. Such blatant display of affection. "Bulma, we need a spaceship." Jiang Ling wished to discuss the matter of their journey to Namek with Bulma, only to find her staring blankly at Yamcha's lifeless body, rendered speechless. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling fell into silence, letting out a sigh within. Indeed, after several years of affection, it would be disingenuous to claim that it meant nothing. Surely, Bulma must be feeling a profound sorrow in her heart. Jiang Ling stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, he noticed Bulma blinked, contemplating whether the space aboard the flying vessel was insufficient. Perhaps it would be more practical to incinerate Yamcha on the spot? Jiang Ling turned to gaze at the flying vessel capable of accommodating a dozen passengers, lost in contemplation. Chapter 22, The Ingenious Use of the Tail. Aboard the flying ship, the remains of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaioshin were placed in a preservation chamber and subsequently stored in capsules. As Piccolo did not perish in battle as depicted in the original narrative, they merely needed to wait a year for the Dragon Balls to cool down before making a wish for resurrection. Chi-Chi and Gohan remained by Son Wukong's side, offering their concern and support. Due to the depletion of the Senzu beans, Son Wukong's injuries could not be immediately healed, and Bulma had to pilot the ship toward the finest hospital in West City. Along the journey, Jiang Ling recounted the origins of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, along with their plan to visit Namek. Namek also has Dragon Balls. "I never expected the Supreme Kai to be an extraterrestrial," Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before furrowing her brow. "However, considering the conditions we have, even with my father's most advanced engine, long-distance interstellar travel seems quite challenging. There's no need for concern. Do you remember how Son Wukong arrived here as a child?" Jiang Ling replied with a smile. "He came from outer space," Bulma instinctively responded. And then her eyes lit up. "Oh right. He must have come aboard a spaceship." Jiang Ling nodded and said, "Indeed, we can locate the spaceship from earlier, modify it, and it will still be functional. Moreover, since we managed to drive Vegeta away, there is still one spaceship left behind. And I happen to have found the remote control for their spacecraft." As he spoke, Jiang Ling retrieved a remote control from his pocket and held it aloft. "Through this spaceship, we can reverse engineer the advanced technologies that we have yet to master." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ling's vivid descriptions allowed her to envision numerous advanced technologies that Earth lacked, along with the prospect of delightful interstellar travel that appeared to pose little danger. These were precisely the aspects that piqued her interest. The vastness of the cosmos. What scientist would not be captivated? All right, let's retrieve the spaceship and modify it. As for the research on technology, I'll leave that to my father. My current fascination lies with interstellar travel. However, considering the number of people involved, we might need to expand the space a bit. With each passing thought, Bulma grew increasingly exhilarated, and, in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, she cupped Jiang Ling's face and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. Realizing her actions, she suddenly froze, overwhelmed by excitement. She had acted on a fantasy she had long harbored. Her fair complexion instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing. Too shy to meet Jiang Ling's gaze, Jiang Ling gazed at her shy yet blossoming demeanor, feeling a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Swallowing hard, he slowly leaned closer to her delicate visage. An enchanting atmosphere enveloped the two, as Bulma closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly upward. Their breaths mingled, allowing them to sense the warmth of each other's exhalations. For a fleeting moment, aside from the faint hum of the airship's engine, only the sound of their heartbeats resonated in the air, just as Jiang Ling was about to press his lips against her tender, crimson ones. Gohan's sudden appearance interrupted their moment. "Aunt Bulma, we're about to crash," Gohan exclaimed, pointing frantically at the mountain looming ahead of the airship. "Ah," Bulma gasped, turning hurriedly to take control of the vessel. Jiang Ling cast a displeased look at Gohan, who innocently inquired, "Aunt Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red." "Oh, well, maybe," Bulma replied awkwardly, forcing a laugh. "Gohan, huh?" Jiang Ling took a deep breath and lifted Gohan, transporting him to the other side of the wall where Goku and Chi-Chi were. He believed it was essential for Gohan to witness the harsh realities of society. Unaware of the impending danger that loomed closer with each passing moment, Gohan inquired, "Uncle Jiang Ling, is something wrong?" Jiang Ling paid no heed to the matter at hand, Instead, he turned to Chi-Chi, his expression grave as he stated, Chi-Chi, I firmly believe that Wufan possesses immense potential. He should not neglect either his studies or martial arts training. Chi-Chi was taken aback for a moment, then her expression shifted to one of concern. Well, Wufan is still quite young. Perhaps we should consult his opinion. Wufan, what are your thoughts? Wufan tilted his head in contemplation, feeling that he enjoyed both studying and martial arts equally. I like both. Jiang Ling smiled and said, it's wonderful that everyone enjoys it. Therefore, in addition to your original academic tasks, you should incorporate some martial arts training. I have faith in your capabilities. Chi-Chi, let me emphasize that teaching children should begin early. Otherwise, it will be impossible to catch up with others' children later on. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately expressed her agreement. Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction and continued, moreover, do not treat the child as a treasure. If he misbehaves, he must be disciplined. Mere verbal admonishments will not suffice. Subsequently, Jiang Ling fervently advocated for the merits of corporal punishment. However, with Gohan's strength, it seems unlikely that Chi-Chi could inflict any harm upon him, right? If Chi-Chi is incapable, what of Goku? Jiang Ling returned to the cockpit, content and satisfied. As for how Wukong persuaded Chi-Chi to allow him and his son to journey to Namek, that was none of his concern. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Jiang Ling closed his eyes, feigning slumber, while he delved into his thoughts, examining the rewards he had acquired from signing in with Vegeta today. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the ability to transform into a gorilla while retaining rationality. Oh, Jiang Ling was somewhat taken aback. This ability was rather impressive. He was reluctant to part with his tail. After all, Gohan had mentioned that possessing a tail was quite advantageous. For instance, when standing to relieve oneself, the tail could provide support on the ground, forming a tripod with the two legs, effectively preventing a fall due to the force of gravity after urination. Chapter 23, The Weakness of Wukong. The airship glided leisurely through the sky. Jiang Ling gazed unabashedly at Bulma, who occupied the driver's seat. Sensing his scrutiny, Bulma turned her head, only to meet his eyes directly. Ah, she exclaimed, quickly averting her gaze, a flicker of panic crossing her expression. A girl in love is often more sensitive, and Bulma, usually so carefree and bold, was no exception. She set the airship to autopilot, then turned back and feigned composure as she inquired, what are you looking at? In Jiang Ling's eyes, there was a tenderness as he gazed at the girl he adored, her beauty captivating him entirely. Might I have the honor of calling you my girlfriend? He murmured, leaning closer to Bulma's ear. He continued softly, I wish for the kite to have the wind, the dolphin the sea, and for you to be a part of my world. His warm breath brushed against Bulma's earlobe, eliciting a soft sigh from her lips. A sensation akin to an electric current coursed through her body, leaving her feeling effervescent and weak at the knees. Bulma's gaze began to drift into a dreamy haze. What do you say? He pressed gently. Upon hearing the response, Jiang Ling's heart leaped with joy. Gazing at the bashful Bulma before him, he suddenly felt an urge to tease her. What? I can't hear you. How about raising your voice a little? Where's that usual boisterousness of yours? Bulma looked up at Jiang Ling, whose playful smile ignited a frown upon her brow. The youthful expression of shyness vanished in an instant. With one hand on her hip and the other tugging at Jiang Ling's ear, she exclaimed loudly, I said I agreed to be your girlfriend. Did you hear that? Should I repeat myself? Yes, I heard you loud and clear. Jiang Ling instantly complied, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. This was more like it. Bulma, with a hint of haughtiness, crossed her arms and resumed her seat, displaying a triumphant smile. It was the height of summer, and Bulma, clad in shorts, revealed her fair, delicate, and elongated legs without reserve. Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned. As if possessed by an unseen force, he reached out his hand. Just as he was about to make contact with her thigh, he suddenly realized his actions. Unsure whether to proceed or withdraw, he quickly altered his approach and instead tickled her armpit. Oh, please stop that. You're so naughty. Don't do that anymore, all right? Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Wukong underwent a comprehensive examination, and the doctor, upon reviewing the results, was taken aback. This injury, it must have been caused by a heavy truck, right? And it seems you were run over multiple times. The severity of the injuries was astonishing, especially considering he had not uttered a single sound. The doctor felt a profound respect for son Wukong's indomitable spirit. First, we need to administer an injection. What? Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with resistance. I refuse to have an injection. Absolutely not. The doctor was somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, Wukong had proclaimed himself a true man. Yet now he was reluctant to face a mere injection. Jiang Ling and the others covered their faces, caught between laughter and tears. Chi-Chi, hands on her hips and with a stern expression, declared in an authoritative tone, you must receive the injection, whether you like it or not. Only then will your injuries heal more swiftly. Son Wukong, witnessing the scene, gazed at her with a pitiful expression, his meaning unmistakable. However, Chi-Chi disregarded his look and insisted that the doctor administer the injection immediately. She then turned to Gohan, admonishing him, do not emulate your father. We must be good children, understand? Gohan, somewhat confused, nodded in agreement. He comforted his father, saying, "Don't worry, Dad. I will prepare a nourishing tonic of tiger essence for you." Son Wukong's eyes brightened at this, and he replied, "Excellent." Jiang Ling. Leaving Wukong's family at the hospital, Bulma returned home with Jiang Ling naturally. It was Bulma's residence, as it was conveniently located nearby. At this moment, evening had descended. Jiang Ling stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat fatigued. Today's battle appeared deceptively simple, yet it harbored immense peril. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of Earth. Alas, the planet is exceedingly fragile. Thus, on the battlefield, Jiang Ling's mind remained perpetually alert, fearing that a moment's inattention could spell disaster, leading not only to the destruction of the Earth, but also to his own demise, leaving no room for regret. Now that the immediate threat had passed, he naturally began to feel the weight of exhaustion. Noticing his state, Bulma remarked, "Allow me to arrange a guest room for you." "Very well, please proceed," he replied. Jiang Ling stifled a yawn. It was merely the first day of their relationship, and achieving perfection at this stage was utterly improbable. At most, they could share a gentle kiss and hold hands. The two entered a guest room. Although referred to as a guest room, it was, in fact, quite spacious, boasting ample natural light and a comprehensive array of facilities, including a bathroom and other amenities. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, who was introducing the room, a flutter of excitement stirring within him. After all, they were now in a romantic relationship. A gentle kiss seemed hardly excessive. With this thought, Jiang Ling reached out to embrace her slender waist. Their eyes met, and Bulma's cheeks flushed with color. In the solitude of the night, the atmosphere was charged, and the tension was palpable. "Bulma, you promised to be my girlfriend," Jiang Ling said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Bulma, blushing and somewhat apprehensive, stammered, "What? What do you want to do?" "Nothing in particular." As Jiang Ling spoke, he leaned in for a kiss. Their breaths mingled, lips brushing against one another. Bulma became entranced, her body growing weak. Unbeknownst to them, they had shifted to the edge of the bed. With a gentle motion, they both fell onto the mattress. Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling before her, her heart racing with anticipation. Was it here that she would surrender her innocence? A flicker of expectation ignited within her. At over 20 years of age, she was no longer a child. During her previous relationship, she had refrained from taking any further steps, believing herself too young, keeping their bond strictly platonic. Their long-distance relationship, coupled with growing discord, had led to frequent arguments. Yamcha became increasingly absorbed in martial arts, gradually distancing himself from her, resulting in only a handful of meetings each year. In this state of affairs, their relationship had never progressed further. Thus, Bulma remained an untouched maiden, still innocent of the ways of love. Jiang Ling embraced Bulma, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. The gentleness of a woman often has the power to disarm a man, allowing him to shed all defenses and relax completely. At this moment, Jiang Ling appeared as though he had entered a gentle harbor. In the expectant gaze of Bulma, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Bulma exclaimed, "I've even taken off my skirt and prepared myself, yet you choose to sleep?" Chapter 24, Is it feasible? The following morning, Bulma urged, "Jiang Ling, wake up quickly. The sun is already high in the sky. How much longer do you intend to sleep? It's time to search for Goku's childhood spaceship." Jiang Ling, in a state of drowsiness, slowly opened his eyes, only to find Bulma, whom he had held throughout the night, glaring at him with evident irritation. "Can you let go of me now? I need to freshen up. I truly can't believe you. You held me all night and still slept so soundly." Gazing into her mournful eyes, Jiang Ling instinctively released his grip. As reality dawned upon him, he wished he could slap himself in disbelief. They had done nothing at all last night. Just slept. Truly unbelievable. Jiang Ling inwardly berated herself. How could someone of her age find sleep so easily? Listening to the gentle sound of water cascading from the bathroom, she gazed at the enchanting silhouette that danced upon the frosted glass. Jiang Ling felt an irresistible urge stirring within him. With his vitality already heightened in the early morning, coupled with Bulma's recent melancholic gaze, he realized that he must take action. The bathroom door was unlatched. Jiang Ling entered the bathroom, and a startled exclamation escaped Bulma's lips. What are you doing here?" "I'm here to help you scrub your back. You've seen me completely naked. Our relationship is such that it matters not whether you are seen now or later, heh." Bulma, observing Jiang Ling's shameless demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. However, recalling the task that awaited them, she adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, "Let's discuss this later, shall we? We need to find the spaceship shortly." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the spacecraft could be located at any time. "No worries, let us carry on." Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling's physique, swallowing hard. It must be said that Jiang Ling's form was truly remarkable. His chest was prominent, his waist well-defined, and his legs sculpted. His V-line was distinct, and his 8-pack abs were perfectly defined, embodying the quintessential allure of a figure that appeared slender in clothing yet revealed a toned physique when unadorned. Jiang Ling reached out and embraced her slender waist, their heated skin pressing against one another. "May I kiss you?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied. "You smell delightful." "How annoying. Be gentler." "May I kiss you here?" he asked. No, she responded. Very well. Can I? Really? You fool. At this moment, Jiang Ling gently plucked the pipa, deftly coaxing and caressing its strings. After this exquisite performance, Bulma could hardly contain her impatience, eager to proceed to the next step. She gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Leaning closer, she softly whispered in his ear, Are you capable, my dear? Jiang Ling felt as if the string of reason within him had snapped. Are you questioning me? He exclaimed, his heart ablaze with a fervor that surpassed even the might of the Kaioshin. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and carried her from the bathroom, laying her gently upon the bed. At that moment, Bulma's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy, embodying a state of surrender. Before reason completely vanished, Jiang Ling issued a command to the system in her mind. System, shut down. Shutting down. Shut down complete. After confirming multiple times, Jiang Ling turned her gaze towards Bulma, akin to a famished wolf encountering a delectable feast, and leaped forward. Their mutual affection blossomed effortlessly, as if destined. Bulma bore the consequences of her spoken words. At this moment, the distance between them was non-existent. The large bed swayed like a small boat caught in a tempest, teetering precariously. An hour later, Jiang Ling sat comfortably on the sofa, with Bulma languidly nestled in his embrace. Not far away lay the collapsed bed. Bulma's delicate face still bore a hint of crimson. She slightly furrowed her brows and remarked, Could you not be so rough? It can be painful the first time. You know. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling hurriedly reassured, as the saying goes, where there is flow, there is no pain. Where there is pain, there is no flow. It will be better next time. Besides, you just urged me to hurry up. Bulma shot a glare and retorted, Be quiet. Goku's spaceship had yet to be found. With that, she struggled to rise. Jiang Ling chuckled as he gently patted her head, saying, You've just blossomed. Take a moment to rest. That matter can wait. There's no need to rush. Bulma had no choice but to relent. It was not that she was unwilling to rise. Rather, Jiang Ling had been excessively unmindful of her delicate nature, leaving her body sore and devoid of strength. Had Jiang Ling been privy to her thoughts, a triumphant smirk would surely have adorned his lips. After all, it was only natural. He had been single for over 20 years. Chapter 25. A small home the following morning. Jiang Ling deliberately summoned a white circular spacecraft with a remote control. This single-person spacecraft belonged to Naba, the bald, muscular man who had come to Earth alongside Vegeta. Since he had perished, the vessel was rendered useless. Thus, it was rightfully claimed by Jiang Ling, who had stumbled upon the remote control. Jiang Ling entrusted the spacecraft to Dr. Brief, assigning him the task of researching the relevant technology. It is believed that in due time, Earth will possess its very own spacecraft. Dr. Brief is a sprightly elderly gentleman, perpetually adorned in a lab coat typical of a researcher, with a small black cat perched upon his shoulder. He is also the father of Bulma. The moment he beheld the spacecraft, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He lovingly caressed the vessel, unable to contain his admiration. If Bulma ever treats you poorly, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall set her straight, Dr. Brief declared, giving Jiang Ling a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Jiang Ling responded with a natural smile, simultaneously marking his attendance in his mind. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he sought an excuse to depart. Finding a secluded spot, he eagerly checked the rewards for his recent attendance. It is worth noting that Dr. Brief is one of the most eminent scientists on Earth. Surely, the rewards would be nothing less than exceptional. Ding. Attendance successful. Reward. Dr. Brief's art appreciation level. Jiang Ling. If memory serves him right, Dr. Brief has a penchant for reading magazines. After a day of respite, Bulma transformed back into her vivacious self. Under the flirtatious gazes exchanged between Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, the two departed from West City. Following Sun Wukong's description, they ventured into the mountains near Baozi. Amidst the vastness of the towering peaks, locating a small spacecraft was an effortless task. However, this posed no challenge for Bulma, often hailed as a prodigy. Within a few hours at home, she crafted a metal detector. With this instrument in hand, finding a spaceship became an endeavor of utmost ease. Jiang Ling returned to his residence with Bulma, a serene abode nestled amidst picturesque mountains and clear waters. After all, residing at Bulma's home might lead to whispers of being a mere playboy. Although Jiang Ling did not mind indulging in such comforts, the current phase of their romantic entanglement, filled with tender moments beneath the watchful eyes of Bulma's parents, felt somewhat peculiar. Given that their relationship had progressed to this stage, they both believed it was time to secure a private dwelling, a realm exclusively theirs. Jiang Ling found purchasing a villa to be too cumbersome, and considering it was merely for the two of them, the space felt rather desolate and uninviting. After a discussion, they unanimously decided to reside in Jiang Ling's modest abode. Before long, Jiang Ling transformed the surrounding area into a charming little courtyard. Although Bulma hailed from a wealthy family, she did not possess the demeanor of a spoiled princess. The smaller house did not bother her in the slightest. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of guilt regarding this arrangement. I feel like I've wronged you, he expressed. Bulma chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. What do you mean by wronged? What I cherish is you as a person. Besides, I am affluent. There is no material need I cannot fulfill. Jiang Ling, I almost forgot that this young lady is quite affluent. The mundane concerns of daily life hold no significance for her. Consequently, many trivial matters are rendered irrelevant. At present, the area surrounding the house has begun to take shape, featuring a garden, the residence itself, and a gravity training chamber. Additionally, there is an expansive structure reminiscent of a factory released from Bulma's capsule, which serves as her research and machinery manufacturing facility. Jiang Ling merely glanced inside, where an array of instruments lay densely packed. Even with his expertise in mechanical modifications, he could not name most of the devices. Wukong's spacecraft was already in his possession. The task of its transformation was entrusted to Bulma. Although Jiang Ling had the ability to assist, he chose to focus on his cultivation. The adversaries he would soon face could potentially include Frieza, and without a significant increase in power, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with such a foe. Relying on Sun Wukong? Perhaps it would be wiser to depend on oneself. To evade Frieza's wrath entirely? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Should Frieza gather the Dragon Balls of Namek and attain immortality, his next target would undoubtedly be Earth. As a formidable cosmic emperor and the president of a vast intergalactic real estate enterprise, Frieza would never allow the existence of Earth's Dragon Balls to pose a threat. Thus, it is imperative to enhance one's strength promptly. Otherwise, one might face a fate from which even Dragon Balls could not resurrect them. However, Jiang Ling did lend a hand in the spaceship's modifications. Within the design schematics, there was a room distinctly marked, which Jiang Ling intended to share with Bulma. Consequently, in the materials requisition list for the renovations, he deliberately included the finest soundproofing materials available on Earth, causing Bulma to blush furiously. Chapter 26. Digging a Pit. Ding. Due to the host completing a significant life event, a reward of 10 mutated senzu bean seeds has been granted. Jiang Ling was cultivating under 50 times the force of gravity when he heard a notification sound, prompting a moment of confusion. Is this truly permissible? This is the first time the system has rewarded him with something like seeds. Moreover, the mutated immortal bean seed is not something from Dragon Ball, is it? Has the immortal bean gone awry, or has Master Karen strayed? The system, sensing Jiang Ling's bewilderment, offered a clarifying explanation. Host. The mutated immortal bean seed is a special variety cultivated by the system, primarily designed to slightly enhance various physical qualities and overall strength. Ah, now I understand. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, is there any improvement in that regard? Theoretically, there should be, came the response. Well, that is indeed a positive development. Jiang Ling silently expressed his admiration for the system in his heart. As he gazed upon the introduction regarding the mutated immortal bean seeds and their modest enhancement of strength, Jiang Ling was quite satisfied. His prowess in that regard was formidable, requiring no enhancement. Moreover, a slight increase in combat power, achieved through a single mutated celestial being, would only elevate his strength by a few hundred points, rendering it somewhat trivial for him. However, this mutated celestial bean seed was perfectly suited for Bulma. To be candid, due to Bulma being an ordinary person, Jiang Ling needed to meticulously control and restrain his power to engage in intimate endeavors. Otherwise, even a slight movement could prove overwhelming for Bulma. With the acquisition of the mutated celestial bean seed, he believed that their future experiences would become increasingly. Jiang Ling dared not even contemplate such fortune. Shaking his head, he exited the gravity training room and found a vacant spot in the courtyard to crouch down. With a flick of his hand, the mutated celestial bean seeds materialized in his grasp. He dug a small hole, covered it with soil, and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Repeating these steps, Jiang Ling meticulously planted 10 seeds in succession. After watering them lightly, a miraculous scene unfolded. 10 tender sprouts emerged from the earth, emanating a faint glow. Truly, as a mutation, they grew with remarkable speed. Jiang Ling's brows relaxed. She had initially believed it would take a considerable amount of time to reap the rewards. However, it now appears that maturity is just around the corner. Jiang Ling stepped outside the research facility and, through the window, beheld a nascent spacecraft taking shape beneath which Bulma, clad in work attire, was intently manipulating machinery for modifications. Her cerulean locks were tied back in a ponytail, while beads of sweat occasionally trickled down her forehead. It must be said that when Bulma immerses herself in her work, she exudes a unique allure. Jiang Ling stepped inside, resting his hand gently on Bulma's shoulder and softly remarked, "Do not exhaust yourself. Remember to take breaks at appropriate intervals." Bulma paused, smiling as she shook her head. "I am not tired. This is my passion, and I find joy in it. Allow me to assist," Jiang Ling offered, preparing to sit down and lend a hand. Observing this, Bulma rose and ushered him out of the laboratory. "You should refrain from being a hindrance here. Transforming a spacecraft is an accomplishment that brings me great satisfaction. Then let me compensate you," he proposed. "Huh? How would you compensate me?" Bulma inquired, taken aback. Jiang Ling curled his lips into a smirk and leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. Upon hearing his words, Bulma shot him an irritated glance. "It's broad daylight. You should hold off for now. We can discuss it tonight." With that, she turned on her heel and returned to the laboratory. Jiang Ling could only force his restless emotions to return to tranquility, sighing inwardly. For those who practice martial arts, everything is commendable, except for their excessively vigorous vitality. With this thought, Jiang Ling retrieved a cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the system space. Savoring it as he made his way back to the gravity training room, commencing a new round of cultivation. The cool breeze carried with it an air of certainty. While the autumn moon stretched boundlessly above, my yearning for the beloved felt like an eternity. In the underworld, Yamcha was leisurely running along the snake path, with Tianjin Fan and Dumpling ahead of him. After their demise, they too had been assigned by the celestial deities to train on Planet King, currently traversing the snake path toward their destination. Hey, wait for me. Don't be in such a hurry, Yamcha called out. Tianjin Fan maintained his pace, responding as he ran. If you're not anxious, I am. Such a splendid opportunity for cultivation must not be squandered. Brother Tian is right, Dumpling chimed in. Humph, Yamcha scoffed. I've heard from the gods that the Saiyans have been driven away. Is such frantic training truly necessary? His thoughts were simple, after barely surviving. Should he not indulge in some enjoyment? However, Tianjin Fan held a different perspective. Humph, we cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering even stronger foes in the future. Just recall how we perished. That feeling of helplessness when we were obliterated. Have you forgotten? Chapter 27, Vegeta sets off. At West City Hospital, in the patient room, Goku lay upon the bed, his entire body swathed in bandages, a testament to the severity of his injuries. The prolonged use of the Kaioken ×3 had taken its toll on his body, yet he had endured and was on the mend. The current injuries were a result of being crushed by the formidable Vegeta, leaving him with numerous fractures and severely damaged organs. Fortunately, given the medical standards of this era, recovery was merely a matter of time. While Chi-Chi could afford to wait, Goku himself could not. Remaining inactive in bed was far more unbearable for the martial arts-obsessed Goku than facing a rigorous examination. Thus, he occasionally squirmed, seeking at least a semblance of movement. Goku, lie still, Chi-Chi urged urgently. If you want to recover quickly, you must remain still. But I want to move. After such a long time without training. My body is rusting. I don't care, just don't move. Focus on healing. Chi-Chi had barely finished speaking when a doctor entered, syringe in hand, preparing to administer an injection to Goku. The gleaming silver needle made Goku shudder, his face displaying outright refusal. No, I absolutely refuse to get an injection. It's terrifying. Chi-Chi could only shake her head helplessly. Her husband, the mightiest warrior on Earth, was terrified of needles. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Leaning closer to Goku's ear, she whispered softly, Darling, once you get the injection, your body will recover more quickly. When we get home, you can have as many injections as you like. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, exuding a captivating charm. Goku gazed at her in a daze, oblivious to the doctor finishing the injection. At that moment, Goten appeared seemingly out of nowhere. What are you two doing? Cough, cough. Have you finished your homework? If not, go back and do it. Stay out of adult matters. In the vast cosmos, Vegeta's spaceship successfully landed on its destination planet after a fortnight of travel. This planet served as the headquarters for Frisia's cosmic real estate company. The station personnel, upon recognizing Vegeta, quickly escorted him for treatment. In the medical room, Vegeta was entirely unclothed, submerged in a healing apparatus filled with liquid. An unattractive doctor, sporting a tuft of red hair and clad in a white coat, sat nearby, patiently awaiting the completion of the treatment. After several hours, the screen on the apparatus displayed a notification, treatment complete. The medical conditions here far surpassed those on Earth. In just a few short hours, a critically ill patient could be revived. Vegeta opened his eyes within the liquid-filled machine, smashing the glass cover with a fist as he emerged. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed his surroundings, heading straight for the place where his battle suit was kept. He donned his underwear, battle suit, armor, and boots one by one. The doctor remarked, I truly wonder where you've been to end up in such a precarious state. This treatment couldn't restore your tail. Hmph, I shall return for revenge. As for my tail, it will return on its own, Vegeta replied darkly, coldly snorting before turning to leave, preparing to rest briefly before heading to Namek. Noticing Vegeta had forgotten his power-level scouter, the doctor called after him, Hey, you forgot to take this. Vegeta glanced back and waved dismissively, I no longer require that machine. During his battles on Earth, he had begun to learn how to sense and conceal energy through observation. Although still inexperienced, with practice, he would soon master it. The doctor scratched his head, perplexed. How can you fight without a scouter? Without knowing your enemy's location, you would expend tremendous effort searching, which would hinder your progress. Vegeta offered no further explanation and attempted to walk away when a figure approached, someone with purple skin and whiskers resembling catfish. Well, if it isn't Vegeta. Long time no see. I heard you nearly got killed? As soon as he spoke, the insufferable tone was evident. This individual, Chio-E, was Vegeta's arch-nemesis. Their mutual disdain was palpable, and had it not been for the regulations of their faction, one would have likely eliminated the other long ago. Humph. A good dog does not block the way, Vegeta replied darkly, brushing past him. I would like to remind you, Joey said, turning back, that your unauthorized actions have greatly angered Lord Frisia. Oh, I will certainly speak with him about it, Vegeta said with a hint of sarcasm. Lord Frieza has taken a team and left, all thanks to the good news you provided. What? The news I provided? Vegeta's eyes widened, sensing impending doom. Chiu-E grinned slyly. Indeed, when the Lord returned from Namek with immortality, his first order of business was to deal with you. Just wait. How can that be? I destroyed the power-level scouter. Vegeta's disbelief was evident. The Lord had already anticipated you. Surely you didn't think there was a listening device on your spaceship? Chiu-E taunted, poking Vegeta's shoulder in a derisive manner. You little weakling. Vegeta's rage flared. Not only at Frieza but also at this insufferable Chiu-E. With a swift motion, Vegeta delivered a punch to Chiu-E's abdomen, catching him off guard, causing him to spit mucus and saliva onto the nearby doctor as he flew back, crashing into the wall. You violated company regulations. Get lost. Vegeta's expression was one of indifference as he seized the battle power detector from the doctor's hands. This device still held some utility. He then turned and dashed towards the docking area of the spaceship with remarkable speed, leaving the bewildered doctor and the dazed Chiu-E behind. How infuriating. I must not allow Frieza to attain immortality before me. Immortality is mine. Only by acquiring it can I vanquish Frieza and reign over the universe. Vegeta boarded the spaceship and immediately activated it, soaring into the cosmos. After his departure, Chiu-E, clutching his abdomen with a sinister look, also boarded a spacecraft. Following closely behind. Chapter 28. Goku's recovery. The essence of life lies in struggle and perseverance. A man must possess integrity and an upward spirit. When one encounters a virtuous partner, one should first establish a family. When meeting a benefactor, one should first build a career. And when encountering a wealthy woman, one should both establish a family and a career. Jiang Ling, having found Bulma, has indeed established a family and a career. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. Although he does not mind relying on others, he simultaneously embodies a strong sense of masculinity. He feels an imperative need to possess his own enterprise. Jiang Ling has already made a decision regarding the path he wishes to pursue. He shall commence his endeavors upon the return of Namek. His journey to Namek is ostensibly to assist Piccolo in returning to his homeland, yet in truth, it serves the purpose of seeking the Grand Elder to unlock hidden potential. However, there exists one matter that Jiang Ling remains uncertain about. In the original narrative, Frieza became aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek by intercepting Vegeta's power-level scanner. Thus, he journeyed to Namek. Yet, with Jiang Ling's involvement, the course of events is altered. By the time Vegeta revealed that Piccolo is an Namekian, the power-level scanner had already been damaged. Logically, Frieza should remain oblivious to this fact. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling still harbors reservations. What if, in the realm of the butterfly effect, who can unequivocally guarantee mastery over every unfolding event? Bulma, how much longer until the modifications are complete? Approximately 5 days, Bulma remarked as she glanced at the progress. Jiang Ling nodded, noting that, including the previous half-month, the transformation of the spacecraft took a total of 20 days. This was indeed a swift process. Previously, the celestial deity had sent Bobo, mentioning that he possessed a spacecraft available for use. It was the vessel the celestial deity had utilized during his childhood visit to Earth. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment before declining the divine being's generous offer. The spaceship was exceedingly slow. In the original narrative, Bulma traveled to Namek on the divine spaceship, which took a full 34 days. In contrast, the spacecraft used by Sun Wukong, a modified vessel from his childhood journey to Earth, reached Namek in a mere 8 days. This is why Jiang Ling insisted on upgrading the spaceship. 5 days. I shall inform Wukong and the others to prepare in advance. Isn't Wukong still in the hospital? Perhaps it's best not to go. No worries, I have some senza beans. Jiang Ling planted a gentle kiss on Bulma's forehead before soaring into the sky, departing with haste. Bulma remained oblivious to the reasons behind his insistence on Goku's journey to Namek, yet she refrained from inquiring. It was undeniably charming how her partner possessed such determination. After a considerable moment, she chastised herself for indulging in her infatuation and then joyfully returned to her work on modifying the spaceship. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital in West City, Gohan was engrossed in his writing at the desk in Goku's hospital room. Goku lay on the bed, his hands fractured, relying on Chi-Chi to feed him 3 meals a day. After finishing his meal, an elderly doctor approached for an examination. Doctor, how long will it take for my husband to recover? Chi-Chi asked. The doctor pondered for a moment before estimating. Conservatively speaking, it will take at least 2 months. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku protested. What? 3 months? But I still need to go to Namek. Is there no other way? The doctor shook his head. No, 3 months is the fastest recovery time given the current medical conditions. Chi-Chi suggested, perhaps you should reconsider going. Your recovery is paramount. Previously, Goku had somehow convinced Chi-Chi to allow him and Gohan to embark on the journey to Namek, but now his injuries posed the greatest dilemma. Gohan interjected, Dad, maybe you shouldn't go. I can accompany Uncle Jiang Ling instead. The doctor, perplexed, listened to their conversation, bewildered by their talk of some star he couldn't comprehend. Goku felt increasingly troubled. The only remedy he could think of was the magical senza beans. However, They had been depleted during the battle with Vegeta, and the new beans had yet to mature. Master Karen was unable to help either. Senzu beans, a miraculous item, he lamented. Regardless of one's strength or the severity of injuries, as long as one was alive, consuming a single bean would restore them to full health. Unfortunately, their yield was limited. At that moment, a voice resonated. I have a way to restore Goku immediately. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Jiang Ling perched at the window. The doctor, startled, trembled as he pointed at Jiang Ling. You, how did you get in here? Jiang Ling remained silent, merely nodding at the crowd. Uncle Jiang Ling. It is you who has come. Gohan was the first to greet him. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, do you have a way to heal me instantly? Kiki similarly gazed at Jiang Ling with hope. If healing could be achieved immediately, it would save a considerable amount of money and trouble. For hospitals are notorious for their exorbitant expenses. Jiang Ling smiled and took out a magical bean. I possess the divine bean. What? That's wonderful. This means I can return to my normal state immediately. Sun Wukong's face brightened with joy, and both Chi-Chi and Gohan also felt a surge of happiness. Jiang Ling handed the divine beans to Chi-Chi, urging her to feed them to Wukong. However, at that moment, the doctor, regaining his composure, widened his eyes and shouted vehemently. Do not allow the patient to consume these dubious substances. The notion that one bite can lead to recovery is nothing but a deceitful fabrication. Jiang Ling, the family of Sun Wukong. Upon reflection, they realized the truth in what was said, albeit he was unaware of the miraculous effects of the immortal beans. Doctor, there is nothing to worry about. This bean truly possesses such powers, Sun Wukong elucidated. The doctor, taken aback, puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, I am a doctor. You're a doctor? Where in the world is there such a thing? Jiang Ling raised his hand to signal Chi-Chi to ignore the situation and hasten to feed Wukong, aware of the miraculous effects of the divine beans. Chi-Chi promptly acted without hesitation, swiftly placing one into Wukong's mouth. Wukong glared, his body trembling, and suddenly sprang up from the sick bed. With a forceful motion, all the bandages fell away, revealing his robust physique. The room fell into a profound silence. Chi-Chi's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. Jiang Ling's expression was peculiar, secretly contemplating that it was slightly younger than him. The doctor, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, incredulously observing the scene before him. The carefree Wukong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, busily moved about, muttering, after half a month without trainings. My body is nearly rusting. Wukong, perhaps you should put on some clothes, Jiang Ling suggested. Once Wukong was dressed, Jiang Ling mentioned a gathering on Turtle Island in 5 days. Just as he was about to depart, the wide-eyed doctor halted him. Wait, where did that thing come from? Do you have more? Please give me one to analyze its composition. This could certainly win an award. If I publish a paper, I can include your name. Consider yourself fortunate. This is a rare opportunity for fame. Upon hearing this barrage of words, Jiang Ling's expression reflected that of an elderly man, a subway, and a mobile phone. Ignoring the incoherent ramblings of the doctor, Jiang Ling strode to the window and leaped down. He then soared into the sky, flying towards the horizon. The doctor was once again startled, slapping himself hard. The day's illogical occurrences were so overwhelming that he began to question whether he was dreaming. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi exchanged smiles. Let us head back, tonight. Chi-Chi whispered, her cheeks flushed. It was hardly surprising, as she had recently savored the joys of womanhood, a delightful experience indeed. Wukong scratched his head and glanced at Gohan. Gohan, would you like to stay with Grandpa Turtle for a few days? Chapter 29, In the Still of the Night, a Remote Wilderness. Jiang Ling hovered in the sky, her gaze searching for something. Like the Earth Warriors, Bick would typically conceal his presence. Jiang Ling located this place through the aura he had sensed before. However, he found himself at an impasse thereafter. Jiang Ling rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought for a moment, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. It is widely acknowledged that the locations for cultivation are of great significance. In the realm of immortal cultivation depicted in novels, practitioners often seek out places rich in spiritual energy to enhance their training. Similarly, in the secular world, there exists the notion of auspicious sites. Although the Dragon Ball universe operates on the principle of ki, there are parallels to be drawn. For instance, certain locations facilitate a more rapid increase in strength or provide a more comfortable environment for training. Jiang Ling contemplated that if Bick possessed any sentience, it would instinctively gravitate towards such a place of cultivation in the wilderness. If that were the case, it would simplify matters significantly. He happened to have acquired some knowledge in this regard. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling meticulously surveyed the terrain, calculating with his fingers. He muttered incantations under his breath, seeking dragons and discerning gold, observing the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge. Crayon Shinchan with the green snake. Peppa Pig by the great goose. With a tone of exclamation, Eureka! Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as he soared towards the distant mountains. There, atop the highest peak, sat Piccolo in a meditative combat state, envisioning a battle against Vegeta. No matter how many times he simulated the encounter, he always found himself defeated in a single blow, often reduced to ashes. Frustration welled within him. He realized he must urgently enhance his strength, for with his current power, he had no chance against his formidable opponent. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly and abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto a man who had silently appeared before him. The man tilted his head slightly, evading the two beams of energy, his tail swaying erratically behind him. It was none other than Jiang Ling, who had come searching for him. "Well, old Piccolo, how long did it take you to notice my presence?" he remarked, surveying the surroundings and nodding in approval. "This place certainly took me a while to find. Quite an exquisite location." Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock. He was acutely aware of his own perceptive abilities, even while deeply focused on his meditative combat. It was inconceivable for anyone, not even Goku or Vegeta, to approach him undetected. Yet Jiang Ling had accomplished this feat. It dawned on him that Jiang Ling had likely been there for some time, a revelation that left Piccolo utterly astounded. The only explanation was that Jiang Ling's power vastly surpassed his own. In Piccolo's eyes, Jiang Ling's strength had reached unfathomable depths. "Why the silence, old Piccolo?" Jiang Ling casually seated herself beside Bic, exhibiting no sign of the unfamiliarity that existed between them. "Ahem, I am Bic, not that old Bic you mentioned," he remarked with a light cough, his demeanor relaxing considerably. "I am aware," Jiang Ling replied with a hearty laugh. "Addressing you this way simply conveys a sense of familiarity between us." Bic nodded thoughtfully, conceding her point. "You mentioned you were searching for me? The means to find me are quite straightforward. You merely need to unleash a surge of your aura or contact the celestial being. For that fellow can reach me at any moment." Jiang Ling smacked his thigh in realization, exclaiming how he had not thought of it sooner. Despite having searched for quite some time, the fierce winds roared past the mountaintop as the two engaged in a casual conversation. Subsequently, Jiang Ling informed Piccolo about the impending departure to Namek from Kame House in 5 days, before taking his leave. Upon returning home, he found a meal already prepared. Bulma removed her apron and smiled gently, saying, "You're back? Let us eat. You can still cook?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, in his memory. Whether from the original work or this context, he had never witnessed Bulma cooking. He had implicitly accepted the notion that Bulma could not cook. However, the delectable aroma of the dishes before him revealed a different truth. Bulma was indeed capable in the kitchen, and it appeared her culinary skills were quite impressive. "Of course I can," Bulma replied nonchalantly. "Although I exhibited scientific talent in my childhood and was considered a genius girl, my mother still insisted on teaching me how to cook. According to her, a girl must possess this skill. I find her perspective rather antiquated." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, acknowledging the antiquity of the sentiment. "However, I find that a culinary capable Bulma possesses an even greater allure." "Oh, is that so?" Bulma inquired, gently touching her cheek, her delight evident. "Let us dine first and see how the meal turns out, to determine if it suits our palate." "Very well." Jiang Ling took a bite and immediately raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming how delicious it was. "If you find it so delectable, indulge yourself further," he encouraged. They both sat down to enjoy their dinner together. Bulma, with her modest appetite, consumed only a small portion before pushing her plate away, turning her head to gaze at Jiang Ling with sparkling eyes, her fondness for him growing with each glance. In contrast, as a Saiyan, Jiang Ling possessed an enormous appetite, devouring the meal with the ferocity of a whirlwind. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he noticed Bulma's lingering gaze and, touching his face, asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Bulma shook her head, snuggling into Jiang Ling's embrace, her eyes dreamy and soft. "In the stillness of the night, I find myself thinking of you. You are the morning dew, the evening star, and the source of all my joy. I adore witnessing your handsome visage, yet I cherish even more the sight of you breathless. As I contemplate our future together, I envision myself in bed and the meal in the pot, all at your leisure." Jiang Ling was taken aback by Bulma's unexpected words. Was this truly the Bulma he knew? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling inquired, "Where did you learn this phrase?" Bulma, astonished, responded, "How did you know?" "I came across it online and decided to memorize it." Jiang Ling smiled broadly and remarked, "That is not your style." Then, seamlessly shifting the conversation, he added, "However, I took your last remark to heart." The last statement. Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes widening as she prepared to flee. Little did she consider, could she truly escape from Jiang Ling's grasp? Jiang Ling hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder and strode towards the bedroom, exclaiming, "You said it was all up to me." "Oh no, let me go." Bulma protested, struggling against him. Slap. Jiang Ling raised his hand and struck her pert backside, causing Bulma to immediately become subdued. Shyly, she murmured, Could you possibly strike me once more?" Jiang Ling? Evening. On the rooftop, Bulma leans against Jiang Ling's embrace. A gentle evening breeze caresses her, lifting the tips of her blue hair. The two gaze up at the starry sky, where the Milky Way sparkles with countless stars in their eyes. "Bulma, shall we embark on a day of travel tomorrow?" But the spaceship is still not modified. Let such trifles be cast aside." "Well, all right then. The next day." "Jiang Ling, this is too fast. I can't bear it." "Then I shall proceed more slowly." Jiang Ling reduced his speed, gliding slowly through the air. Bulma nestled in his embrace, the fierce wind howling past her ears. Enveloped by a profound sense of masculine strength, an overwhelming feeling of security washed over her. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan to the mystique of the southern frontier, from the soft beaches to the rugged northern vistas, the two of them reveled in the splendor of Earth's beauty throughout the day. Chapter 30. Departure time slips away like grains of sand in one's fingers, quietly eluding grasp. As the 5-day mark arrived, Bulma had successfully transformed the spacecraft as planned. Anticipating potential boredom during their journey, she had prepared ample supplies and even installed a large television in the bedroom for watching movies and videos. Of course, without internet access. The videos needed to be downloaded in advance. In addition to each individual's quarters, the spacecraft was equipped with a restroom, kitchen, and more. Bulma had also designated an additional room as a gravity training chamber, a request specifically made by Jiang Ling to continue his training throughout the voyage. On Hmph, everyone had gathered. The spacecraft was securely docked. Bulma leaned in to whisper to Chi-Chi, "Hey, Chi-Chi, it seems you've been doing quite well lately." Bulma chuckled softly, observing the rosy glow of satisfaction and happiness that occasionally flickered across Chi-Chi's face, and she began to understand the situation. Chi-Chi shifted her gaze from Goku and his son, responding with a light laugh. "Bulma, you shouldn't talk. It seems your relationship with Jiang Ling is progressing nicely. Go for it. Aim for a little one." Bulma scoffed at this, retorting, "What are you talking about? I'm not considering children at the moment. Not to mention, my Goten is already 5 years old. You need to step up. Let us see how it goes. Enough about me. I see you're preparing for a second child. Aren't you? Hee, best of luck." Conversations among women are endless. If left unchecked, they could meander from poetry and philosophy to celebrity gossip and family matters. Meanwhile, Master Roshi observed the scene and turned to Krillin, saying, "Look at you, the only single one here. Wake up, Krillin. It's time to find a girlfriend." Krillin scratched his head and pointed at Pew. "Isn't there one right here?" Master Roshi tapped Krillin's bald head with his cane. "That's not the same. He can lay eggs and reproduce. Can you?" No exactly. Hurry up and find yourself a girlfriend." "Wait," Krillin suddenly exclaimed. "Master, you're single too." "Master Roshi." At that moment, Jiang Ling's voice resonated. "Everyone, it's time to board the ship." Jiang Ling, adorned with a straw hat, stood at the hatch, beaming with a smile. "We are partners now, are we not?" The crowd boarded the vessel. Under the watchful eyes of Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and Old Turtle, a wave of energy surged forth, propelling the spaceship skyward, soaring into the cosmos. Far away, in the realm of Carinta, Master Carinta clutched a small pouch in his cat-like paws, gazing at the direction in which the spaceship had departed. The magic beans had ripened a tad late. He hoped for their safe journey. Yachirobe scoffed slightly. "What's so delectable about magic beans? They're no match for snacks." On the planet Namek, a large spaceship descended. As the hatch opened, a throng of minions lined up on either side. Shortly after, Frieza, as usual, emerged from his infantile contraption, gliding down the ramp. Following him were two figures, the grotesque, rotundo Doria and the strikingly handsome green-skinned Zebon. Though lacking in power, they were Frieza's trusted lieutenants, and he held them in high regard. Beep. Zebon received a message and approached Frieza respectfully, bowing slightly. "My lord, the Ginyu force has heard of your impending acquisition of immortality and has requested to come to Namek to witness this momentous occasion." Frieza clasped his fingers together atop his stroller and replied courteously, "Very well, let them come and witness the first step of my ascension to cosmic supremacy." "Yes," Zebon responded, retreating a few steps to relay Frieza's words. Dodoria, receiving a sidelong glance from Frieza, affirmed, "Understood." He pressed a button on the power scouter affixed to his right eye. Beep. 50 kilometers ahead, there are numerous energy readings. What is their strength? Not worth concerning ourselves with. Ha ha ha. Then let us investigate. I hope they do not disappoint me. Frieza nodded, promptly announcing their course to inquire about the Dragon Balls. Long live the king. Long live the king. Long live the king. The minions shouted in unison. In the cosmos, a spaceship sped towards Namek. Bulma introduced the various rooms, restrooms, kitchens, and more. However, the group's interest lay solely in the gravity training room. Gravity training. I want to try it. Uncle Jiang Ling is impressive. Jiang Ling, you're incredible. You've been training in this environment all this time. No wonder your strength has surged. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied with a cheerful smile. The others gazed at Jiang Ling, who appeared so relaxed, utterly unable to fathom the extreme conditions he had endured in the gravity chamber. "I want to try the gravity chamber." "Me too. Count me in." "Same here," they all exclaimed. Meanwhile, Bulma, not a combatant, quietly withdrew from the gravity room. It was no joke. If she didn't exit quickly, she would be the first to collapse under the weight of the gravity. "Then I shall activate it." Jiang Ling uttered a word and activated the gravity device. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies weighed 10 times heavier. Tenfold gravity. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo had never been to King Kai's planet, and they found the tenfold gravity quite challenging. In contrast, Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong appeared utterly unfazed, strolling leisurely. "Are you ready?" "I am about to activate the 20-fold gravity device," Jiang Ling announced. "Come on, You underestimate us, Jiang Ling. Merely 20-fold is nothing, Krillin declared, thumping his chest. With a swish, the 20-fold gravity was engaged, and Krillin and Gohan were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Piccolo's expression darkened, his strength surpassed Gohan's, allowing him to remain upright. But soon after, the 30-fold gravity was activated. Piccolo could no longer withstand it. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong reveled in the sensation of the increased gravity, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Ling, this gravity training chamber is simply perfect for training. Indeed, I had Bulma construct it specifically for this purpose. If you desire one, you may ask her for assistance, Jiang Ling replied. Upon hearing this, Wukong thought of the cost, scratching his head, and decided to postpone the idea for later. Can I borrow this? He inquired. Absolutely, Jiang Ling responded. As Jiang Ling spoke, he noticed the others struggling and promptly disabled the gravity. With 30 times the gravitational force lifted, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan finally caught their breath. Have you been training here all this time? That's quite extraordinary, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. No. Jiang Ling shook his head. Such gravity is trivial. I typically train under 50-fold gravity. Impressive. Chapter 31, At Ease. Wukong eagerly commenced his gravity training. The others returned to their respective chambers to embark on their own cultivation. Jiang Ling vacated the gravity chamber for Wukong and departed towards his own quarters. He thought it prudent to allow Wukong some time to acclimate, thereby preparing for his own plans. With this in mind, Jiang Ling sauntered back to his room. Upon entering, Jiang Ling beheld the specially crafted large bed in the room, where Bulma lay draped in a sheer nightgown. Her delicate visage radiated a faint blush, and her alluring eyes sparkled with seduction. Every gesture she made unveiled the essence of spring, exuding an irresistible charm. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, who was striking a pose on the bed, and picked up the cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the table. He took a sip, unhurried and composed, his heart betraying not a single ripple of emotion. Bulma, good things come to those who wait. What does that mean? It means you can go to the corner of the table or the bed and have a little. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He was a man of many admirable qualities, yet he derived immense pleasure from teasing Bulma. Observing her typically headstrong demeanor juxtaposed with her tender nature in the evenings had become his greatest delight. Bulma appeared momentarily taken aback. This was not the Jiang Ling she knew. Could it be that he was incapable? Or perhaps he had found solace in another woman's embrace? What troubles you? Is it that you are unable in that regard? She inquired, concern evident in her voice. It's all right. Even if you were to falter, I would never abandon you. As she rose and wrapped her arm around Jiang Ling's, her worry deepened. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone dare to insinuate such a thing about him, especially coming from his own beloved? Jiang Ling hurriedly clarified. It's not as you imagine. I merely feel concern for you and worry that you may tire yourself. I wish for you to take a moment to rest. With a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, Bulma replied, I haven't even mentioned feeling fatigued, so why the concern? Jiang Ling shrugged, embracing Bulma's slender waist. Well, you ought to enhance your strength. That way, you won't feel overly fatigued. You're quite right, she conceded, but training is not my passion. It feels too arduous for me. Primarily because it leads to muscle gain. I much prefer the sensation of engaging my mind in the laboratory. For others, mental exertion might be more unbearable than death itself. Yet for Bulma, immersing herself in intellectual pursuits within the lab was her greatest delight, bringing her immense satisfaction. Then let me devise a solution, Jiang Ling offered. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. The mutated celestial bean seeds he had previously sown had grown remarkably fast. By the time they boarded the spacecraft, the plants were already flourishing, and it was likely that they would be fully matured upon their return. This timing was perfect for Bulma to test the extent of her enhanced abilities. As Jiang Ling contemplated the exhilarating battle he would one day engage in with Bulma, an insatiable eagerness welled up within him. Shall we begin now? Bulma bit her lip, her eyes rekindling with desire. Her fair form ascended onto Jiang Ling's chest, slender fingers teasingly caressing him. If we are to do this, let us proceed. I fear no one. Jiang Ling inhaled sharply, turning to press Bulma's petite form beneath him, surrendering to her fervent affection. The lights were extinguished, leaving only a solitary table lamp to cast their shadows upon the wall. The silhouettes drew increasingly closer. The room was suffused with a warm, spring-like ambience as the interplay of light and shadow danced upon the walls. Jiang Ling was deeply engrossed, while Bulma was equally uninhibited. The rhythmic sounds resonated throughout the room, jointly composing a splendid symphony. Through the glass window in the ceiling, one could catch glimpses of the cosmic panorama, offering a unique delight. Thanks to the specially installed soundproof materials in the room, no one could discern their activities. In a nearby chamber, Piccolo's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He then shut off his hearing. Sighing softly, time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, several days had passed. Bulma, clad in lingerie, languidly lounged in bed, watching television out of boredom. Jiang Ling, feeling rather unoccupied, decided to visit a few rooms, casually observing how the others were faring. In one room, Klin sat cross-legged, immersed in solitary meditation and cultivation. Gohan, perhaps having completed his training, was diligently scribbling away at his desk. How industrious of you, Gohan. Jiang Ling chuckled. Sun Wufan set down his pen and scratched his head, saying, my mother insists that all this homework must be completed, if I don't finish it. As he contemplated the consequences, the formidable warrior with a battle power exceeding 1,000 trembled slightly. Then you better give it your all. Jiang Ling, with a sense of schadenfreude, patted Wufan on the shoulder and departed with a smile. She then turned and walked towards Piccolo's room. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. Piccolo's voice rang out. Jiang Ling opened the door and leaned casually against the frame. Oh, is that you, Piccolo? It's been a few days. Still immersed in your training? Piccolo cast a sidelong glance and replied coolly, only through relentless training can one surpass Son Goku. Old Piccolo, your current strength is still vastly inferior to Goku's, and with the gods divided, I believe you will not surpass him. Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. So, you have come here to mock me? No, that is not my intention. Jiang Ling waved his hand and retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the system space, tossing one towards Baiku. Typically, Baiku sustains himself through 2 antennae, engaging in photosynthesis to synthesize starch to meet his daily needs. However, he possesses the fundamental organs required for consumption, allowing him to partake in food if he so desires. Receiving the beer, Baiku gazed at Jiang Ling and inquired, what is it that you wish to convey? Jiang Ling chuckled, sipping on a wheat beverage. It's nothing really. I merely perceive that you and the deity share a vital connection. You are, in essence, one. Have you ever contemplated reuniting as a single entity? No, Bick replied, shaking his head decisively. Although we possess a life link, we remain 2 distinct beings. I do not wish to become him, nor does he desire to become me. Suddenly, he realized, this isn't related to strength, is it? Indeed, it is profoundly related, Jiang Ling responded. If you were to merge with the deity, I estimate your power could increase 100-fold. Furthermore, the dominant personality could be either the deity's or yours, depending on your negotiations. Oh, I don't believe you. How do you know this? Vic inquired suspiciously. It was only natural for him to be skeptical. It was akin to someone approaching you out of the blue. Claiming you have a child, such a statement would be hard to accept. Believe it or not, Jiang Ling said, finishing the last sip of his beer before turning to leave. Watching Jiang Ling's retreating figure, Vic's eyes flickered with thought. If what Jiang Ling spoke of were true, it could indeed serve as a trump card should he encounter an insurmountable foe. With this thought in mind, Vic downed the remaining beer, casting aside distractions, and resumed his training. Meanwhile, on Namek, in a secluded village, Frisia's minions brandished laser guns, mercilessly herding dozens of Namekian villagers together for slaughter. Green blood splattered as anguished cries echoed in the air. Frisia sat leisurely in a stroller, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbon, slowly making his entrance. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a small village to have so few inhabitants, he remarked, as the massacre left only the village elder standing. The elder, gaunt and wide-eyed, glared defiantly. You vile outsiders. Do you comprehend the atrocities you have committed? You shall reap what you sow. Frisia elegantly waved his hand, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I am unconcerned. My sole objective is to obtain the Dragon Balls. The elder's expression darkened. To acquire the Dragon Balls, you must surpass the trials I impose. You require all 7 to make a wish. He paused, glancing at the remains of his fellow villagers, a bitter smile escaping his lips. I would rather die than grant you the Dragon Balls. You may as well give up. At that moment, one of Frisia's minions presented him with a large, orange Dragon Ball. My lord, we have found one of the Dragon Balls. Frisia accepted the Dragon Ball, nodding. So, this is the Dragon Ball that grants the wish for immortality? Excellent. He then raised a finger, aiming it at the elder. A beam of laser shot forth from his fingertip. In an instant, the elder's chest was pierced by the laser, his eyes widening in shock as green blood spilled forth. Frisia nonchalantly blew on his fingertip, dismissing the elder's futile resistance. It matters not that you refuse to surrender the Dragon Balls. I have already obtained one. Even if you collect all 7, they will still be useless, the elder gasped, before his head lolled to the side, lifeless. Frisia ignored the elder's words, considering the mere flailing in despair. Men, proceed to the next village and gather the Dragon Balls. Yes, my lord. The minions chorused, hastily moving towards the next village, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with remnants of bodies and blood strewn about. Chapter 32. Arrival in the vastness of the cosmos, a spaceship sped towards Namek. Inside the gravity training room, under 100-fold gravitational force, 2 figures collided, exchanging rapid blows before parting. As they twirled and maneuvered through the air, another flurry of attacks ensued. In their next encounter, both unleashed their formidable power. Where their fists met, a brilliant light erupted, followed by an explosion that sent them both reeling backward, landing heavily on the ground. Even the specially reinforced gravity chamber trembled violently, causing the spaceship to sway. The 2 combatants were none other than Sun Wukong and Jiang Ling lying on the ground. They gasped for breath, the intensity of their recent battle under the immense gravitational pressure leaving them utterly drained. Jiang Ling retrieved a celestial being, expending his last ounce of strength to place it in his mouth and consume it. The efficacy of the celestial bean was indisputable. In an instant, his body was restored to its peak condition. Jiang Ling rose to his feet, unconcerned by his tattered attire. He approached Wukong and offered him a magical bean, which restored him to full vitality. Phew, Jiang Ling, I feel my strength has significantly increased, Wukong exclaimed. That is to be expected. You are well aware that with each injury, your power surges dramatically upon recovery. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded in agreement. I had already sensed it after my discharge from the hospital, but lacking a magical bean, I refrained from experimentation and continued my training. This ability is a characteristic of the Saiyans, where near-death experiences lead to substantial enhancements in strength. Jiang Ling provided an explanation. The plot of the original work has also undergone alterations at this juncture, due to his intervention. Sun Wukong was discharged over a month earlier than anticipated and consequently set forth for Namek a month in advance. The resultant consequence was that Master Karen's new batch of ripe spirit beans was not acquired, necessitating the use of Jiang Ling's spirit beans instead. Jiang Ling's celestial beans are limited, yet they are sufficient for several uses. At this moment, they have already employed the method of near-death recovery combined with celestial beans multiple times. Jiang Ling estimated that his combat power had reached around 2 to 300,000. He surmised that Wukong was likely in a similar range, with little difference between them. In recent days, under the rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin had all experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their abilities. Gohan showed the most significant improvement, while Krillin made the least progress. And Piccolo's development was steady and moderate. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Jiang Ling promptly deactivated the gravitational effects. As the door swung open, Bulma entered. We're nearing Namek. Prepare yourselves. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, while a glimmer of battle intent flickered in Wukong's eyes. He believed he was on the brink of engaging in another fierce contest with Vegeta, a thought that stirred a sense of excitement within him. After a brief jolt, the spacecraft successfully descended onto Namek. Through the window, Bulma beheld a landscape utterly divergent from Earth, instilling in her a profound sense of yearning. However, preparations were paramount. She needed to assess whether the atmosphere was conducive to human life and to check for any potential viruses. As she rummaged through her tools, she murmured to herself. Jiang Ling stepped forward and patted her, smiling. There's no need for such trouble. Everything will be just fine. Huh? How do you know? Bulma asked, puzzled. Jiang Ling extended his hand, pointing towards the jubilant figures of Sun Wukong and others outside the window, the implication unmistakable. Bulma immediately dashed down from the spaceship, hands on her hips, unleashing a tirade upon the group. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? What if the environment here is uninhabitable? You're not children anymore. Must you act so recklessly? We're here on a vacation, and if something were to happen, how would I explain it to your families? The group stood in a line, their heads bowed in silence. Cough, cough. Piccolo interjected, I have no family. Bulma shot him a glare. Just because you lack family means you can gamble with your own life? Are you out of your mind? A cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face as he felt pressure for the first time from a human girl. He turned to Jiang Ling, who was smiling not far away, casting a desperate glance for assistance. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, indicating his inability to assist. Within the depths of Piccolo's mind, a thought echoed, I can't believe you. Chapter 33, The Language of Namek. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo took a deep breath, ripples of emotion stirring within him. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a sudden shift, abruptly turning his gaze toward a particular direction, his expression gravely serious. Is it? Can you all feel it? Upon hearing this, the others quieted their minds to sense the atmosphere, their faces contorting in horror. Son Gohan murmured to himself, this aura. Piccolo gasped in shock. What a malevolent presence. Not only malevolent, but also incredibly powerful. Krillin's voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming densely upon his shining bald head. Jiang Ling's expression was equally grave, for there existed no other presence as formidable as theirs on planet Namek, save for that powerful man, Frisia. The owner of a real estate empire, his business dealings in planetary trade spanned the cosmos. To their dismay, he had ultimately arrived. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling steadied his mind and turned his gaze toward Bulma. Bulma, can you check if the dragon radar is operational? Bulma, bewildered by their conversation, nodded in response. Let me take a look. Beep. As Bulma activated the dragon radar, several luminous points illuminated its screen. Wonderful, the dragon radar is functional. This indicated that Dragon Balls were indeed present on planet Namek. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others changed dramatically. With Dragon Balls on planet Namek accompanied by this malevolent and overwhelming aura, the ramifications of the Dragon Balls falling into evil hands were unimaginable. Jiang Ling was not particularly surprised by this outcome. He took a glance at the Dragon Ball radar, noting that the points of light were scattered, with two of them moving rapidly. Jiang Ling sensed the direction of the malevolent aura. He articulated his findings, eliciting varied reactions from the crowd. Piccolo's expression darkened. Indeed, the sinister energy was gathering the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, a spark of combativeness ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Ah, How he longed for an opportunity to spar with such a formidable opponent. He thrived on battling powerful adversaries, using these encounters to transcend his own limits. Gohan murmured beside him, astonished that a visit to Uncle Piccolo's family could lead to such an occurrence. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai resonated. Hello, everyone. Oh, it's the North Kai. Sun Wukong greeted. Who? Bulma inquired, puzzled. This is the North Kai. It is under his tutelage that Wukong and I have trained. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of others, Jiang Ling offered an explanation, and only then did the crowd come to a realization. 3 individuals have arrived here. Can you guess who they are? Spoke the Northern Realm King with an air of mystery. Jiang Ling assumed a contemplative demeanor. And I surmised that it could not possibly involve Yamcha, Tien, or dumplings. With the intellect of the North Kai, how could he present us with such a simplistic riddle? Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Lord Kai? The North Kai glanced at Yamcha and the others beside him, chuckling awkwardly. Well, if you can't guess it, then never mind. By the way, where are you? It doesn't look like Earth. Goku replied. We are on Namek, enjoying a vacation, but we encountered a formidable individual. And I plan to spar with him. A formidable individual? Allow me to see. As the North Kai spoke, his antennae twitched, scanning the situation on Namek. Suddenly, his body stiffened. Sweat cascaded down from his forehead to his feet. Frieza. Goku, Jiang Ling, you must not provoke him. That individual is Frieza, a villain of unparalleled wickedness. His power is immense. You absolutely cannot defeat him. The North Kai exclaimed urgently. Given his understanding of Goku, he knew Goku would be intrigued. Hence his frantic warnings. The North Kai continued to chatter incessantly, and after countless admonitions, Jiang Ling grew weary and assured Goku in exasperation. Once the communication with the North Kai was severed, an air of silence enveloped the gathering. Frieza loomed like an invisible weight upon their shoulders, a powerful, malevolent adversary. Krillin scratched his shiny bald head, breaking the silence. Everyone, how about we head back? After all, Frieza is not our concern. Suddenly, Gohan, who had remained silent, spoke up. Uncle Krillin, this is Piccolo's homeland. If we ignore this, the people of his hometown will face annihilation at Frieza's hands. Do you think I wish to remain idle? Our strength, what assistance could it possibly render? Regardless, I refuse to retreat. I will offer my help. Krillin argued passionately. All were aware that Krillin's choice was, in fact, the most rational and prudent course of action, yet Gohan's kindness and emotions would not permit him to acquiesce. Gohan. Piccolo gently touched Gohan's head, a smile tugging at his lips. You all should return to Earth. I wish to remain on Namek to observe. Bulma chimed in with a grin. Oh, our great demon king wishes to save Namek, does he? Piccolo turned his head, defending himself. I merely wish to see what life is like on this planet for my kin. It is not as you imagine. Haha, no need to hide it. I already know. Bulma laughed softly, gradually losing her fear of the great demon king. It was not merely Piccolo's transformation that mattered. It was the fact that with Jiang Ling, a powerful man by her side, Piccolo would dare not bully her. He would be swiftly dealt with. At this juncture, Jiang Ling clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Listen, everyone, since we are here, let us assist Piccolo. After all, he is still but a child not yet 10 years old. Goku? Bulma? Krillin? Gohan? Piccolo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Jiang Ling. If looks could kill, Jiang Ling would have perished hundreds of times for daring to expose his secret. Cough cough. Jiang Ling continued, let us first seek the Dragon Balls together. By gathering them ahead of time, we can thwart Frieza's ambitions and have room to maneuver later. Indeed, I am in agreement, came the reply. You speak wisely. Given the circumstances, we have no alternative. However, one could not help but express, yet, I still yearn to confront Frieza directly. Jiang Ling's suggestion garnered unanimous support from the crowd, with the exception of Wukong, who voiced a dissenting opinion. However, this dissent was swiftly silenced by a sharp reprimand and a scolding from Bulma, leading to a consensus. Apologies for the moment of aggression. I hope you do not take offense. Bulma tenderly nestled in Jiang Ling's embrace. Jiang Ling playfully pinched her delicate nose and chuckled. What are you saying? How could I possibly dislike you? That's a relief. A palpable scent of youthful romance filled the air. The onlookers pretended not to notice, merely whistling in amusement. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong, the implication clear and unmistakable, as if to say, do you see? Take note and apply it to Chi-Chi upon your return. Do not claim that I have not instructed you. After a brief moment, Jiang Ling recognized that in such circumstances, intimacy was inappropriate, so he cleared his throat. Frieza has battle detectors. Let us refrain from using ki and embark on the flying ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma released a flying vessel capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. The spaceship had long since been stored away in her capsule. The group boarded the flying ship and, guided by the Dragon radar, soon landed in a quaint village. As everyone disembarked, they were met with the wary gazes of the Namekians surrounding them. Gohan marveled. They resemble Uncle Piccolo. This was the first time Piccolo had encountered someone who looked somewhat like him, aside from the Supreme Kai, and he felt a sense of kinship. The Namekian villagers regarded Piccolo with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, murmuring among themselves in their native tongue. How could our Namekians be mingling with outsiders? Could these interlopers be benevolent? No, the Elder has warned us. Malevolent outsiders are invading our planet, and we must remain vigilant. Piccolo could easily comprehend their words, while Jiang Ling was taken aback, for he too understood. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, causing him to shiver. Ding. Host. This system has resolved your confusion. The reason you can comprehend Namekian is due to the dragon language gifted by this system, which encompasses all languages within the Dragon Ball universe. Startled, Jiang Ling thought, you've been silent for so long, and now you speak so abruptly. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the utility of the dragon language, finding it quite beneficial. As he listened to the villagers' discourse, Piccolo was about to clarify their intentions when Jiang Ling stepped forward and addressed them in fluent Namekian. Greetings, I am not a bad person. Would you be able to converse in the universal language? I seek your village's elder regarding an important matter. The villagers were astounded by his impeccable command of their language. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated Jiang Ling would master Namekian. Goku and others were left utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Jiang Ling's words. The villagers' eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that an outsider could speak their native tongue. Our elder, Muley, is on his way. A young Namekian child timidly replied. Chapter 34. How grand. Little one, what is your name? Bulma inquired, finding the young Namekian adorable as she crouched down. I am Dondi, the 108th child of the Grand Elder, he replied proudly. What a lovely name, Bulma said, gently patting Dondi's head, before asking with curiosity. And who is the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder is the most powerful being on our planet and is also our father, Dondi explained. Before long, a stout, composed middle-aged Namekian approached the gathering. His gaze swept across the crowd, and in the universally understood language, he declared, I am Muley, the elder of this village. I am aware of the recent events. Outsiders, please state your purpose. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and spoke. Elder Muley. We have journeyed from Earth to assist our friend Bick in uncovering his origins. However, upon our arrival at Namek, we discovered that your situation is far from optimistic. Your planet is facing an unprecedented crisis. After listening, Elder Muley turned to scrutinize Bick closely and nodded. You are indeed one of our kin, but regarding your lineage, I'm not certain. I believe our Grand Elder might possess that knowledge. The mention of the Grand Elder made Bick ponder silently. Muley then shifted his gaze back to Jiang Ling. The crisis you speak of has already been conveyed to me by the Grand Elder. At this point, his expression hardened, and his fists clenched tightly. If we are driven to desperation, we still have means at our disposal. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and remarked, Are you suggesting that the method you speak of is assimilation? While it is not entirely out of the question, considering Frisia's true power, the likelihood of all of you merging and still being unable to overcome him is quite significant. How could that be possible? Trust me. Jiang Ling's gaze was firmly fixed upon Elder Muley. From the clarity of Jiang Ling's eyes, Muley discerned that he had not spoken falsehoods moments ago. He fell silent. Assimilation was a skill intrinsic to their race, enabling two individuals to merge into one, thereby acquiring strength manifold greater than their original selves. Building upon this foundation, through layered assimilation, one could attain unparalleled power. The price, however, was the life of their kin. Jiang Ling is acutely aware that if all Namekians were to unify into a single entity from the very beginning, they might still have a chance to contend against Frisia. However, now that Frisia has already massacred several villages, the Namekian population has significantly dwindled, making the prospect of unification increasingly unlikely to succeed. Jiang Ling spoke in a low voice. We require the Dragon Balls from your village, for should Frisia arrive, your safety cannot be assured. Furthermore, since only the Grand Elder is aware of Piccolo's origins, I wish to take him to meet the Grand Elder. Muley, having demonstrated decisiveness in becoming the village elder, contemplated briefly before reaching a resolution. I can concede to your first condition. However, the second condition. Muley paused, as if receiving some communication, then continued. The Grand Elder has informed me that you may seek him out. Please wait a moment while I arrange for the Dragon Balls. Very well. The group took a moment to rest in place. Bulma remained by Jiang Ling's side, engaging in idle conversation, as Jiang Ling's thoughts were currently distant from matters of romance. Piccolo engaged in dialogue with Elder Muley, discussing the fundamental aspects of Namek. Jiang Ling, is Frisia truly as formidable as you assert? Goku reclined on the grass, his arms resting behind his head, a blade of grass idly held between his teeth, lost in contemplation. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the terrifying strength of Frisia. At present, one could merely be a mere courier in comparison to such power. He yearned to encounter Frisia soon. This was the essence of Sun Wukong's character, the mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated he became. It bore resemblance to certain peculiar inclinations where individuals derive excitement from confrontation. Not far off, Gohan and Krillin, two souls rich in childlike wonder, were joyfully playing with several Namekian children. After a while, the Dragon Balls arrived. Gazing at the Namekian Dragon Balls, which were several times larger than those of Earth, Bulma exclaimed in awe, how immense, larger than those on Earth. Jiang Ling smirked, am I not impressive? Bulma interjected, no inappropriate comments. Is this really the right occasion? At that moment, two shooting stars streaked across the sky, descending towards the horizon. One appeared to resemble the spaceship that brought Vegeta to Earth. Gohan gazed at the shooting stars and paused momentarily. This aura, without a doubt, belonged to Vegeta. A cold sweat trickled down Krillin's brow, revealing the indelible shadow that Vegeta's presence had cast upon him. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, directing his piercing gaze towards the spot where the spaceship was descending. Indeed, just as Jiang Ling had suggested, Vegeta had truly arrived. However, it remained uncertain what his current strength might be. Jiang Ling clapped his hands, interrupting the diverse thoughts of the crowd. All right, let us not dwell on that for now. Let us proceed to the Grand Elder. Jiang Ling, why are you so insistent on visiting the Grand Elder? You will understand once we arrive, he replied. The group boarded the ship, with Dandi following suit. The flying vessel ascended into the sky, Dandi leading the way while Bulma piloted the ship at full speed towards the Grand Elder's residence. Meanwhile, on another front, Frisia's forces wreaked havoc in the third village. My lord, we have acquired the third Dragon Ball, the rotund pink creature Dodoria announced, presenting the Dragon Ball with both hands. Frisia, ever composed, lounged in his hovering infantile pod, nodding with a placid expression. Beep. To the side, Zabo received a message, stating, My lord, Vegeta has arrived on Namek. Closely followed by Kiwi. That bothersome monkey. Frisia remarked disdainfully yet elegantly, Has Kiwi not arrived? Let him handle it. His combat power exceeds that of Vegeta. Understood. Zabo replied, promptly assigning Kiwi his task. Oh, by the way, Frisia suddenly recalled, isn't the Ginyu force nearing? Yes, my lord. Good. It has been a while since I last saw them. I do find myself missing them, he chuckled. I shall return to the spaceship with the Dragon Balls while you continue the search for the remaining ones. Yes, my lord. Chapter 35, The Heritage of Piccolo. In a certain location on Namek, Vegeta's spaceship had just landed, creating a massive crater upon impact. The hatch opened with a hiss. Vegeta stepped out, inhaling the fresh air. So, this is Namek, the place where the Dragon Balls exist that can grant me immortality, aside from those on Earth. He murmured, casting his gaze towards another crater where another spaceship lay. Emerging from it was an unsightly catfish-like creature, Kiwi, who had followed closely behind. What a loyal dog of Frisia you are, following me wherever I go, Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. Kiwi returned a cold smile, you may not know. But the king just ordered me to eliminate you. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Vegeta was confident in his abilities. Had this been before my journey to Earth? I might have struggled against you, but now. He paused, activating his scouter to assess Kiwi's power level. You possess a meager power level of 22,000. You cannot hope to defeat me. The disdainful tone deeply humiliated Kiwi, who retorted, even if my power level is 22,000, it is not something you can match. Is that so? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, bending slightly before launching himself toward Kiwi like a cannonball. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Kiwi hastily raised his arms in defense. Boom. The force from Vegeta's attack was staggering, leaving Kiwi in disbelief. How is this possible? How can this monkey possess such strength? Vegeta smirked. You're struggling to believe it, aren't you? To be honest, I'm surprised myself, but this is the reality. With that, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches upon Kiwi's arms. Bang, bang, bang. Kiwi, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent hurtling into a boulder, which shattered under the immense force. Gah. Kiwi spat out a mouthful of green blood, terror etched across his face as he watched Vegeta approach step by step. Please, spare me. It's too late. Vegeta loomed over Kiwi, seizing his head and casually tossing him into the sky. With swift motions, Vegeta launched energy blasts that struck Kiwi relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Kiwi, powerless to resist, let out a wretched scream before being obliterated by the barrage of energy blasts, transforming him into a shower of sparkling debris in the air. Humph. Clenching his fist, Vegeta reveled in his newfound strength. The revival from near death had considerably enhanced his power, a truly delightful sensation. If I could experience this a few more times, then I shall attain immortality and inevitably defeat Frisia, ruling the entire universe. However, first things first, he must seize the Dragon Balls from Frisia. As long as Frisia does not gather all the Dragon Balls, he cannot achieve immortality. At worst, he could destroy the Dragon Balls and make another trip to Earth. Vegeta's eyes glinted as he cast a lingering glance in Frisia's direction. He concealed his energy and turned ahead in another direction, deliberately avoiding Frisia, prioritizing the search for the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to him, aside from Frisia, Jiang Ling and his companions were also traversing Namek with concealed energy. Somewhere on Namek, Jiang Ling and his companions arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. The ship descending gently outside, Jiang Ling and others gradually disembarked. Finally, Gohan and Dandy stepped down. Throughout the journey, Gohan enthusiastically shared delectable Earth snacks with Dandy and showcased captivating animated shows on television. Dandy was so engrossed that he nearly pointed in the wrong direction several times. This is the residence of the Grand Elder, Dandy remarked, gesturing towards a white, semicircular house. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door of the white abode swung open, revealing a robust Namekian. Naru, it's been a long time. Dandy greeted with palpable excitement. Naru nodded, his gaze shifting towards Jiang Ling and the others. Our friend from afar has already informed the Grand Elder of your intentions. Please, follow me. With that, he turned and entered the dwelling. Jiang Ling nodded, taking Bulma's hand as they proceeded, followed closely by Goku and the others. Upon entering the residence and stepping into an elevator, they ascended to the second floor. Before them loomed a colossal Namekian, seated comfortably in a chair. So immense. Krillin swallowed hard. Just how large was he? In the presence of this being, they appeared like adults compared to children. Are you the Grand Elder? Bulma could not help but inquire. The stark contrast in size was undeniably intimidating. Jiang Ling surveyed the elder, finding his appearance much as he had imagined from the original narrative. The elder was a colossal figure, his demeanor aged, with numerous age spots adorning his skin. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the elder of the Namekians. His voice resonated with age. Sun Wukong grinned broadly, cheerfully greeting. I am Sun Wukong. So, you are the elder. At last. I have found you. I'm not quite sure what I need you for, as it is Jiang Ling who seeks you. This is our elder. Do not be disrespectful. Nailu, the elder's guardian, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, only to be halted by the elder's gesture. No need for concern. The elder dismissed the formalities and turned his attention to Piccolo. You hail from Earth, and should be one of the children sent away by Catus. It is surprising that you reached Earth safely. I recall you as a uniquely gifted member of our Namekian clan, though your strength seems significantly diminished compared to others of your age. Upon hearing this, Piccolo frowned slightly and shook his head. I have no recollection of my childhood. I do not know who Catus is, nor what Dragon Clan signifies. Noticing his confusion, the elder contemplated briefly before kindly proposing, May I delve into your past? Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions, I merely wish to understand your history. After a moment of silence, Piccolo consented. My body is failing. Please come closer to my side. Piccolo complied, moving closer. The elder's large, gentle hand rested upon his head as he closed his eyes. The others remained silent, waiting patiently. After a considerable pause, the elder opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, you are one of the children sent by Catus. We refer to the gifted within our clan as the Dragon Clan. You belong to this lineage, capable of creating Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, when you separated from the Supreme Being, your strength and potential were greatly diminished. Otherwise, the Saiyans who recently invaded Earth would not have stood a chance against you. So that is how it is. Piccolo murmured softly. The elder continued, I sense untapped potential within you. Allow me to guide it. Potential? Piccolo was about to inquire further when he suddenly felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. Is this my power? He gazed at his hands in astonishment, realizing that his strength had multiplied exponentially. Yes, child, this is the power lying dormant within you. My role was merely to guide it. If you can reunite with the Supreme Being, your strength will increase even further, the elder spoke with a gentle smile. Chapter 36. Guiding Potential. A translucent aura erupted from Piccolo, blazing fiercely as if it were tangible. The energy reached a terrifying level, particularly in the eyes of Krillin and Gohan. Uncle Piccolo is incredible, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Krillin, beads of cold sweat forming on his polished head, felt as if he were transported back to the era of the rampaging Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo stared in disbelief at his hands, never having imagined he could attain such formidable power. The elder, still radiating kindness, remarked, Child, do not resist this newfound strength. It is inherently yours. I understand, elder. Piccolo nodded. The elder then turned his gaze to the other visitors, the Earthlings from afar. I can sense your goodwill. If you do not mind, I would like to assist you in unlocking your potential in my final moments. Really? Can we gain powerful strength like Piccolo? Krillin's eyes sparkled with hope. The elder nodded slowly, indeed. With a hint of concern, Bulma asked, Elder, will this method have any adverse effects on your health? The elder shook his head, smiling gently. Thank you for your concern. I am merely guiding the latent strength within you. It will not cause any harm. Thank you, elder. With a smile on his face, Jiang Ling casually used the excuse of helping Bic discover his origins, while his true aim was to unlock the potential of everyone involved. The Grand Elder first assisted Klin in enhancing his abilities, resulting in a remarkable increase, estimated to be around 6 times his original power. Next was Sun Wukong, whose potential was significantly greater, yielding an augmentation of over tenfold. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Ling. The strength exhibited by Sun Wukong after unlocking his potential was nothing short of terrifying, especially when compared to his previous state. Although the increase was somewhat modest, approximately 8 or 9 times, it was still formidable due to his solid foundation. According to Jiang Ling's calculations, his battle power remained above 2 million. Jiang Ling. I am eager to seek out Frisia, Sun Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. Jiang Ling waved his hand, offering no resistance. He understood that at this moment, it was futile to intervene. Moreover, there were currently no means available to further enhance his combat prowess. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Krillin. Without his sacrificial offering, Goku probably would not be able to transform into a Saiyan. Nevertheless, with the Dragon Balls in hand, reviving him later would pose no challenge. Son Gohan spoke up, Father. I wish to join as well. Goku nodded, a smile gracing his face. Experiencing some battles would indeed be beneficial for you. Then I shall assist too, Krillin declared boldly. Much to the surprise of the others. Sensing their astonishment, Krillin scratched his bald head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, I have received great favors from the elder. The group shared a knowing smile. Without waiting for the elder to respond, they soared towards the direction of Frisia's energy. Wait, the elder exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. He turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, Jiang Ling, is what you said earlier true? Is Frisia truly as formidable as you claim? If that is the case, you should depart with your companions at once. He wished to avoid involving innocent people in the calamity of Namek. Pausing for a moment, the elder requested, if possible, please take a few Namekians with you. Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head, saying, Elder, do not concern yourself with them. Let them be. If matters reach an irretrievable state, we still have the Dragon Balls. At that time, we can simply wish for everyone to go to Earth together. Indeed, the elder nodded in agreement, continuing. It is only you and that young lady who remain. Come, allow me to assist you in unlocking your potential. With that, the elder's broad palm gently rested upon Jiang Ling's head. Jiang Ling sensed a force within him being gradually guided. Suddenly, a wave of energy involuntarily radiated from his body. His black hair swayed without wind, and a translucent aura erupted from his surface. Feeling the surging power, Jiang Ling, though mentally prepared, could not help but feel exhilarated. Anyone who unexpectedly acquires immense strength would respond similarly. After calming his emotions, Jiang Ling reined in his aura and addressed the Grand Elder, expressing his gratitude. It is but a trifling effort. However, your potential truly astonishes me. Much like that young boy earlier, the Grand Elder remarked with a cheerful smile, then turned his gaze to Bulma. Young lady, it is now your turn. Me? Bulma pointed to herself, somewhat taken aback. Yes, I believe I shall forgo this. As I am not adept in combat, Bulma replied with a smile and a dismissive wave of her hand. Are you certain? I am quite certain. Jiang Ling requested a Dragon Ball from the elder and, after exchanging greetings, intended to depart with Bulma. Noticing that Piccolo had no intention of leaving, he inquired, Piccolo, are you not joining us in battle? Piccolo replied, you all go ahead. He was acutely aware that during the earlier demonstration of potential, his energy had been emitted outward, likely detectable by the enemy's sensors. Furthermore, it was evident that the elder could not move. Thus, he chose to remain behind to protect the elder. Seeing Piccolo's resolve, Jiang Ling said nothing further and flew away with Bulma. They arrived at a clearing, where he instructed her to retrieve the spaceship. Should they encounter danger, Bulma would be able to activate the spacecraft and depart at once. Inside the spaceship, Jiang Ling remarked, Bulma, I believe you should harness your potential. I am not a combatant. What use is strength to me? Bulma scoffed lightly. In the next moment, Jiang Ling suddenly leaned closer and whispered a few words in her ear, causing Bulma's cheeks to flush crimson as she shot him a reproachful glance. You always think about those matters. You've truly astonished me. Let us return and consult the elder. No need, she replied. Jiang Ling bestowed a mysterious smile, revealing that he had also acquired the skill to harness potential. Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity to sign in on the Grand Elder, thereby gaining the ability to channel potential. Why did you not mention this sooner? What need is there for the Grand Elder's guidance? Alas, I have only just mastered it. My skills remain somewhat unrefined, and wearing clothing affects the success rate of channeling. In the room, upon the bed, as the power was drawn forth, Bulma's face was a canvas of disbelief. Is this what power truly is? It feels as though it is about to overflow. Jiang Ling, what are these ferocious and venomous words? Never mind, let us eat first and discuss later. Jiang Ling turned her over, positioning her face down on the bed. Then he plunged headfirst into the realm of tenderness. It is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent in the presence of the alluring Bulma. Bulma gasped, hey, what are you doing? I'm not ready yet. However, the disparity in strength meant she could only submit to Jiang Ling's whims. Chapter 37. In days gone by in a certain village, Frisia's army was wantonly slaughtering the inhabitants. Dodoria delivered a punch to an ordinary Namekian, piercing through his abdomen. Green blood splattered onto him, and he licked his lips, showing no concern whatsoever. At that moment, the device affixed to his right eye suddenly detected a formidable power. Beep. Beep, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, boom. The detector exploded. Its maximum detection value was 50,000, indicating that this sudden surge of power exceeded that threshold. Dodoria was slightly taken aback, but not overly so. He was well aware of his king's prowess. No matter who arrived, they would only meet a swift demise. Could it be that the Ginyu force has come? Zarbin suggested. That is plausible. It's not out of the question. Regardless, let us focus on gathering the Dragon Balls. The king is awaiting them. Thus, they decided to split into 2 teams to expedite their collection. Once the Ginyu force arrives, there would be no opportunity for them to shine. 5 spaceships, resembling shooting stars, descended upon Namek, creating 5 deep craters upon landing. 5 figures burst forth from the vessels, racing toward Frisia's colossal spaceship. Soon enough, they stood before Frisia, who was comfortably seated in his personal hovercraft. gazing contentedly at the five before him. They were members of his elite squad, the Ginyu Force. Each member possessed unique abilities and unwavering loyalty, akin to a suicide squad or, in modern parlance, brainwashed fanatics. Lord Frieza, the members of the Ginyu Force report for duty. They exclaimed in unison, following up with a dance that was both awkward and embarrassing. Guldo, Berta, Jees, Ginyu. Each struck a pose they deemed to be the most impressive. Ginyu then turned around, presenting his backside to Frieza, revealing his flesh-colored undergarments. All five shouted together, "We are the Ginyu Force." After their performance, Captain Ginyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "My lord, did you enjoy our dance?" Frieza's face flushed. Although he had witnessed it countless times, he still could not acclimate to the Ginyu Force's flamboyant entrance. It was utterly humiliating. Ahem, it was acceptable. Frieza cleared his throat, changing the subject. "I am pleased to see you, my elite squad. I have a task for you. Gather the Dragon Balls so that I may attain immortality." "Consider it done," the squad replied in unison. Frieza waved them off. "Go now." As soon as the words left his lips, Captain Ginyu utilized the detector to scan the surroundings. To the northwest and southwest were Dodoria and Zarbon's teams, which were unnecessary to pursue. To the southeast, 3 energy signatures approached, but they were too weak to be of concern. To the northeast, however, 2 energy signatures fluctuated, likely indicating the presence of Dragon Balls. After completing his scan, Ginyu gave the order for the Ginyu Force to head northeast. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just annihilated a village and obtained his first Dragon Ball. After concealing it, he suddenly glanced into the distance, his pupils narrowing. 5 energy signatures were approaching the Ginyu Force had arrived. In contrast to Frieza, who rarely intervened directly, the brutality and overwhelming combat prowess of the Ginyu Force left a lasting impression. Vegeta cautiously concealed his own energy until he sensed the Ginyu Force diverting in another direction, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Given his current battle power, he knew he could not contend with Ginyu. Caution was paramount. Dodoria and Zarbon have split up? Vegeta's eyes brightened, and he swiftly flew toward the detected energy. Before long, he stood with arms crossed, blocking Dodoria's path. Observing Dodoria accompanied by a group of lackeys, he smiled. "Dodoria, it's been a while." Dodoria showed no anger upon seeing him, merely wearing an expression of disdain. "Oh, isn't this the monkey? I didn't seek you out, yet you've come to me. How convenient. I shall dispose of you now." "Who will dispose of whom remains to be seen," Vegeta retorted. With a surge of rage, he unleashed his hidden energy to its zenith. Without further ado, he hurled countless energy blasts. Dodoria dodged several blasts with a few swift movements. "Heh, is that all you've got?" But just as he spoke, an explosion accompanied by screams erupted from behind. Boom, boom, boom. Startled, Dodoria turned to see his lackeys obliterated. "Baka!" he roared. Without those minions to assist in the slaughter of villages, searching for the Dragon Balls would be considerably more troublesome, which explained his fury. "You've thoroughly enraged me. I will kill you." Dodoria was furious, feeling that Vegeta was publicly humiliating him. His massive form surged forward with an uncharacteristic speed. His fist the size of a cauldron swung toward Vegeta. Thud! A dull sound resonated. Dodoria's eyes widened in astonishment. Opposite him, Vegeta effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand, appearing utterly unfazed. "Is that it?" Vegeta scoffed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Dodoria could not fathom that the monkey he once regarded as weak could withstand his full-force assault. His eyes bloodshot, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet, without exception, they were either dodged by Vegeta or effortlessly deflected. "Are you done playing? Now it's my turn." Vegeta huffed, delivering a knee strike that propelled Dodoria into the air. In a flash, he appeared above Dodoria, landing a fierce kick to his abdomen. Boom! Dodoria plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater. Vegeta descended beside the gasping Dodoria, looking down at him. Dodoria suddenly shouted in a humiliating rage, "Do you know who I am? I am a trusted subordinate of Lord Frieza. In Days Gone By Chapter 38, do you know who I am? The most trusted aide of King Frieza. In those days, I followed King Frieza, wielding 2 machetes, slicing through the galaxy from west to east. For 3 days and nights, I swung my blades without a moment's pause. The scene was drenched in blood, rivers of crimson flowing. Yet, I remained unwavering, my hands rising and falling with relentless precision, not even blinking." Dodoria seethed with anger, hoping to intimidate Vegeta into retreat. Vegeta, after a brief silence, inquired, "Aren't your eyes dry?" Dodoria shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "I kill without blinking. And you dare ask if my eyes are dry? What else could you possibly ask?" Vegeta smiled faintly, crouched down, and grasped Dodoria's head, slamming it repeatedly against the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath Dodoria, already in a deep pit, cracked like a spider's web under the relentless blows. The right-hand man of Frieza? Boom. 3 days and nights? Boom. Hands rising and falling? Boom. With each of Vegeta's statements, he struck Dodoria's head once more. At last, Dodoria could no longer endure and pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. Spare me." Seeing that Vegeta was unmoved, a wave of terror surged within Dodoria. In that moment, He recalled something, as if grasping at a lifeline, and hastily exclaimed, I know how planet Vegeta was destroyed. Vegeta paused, tauntingly responding. Planet Vegeta was annihilated by a meteor strike. I am well aware. No, not that, Dodoria hurriedly corrected. I know the truth. If I tell you, you must let me go. Oh? Vegeta ceased his assault, his gaze flickering. Very well, speak. Upon hearing this, Dodoria breathed a sigh of relief. Planet Vegeta was personally obliterated by King Frieza. I once overheard him say that the legendary Super Saiyan was always a threat that us all. You promised you would spare me. Dodoria's voice trembled. Upon hearing this, an imperceptible emotion flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He nodded slightly, seized Dodoria, and hurled him into the sky. With hands clasped together, he gathered a sphere of energy pulsating with intense power. Final flash. Vegeta thrust his hands upward. The final flash, imbued with overwhelming force, shot forth, striking the helpless Dodoria in midair. Boom. A thunderous explosion ensued, and Dodoria was reduced to mere pink remnants, plummeting into the lake below to feed the fish. All transpired in an instant, Dodoria not even given the chance to utter a final word. Humph. Trusting in ephemeral promises, your demise is just, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms. His expression indifferent. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the spaceship occupied by Jiang Ling and Bulma, a large television mounted on the wall broadcasts a romantic soap opera, while soothing melodies emanate from the sound system. Having recently weathered numerous trials, Bulma's charming face flushes with a rosy hue as she leans against Jiang Ling's embrace, playfully tracing small circles on his chest. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Is that even a question? Jiang Ling's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he reached out to caress once more, eliciting a playful pout from the enchanting beauty. After a moment of affectionate indulgence, Bulma licked her lips, her face aglow with delight. Oh dear, it seems my lips are rather parched. Jiang Ling cast a glance and remarked, if your mouth is dry, then drink some water. However, she sighed, I am so exhausted. I neither wish to rise nor to drink. Hearing this, Jiang Ling scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by her meaning. Then what do you wish to do? Bulma rolled her eyes and replied, when I say my mouth is dry, do you not comprehend what that implies? Oh, Jiang Ling suddenly realized. Then, Hatue exclaimed. What the hell? Bulma swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blow. Sitting on the bed in a duck-like posture, with her hands on her hips, she was filled with fury. Is that what I meant? Or what else could it be? I'll kill you. Bulma brandished her tiny fists and charged forward. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, and the two began to frolic. It was at this moment that Jiang Ling's expression shifted as he concealed his earlier levity. Stay here and do not venture outside. Have you discovered something? Bulma inquired. Indeed, just remain here until I return. All right, be cautious, Bulma replied with concern. Jiang Ling let out a soft grunt, asserting the capabilities of her man. With a swift motion, she vanished from within the spacecraft, only to reappear outside in an instant. Bulma stood in stunned silence, murmuring to herself, so fast. If it had been that quick before. Oh, I can hardly bear to imagine. Jiang Ling was utterly unaware of the thoughts swirling in Bulma's mind. At this moment, he had already distanced himself significantly from the spacecraft, hovering gracefully in midair. With his hands clasped behind his back, he observed the quintet before him with an air of nonchalance. The Ginyu Force. Each member possessed peculiar abilities. If Krillin, Gohan, and the others were to confront them, they would stand no chance of survival. Yet, Jiang Ling remained unfazed. Even prior to unlocking his potential, his combat prowess was sufficient to contend with the Ginyu Force single-handedly. One can only imagine the extent of his power now that he had fully tapped into his abilities. So, you are the Ginyu Force, are you? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. The appearance of the Ginyu Force was something he had not anticipated. Compared to the original narrative, their arrival had occurred significantly earlier. Do you have Dragon Balls? One of them sneered. If not, get out of my way. Ginyu grinned wickedly, and his comrades joined in the laughter. To them, the individual before them appeared utterly overconfident. Indeed, I do possess them, but can you truly acquire them? Jiang Ling beckoned with a finger. The members of the Ginyu Special Forces exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Shall we adhere to the old tradition? They proposed, engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would take the stage. They then gathered closely together and commenced their playful contest. Jiang Ling quietly observed their performance, remaining silent. In the end, the robust Lycum secured the opportunity to take the stage. Jiang Ling was aware of him. His specialties lay in defense and dance. Allow me to have some fun with you, Lycum remarked. Jiang Ling engaged in no superfluous dialogue. With a swift motion, he left behind a fleeting shadow. He rapidly closed the distance to Lycum, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, followed by an uppercut that struck his chin. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered. In the next moment, Lycum's body arched, and he expelled a clear stream of saliva along with several discolored teeth skyward. While the spectators remained in stunned silence, Jiang Ling had already repositioned himself behind Lycum, delivering a crushing elbow strike to his back. The impact resonated with a resounding thud. Lycum was sent sprawling to the ground, prostrating himself with tremendous force, creating a deep crater around him. The members of the Ginyu force stared in disbelief at the scene before them. What just happened? In an instant, Likomu was down. I couldn't see it clearly. It all happened too fast. Faster than the self-proclaimed fastest man in the universe. How could this be? Berta, a member of the Ginyu force with azure skin, who prided himself on his unparalleled speed, was left astonished. He never imagined someone could surpass him. This revelation shattered his entire worldview. Jiang Ling stood at the edge of the deep pit, arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed upon the trembling figure of Lycum below. How infuriating. For the first time, someone has inflicted such grievous wounds upon me. Lycum shuddered violently as he rose unsteadily from the ground, panting heavily. His expression contorted with rage. I will kill you. Behold my ultimate move, the mouth cannon. Just as he uttered these words, Lycum's mouth opened wide, and a fierce radiance began to coalesce within. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling nodded slightly. The considerable force of approximately 100,000 he had just unleashed failed to bring him down, truly a testament to the defensive prowess of Lycum. Renowned within the Ginyu force. As Lycum prepared to unleash his mouth cannon, Jiang Ling swiftly moved before him once more. Extending his hand, he delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the vicinity, lingering in the air. Gulping, Lycum, struck by the blow, swallowed back the imminent mouth cannon. His eyes widened in disbelief. As Jiang Ling took a step, he abruptly retreated several hundred meters, turning to glance back. He beheld the aftermath of the oral cannon he had just swallowed. It had violently ruptured Lycum's abdomen, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A small mushroom cloud erupted, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Lycum was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Truly, it was a remarkable technique, indeed intriguing. Jiang Ling couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Chapter 39. Intrigued by Lycum. How infuriating. How could this happen? Indeed, it is maddening, as this means our dance will be one performer short, rendering it imperfect. The remaining members of the Special Forces team lamented. Jiang Ling. The blue-skinned Bart and the red-skinned JS exchanged glances, nodding slightly. Subsequently, they clasped their hands together. Aiming at Jiang Ling, they shouted in unison, fusion technique. Crimson Comet Impact. A sphere of energy, interwoven with hues of purple and red, surged forth from their joined hands, hurtling towards Jiang Ling. Observing this, Jiang Ling remarked, not only do you possess speed, but your offensive power is commendable as well. There are scarcely any adversaries that match your combat prowess. Alas, my own strength far surpasses yours. Jiang Ling shook his head and raised his hand to block the purplish-red sphere of light before him. With a swift motion, he struck it, and the sphere was instantly extinguished. The crimson-skinned JIS stared in shock at this scene, unable to believe his eyes. Meanwhile, the azure-skinned Bart gasped in disbelief, staring blankly at what had transpired. The once invincible fusion technique had been so effortlessly dismantled, an event that exceeded their comprehension. It is worth noting that even Captain Ginyu would not dare to guarantee his ability to withstand such an attack. While they remained in stunned silence, Jiang Ling was not inclined to wait any longer. He swiftly moved before them, grasped their hair with both hands, and forcefully slammed their heads together. Bang! Dizziness ensued. Bang! Blood gushed forth. Bang! They were sent into a state of disarray. Jiang Ling collided their bodies a few times before casually tossing them into the sky. He slightly crouched, placing his hands on his waist, resembling a flower in bloom, as a radiant blue and white light emanated from between his fingers. Kamehameha. With a forceful push, Jiang Ling unleashed a shockwave from his hand, enveloping an overwhelming might that struck mercilessly upon the defenseless Bart and Jisoo. The impact erupted spectacularly, blooming in the sky like two magnificent blossoms, resplendent, glorious, and shimmering with brilliance. The battles unfolded with such swiftness that Captain Ginyu and his fellow comrade Goldo had scarcely the opportunity to intervene before it concluded. They gazed at the pyrotechnic display above, as if the visages and laughter of the two fallen comrades were vividly present before them. Goldo, drenched in perspiration and his gaze wandering, sought an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Jinyu's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. Goldo, I require his body. You understand what must be done, do you not? Ginyu murmured. Goldo promptly nodded, acknowledging the command. He was acutely aware of Jinyu's extraordinary ability to swap bodies, and he could scarcely fathom how many physical forms he had inhabited thus far. Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon them, fixating on Gordo. He understood clearly that this individual must be eliminated first. Otherwise, collaborating with Ginyu would pose a slight inconvenience for him. There was no need for further words. Relying on his swiftness, Jiang Ling swiftly appeared before Goldo. The latter, startled, took a step back and instinctively shouted, now. Ginyu immediately exclaimed, change bodies. Simultaneously, Goldo held his breath. From his perspective, everything froze, including Jiang Ling and Ginyu before him. Only he remained able to move. This was his extraordinary gift. As long as I hold my breath, time halts. Goldo hastily relocated Ginyu to his original position, facing Jiang Ling, while he himself sought refuge in a hidden spot. He then released his breath, inhaling deeply the fresh air. As he did so, time resumed its flow. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ling perceived a blur. The diminutive Goldo had transformed into Ginyu. the latter emanating a radiant white light from his mouth, an indication of his gifted ability, body change. The instant one is struck, they can swap bodies. Jiang Ling was acutely aware. Yet, this slight distance was ample for him to showcase his prowess. Just as the white light was about to make contact, he deftly sidestepped, evading it with grace. His speed and reflexes were truly remarkable, particularly in a confrontation characterized by such a significant disparity in strength. Ginyu was momentarily taken aback. He could scarcely believe that, despite being so close, he had failed to strike the coveted body before him. What an extraordinary display of combat prowess this was. Jiang Ling's thoughts whirled in her mind. She had previously digressed. She should first resolve the matter of the Ginyu. Focusing her energy, she forged it into a blade. A blade of energy manifested in Jiang Ling's hand. With a series of swift motions, the limbs of Ginyu were severed, and the energy blade plunged into his throat, mercilessly shattering his vocal cords. Jinyu's ability to swap bodies necessitated the utterance of specific phrases, which is why Jiang Ling aimed to obliterate his throat. As for the reason behind not delivering a swift death, well, it is a tale of its own. Jiang Ling merely sought his innate talents. Casting aside the Ginyu, Jiang Ling sensed the aura and directed his gaze towards a stone. Approaching it, he shattered the stone, revealing the concealed presence of Gordo behind it. How did you discover me? Please, don't come any closer. Gordo trembled in fear. Jiang Ling smiled gently and deftly unleashed a punch. In the next moment, Goldur's form vanished. Jiang Ling remained unhurried, fully aware that time had once again been suspended. However, Gordo's need for respiration was pressing. He could not hold his breath for long and would not be able to escape far. As anticipated, Jiang Ling soon discovered him hiding behind a stone only to vanish once more, only to be found again. The cycle repeated several times. Exhausted, Gordo collapsed onto the ground. Utterly spent, Jiang Ling gently struck out with his palm, inflicting severe injury upon his opponent. Thus, there was no escape from his grasp. As for the reason for not delivering a fatal blow directly, Jiang Ling smiled faintly. He held a profound interest in the concept of time standing still. Chapter 40. Wukong vs. Frisia. Soon, Jiang Ling received a notification from the system. Ding. The sign-in count has been refreshed. It certainly doesn't feel like time has passed so swiftly. How is it possible to sign in again? Jiang Ling expressed his confusion. After a thorough explanation from the system, he came to understand that on Namek, a single day passes swiftly. Approximately 3 days there equate to 1 day on Earth. Oh. How considerate of you, system, to adjust according to the local time. Jiang Ling chuckled. Of course, this system will never engage in actions that harm its host. Very well. Please assist me with the sign-in process first. As Jiang Ling spoke, he reached out and placed his hand upon Gordo. Ding. Sign-in successful, awarded Gordo's dance. Jiang Ling, what happened to the promised humanistic approach? Is this what you present to me? Ding. Host, this system is fair and impartial. The skills acquired through sign-in are indeed random. Jiang Ling waved his hand, feeling somewhat pained. Having now signed for this skill on Goldur, any further attempts to sign would require a wait of an entire year. Reflecting on the past, acquiring desired skills had been remarkably effortless. Perhaps due to his extraordinary luck, as he consistently obtained the skills he sought. Now, upon receiving an undesirable skill, the drawbacks began to manifest. The time-stopping ability was one he could not afford to overlook. He must devise a strategy. As for Ginyu, he would wait until tomorrow, after the cooldown period for signing had elapsed, to address that matter. Jiang Ling gazed upon the resentful visage of Ginyu and the feeble form of Goldo, resolute in his decision. At that moment, however, the distant energies of a clash between Sun Wukong and Frisia reached his senses. It appeared that they had already crossed paths. I must hasten to observe the confrontation. Should Frisia emerge victorious and succeed in his quest to dominate the universe, the repercussions would be utterly dire. Jiang Ling pondered silently. He had no desire to wander through the cosmos with Bulma, evading Frisia's relentless pursuit. The mere thought of such a life, fraught with anxiety and fear, sent shivers down his spine. Grasping the now limp bodies of Ginyu and Goldo, Jiang Ling soared directly toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Son Goku confronted Frisia head-on. I've heard you're quite formidable. Allow me to test your strength. After stretching his body, Goku assumed a combat stance, his aura erupting forth. Frisia, momentarily taken aback, remarked, You resemble that Saiyan who resisted until the very end when I obliterated planet Vegeta. Hearing this, Goku was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. Perhaps I share some Saiyan blood. It is not unusual to have a resemblance. Yet, I cannot fathom why that Vegeta would willingly serve you after you destroyed his home. Frisia chuckled, oblivious to the truth of the matter. And you, a mere Saiyan monkey, dare to challenge me? How utterly foolish. It seems you remain unaware of my true power. Frisia, exuding unwavering confidence, remained seated in his hovering pod, showing no intention of descending. Come forth. I can defeat you with a single hand. With a smirk, he extended his finger, unleashing a laser beam from its tip. Son Goku, perplexed, found the attack rather weak. With a casual swipe, he deflected the laser and advanced, delivering a powerful punch toward Frisia. Surprised that his attack had failed, Frisia's astonishment grew as Goku appeared before him in an instant, attempting to land a blow. How can this insignificant monkey possess such speed? He thought. with a resounding impact. Frieza caught Goku's fist, only to feel an overwhelming force emanating from it. The hovering pod, unable to withstand such might, propelled Frieza backward until he collided with a wall. Coming to a halt with a loud thud, the pod, which had been his constant companion, shattered into fragments under the pressure. For the first time since arriving on Namek, he was free from its confines, his entire form revealed. Well, he is indeed rather short, Frieza mused darkly. As he stepped onto the soil of Namek for the first time, each foot possessing 3 toes, 6 in total. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. How dare a mere insect bite back? I shall release my seal. With a stern countenance, Frieza's intense aura surged forth. He had never anticipated that as a cosmic emperor, he would be humiliated in such a manner. His previous disdainful words now made him appear foolish. Goku, bewildered, could not comprehend the sudden turn of events. Before him, Frieza's form began to swell, transforming, growing both larger and taller. His muscles became more pronounced, and his height doubled. The horns on his head morphed into thick, bull-like appendages. His combat power surged from over 500,000 to more than 1 million. With a series of creaks, Frieza took several slow steps. An air of elegant arrogance returning to his visage. Interesting, Goku thought, sensing the shift in Frieza's physique and aura, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Prepare to receive my strike. Goku charged forward, delivering a swift punch, but Frieza evaded by tilting his head, seizing Goku's wrist, and striking him in the abdomen. Then, with a flick of his tail, he hurled Goku away. Goku landed gracefully, rolling back to his feet. Your skills are commendable. The warm-up is over. Goku chuckled, his energy surging. A fierce blaze of power enveloped him, sending debris swirling around. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Frieza, landing rapid punches that caught Frieza off guard, forcing him to retreat. With a swift kick, Goku sent Frieza sprawling, then gathered energy for a Kamehameha, directly hitting him and creating a massive explosion of dust and debris. Gasping for breath, Goku surveyed the cloud where Frieza had been. He doesn't seem as strong as Jiang Ling suggested. Inside Frieza's spaceship, 2 small figures navigated cautiously, tiptoeing with care. Be careful. It's better to err on the side of caution, Krillin whispered. Goten nodded. I understand, Uncle Krillin. Just then, a minion armed with a laser gun approached. Krillin and Goten concealed themselves, holding their breath. Uncle Krillin, I feel we don't need to hide. This guy seems weak. True enough, they exchanged glances and swiftly emerged. Before the minion could react, they executed a flying kick, knocking him unconscious. Yes, we did it. They cheered, exchanging high fives. Now, let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls. Krillin produced the Dragon Radar, leading Goten step by step to a door. Such rooms for valuable items must have codes and security measures. There may even be alarms. What should we do? Krillin mused, resting his chin on his hand. Before he could devise a plan, Goten turned the doorknob and dashed inside. 3 Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground. Uncle Krillin, we found them. Goten exclaimed excitedly. Krillin replied. What happened to the coded door traps? This is nothing like the movies. Meanwhile, Frieza's subordinate, Zarbon, had just decimated another village. Clutching a Dragon Ball as he and his entourage headed back to report. Suddenly, they encountered an unexpected visitor, Vegeta, with arms crossed and a cold smile. He stood defiantly before Zarbon. Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I may spare your life. Zarbon, with a disdainful smile gracing his handsome face, his green hair and skin enhancing his otherworldly allure, replied, Ah, I see it's the Saiyan monkey, Vegeta. What is this? Have you come to challenge me? How amusing. Don't be foolish. I'll grant you one more chance. Vegeta emitted a dismissive grunt, confident in his ability to defeat Zabu. The power scouter indicated that Zabu's combat strength was inferior to his own, emboldening him to obstruct his path. What if I refuse? Inquired Zabu. Then do not blame me for resorting to force. Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Zabu raised his arm in defense but felt an overwhelming force, causing him to stagger back several steps. I didn't expect your strength to have grown so formidable after just a few days, Vegeta scoffed. Hmph. This is what happens when you underestimate me. Oh, Zabu raised an eyebrow. Who underestimates whom remains to be seen. From their brief skirmish, he deduced that he was currently outmatched by Vegeta. Thus, he decided to drop the pretense. I forgot to mention, I am a transformation-type warrior. No sooner had he spoken than his body began to swell. Vegeta felt a disquieting foreboding arise within him. In the next instant, Zabu's physique expanded significantly, morphing into a monstrous form. Yet, even amidst the grotesqueness, his green hair and skin still revealed his identity as Zabu. Vegeta sensed that Zabu's current combat power had surged far beyond his previous levels, overwhelming him with a sense of suffocation. Without further ado, Zabu vanished from sight, reappearing right before Vegeta, delivering a punch that sent him hurtling away. Vegeta found himself airborne, utterly defenseless. In the next heartbeat, Zabu, moving with blinding speed, intercepted him mid-retreat with a knee strike that propelled him skyward. As Vegeta arched backward, Zabu materialized behind him, clasping his hands together to unleash a devastating blow that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Vegeta was subjected to an unrelenting combo attack. Now you understand the gulf that lies between us, Zabu remarked. A sly smile creeping across his grotesque visage as he conjured an energy sphere, preparing to obliterate Vegeta. Rising to his feet, Vegeta's eyes widened at the impending energy blast. With a swift whoosh, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. The energy sphere was dispersed by the sudden appearance of another figure. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, "It's you." Jiang Ling. "Indeed, it is I. You ought to be grateful. I just saved your life," Jiang Ling replied. Vegeta offered no further acknowledgement, and Jiang Ling remained unfazed. He turned his attention back to Zabu, momentarily puzzled until he recognized Zabu from the green hair. No wonder Vegeta was unable to prevail in the original story. Vegeta had indeed been thoroughly bested by the transformed Zabu. Jiang Ling moved swiftly, appearing before Sabo in an instant. A burst of energy was unleashed point blank. Boom. In a mere moment, Sabo was reduced to ashes, without uttering a single word. Jiang Ling moved once more, appearing before the soldier clutching the Dragon Ball. He snatched the Dragon Ball from the soldier's grasp, and an intense surge of energy erupted from his body, annihilating the surrounding soldiers in an instant, leaving them to share the same fate as Sabo. This technique was deceptively simple. It was merely the release of energy from his body, an effective skill for clearing enemies within a wide radius. Vegeta stood in astonishment. What had transpired? In just a few days, how had Jiang Ling become so formidable? The power he had just displayed was overwhelmingly potent. It seemed only recently, while on Earth, he had been comparable. Vegeta remained frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the situation. He even began to doubt the titles of Saiyan Prince and Saiyan Prodigy he had long held dear. Was he truly a genius? If so, why had this individual before him exhibited such extraordinary growth? Jiang Ling turned around and gazed at the astonished Vegeta. "Stop dawdling. First, present the Dragon Balls you have acquired." "Absolutely not." Vegeta snapped back to reality, immediately rejecting the request. "I shall not hand over the Dragon Balls to you." Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile. He anticipated that Vegeta would respond in this manner. "So, you must be aware that planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza?" Vegeta replied in a low tone. "I just learned of it. Do you wish for vengeance? I can assist you in your quest for retribution, but I must warn you, Frieza's power surpasses even mine. You stand no chance against him." Jiang Ling, with gentle persuasion, spoke, and upon hearing these words, Vegeta felt a stir within his heart, caught in a moment of temptation. Yet, he still shook his head. "This is a matter concerning us Saiyans." As the words left his lips, he noticed the swaying tail behind Jiang Ling. "Vegeta." He nearly forgot that Jiang Ling was also a Saiyan. "I can impart to you methods to rapidly enhance your strength. It is not beyond possibility for you to become a legendary Super Saiyan." Jiang Ling once again incited temptation. He continued, "If you choose not to surrender it, so be it. I possess the Dragon Ball radar, making the retrieval of the Dragon Balls a matter of mere moments." The mention of Super Saiyan unsettled Vegeta, particularly upon hearing the latter part of the statement. Before long, Vegeta produced the concealed Dragon Ball and handed it over to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling gestured towards Ginyu and Goldo, whom he had cast aside at a distance. "Please assist me with them. It is inconvenient for me to hold the Dragon Balls." "These are Ginyu and Goldo from the Ginyu Force," Vegeta replied, momentarily taken aback. However, he swiftly regained his composure. After all, the shocks Jiang Ling had delivered thus far were already quite overwhelming. The annihilation of the Ginyu Force was not an unthinkable scenario. "Follow me to Frieza's spaceship," he commanded. Jiang Ling uttered a word and soared away, clutching the Dragon Ball. Vegeta had no choice but to carry Ginyu and Goldo in tow. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination, only to encounter Sun Wukong and Krillin emerging with the Dragon Ball in their arms. At this moment, all 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. Jiang Ling nodded. "Please wait for me a moment. We shall summon the dragons soon." "All right, no problem," Krillin and Gohan responded in unison. Subsequently, Krillin gestured towards Vegeta behind them. How is it that he is with you?" Jiang Ling smiled reassuringly, declaring him harmless for the time being. "Hmph," Vegeta scoffed, offering no rebuttal. Subsequently, Jiang Ling scanned the vicinity, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He gestured for Vegeta to follow. Before them appeared 5 circular single-pod spacecraft. They placed Goldo inside, preparing him for departure from Namek. Jiang Ling pointed towards one of the spacecraft. Vegeta, filled with confusion, pondered why they would spare Goldo's life. Sensing his thoughts, Jiang Ling refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "Just do as I say. I have my own plans." Chapter 42, a great sun A wave of energy rushed towards them. The single-person spacecraft ascended into the sky, carrying Goldo away, breaking through the atmosphere and departing from Namek. "Keeping this person alive is a calamity. I cannot fathom why you would grant him mercy. Would it not be better to eliminate him?" Vegeta muttered to himself. Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, "You are indeed a source of calamity. Perhaps I should have eliminated you from the outset." In all honesty, had it not been for Wukong's intervention, he would have undoubtedly dispatched Vegeta. This timeline had already undergone significant alterations, and whether Vegeta would evolve as he did in the original narrative remained uncertain. Thus, he had initially contemplated extinguishing Vegeta's potential in its infancy. Vegeta, taken aback by Jiang Ling's words, momentarily choked on his thoughts. Reflecting on the harsh words he had cast aside when departing from Earth, he now considered the vast disparity in strength between them. A desire to return to the past and deliver a sharp reprimand to himself arose within him. Nevertheless, the pride of the Saiyan prince steeled his resolve. He vowed to surpass Jiang Ling and Kakarot, and to exact a fierce retribution, thereby erasing the humiliation of the past. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ling, he was oblivious to the myriad of emotions swirling within Vegeta. After teasing Vegeta momentarily, Jiang Ling felt a surge of satisfaction within. He was presently awaiting the conclusion of the system's countdown in silence. 1 minute, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Sign-in count refreshed. The host may now sign in. Indeed, another day has passed on Namek. Time seemed to fly by. The fate of Ginyu now rested on the whims of fortune, specifically, Jiang Ling's fortune. Jiang Ling cast his gaze upon Ginyu, who was deprived of his limbs and suffered damage to his vocal cords, and broke into a radiant smile. Ginyu's eyes widened in surprise, for reasons unknown. That smile sent a chill down his spine. Sweat poured down profusely, and he emitted incomprehensible sounds of awe. Do not be anxious. Jiang Ling gently comforted him, placing her hand upon Ginyu's shoulder. In her heart, she silently proclaimed, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on an extraordinary stroke of luck. Your check-in reward includes transformation and Ginyu's dance talent. Oh my, 2 skills appeared at once. Indeed, he is my beloved son, Jiang Ling remarked. Although one of the skills may be deemed ineffective, naturally, as your father, I must contribute in some way. Regarding such matters of address, Jiang Ling has always been unequivocal, frequently retorting, System, you are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, my dear child. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over him. The system, recovering from the playful banter, nearly malfunctioned in its vexation. After their light-hearted antics, Jiang Ling redirected his attention to the skill he had just received as a reward. Body swap. By uttering the word exchange towards a target, a beam of radiant light would strike the target, allowing him to exchange bodies with it. Cooldown period. 1 day. Jiang Ling furrowed her brow, wondering why there was a cooldown period for him. What is the meaning of this cooldown, big boy? Though the system was quite irritable, it dutifully responded to her inquiry. It's rare to encounter such anomalies. The skills are excessively powerful, hence they have been moderated by this system. Jiang Ling. This rationale is quite reasonable. However, possessing such a skill is already commendable. What more could one desire? Let us indulge in visions of the future. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows once more. Previously, she merely perceived the transfiguration skill as formidable and desired to acquire it. Now that she had obtained it, it seemed to hold little practical value. Jiang Ling believed that his health was quite robust, and he harbored no peculiarities. Upon reflection, he found the body swap skill to be rather superfluous. It seemed as though he had exerted himself in vain. Damn, what a waste of my time. Jiang Ling turned to face Ginyu, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The turtle school's Kamehameha. Before Ginyu could comprehend what was unfolding, he was enveloped by a blinding blue-white shockwave, and then there was nothing more. After Jiang Ling vanquished Ginyu using the turtle school's Kamehameha, he let out a long sigh of relief. He even concocted a justification for himself. I am merely ridding the universe of evil. This assertion was not entirely unfounded, as the heinous crimes perpetrated by the Ginyu force across the cosmos were indeed beyond enumeration. Hmph, my transgressions, my transgressions. May you be reborn as a virtuous soul in your next life. Jiang Ling sighed as he gazed at the massive crater before him, pondering thoughtfully. From now on, this place shall be known as Itamori Town. Perhaps one day I shall capture a scene reminiscent of your name in a version set on Namek. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku found himself puzzled by Frisia's apparent weakness, which was not as formidable as he had imagined. As the dust clouding Frisia dissipated, he observed the villain tremble slightly. How infuriating, how utterly intolerable. This king has been injured by mere ants. Frisia's energy surged violently. Goku's expression hardened. Can he transform again? This aura is incredibly potent. Although this thought crossed his mind, Goku refrained from intervening. He wanted to ascertain just how powerful Frisia truly was. With a blinding flash of light, Frisia's appearance underwent a transformation. He became shorter and more grotesque, resembling a monstrous being. His energy intensified exponentially. Oh, in this form, with a battle power exceeding 20 million, prepare to meet your doom. Frisia declared slowly. His expression twisted with fury. He raised his hand, gathering a purple energy sphere at his fingertips, which grew larger with each passing moment. The purple energy sphere, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, exuded an aura of terrifying power. Frisia pointed forward, directing the energy sphere towards Goku. Goku's demeanor turned grave. He realized he could not evade this attack. If he did, Namek would face annihilation. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer, Goku shouted. Flames of crimson energy erupting around him as he ascended skyward. Kaioshin times 10. Kamehameha. With his hands positioned in a flower-like formation at his waist, he gathered a deep red energy wave. Goku thrust forward, and the Kamehameha surged forth like a dragon, colliding fiercely with Frisia's energy sphere. Frisia, refusing to yield, pressed down with his hand. For a moment, their energies clashed in a stalemate. The violent energy waves shattered nearby mountains, and the ocean surged, creating devastating tsunamis. Aya! Goku's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. Kaioshin times 12. Instantly, the Kamehameha surged with renewed vigor, gradually pushing Frisia's purple energy sphere back. What? Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. He exerted more force, yet it proved ineffective. He could only watch as the energy sphere was driven inexorably towards him. Chapter 43. Jiang Ling arrives. The energy sphere crackled with lightning, its purple mass brimming with fearsome power. Under the impact of Goku's Kamehameha, it descended towards Frisia. Just as victory seemed imminent, Frisia braced himself, his small frame standing defiantly against the oncoming energy. His expression contorted with strain as he growled, Aya. He struggled to push the sphere away, but under Goku's relentless pressure, he could not prevail. Gradually, he was forced downward, heading towards the lake below. This cannot continue. I will perish. The dread of death began to seep into Frisia's heart. If that is the case, I shall break my seal and revert to my original form. Aya! Frisia's energy surged once more. His power was rising. Could he transform again? Goku felt a jolt of alarm and quickly intensified his own energy. But the energy sphere remained immovable, even beginning to push back against him. At that moment, a voice rang out. Kaioshin times 10. Kamehameha. The figure of Jiang Ling emerged in the distance, radiating a similarly fiery crimson aura. At this moment, his presence was on par with that of Wukong. The red Kamehameha, intertwined with Wukong's own, coalesced into a magnificent crimson dragon that enveloped and consumed both the destructive blast and Frisia, plunging into the depths of the sea. A thunderous explosion resonated from the ocean floor, unleashing towering waves that surged forth. Most of the water evaporated, while some cascaded over the nearby land. Reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami, Wukong exhaled deeply, the crimson aura dissipating around him. Having just unleashed the 12-fold Kaioshin, his body was beginning to show signs of strain. Fortunately, your timely arrival prevented Frisia from transforming once more, averting unimaginable consequences. Wukong flashed a grin, inquiring, by the way, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive? I was dealing with Frisia's minions. It took a bit longer than expected, but at least I made it in time. Jiang Ling chuckled, a hint of perplexity lingering in his heart. Was Frisia truly so easily vanquished? Upon careful scrutiny, he indeed perceived the absence of Frisia's aura. The ocean's waters cascaded from the heavens, drenching their faces and bodies, bestowing upon them an overwhelming sense of reality in that moment. Yet, at that instant, an unforeseen calamity erupted. A formidable force surged forth, a shadow emerging from below, colliding directly with Son Goku. Boom. Goku was instantly bathed in blood, his entire form hurtling through the air, shattering peak after peak, until he was finally buried beneath the rubble. Goku! Jiang Ling called out sharply, suddenly turning to gaze at the shadow. Frisia, you're alive. At that moment, Frisia's form had transformed from its previous monstrous appearance into a sleek and elegant shape, exuding simplicity and grace. His delicate visage now bore a hint of androgyny. Haha, just a moment ago, I too thought I was doomed. But now, I am in my complete form. Are you all prepared? With that, Frisia burst into laughter, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. It was only when he caught sight of the tail coiled around Jiang Ling's waist that his expression shifted. You are a Saiyan? Jiang Ling smiled faintly, remaining non-committal. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that there were indeed a few Saiyans who had slipped through the cracks during his initial extermination. Thus, today, he resolved to eliminate them all, sparing himself the annoyance of encountering these monkeys in the future. As Jiang Ling was about to speak, a powerful energy blast suddenly shot from behind, perhaps dismissive of evasion. The energy blast struck Frisia directly, producing a resounding boom. Unfortunately, the impact was inconsequential. Frisia remained unscathed, not a single hair harmed. Turning to see the source of the blast, Jiang Ling recognized it as the newly arrived Vegeta. His chest heaved violently as he clenched his fists tightly. Frisia, although I have already learned the entirety of this affair from Dodoria, hearing it from your own lips makes me yearn to strangle you with my bare hands. No sooner had he uttered these words than Vegeta unleashed his full power and charged forward. Well, if it isn't my dear little Vegeta. What's the matter? Frisia remarked with a gentle smile, observing the seemingly sluggish approach of Vegeta. Extending his hand, he lightly tapped his fingertip, releasing a laser that pierced through Vegeta's chest. In an instant, the event transpired, and Jiang Ling, desperate to intervene, found himself too late. Ugh. Vegeta glanced down at the wound in his chest as he fell to the ground, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. How foolish of me. I could have just stood aside. He cast a weary glance at Jiang Ling, who had hurried to his side. Jiang Ling, Frisia's greatest fear. The legendary Saiyan. To me, you embody that legend. I implore you, can you not avenge our kind by slaying Frisia? With those final words, Vegeta's head tilted and he succumbed to death. Jiang Ling sighed deeply. Cuisine is the original sin. May it find peace. Frieza, crossing his arms and appearing rather bored, finally remarked, "Is that all? It's quite amusing to see you speak so much even after being struck in the heart." The wind swept by, carrying the yellow dust. The two faced each other in silence, exchanging no words. The exclamations of despair. Jiang Ling was the first to shatter the oppressive silence, erupting with fury. A deep crimson aura enveloped him, exuding an enchanting allure. The overwhelming energy painted the sky with vast swathes of red, as if heralding the arrival of an apocalypse. 15-fold King's Fist. Jiang Ling uttered a low reprimand. He was acutely aware that this 15-fold exertion was already the upper limit of his physical capacity, while it was not impossible to summon 20 or 25 times that strength. He was uncertain whether victory in battle would precede the collapse of his own body. Jiang Ling surged forth like a crimson meteor, hurtling directly toward Frieza. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before him, colliding headfirst against his form. With a resounding thud, Frieza staggered back a few steps. Enveloped in a cloud of dust, exclaiming in pain, "How could this be? I have attained my perfect form, yet this Saiyan monkey possesses such formidable strength to injure me." Before Frieza could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Ling launched another assault. His fists transformed into a tempest of relentless force, striking Frieza with unyielding precision. Each blow landed with the weight of sheer determination, resounding with a cacophony of impacts. Thud, 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 thud. Frieza found himself momentarily unable to retaliate, caught in a barrage of relentless strikes. At last, he seized upon a fleeting opportunity. He recoiled his head, bent his leg, and raised his arm to block. Then retaliated with a swift lash of his tail, striking Jiang Ling with force. Jiang Ling stepped back a few paces, refraining from advancing further. Instead, gazing at Frieza, who erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, Frieza was a sight to behold, his body marred by numerous grievous wounds, and his face grotesquely swollen and bruised. Chapter 44. How infuriating. Hiss, it hurts. Frieza grimaced as he tugged at the wounds on his face, baring his teeth in a grimace. "You have inflicted pain upon me. No one has ever managed to do so before. You are the first. It is time for you to witness the full extent of my power, my complete form at 100%. This force is so formidable that even I find it terrifying. Tremble, Saiyan monkey." Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly, his expression one of indifference. "In comparison to your full might, I suggest you focus on surviving first." As he spoke, he gestured upward. "What?" Frieza abruptly looked up, only to behold a colossal white orb of light suspended above him, gradually descending. "What? In the next instant, the white sphere engulfed him in an instant. Boom! A radiant explosion erupted, unleashing cataclysmic waves of energy. The land and sea were rendered into nothingness in that moment. From a distance near the epicenter of the explosion, Jiang Ling descended slowly to the ground, holding Goku in his grasp. "You truly are remarkable, Goku." Gathering the spirit bomb without a sound, he chuckled. "If it weren't for you diverting Frieza's attention, I wouldn't have succeeded." Cough, cough. Goku managed to smile before succumbing to a fit of light coughs. The injuries inflicted by Frieza had indeed taken a toll. At this point, Frieza must surely be annihilated. Jiang Ling gazed at the large crater created by the energy blast, softly murmuring to himself that this would be the best outcome. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a figure emerged from the depths of the pit, Frieza, slowly rising into the air. At that moment, his appearance underwent yet another transformation, as bulging muscles rippled across his body. A terrifying aura of oppression emanated from him. Truly, he was an indomitable force, akin to an unkillable cockroach. Jiang Ling forced a smile and shook his head. He was acutely aware that Frieza's current form possessed a combat power that had reached an astonishing 120 million, far beyond his capabilities. Two options lay before him. The first was to inflict severe injury upon himself, utilizing the body swap skill against Frieza, thereby eliminating the Frieza occupying his body. The second was to contact Krillin, summon the Eternal Dragon, and transport both him and the Namekians to Earth, leaving Frieza behind on Namek. Observing Frieza's increasingly deranged expression, Jiang Ling understood that he needed to make a decision swiftly. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding. Host, you have an unused location sign-in available. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? The notification momentarily distracted Jiang Ling, and without giving it much thought, he casually replied, "Sign in." Ding. Sign-in successful. As the host is located at a significant scene from Dragon Ball, where Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan, the reward is Goku's inner journey at that moment. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he seemed to sense the loss of something profoundly significant. What could this essential thing be? A person? An object? Bulma? His own dignity? The system? Or perhaps all the friends surrounding him? Ultimately, none of this mattered. What truly counted was that Jiang Ling did not wish to lose anything. By nature, he was indifferent, and since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had never been angered by any event. Yet this time, he was filled with rage. No one could take away what belonged to him. He was determined to protect everything he cherished. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. No one can seize my dignity. Jiang Ling gradually succumbed to madness, his eyes turning pale. His breath became erratic, Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The earth shattered, and the waves surged violently. A dazzling golden radiance ascended into the heavens. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Jiang Ling. What? What is happening? Frisia's eyes widened, an ominous premonition rising within him. Whoosh! The golden light intensified. The figure of Jiang Ling gradually came into view. His hair stood upright, a golden hue adorning his locks and brows, while his pale green eyes reflected a demeanor of indifference. A blazing golden aura enveloped him. As he regained his composure, Jiang Ling glanced at his younger brother and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was still there. It seemed that not only his hair and eyebrows had transformed to gold, other body hair had also undergone a similar change. Perhaps next time he could consult Bulma. She would undoubtedly find this phenomenon quite fascinating. Jiang Ling felt an odd sensation stirring within him. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. He turned his gaze towards Frisia. Now that our warm-up has concluded, Frisia, are you prepared to meet your demise? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frisia's face. For reasons unknown, he sensed an impending threat of death emanating from Jiang Ling. Impossible. My strength is unparalleled. How could I feel death looming from this Saiyan monkey? Frisia's mind screamed in protest. He forced a smile onto his face. How absurd. Do you think that merely dyeing your hair can defeat me? Who am I? I am Frisia, the most powerful emperor in the universe. The noise was unbearable. Jiang Ling coldly uttered 2 words, and in an instant, his body vanished. The next moment, he appeared behind Frisia. This was not mere teleportation. It was a manifestation of speed taken to the extreme. With a fist enveloped in a golden aura, Jiang Ling struck Frisia, sending him crashing to the ground, causing the small island beneath to fracture and vanish entirely. A single blow eradicated the island. Countless energy blasts erupted from Jiang Ling's hands, hurtling towards the direction where Frisia had fallen. The waves roared, and numerous columns of water surged into the sky. Suddenly, Frisia's figure emerged from the tumultuous waters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Damn it! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression twisted with rage as he charged at Jiang Ling, seemingly consumed by madness. Jiang Ling did not indulge him. With a powerful punch, he struck Frisia squarely in the face, sending him flying. Ah, I will kill you, Frisia bellowed, charging once more, only to be blasted away again. He charged again, and again he was sent flying. This back and forth occurred dozens of times, relentless, unwavering, and indefatigable. Even with his head bloodied and battered, he pressed on. At this moment, a somber melody would be fitting, portraying Frisia as a man who, disregarding everything, valiantly charges forward for love. However, this time Frisia ceased his assault. He finally realized that such efforts were futile. If that is the case, then let this planet be destroyed along with me. You cannot survive without air. But I am different. I can thrive in the cosmos, ha ha ha. Frisia chuckled, his fingertips beginning to coalesce the energy for a planet-destroying blast. Yet, he had not anticipated what would follow. Will Jiang Ling fulfill his wishes? The answer is no. With his hands placed firmly on his waist, he conjured a blue and white shockwave. Kamehameha. However, Jiang Ling refrained from unleashing it. His expression hardened, and with a low growl, he compressed the Kamehameha further, refining it until a profound blue and white sphere of energy materialized in his grasp. If I call your name, will you dare to respond, Frisia? Yes, I am here. Frisia instinctively replied, and the next moment, the Kamehameha was unleashed, engulfing him entirely. Boom. From the perspective of outer space, planet Namek emitted a colossal blue and white beam of light, shooting into the unknown. It served as a guiding beacon for the aimless spacecraft navigating the cosmos. Chapter 45. Soup Frisia was no more. Reduced to ashes. In life, he had wrought havoc upon countless planets, yet in death, he took nothing with him and left behind no trace, departing quietly into oblivion. Jiang Ling relinquished his Super Saiyan state. His upright hair and light green eyes reverted to their original form, while his golden locks transformed back to black. Jiang Ling, what just happened? That was incredible, Goku inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, that? It's what Vegeta referred to as the legendary Saiyan. It's nothing extraordinary. You can achieve it too. Really? Indeed. I have faith that you can. After a brief respite, Jiang Ling took out the last celestial being, dividing it into 2 halves, one for himself and one for Wukong. Subsequently, Jiang Ling brought Bulma over. Everyone gathered at the location of Frisia's spaceship, as Gohan and Krillin were guarding the 7 Dragon Balls there. Upon arrival, it was evident that Krillin had donned a complete Frisia Force Battle suit. Jiang Ling exhibited a peculiar expression, for in the original narrative, Krillin met his demise while clad in this very outfit, an event that precipitated Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. It has since been humorously referred to by netizens as a funeral attire. How come you're wearing that? Jiang Ling inquired. Krillin chuckled. Well, my previous clothes got dirty, and I happened upon a fitting one aboard Frisia's spaceship, so I decided to wear it. It's rather nice. The quality is quite good. Jiang Ling refrained from further comment, content that Krillin was pleased. Meanwhile, Gohan was engaged in barbecuing, with something simmering nearby. Bulma, noticing this, expressed her curiosity. Gohan, what are you cooking in that pot? Gohan looked up, his face radiating innocence as he replied, "Oh, this is something that Uncle Jiang Ling taught me to make. I think it's something only adults can drink." Jiang Ling lightly cleared his throat and added, "Ahem, only men are allowed to drink. Bulma, you cannot partake." "If I can't drink, then so be it, you miser," Bulma retorted, pouting slightly. Jiang Ling leaned closer, whispering something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She shot him a playful glare and playfully pinched him. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, gazing at the bubbling broth. After a moment of contemplation, he added various traditional Chinese herbs such as epimedium, cinnamorium, and cistanche. The soup was ready. "Kellen, this is a remarkable concoction. Come, take a sip and see for yourself." Jiang Ling greeted Klin with a smile, inviting him to partake in the drink. Klin, rubbing his bald head, inquired, "Is this any good? What dish is it from?" You are unaware of what has been added?" Jiang Ling replied. Klin shook his head, admitting his ignorance as he had been changing clothes moments ago. "Well, it's better that you don't know. It will be beneficial for you. Do have a bowl." With a smile, Jiang Ling earnestly recommended it. Klin, somewhat skeptical, could discern a hint of malice in his expression. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to partake. After all, they were friends. Surely he would not wish him harm. The remaining soup was shared between Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong, after which the group began to indulge in barbecued delicacies. As they feasted, they engaged in conversation about the recent battle. "Indeed, your combat was exceedingly bizarre, emanating a terrifying aura. Yes, I sensed Frisia's presence so intensely that I felt a sense of hopelessness. I was astounded to discover Jiang Ling's even greater strength. The repercussions of your battle were so profound that while I hid aboard the spaceship, I genuinely believed an earthquake had struck." Listening to the harrowing accounts of the battle, Bulma instinctively wrapped her arm around Jiang Ling's. "Please refrain from engaging in such perilous encounters in the future. I fear for your safety." Jiang Ling felt his arms enveloped by two soft and warm cushions, leaving him somewhat parched. After taking a generous sip of a chilled beverage and inhaling deeply, he reassured, all right, I promise it won't happen again." At that moment, a call request from the North Realm King came through. Hello. Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong. Are you there? You aren't engaged in battle with that perverse Frisia, are you? Have you left Namek yet?" Jiang Ling exclaimed, "Lord King of the North. We have already engaged in battle with Frisia. What is happening? I have repeatedly warned you. How could you still confront him? Quickly flee, for you cannot defeat him." The anxious voice of the King of the North echoed through. Jiang Ling and Wukong exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? This is a matter of life and death, and yet you find it amusing." The North Realm King lamented in frustration. Jiang Ling smiled as he explained, "Well, esteemed North Kai, we truly appreciate your concern. You are correct. Frisia is indeed formidable, and we cannot possibly defeat him. However," "What do you mean by however?" "I have already vanquished Frisia. He has been reduced to nothingness. Not even a trace remains." "What?" The North Kai, far away on North Kai's planet, leaped in shock. Swallowing hard. "Do not jest with me. This joke is far from amusing." "I am not jesting. It is the truth." As Jiang Ling savored his barbecue, he elucidated the sequence of events. Upon hearing his account, the King of the North Realm sank to the ground, murmuring in disbelief, I never imagined they would both become so formidable." Filled with a sense of melancholy, he turned to the trio engaged in training Yamcha, Tangent Han, and Jiaozi, and proclaimed, "Your training regimen shall increase tenfold henceforth." Jiaozi exclaimed, "What?" Yamcha gasped in shock. Tangent Han uttered, "On the planet Namek." After they had feasted adequately, they arrived at the Grand Elder's abode, bearing 7 Dragon Balls. Outside the residence lay the scattered corpses of several minions under Frisia's command. Upon sighting Piccolo, Jiang Ling scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten to invite him to the barbecue. However, it mattered little, as Piccolo typically refrained from participating in such gatherings. "Grand Elder, we have vanquished Frisia." The Grand Elder's murky eyes brightened with clarity. "I am profoundly grateful to the esteemed visitors from Earth. I never anticipated Frisia's overwhelming power, nor did I foresee your ability to defeat him. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for formality. In the future, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance." The elder chuckled in response, "Certainly." He then shifted the conversation, adding, "However, my lifespan is nearing its end, and I will entrust the responsibilities to the next generation elder." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. "No, I wish for you, elder, to live." Chapter 46, Labor Pains at Dark. Oppressive sky loomed over Namek. A beam of golden light shot into the heavens, transforming into a mighty dragon with robust arms. Standing majestically between the earth and sky, this divine dragon was summoned by Jiang Ling, who was preparing to make a wish. Possessing the skill to converse in the language of the Dragon Balls, Jiang Ling engaged in seamless dialogue with the dragon. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon, her face filled with astonishment, and instinctively exclaimed, "It's so large." It became evident that not only were the Dragon Balls of Namek grander, but the dragon itself was also somewhat larger than its counterpart on Earth. The Namekian dragon looked down upon the gathered crowd, and a commanding voice emanated from its mouth. "Brave warriors who have collected the 7 Dragon Balls, Please state your wish. Anything is possible, and I shall fulfill it. This proclamation was made in the Namekian language, understood only by Jiang Ling, along with Piccolo and the Namekians present, while the others remained perplexed. Jiang Ling harbored a strong aversion to being looked down upon, as if he were beneath another's lofty stature. He ascended into the air, positioning himself level with the majestic head of the Namekian dragon, gazing directly into its crimson eyes. Any wish can be granted? Indeed, any wish at all. Under Jiang Ling's unwavering stare, the Namekian dragon suddenly felt a palpable pressure, a bead of sweat trickling down its grand visage. This was the first time in its existence as a dragon that had experienced such a sensation, a truly extraordinary encounter. Is immortality attainable? Jiang Ling inquired. The Shenlong wiped his brow. Given my authority, it is unfeasible. However, I can extend your lifespan to the greatest extent possible. Jiang Ling was not taken aback. He had anticipated this. Such a desire was a flaw. In the manga crafted by Akira Toriyama, no one had ever acquired this ability through the Dragon Balls. The animated version featuring that second generation is merely an original plot and cannot be counted. The author, Akira Toriyama, is likely unaware of its existence. The Dragon Balls are already remarkable for their ability to resurrect the dead. What more could one possibly desire? How much additional lifespan can be granted? Jiang Ling asked. The Shenlong replied, it varies according to each individual's constitution. Jiang Ling nodded slowly and spoke. Then let us grant the Grand Elder of Namek an extension of life. He was somewhat acquainted with the Elder's past and deemed it a pity for him to simply pass away. Once, Namek was a technologically advanced planet, where its inhabitants recklessly exploited their advancements, ultimately leading to catastrophic environmental degradation that claimed the lives of the majority. A small remnant of survivors utilized spaceships to evacuate the remaining children from Namek, among whom was the deity. The others chose to remain and confront the calamity. The outcome was evident. In the end, after the disaster subsided, only one Namekian remained, the Grand Elder. Surviving such adversity undoubtedly attests to his formidable strength. The Elder could have departed, yet he chose not to. Instead, he embraced the monumental responsibility of nurturing his race. After centuries of perseverance, he has now fathered a total of 108 children, and his own life is nearing its conclusion. Jiang Ling wished for the Grand Elder to enjoy a few more years of life, a gesture of gratitude for the assistance in unlocking his potential. Helping to eliminate Frisia from Namek could also be seen as a tribute to the Grand Elder, but there were his own considerations as well. If Frisia were not dealt with on Namek, it was likely that Earth would be the next to face destruction, and their lives would be in jeopardy too. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's wish, the Namekian dragon nodded in acknowledgement. A fleeting glimmer passed through its crimson eyes, as it granted the Grand Elder an additional 20 years of life. Piccolo, upon hearing this wish, inclined his head in agreement towards Jiang Ling. Nail and Din were also present. As the Grand Elder's sons, they held deep affection for him. Hearing Jiang Ling's first wish to extend their father's life, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for granting the Grand Elder more time. We are immensely grateful. We had also wished to use the Dragon Balls to extend his life, but he refused. Regardless, we cannot express enough how thankful we are to you for not only resolving the crisis on Namek, but also granting the Grand Elder an extension of life. Upon hearing their words of gratitude, Jiang Ling jested, haha, in the future, when I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls from you, do not refuse, okay? Absolutely not. Nairu and Dandy vowed earnestly. At that moment, the house where the Grand Elder resided suddenly shattered, and a colossal figure emerged from within. As the crowd focused their gaze, they realized it was none other than the Grand Elder himself. At this moment, the aura of decay that once enveloped him had completely vanished, replaced by a vibrant and invigorated presence. Nairu and Dandy hurriedly approached him. Grand Elder, your health is fragile. Why have you come out? Indeed, Grand Elder. Please return and rest. The Grand Elder, with a warm smile, waved his hand dismissively. His complexion was rosy, and his voice resonated powerfully. I am in good health now, he affirmed, nodding at the crowd before lifting his gaze towards Jiang Ling in the sky. I have received your intentions, thank you. Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled, expressing a sentiment of regret at your departure. The Elder replied, thank you. I have come to realize that I cannot let go of my children. Nelu and Dondi responded. Elder. The Elder displayed a warm smile, stating, having relinquished 20 years of my life, I can continue to witness the beauty of Namek and the growth of my children. Warriors who seek to collect the 7 Dragon Balls, please articulate your second wish. The dragon addressed Jiang Ling below. Bulma and the others, puzzled, exchanged glances. Wasn't the wish already granted? Why hasn't the dragon vanished? Dondi blinked and remarked, our dragon can grant 3 wishes. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and they began to praise the Namekian dragon for its more humane nature. Jiang Ling shifted his gaze back to the divine dragon. As for my second wish, I wish to restore the environmental devastation caused by the battle on Namek to its original state. The divine dragon nodded, its crimson eyes flashing with light once more. The wish had been fulfilled. The Grand Elder, Nail, Din, and the others, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotion and regarded Jiang Ling with newfound respect. He could have wished for something beneficial to himself, Yet he chose instead to restore Namek to its former glory. He truly is remarkable. It brings me to tears. Jiang Ling, unaware of their intentions, began to articulate the third wish, to increase the gravity of Earth by 0.5 times. Jiang Ling posits that the perceived inadequacy of human combat capabilities on Earth is not without justification, primarily due to the issue of physical conditioning. On the Saiyan home planet of Vegeta, the gravitational force is 10 times that of Earth, resulting in its inhabitants being formidable warriors. The gravity on Earth is exceedingly low. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ling has slightly increased the gravitational pull. After all, a period of acclimatization is essential. An immediate escalation to 2, 3, or even 5 times the current gravity would likely overwhelm humanity, resulting in widespread fatalities. Even with a mere 0.5 increase, a small number of individuals succumbed, predominantly those already afflicted with severe illnesses and on the brink of death. Those who might have endured a few more days were, unfortunately, hastened to their demise by Jiang Ling's intervention. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take such measures. He understood that true strength could only be attained through such trials. The pain of transformation is inevitable, but it heralds a rebirth. The dragon nodded, affirming that wishes had been granted. All 3 wishes fulfilled, he bid farewell until next time. With that, he transformed into 7 spherical stones that cascaded downwards. The sky shifted from night back to day. Chapter 47, The Journey Home. The future path of Earth is fraught with challenges ahead. What Jiang Ling could accomplish was merely to enhance gravity slightly, thereby improving the physical constitution of future inhabitants of Earth. As the divine dragon vanished, Jiang Ling descended from the sky. Bulma approached and said, Jiang Ling, many lives were lost on Earth during the last visit of Vegeta. Why do you not revive them? Moreover, I have heard that this time, Namek has suffered severe casualties. As she continued, her voice gradually diminished, enveloping the atmosphere with a somber pall. Jiang Ling shook his head, explaining that the Dragon Balls could only revive one individual per wish. Sun Wukong, resting his chin on one hand, pondered deeply and suddenly came to a realization. It was indeed as he thought. The others nodded in agreement. The Dragon of Namek seemed rather limited. Even with 3 wishes, it was of little consequence. Unfortunately, the majority of their kin had been slain by Frisia's army, leaving them unable to be revived. Dandy's expression fell, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Just as Dandy and Nero were left in bewilderment, Krillin stepped forward to clarify, it's all right. The Dragon Balls on Earth can revive multiple people at once. Once our Dragon Balls have cooled down, we shall resurrect your kin. Neru's face lit up with joy, and Dandy's eyes sparkled as he leaped 3 feet into the air. Hooray! This means our people can be revived. The clouds of despair dissipated, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. The weather was clear and sunny, an ideal moment for a celebration. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin each ventured into the wilderness, returning with a bounty of fresh ingredients to commence a barbecue. Jiang Ling produced an array of barbecue condiments and several cases of beer, thereby commencing the festivities. Gradually, survivors from all corners of Namek gathered in search of the Grand Elder. Upon learning of the events that had transpired, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Ling and others. Subsequently, they joined the celebration, reveling in song and dance, while also embracing the distinctive culture of Earth. For 6s. I'll add 1 more. 5 6s. 8. I don't believe you have 8 6s. Cheers. Let us have a couple of drinks. The celebration endured for an entire day and night, forging deep friendships among the attendees. Due to the excessive consumption of alcohol, many inebriated revelers lay sprawled across the venue. Bulma, who had abstained from drinking, let out a weary sigh. She summoned a house using a capsule, carrying Jiang Ling inside to rest. As for the others, she admitted her helplessness and suggested they enjoy the fresh air outside. After a day of rest, everyone gradually regained their senses. It was then that the moment of parting arrived. Jiang Ling brought a special unit to Namek, aboard a single-person spacecraft. He urged Goku to enter, suggesting that they could simply return in their own ship. Goku, however, was quite perplexed by the idea of traveling alone in the spacecraft. Jiang Ling wore a mysterious expression. For now, there is no need for you to return to Earth. I shall explain the situation to Chi-Chi. Huh, then where shall I go? I will take you to a place for cultivation. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Ling addressed the intelligent engine within the spacecraft, instructing, set course for Udrat Star. Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt and prepare for departure, replied the automated voice. The hatch of the single-person spaceship gradually closed, embarking on a journey with a bewildered Sun Wukong towards the predetermined destination. Uncle Jiang Ling, why did you send my father to that 8 or whatever star? Gohan inquired. The others, equally curious, turned their gazes towards him, eager to uncover the reason behind this unusual command. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, believing that upon his return to cultivation, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude. Enough of this talk. Let us board the spaceship and return to Earth. Very well. The group bid farewell to the meek star beings and boarded the spacecraft. As the vessel ignited, powerful jets of gas propelled it into the vastness of outer space. Aboard the spaceship, Sun Wukong finding himself with some leisure time, settled in the lounge to watch animated films. Jiang Ling glanced over and suddenly asked, "Have you finished your homework?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong involuntarily shivered, quickly turning off the television and returning to his studies. He had completed merely 1/10 of his assignments, with the majority still undone. If he failed to finish, he would surely face his mother's reprimands, a fate he wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Piccolo had entered the gravity training chamber. Despite having his potential unlocked by the Elder, significantly enhancing his strength, he did not allow himself to become complacent. The energy radiating from the battle between Goku and Jiang Ling indicated that he still had a long way to go. Thus, he committed himself to even more rigorous training, striving to catch up with them, and then, perhaps, to dominate the world. The thought of world domination made him smirk in self-deprecation as he continued to immerse himself in the gravity exercises. In another room, Krillin felt inexplicably overheated, his heart brimming with a sense of longing and impulse that he could not resist. He lay on his bed, exhaling a sigh of frustration. What was happening to him? As a single man, he found himself in a predicament he wished to avoid. His blood raced, and he paced restlessly around the room, unable to find peace. The only recourse was to engage in some training to expend his restless energy, the nature of which remained uncertain. Jiang Ling returned to his room. As soon as the door closed behind him, it was hastily locked by the anxious Bulma. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, whose alluring figure exuded an enchanting aura. Instantly, he felt parched and swallowed hard. Bulma was clad in a cool and translucent outfit. Jiang Ling leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Could you turn your back to me and lean against the wall, please?" Bulma's cheeks flushed as she felt the warmth of his breath against her skin. Complying obediently, she adjusted her position slightly, murmuring, "Is this all right?" Jiang Ling replied, "Just like that, it's perfect." "Bulma, I can't take it anymore." Upon hearing the alluring voice, Jiang Ling smiled faintly, contemplating how to deal with this little enchantress today. In an instant, with a swift motion, it was done. Jiang Ling executed a surprise attack. Inside the room, a vivid and vibrant scene unfolded. Time swiftly passed, and before they realized it, the spaceship had transported the group to a cerulean planet. This planet was none other than Earth. At last, they had returned. The spaceship descended onto the surface of Earth, and as the group disembarked, they inhaled deeply, relishing the familiar air of their home. Klin, invigorated from the entire journey, remarked with clarity and freshness. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained silent, his head bowed. Jiang Ling noticed this and inquired, "Why does Gohan appear so listless?" Gohan, with his fingers poking each other, displayed an expression of someone who had erred. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged glances, sharing a smile. "Rest assured, we shall accompany you back. Yet, what about my homework?" Jiang Ling smiled faintly, having previously promised Wukong to look after Gohan. He could not go back on his word. "No worries. Just wait and see." Krillin returned to Kame House. This time, his gains were remarkable. His combat strength had multiplied several times over. Now, he needed to return and train, acclimating himself to his newfound power. Although Master Roshi's combat abilities were somewhat lacking, his vast experience would provide invaluable guidance, enabling Krillin to swiftly integrate and master this new strength. Jiang Ling, Bulma, and son Gohan arrived at Baozi Mountain, the residence of the Sun family. At present, only Chi-Chi remained inside the house. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Ling rapped gently on the door. "Chi-Chi, are you home?" Soon, a tender feminine voice echoed from within the house. Coming, coming." The door swung open, revealing the lady of the house. She possessed fair, delicate skin, lustrous black hair, and exquisite features. Adorned in a cheongsam, her graceful figure was elegantly accentuated. "Ah, it's Jiang Ling and Bulma. You've returned. But where are Goku and Gohan?" Upon seeing them, Chi-Chi first expressed her delight, followed by a rapid-fire series of questions. This was hardly surprising. She was a traditional woman. Not seeing her husband and son naturally caused her concern. "Mom, I'm here." Son Gohan emerged from behind Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling said with a cheerful smile, "We came to see you as soon as we returned." Chapter 48. Resilient. The Earth Broadcasting Network reports, 10 days ago, for reasons unknown, gravity suddenly increased by 0.5 times. After 10 days, the populace has largely adapted to this situation and has actively resumed work and production. However, a small number of severely ill patients have succumbed prematurely, and a few frail individuals have fallen ill. Hospitals are earnestly seeking solutions and remind everyone to exercise regularly, avoid excessive salt, oil, and spicy foods, and maintain good health. In front of the television, Jiang Ling, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Sun Wukong sat together, sipping tea while reflecting on the news report. They were astonished to discover that Jiang Ling was the catalyst for the incident, which had indeed caused quite a stir at the time. Chi-Chi chuckled lightly, expressing her relief that it had little impact on her. After all, she had trained in the Turtle School martial arts under her father since childhood, and her physical capabilities were commendable. Indeed, Bulma replied with a soft laugh, "We are fortunate that Gohan began his martial arts training early. His physical condition is also quite impressive." The two women engaged in lighthearted banter, their camaraderie evident as they chatted animatedly about their daily lives. Jiang Ling and Wu Fan could only silently sip their tea, unable to interject. Suddenly, Chi-Chi shifted the conversation, inquiring with curiosity, "Hasn't Wukong returned with you? Why haven't we seen him for such a long time? Could it be that he has just returned and already dashed off to train again?" Bulma paused momentarily, uncertain of how to respond, and her gaze turned towards Jiang Ling regarding Wukong. Jiang Ling cleared his throat softly, his expression turning grave. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi felt a weight in her heart. Could it be that Wukong had perished once more? As she spoke, her voice trembled, and her eyes began to redden. Chi-Chi understood that the Dragon Balls possessed the power to resurrect only once. A second revival was beyond their reach. Thus, her reaction was one of profound distress. Wukong is unharmed. Do not fret. He is merely training on another planet and is likely to return in a year's time. Jiang Ling quickly spoke up, expressing relief. Chi-Chi let out a sigh of relief, stating, "As long as we can cultivate, everything is well." Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged a knowing smile. The human psyche is remarkably straightforward. Initially, one may perceive a situation to be dire, only to later realize that it is not as grave as it seemed, leading to an effortless acceptance. For instance, when faced with hunger and presented with two dishes, one being the most detestable stinky tofu and the other an impending oral defense, with starvation as the alternative, one might find that consuming the stinky tofu is indeed a viable option. At least it is not the oral defense. Once Chi-Chi regained her composure, she inquired about Gohan's progress on his assignments. Jiang Ling sighed and spoke, "Alas, our spacecraft was attacked on Namek, right in the vicinity of Gohan's room. Following a devastating fire, both our supplies and food have been lost." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's attention was swiftly diverted to the matter of sustenance. She hurriedly embraced Gohan, inspecting him from every angle. "My poor Gohan, you haven't gone hungry, have you? Mother will prepare a meal for you right away." The overwhelming affection emanating from her made Gohan quickly respond, "Mom, I'm not hungry. I eat regularly every day." However, this assurance seemed to fall on deaf ears for Chi-Chi, who was convinced that Gohan was underfed and had grown thin. Without hesitation, she dashed to the kitchen to commence cooking. Bulma whispered, "Jiang Ling, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Inappropriate?" Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I believe it is quite beneficial. These are merely well-intentioned falsehoods." If Chi-Chi remains perpetually angry, her temperament may veer towards an extreme. I am simply guiding her back to a more balanced state. Furthermore, anger can be detrimental to one's health. It is imperative to maintain tranquility. Do you understand? You must refrain from losing your temper all the time. Bulma shot him a glance and retorted, "Who says I am angry? I am simply a gentle and virtuous young lady." "Hmph," Jiang Ling scoffed, muttering under his breath, "I wonder who still gets upset in the morning over trivial matters. If I do not comply, then there's a tantrum thrown at me." Before he could finish, Bulma struck him with a cushion. "Don't mention it." All right. "I want to bring it up." Jiang Ling smiled and raised his hand in surrender. Beside him, Gohan tilted his head, perplexed by the peculiar conversation. Chi-Chi's culinary skills were exceptionally swift. She usually managed to prepare meals for the entire household single-handedly, a talent honed by the presence of Goku, the voracious eater. If she did not expedite her cooking, she would struggle to keep pace with Goku's appetite. Moreover, ever since Gohan began his training, his own appetite had noticeably increased, often requiring a portion sufficient for 30 individuals, and even that might not suffice. Chi-Chi graciously invited Jiang Ling and Bulma to join them for a meal. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, and remarkably, Chi-Chi continued to cook, bringing forth an unceasing array of delectable offerings. 50 dishes, 80 dishes, 100 dishes, all of which were surprisingly delicious. Jiang Ling could not help but commend Chi-Chi. Son Wukong had already begun to show off, devouring his meal with remarkable speed. Jiang Ling possesses the bloodline of a Saiyan and has undergone rigorous training, thus, his appetite is nothing short of extraordinary. He consumes his meal with great fervor. Meanwhile, Bulma, seated beside him, partakes of her food at a leisurely pace. Her appetite is not as prodigious, and she exhibits little astonishment at Jiang Ling's capacity for consumption. Let us not forget that she has watched son Goku grow up, and such trivialities no longer faze her. Jiang Ling undoubtedly knows her intimately, after all. They share a bed. Moreover, one must have sustenance to muster the energy for work, wouldn't you agree? Despite toiling late into the night, Jiang Ling remains spirited, while Bulma finds herself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed. Yet, this does not diminish her enjoyment. The following day, she is emboldened to continue once more. This is Bulma's hidden trait, her remarkable recuperative abilities. No matter how fatigued she may feel, she invariably bounces back by the next day, transforming into a vibrant young woman. Chi-Chi ceased her culinary endeavors after preparing 150 dishes, yet she too joined the table for a meal. Engaging in lively conversation with Bulma, she exhibited no signs of weariness from her cooking. After indulging in a hearty meal, Jiang Ling cast a glance and felt a sense of admiration. Truly, she is worthy of being Sun Wukong's partner. Her strength is remarkable. Chapter 49, 3:0 After a satisfying feast, Jiang Ling harbored an idea that he was uncertain whether to voice. After some contemplation, he decided to share it. Not for any particular reason. but simply because he felt that Chi-Chi found cooking quite exhausting. Chi-Chi, have you ever considered that in your household, you could actually prepare meals in large quantities? You could purchase a sizable pot and cook a single dish in portions sufficient for a dozen people at once. A few such dishes would suffice for everyone. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up with excitement. What a brilliant suggestion. How did I not think of this before? Cooking in this manner would certainly ease her burden. Although the taste and texture might not compare to individually prepared dishes, Yukong and Wufan are not picky eaters. Moreover, with the strength she has honed since childhood, managing a large pot of food would pose no challenge for her whatsoever. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ling and Bulma departed together, returning to Bulma's residence in West City. After all, it would be rather unreasonable to be away for such a duration without visiting home. Even though the two are now in a romantic relationship and share the same bed, they have yet to officially move in together, making it inappropriate to remain solely at Jiang Ling's home. The couple spent some time in West City, during which Jiang Ling did not squander his days. As a man now in a relationship, he could not afford to be consumed by his training while residing in his partner's abode. Jiang Ling exhibits a certain degree of male chauvinism. Given that the woman possesses wealth, he feels compelled to provide her with a respectable standard of living, even if he cannot match her financial status. Although Bulma once mentioned that she does not mind the quality of her living conditions, Jiang Ling disregarded her words, as his male pride forbids him from relying on her support. Thus, Jiang Ling has ventured into the workforce, armed with the master-level singing, master-level acting, master-level composition, and master-level artistic skills he acquired through previous endeavors. Alongside the renowned works familiar to him from his past life, he has thrived spectacularly in the entertainment industry. Within a mere 6 months, a plethora of his creations has emerged, shaking the very foundations of the global film and music scenes. His influence has been nothing short of transformative, earning him a multitude of prestigious accolades, such as Best Actor, Music God, Lyricist and Composer Paragon, and Master Director. Following this success, he has also embarked upon the realm of comics, producing works that have achieved worldwide acclaim. His creations rival celebrated titles such as One Piece, Naruto, Gintama, Weathering with You, Your Name, and Inuyasha, leaving fans around the globe astounded by his ingenious concepts. Many are left pondering the source of his boundless energy, after all. He excels in singing, acting, lyricism, composition, screenwriting, and now, comic artistry, all executed with remarkable speed and unparalleled quality, far surpassing his contemporaries. Unbeknownst to his admirers, Jiang Ling's prodigious vitality renders these endeavors mere trifles. He possesses a skill known as super speed writing, allowing him to complete an astonishing 10,000 words in under 10 minutes. With these formidable advantages, a vast majority of the global populace has become his devoted fans, spanning all age groups. Jiang Ling has also become the sole deity of the entertainment industry. Jiangshan. After a year of wielding influence in the entertainment industry, Jiang Ling established a company, recruiting numerous singers and actors, delegating the management of various creative works to the firm. He found it impossible to perform or act in all these pieces alone. Therefore, by allowing his artists to utilize these works, he effectively maximized their potential while also generating revenue. The company also brought in a batch of trainees, with Jiang Ling specifically instructing that they undergo 2.5 years of rigorous training before debuting, ensuring a solid foundation for their future endeavors. With the establishment of the company, Jiang Ling entrusted Bulma to find a reliable individual to manage operations while he assumed the role of a hands-off proprietor. With the profits accrued, he constructed an expansive residence on the site of his former home. The house is grand, exquisitely decorated, and boasts a spacious courtyard. Jiang Ling, accompanied by his girlfriend Bulma, has officially moved into this grand residence. He could discern the radiant smile gracing Bulma's face, a reflection of her joy for him. Thus, on that day, Jiang Ling accompanied Bulma, leaving traces of their bond in every corner of the grand house. Their financial aspirations had been fulfilled. Jiang Ling, rather than rushing to exercise, turned to his computer to embark on another endeavor, writing novels. With the remarkable enhancement of his super typing speed, his ability to produce text soared to extraordinary heights. Before long, several novels, each comprising millions of words, became sensational hits across the internet. The author's daily output was astonishingly prolific, and the quality of his narratives was exceptionally high, effectively overshadowing the prevailing works online. After all, while others were merely updating a few thousand words each day, Jiang Ling was publishing over 100,000. Each of his novels exceeded 100,000 words. Once these tasks were accomplished, several months had elapsed. Jiang Ling finally found some leisure time. After a few days of relaxation, on this particular day, Jiang Ling awoke from his slumber, finding no trace of Bulma beside him. He was not particularly surprised. Dressed in oversized shorts, he made his way directly to the kitchen. There, he beheld Bulma, her azure hair elegantly styled in an updo, adorned in scant fabric and an apron, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. As she busily prepared breakfast at the stove, she presented quite the image of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Were it not for Jiang Ling's deeper understanding of her character, he might have been deceived. Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning his head close to her ear. He softly inquired, What has piqued your interest in preparing breakfast today? Bulma replied. I simply felt inspired. He then playfully asked, and what shall I do about my own inspiration? Jiang Ling spoke, slipping his hands through the openings of the apron. Teasing playfully. Bulma's face flushed deeper with each moment as she playfully chided. So energetic this early in the morning. Was last night not sufficient? Not enough. Could you lend me a hand? He replied, exasperated. Bulma turned off the stove, casting him a sidelong glance. Then she knelt down to assist him. An hour later, Jiang Ling stepped out of the kitchen with a sense of satisfaction, carrying breakfast in hand. Since Bulma was occupied, he had taken it upon himself to prepare the morning meal. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ling reclined on the lounge chair in the courtyard, squinting his eyes, basking comfortably in the sunlight. Nearby, the latest popular song played, naturally, one sung by him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, ding. It's been a while, host. My dear son, you still remember to come out, huh? I thought you had vanished. Jiang Ling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Previously, he had sought assistance from the system, but without exception, there was no response. Ding. Host, please refer to me as system. What? Have you forgotten your father? Host. This system has just undergone an upgrade. It is now at version 3.0. The system disregarded Jiang Ling's comments and swiftly changed the subject. Oh? Jiang Ling sat up. Intrigued, he wished to uncover the new features the system had unveiled. Ding. The results of this system update are as follows. Bugs have been fixed and new functionalities have been introduced. Chapter 50. Upgrade. A number of bugs have been rectified. A new feature has been added. Time-space transition. As the name suggests, this allows one to traverse to any parallel universe within the realm of Dragon Ball. Unlocking condition. A modest absorption of time-space energy is required. Time-space energy? Where on earth am I supposed to find that? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow slightly. He had indeed written about such a thing in his novels. But those were mere figments of imagination. In reality, who could possibly know where to find it? Time and space. The power of time and space. Jiang Ling murmured to himself when he suddenly caught sight of Bulma, who, clad in a loose-fitting top, sauntered by with her fair, elongated legs. His eyes brightened with sudden realization. He recalled someone who might, just possibly, possess the power of time and space. Calculating the time, he surmised that this individual would soon arrive. Future Trunks. Alternatively referred to as Big Trunks, he was the son of the original Bulma. However, given his presence in this timeline, where Bulma had become his girlfriend, the emergence of Big Trunks remained uncertain. Jiang Ling wore a troubled expression. However, upon recalling the image of Bulma nestled in his embrace, he felt a sense of relief. What did it matter whether she came or not? If she did not, it merely meant the unlocking of new abilities would not occur. It was of little consequence. Meals would still be enjoyed, and life would continue as usual. Jiang Ling resolved to cease her contemplations. Overthinking served no purpose. Living a life of simplicity and tranquility was the ultimate truth. Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the courtyard. And suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have forgotten this? In the corner of the yard, several vines swayed gracefully with the breeze, already laden with a bountiful harvest of beans. Jiang Ling recognized it as a celestial bean. However, this celestial bean was unlike the ones from the revered Karen. Previously, the system had bestowed upon him 10 seeds, described as mutated celestial bean seeds, which promised to yield mutated celestial beans capable of enhancing one's combat prowess to a slight degree. Jiang Ling had planted them in the courtyard, but upon returning from Namek, he nearly forgot about them. As expected, with the overwhelming amount of information, many things began to slip from his memory. It may be worthwhile to venture into the wilderness to gather some herbal remedies, such as cistanche, epimedium, and cinnamorium. Jiang Ling plucked the mutated celestial bean and consumed one. As he sensed the alteration in his strength, he nodded slightly. It was estimated that his combat power had increased by approximately 200. For him, it was negligible. However, for Bulma, it was an extraordinary artifact. It could undoubtedly elevate her capabilities significantly. In light of this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reminisce about some bittersweet memories. The leisurely days always seemed to pass by in a fleeting manner. During these days of rest, Jiang Ling has not been idle. Due to the effects of the mutated celestial beans, Bulma's strength has significantly increased. Consequently, his activities have revolved around thoroughly indulging in Bulma's enhanced abilities. This reinforces a certain truth. Women solely serve to amplify my strength. Jiang Ling resolved to distance himself from the allure of temptation. Primarily, it was his inability to restrain himself. Therefore, he decided to take a stroll, coincidentally finding himself with matters to attend to. Jiang Ling arrived at the Celestial Temple. It remained much the same as before, yet the square felt desolate, as the group that once practiced here was no longer present. 2 rows of verdant trees swayed gently in the breeze. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing as the sunlight cascaded upon her. A gentle breeze brushed past the tips of her hair. In this moment, time felt serene, and life unfolded with tranquil beauty. Jiang Ling found himself enveloped in a tranquil state, as all the chaotic, worldly thoughts seemed to follow the breeze and drift away into the distance. Time passed, though he was unaware of its passage. Jiang Ling opened his eyes to find two individuals already standing before him. I apologize for the wait, esteemed deities, Mr. Bobo. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. The celestial being shook his head and said, there is no rush. Your previous state was truly remarkable. With my experience, I can only discern that it is beneficial for you, which is why I refrained from interrupting you. I can sense it as well. Jiang Ling nodded and remarked that although it might not be apparent at present, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for his future. Without further ado, he articulated his purpose directly. You are aware of the matters concerning Namek. Their Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. I hope that our Dragon Balls can also be enhanced to offer 3 wishes. Upon returning from Namek, the Supreme Kai had learned about the situation through him. At this moment, he pondered thoughtfully and nodded, acknowledging the rationale. It seems I must upgrade the Dragon Balls. Turning to Mr. Popo, the Supreme Kai requested, please retrieve the model for me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo reached behind him and produced a meticulously crafted model of the Shinron, encased beneath a cover, which he then handed to the Supreme Kai. The model was exquisitely detailed, likely the very instrument through which the Supreme Kai controlled the Dragon Balls. As he unveiled the cover, the Supreme Kai drew forth a bottle of water, which was clear, colorless, and odorless, its origin unknown. He poured the water over the Shinron model and began to chant an obscure incantation, his hands radiating light that enveloped the model. Subsequently, the model emitted 7 beams of golden light, radiating across the world. The upgrade is complete, and the cooldown has been reset, the Supreme Kai announced. Does this mean we can now gather the Dragon Balls to make wishes? Jiang Ling inquired. Indeed, came the affirmative response. After receiving confirmation, Jiang Ling bid farewell and leaped down from the platform, arriving at the base of Korin Tower. Inside, Master Korin was engaged in a mundane game with Yajirobe to pass the time. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of Jiang Ling, he paused for a moment. We meet again. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, you can just call me Jiang Ling, Master Karen. I'm here to inquire if there are still any divine beings available. Indeed, Master Karen replied, I have been collecting the production from these past few days. As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at the nearby Yajirobe. Jiang Ling smiled even more brightly. That's wonderful. By the way, have you finished the cat food I gave you last time? Before Carlin could respond, Akalobe chimed in, Jiang Ling, you have no idea. Ever since the last 10 packets of cat food were consumed, he's been incessantly mentioning you. Is that so? Haha. Jiang Ling observed the somewhat embarrassed expression on the face of the immortal Carlin and felt reassured. How about I trade you some cat food for a celestial being? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. The immortal Carlin feigned contemplation, though internally he was already elated. However, he still needed to discuss the terms. 1 celestial bean for 1 package of cat food. I have 20 beans here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling waved his hand grandly. 100 bags of cat food materialized before the immortal Carlin, each boasting a variety of flavors. These 100 bags are all yours. But I only have 20 beans. Not to worry, I'll gift you the surplus. In the end, Jiang Ling departed from Carlin Tower with 20 celestial beans in hand. He returned home directly to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma. Chapter 51. Sparring. The sounds of clapping echoed. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap. Jiang Ling successfully acquired the Dragon Ball radar. With his remarkable speed, he gathered all the Dragon Balls in less than half an hour. Summoning the dragon was not a significant matter. Thus, Jiang Ling did not call upon the crowd but instead summoned the dragon himself. In an instant, the previously bright and cloudless sky turned ominously dark. Lights flickered to life in various cities. Regardless of whether people were working, shopping, farming, or engaged in more intimate activities. They paused to gaze at the sky and speculate. What is happening? The sky has suddenly darkened. Indeed, it startled me for a moment. Could it be a solar eclipse? That is a possibility. Ha ha ha, the school has announced an early dismissal. Oh yeah, dear, let us take a moment to rest and see what is going on. No, you are merely making excuses to avoid your duties. Hurry up, you haven't contributed for several days. Otherwise, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. The reactions of the populace were as diverse as they were peculiar. Some expressed fear, others excitement, while some panicked, and a few reveled in the spectacle, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In short, a myriad of reactions ensued. At that moment, various information channels, broadcasts, television, and mobile notifications interrupted with an urgent announcement. Dear viewers, we interrupt this program to bring you an urgent bulletin. Due to an unknown phenomenon, the sky will be shrouded in darkness for a few minutes. Please remain calm and patiently await the return of daylight. Affected areas include Shidu, Baidu, and Tokyo. With the release of this news, public anxiety began to subside. What a year this has been, with increased gravity causing fatigue in daily life, earthquakes, and inexplicable solar eclipses. I recall similar occurrences in the past. It seems to happen every few years. Although Jiang Ling was unaware of what the people were discussing, he had previously informed Bulma. The influence of the world's foremost group is such that issuing a few news bulletins to stabilize public sentiment is a rather trivial matter. At this moment, Jiang Ling soared through the skies, locking eyes with the divine dragon. The dragon spoke. Please articulate your wish. Regardless of its nature, I can grant you 3. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling scoffed, dismissing the statement as mere pretension, a fade of grandeur. Those unaware might perceive it as profound, yet in truth, many wishes remain unfulfilled. Divine Dragon, he continued, I wish for the revival of those who perished at the hands of the Saiyans, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, and for the restoration of the ravaged lands. Aside from Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha, Jiang Ling recited the names of acquaintances, adding, eradicate all memories of the destruction caused by the Saiyan invasion from the minds of everyone else. Jiang Ling feared that the resurrection of the deceased might incite chaos among the people. Hence, he made this wish. It is not yet the appropriate time to disclose such matters to the common folk. The moment has not arrived. Revealing this information would only lead to unwarranted turmoil and complications. The dragon nodded and inquired, this will require the consumption of 2 wishes. Are you certain? I am certain. With that, your wish has been granted. You have one final wish remaining. Revive those who were slain by Frisia's faction on Namek. The wish has been fulfilled. Until next we meet. The dragon's eye shimmered as it realized the 3rd wish. It was a decisive creature, devoid of superfluous words, transforming directly into 7 Dragon Balls, which shot forth as 7 streaks of light towards various locations on Earth. The final wish, which Jiang Ling had promised to the Namekians, must not be overlooked. Jiang Ling, having fulfilled his wishes, returned home and immersed himself in the gravity training chamber for rigorous exercise. According to the timeline of the original narrative, the next event should involve Frieza returning home to confront his father, and then bringing his father, King Cold, to Earth for vengeance. However, here, Jiang Ling is certain that Frieza has been utterly eradicated and is, therefore, unlikely to arrive on Earth. He specifically visited the underworld to consult with the King of Hell. Consequently, Jiang Ling finds himself uncertain about the ensuing events, pondering whether King Cold will arrive, and if not, whether Trunks will traverse time from the future. Jiang Ling found it perplexing, so he decided to cease pondering it. When soldiers come, one must counter them. When water flows, one must conceal it with earth. Time flows like a river, and the days pass by in a monotonous manner. After Shenlong granted a wish last time, Yamcha returned to life. During these days, Jiang Ling observed him idling in the baseball team as before, feeling a deep sense of frustration at his lack of progress. Thus, he arranged for him to join his entertainment company. Life was relatively pleasant. Meanwhile, Tranjin Fan and Jiaozi were reluctant to join the company, at Jiang Ling's suggestion. They opened a martial arts school in the city to teach disciples. The life of the Earth warriors had finally found its rhythm. On Earth, an unexpected guest arrived. A spaceship descended upon the planet, and Vegeta emerged from it. After his resurrection on Namek, he had taken the spaceship directly to Earth. As he stepped out of the spacecraft, Vegeta immediately sensed a change. What is happening? The gravity of this planet is slightly higher than before. As a warrior accustomed to battling on various planets, he was quite sensitive to gravitational changes. Perhaps it was due to the Dragon Balls, he mused. Suddenly, he looked up in a certain direction, and a figure swiftly appeared before him. Jiang Ling, Vegeta, you were the one who resurrected me. Coming to Earth is acceptable. But if you dare to commit any acts that threaten this planet, I would not hesitate to. Jiang Ling had not finished speaking when he made a gesture of slicing his throat. Hearing this blatant threat, Vegeta's expression darkened. However, he refrained from uttering a word. Deep down, he understood that he had been unable to defeat Jiang Ling before, let alone now. Moreover, he had no intention of wreaking havoc on Earth, after all. If the planet were to be destroyed, he too would face annihilation. He longed to grow stronger, yet he would not resort to such foolish actions. I have no interest in Earth. I am merely curious as to how you have become so powerful in such a short time, Vegeta scoffed. However, I suspect I have discovered the method. By enduring severe injuries and recovering, or through resurrection after death, one can indeed enhance their strength. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Ling's voice echoed back, affirming, indeed, this method can augment one's power, but there are limits, ultimately. One must rely on personal training to improve. Jiang Ling was not particularly surprised by Vegeta's arrival. He understood the prince's thoughts all too well. As the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta was unwilling to accept being outmatched, especially by his fellow Saiyans, Jiang Ling and Kakarot. I am aware. I do not wish to employ that method, Vegeta nodded, casting a glance at Jiang Ling, his eyes glinting with the fire of battle. Hey, Jiang Ling, I wish to spar with you. I want to ascertain the gap in our strengths. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full power. Back on Namek, he had recognized Jiang Ling's formidable strength, even labeling him the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, he was uncertain just how powerful Jiang Ling truly was. Now, having returned from death with a significant boost in strength, Vegeta was eager to discover just how great the disparity remained. Jiang Ling nodded. After all, with nothing to occupy his time, he agreed. Chapter 52, The Youth. Whoosh. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Fortunately, they were cautious, causing minimal damage to the earth. Only a mountain had been reduced to rubble. Jiang Ling came to a halt and remarked, Vegeta, you are utterly lacking. Your strength is merely about 1/10 of my usual capability. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his composure shattering instantly. He was aware of the disparity, yet he had not anticipated it to be so vast. At that moment, Jiang Ling added, if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, my power would multiply by an additional 50 times. Super Saiyan? Transform? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Jiang Ling's words pierced his heart like a dagger, stirring turmoil within him. Faced with such a vast disparity, his pride lay in shambles. He became ensnared in a state of stupor, standing there vacantly, unaware of when Jiang Ling had departed. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Vegeta regained his composure. Gazing at the sky, he inhaled deeply, his expression rekindling the pride inherent to the prince of the Saiyans. What did it matter if the gap was so immense? As a fellow warrior of the Saiyan race, I am still the prince of Saiyans. If Jiang Ling can, and if Kakarot can, then I will undoubtedly triumph as well. Vegeta murmured to himself, his aura intensifying, sharp and relentless like an unyielding sword. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. A year had elapsed since their return from Namek. On this day, in the abode of Jiang Ling, the door to the gravity training room creaked open, revealing a man clad only in loose shorts, his torso bare. The man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with eyes akin to shining stars. Beads of perspiration traced the contours of his well-defined muscles, exuding a unique aesthetic appeal. This man was none other than Jiang Ling himself. He retrieved a white towel, dabbing the sweat from his body before making his way to a chair in the courtyard. There, he seized a thermos from the table and drained its contents in one swift motion. This was no ordinary water. It was infused with goji berries, red dates, cistanche, cinnamorium, and epimedium elements beneficial to men. It could aptly be termed as the elixir of male vitality. With this invigorating drink, he felt a surge of energy for his workouts. Jiang Ling brewed another cup and settled into his chair to rest. After days of rigorous training, he sensed that his strength had ascended to a new level. He couldn't help but wonder how Wukong was faring in his studies over there. Jiang Ling murmured to himself. Back on Namek, he had sent Goku to Planet Yardrat solely for the purpose of mastering instant transmission. Once accomplished, Jiang Ling would be able to sign in and acquire this ability himself. This clearly demonstrates that Jiang Ling had meticulously calculated his plans, loud enough for even the neighboring universe to hear. Meanwhile, in West City, a young boy stood outside Bulma's parents' house, lost in a reverie filled with nostalgia and reflection. At that moment, Mrs. Brief emerged from within and noticed him. Young man, are you looking for something at our home? Upon hearing this, the boy paused momentarily and replied, I am looking for my mother. Bulma, is she home? Are you a friend of Bulma? Mrs. Brief's eyes brightened as she scrutinized the boy. Indeed, all of Bulma's friends were handsome. Dear boy, there's no need to seek Bulma. Come along with me for a shopping spree. Bulma is already living with her boyfriend. The boy scratched his head, looking somewhat bewildered. Ma'am, I would rather not go shopping. Could you please tell me where Bulma is? I have something important to discuss. Mrs. Brief, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further and provided the boy with the address. With her wistful gaze upon him, the boy mustered his courage and quickly departed from the scene. Chapter 53, A Sparring Session. The residence of Jiang Ling, as a person who is dedicated to physical exercise and possesses formidable strength, is imbued with remarkable vitality. However, he should not indulge excessively in the comforts of affection. He is not one to be easily swayed by carnal desires. Nowadays, he immerses himself daily in the gravity training chamber, exhausting himself before returning to his quarters for rest. It has been a month since he last interacted with Bulma in the evenings. Initially, Bulma felt a tinge of melancholy, but she swiftly adjusted her focus and became engrossed in her technological research, navigating the vast ocean of science. Previously, the two had spent their days reveling in love, having just begun to savor its sweetness and fully appreciate its pleasures. Jiang Ling is not incapacitated. On the contrary, his vigor is remarkably abundant. It is not that his affection for Bulma has waned, but rather that their days are consumed with relentless busyness, leaving them utterly fatigued by nightfall, collapsing into deep slumber the moment they hit the bed. There was even an occasion when Jiang Ling, eager for interaction, had removed his trousers and just as he lay down, succumbed to sleep. To whom can he voice his grievances? With the enhancement of his strength, the energy within him surges ever more fervently. Jiang Ling understood that this was the result of prolonged physical exertion. He believed that he could no longer continue in this manner. Otherwise, an explosion was inevitable. Resolute in his decision, he determined that today he would forego exercise altogether. Instead, he would seek out Bulma. It was time for a cataclysmic upheaval, a reversal of day and night, a tumultuous upheaval of mountains and oceans, and a darkening of the heavens and earth. Jiang Ling felt a fierce fire ignite within him as he rose to head towards Bulma's technology research laboratory. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply to gaze at the sky, where he noticed a figure silhouetted against the sunlight, rendering its features indistinguishable. Who could it be? Jiang Ling's gaze was piercing, and the enthusiasm that had just ignited vanished without a trace. The person before him concealed his presence so effectively that, were it not for Jiang's keen perception, he would have remained utterly oblivious. Upon hearing these words, the mysterious figure descended before Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling finally discerned his appearance. He resembled a youth, with lavender-hued hair styled in the center part. His expression was resolute, and his countenance exuded a sense of calmness. Adorning a blue jacket emblazoned with the emblem of a capsule company, he bore a large sword upon his back. Jiang Ling immediately recognized who this mysterious young man was. Trunks. The great Trunks from the future. He is, after all, Bulma's son from the future. Indirectly, he could be considered Jiang Ling's son. Jiang Ling smiled, exclaiming, "Oh, my son has arrived." Trunks, completely bewildered, gazed at Jiang Ling, unable to comprehend the nonsensical words being spoken. His biological father, as his mother had informed him, was a person named Vegeta, of whom he had seen photographs. This was clearly not the individual standing before him. Moreover, how could one so casually refer to someone as their son upon first meeting? Where was the courtesy in that? First and foremost, I am not your son. Secondly, I have come to seek assistance from Miss Bulma, Trunks stated earnestly. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He invited Trunks to sit on a chair in the courtyard, then proceeded to the research lab to summon Bulma. What brings you here? Bulma inquired, dressed in a white lab coat, gazing curiously at Trunks, a boy she did not recognize. Furthermore, the insignia on his attire bore the mark of her company. Could he possibly be a fan? Was this a case of fandom knocking at her door? Logically, it would make more sense for someone to idolize Jiang Ling, a globally renowned superstar. This peculiar thought crossed Bulma's mind, and her gaze towards Trunks took on an odd demeanor. Trunks, observing this young mother before him, felt a wave of emotion. Having arrived in this timeline via a time machine, he had initially set out to confront Frieza and Cooler as per his original plan. Yet after waiting for a considerable time, he found that they had not invaded Earth. Following his mother's provided timeline and coordinates, he went to the location where Goku was supposed to return to Earth, but there was still no sign of him. Thus, in desperation, Trunks had come to West City, using the address given by his grandmother to seek out his mother, Bulma, from the past. After a moment of silence, Trunks resolved to share a portion of his story with Bulma. He wished to prevent the future from repeating itself in this timeline. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. Miss Bulma, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. It pertains to the future of Earth. Bulma began to question Trunks' mental state. It was not unreasonable for her to think so. After all, a stranger suddenly appearing before one, proclaiming knowledge of Earth as future, would lead any sane person to suspect insanity. Trunks, sensing her doubts, explained, I am Trunks, and I have traveled from the future using a time machine. I understand your skepticism, but everything I say is true. I am aware of certain aspects of your life, such as your childhood quest for the Dragon Balls, the adventures you have experienced, and the friends you have made, including Goku, Yamcha, Puar, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaioshin. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and asked, did you tell him this? Is this some sort of role-playing game scenario? She dismissed the notion, saying, don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in playing games, you know that. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Upon receiving this response, Bulma was astonished, feeling more perplexed than anything else. These matters were entirely unknown to her unless disclosed by her friends. How could this unfamiliar youth, named Trunks, possess such knowledge? Could it be that he truly hails from the future? Trunks continued, I also know that you traveled to Namek a year ago, defeated Frieza, and then the planet exploded. Stop. Bulma interrupted him. I don't know how you learned about our visit to Namek, but you were mistaken on one point. What point? Namek did not explode. What? Trunks was taken aback. This contradicted what his mother had told him. Could it be that history had been altered? Trunks pondered for a moment, glancing at Jiang Ling, who had remained silent throughout. He had never heard of this handsome young man from his mother. Could he be the one to have changed history? An air of silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, Jiang Ling broke the silence, saying, Bulma, trust him. Everything he says is true. However, do you trust me? I do. Then, that is sufficient. Jiang Ling and Bulma gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their heads drawing ever closer. Ahem. Trunks cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. He was taken aback by how openly affectionate his mother was in front of strangers. Jiang Ling, feeling somewhat displeased at the interruption, shot a sharp glance at Trunks and said, Trunks, not only do I know you hail from the future, but I also recognize you as a Saiyan. Am I correct? How did you discern that? Trunks asked, astonished. That is inconsequential. Let us engage in a sparring match. Very well, Trunks agreed. They then soared to a distant location more suitable for combat, with Bulma observing from a short distance away. The two faced each other, their gazes locked in a silent challenge. Jiang Ling remarked, come on, give it your all. Teknang shook his head, replying, if I were to unleash my full power, you might not be able to withstand it. It was not out of arrogance. To his knowledge, only Sun Wukong in this era possessed the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan and challenge him, while the strength of others was negligible. It's all right. Just unleash your full power. Jiang Ling smiled and spoke. Trunks nodded in agreement, saying, since you have put it that way, I shall fulfill your request. Subsequently, a formidable aura erupted forth as a golden flame surged from Trunks' body. With a whoosh, his parted hair flared out to the sides, transforming from a light purple to a radiant gold. In that instant, his eyes also shifted to a pale green. surrounded by the golden flames. Trunks gazed at Jiang Ling with an expression of indifference. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a slight smile, and he had a rough understanding of Tenning's strength. How about a wager? If you lose, you shall call me father, and if I lose, I shall acknowledge you as my father. Chapter 54. Tomorrow, why would I engage in a bet with you? Tenning's questioned, bewildered. Very well, if you choose not to wager, so be it. One day, you will indeed call me that, Jiang Ling replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Before Tennings could react, he uttered a low command. Golden flames enveloped his body, blazing fiercely. With golden hair and eyebrows and striking light green eyes, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The aura emanating from Jiang Ling was no less formidable than that of Trunks, and in fact, it surpassed it significantly. You, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If his memory served him correctly at this juncture, only Son Wukong had the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Following him were years later, Son Gohan, and then himself. In total, there were 3 Super Saiyans. Why had everything changed at this point? Son Wukong was nowhere to be found. Instead, it was this young mother-s boyfriend, Jiang Ling, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, he was stronger than Trunks himself. Unable to contain his curiosity, Trunks inquired, "Who exactly are you? Haven't I already informed you?" Jiang Ling replied, "I am Jiang Ling, Bulma's boyfriend and also her husband." Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he spoke again in a voice too faint for Bulma to hear from a distance. "Surely, you have not heard of me, Trunks, the son of future Bulma." The moment these words escaped his lips, Trunks felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in his mind, causing him to stagger back several paces, his thoughts swirling in a haze. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to stammer. You, how could you possibly know? I never revealed my identity. Who on earth are you?" Jiang Ling smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Ling, currently the boyfriend of Bulma, and one might also say I am your father, albeit not by blood. Your biological father, in this timeline, is no longer with Bulma. As for how I know this, it is because I hail from another timeline, quite similar to your situation." Trunks stood in a daze, his eyes vacant, murmuring to himself, "So, this is how it is, so that's the case. Then, the alterations in this timeline are all due to you, correct?" "You are right," Jiang Ling replied. "Thus, you may indeed call me father." Jiang Ling spoke with a half-smile, expressing his fondness for playing the role of a father. Both of them simultaneously reverted from their Super Saiyan transformations. Trunks, after all, was still a youth, having encountered such shocking revelations. He found himself devoid of any desire to engage in a sparring match. "You can keep dreaming," he retorted. "Ha ha ha, whether you acknowledge it or not. I've already accepted you as my son." Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. After a moment of contemplation, Ternanx retrieved a small vial from the pocket of his coat and tossed it to Jiang Ling. "Since you are aware of my presence, you must also comprehend the purpose of my visit, correct?" Jiang Ling deftly caught the small vial, fully aware that it contained a miraculous heart disease remedy. This was the very purpose for which Trunks had traveled from the future. In that distant timeline, Son Wukong would succumb to heart disease in a year, leaving Vegeta devoid of motivation and unable to ascend to Super Saiyan. The warriors of Earth would fall one by one against the androids, ultimately leaving only Trunks to desperately endure the overwhelming odds. Jiang Ling nodded and replied, "Understood. It essentially involves 2 matters, providing Son Wukong with a specific remedy for his heart condition and informing that artificial beings will emerge in 3 years. Rest assured, with my presence here, no significant issues will arise." "Then I can rest easy," Teknankus said, preparing to turn and depart. Jiang Ling intercepted him, saying, "Wait. Take me with you. I wish to see the world of the future." "Are you certain?" Tengsten paused. "Your strength is formidable. Yet there remains a significant gap when faced with androids. You need not worry about that. We shall go to the future together." "Very well, I shall await your return." As the two finished their conversation, Bulma flew over, exclaiming, "Are you two going to fight or not?" Transforming into Super Saiyans yet refraining from battle, and then reverting back. "You can fly?" Tengsten was taken aback. Bulma tilted her head and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, Jiang Ling taught me. What's so strange about that?" Tengsten reflected in his heart. This was no longer the world he once knew. This realm was astonishing. Even young mothers could soar through the skies. What else was impossible? Jiang Ling glanced at Bulma, then at Trunks, and pondered, "Trunks, please visit me tomorrow. I need to prepare this evening." "All right," Trunks replied without further thought, and departed. As Bulma watched his retreating figure, a sudden realization struck her. "Jiang Ling, you mentioned he came from the future, from several decades ahead." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. "In approximately 19 years. If he can transform into a Super Saiyan, it indicates that he too is a Saiyan. Currently, on Earth, there are only 4 Saiyans. You, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Gohan can be ruled out, as he is still quite young. It is improbable that he will have such a grown son in 19 years. Thus, whose child is Trunks among the 3 of you?" Bulma fixed her gaze intently into Jiang Ling's eyes, her overwhelming curiosity driven by a strong desire to uncover the answer to this question. Jiang Ling smiled. revealing no intention to conceal the truth. For there was no necessity to do so. She spoke. He is your child, Bulma. My child. So that means he is our child, Bulma replied, pleasantly surprised by the revelation of their son's handsome appearance. Her eyes sparkled with delight, filled with joy at the thought of her future son possessing such good looks. Truly, she thought, it was a testament to her own genes. In the next moment, Jiang Ling shook his head, declaring that it was neither his nor hers. What? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with shock. You. It's impossible. We cannot break up. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face in heavy droplets. The mere thought of a future without Jiang Ling was unbearable, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She truly cherished Jiang Ling. Not wanting to part ways, Jiang Ling's heart softened as he embraced Bulma's slender waist, soothingly saying, Fool, we shall always be together. How could we ever part? Yet, Bulma yearned to voice her concerns about the future, but the words eluded her. Jiang Ling spoke softly, I understand what you wish to convey. Rest assured, in other realms, I do not exist, which is why we are not together there. He briefly elucidated his singularity, asserting that he was absent from all other dimensions, leaving only this one where he resided, thus rendering any possibility of separation in the future impossible. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Yet, I yearn for the version of myself in other realms to be with you as well. Jiang Ling was perplexed by Bulma's sudden notion. However, upon gazing at her pitifully delicate visage, he felt a surge of compassion. Bulma, let us return home. Allow me to cherish you. Thus, they made their way back. In the throes of their emotions, passions ignited. Perhaps it was the long absence or some other reason. But both surrendered wholly, immersing themselves in the exquisite taste of forbidden pleasures. Chapter 55, The Future. The following morning, Trunks arrived at Jiang Ling's residence. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of guilt for not allowing him to stay overnight. After all, he was his father, and it seemed unthinkable to deny his son a place to rest. Yet, Jiang Ling had his own burdens. The previous night's circumstances were hardly conducive to hosting a guest. The house was in utter disarray. Jiang Ling exuded vitality, appearing in excellent spirits. He met with Tan Nakes in the courtyard. Your mother will not be coming out to see you off. She is too fatigued. Tan Nakes, perplexed, chose not to respond. Shall we proceed? Is there anything else that requires preparation? No, Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head. In response, Tan Nakes produced a capsule, pressed a button on its surface, and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a bullet-shaped machine materialized before them. The lower half comprised the machine's body, while the upper portion featured a transparent glass chamber housing the pilot's seat. It was indeed a time machine, resembling closely what one might encounter in a comic book. Jiang Ling and Tan Nakes entered the cockpit. The door sealed shut as the machine gradually ascended into the skies. Upon reaching a certain altitude, with a swift whoosh, both the machine and its occupants vanished from sight. Bulma stood by the window, gazing at the spot where they had departed, wishing them a smooth journey. After uttering her farewell, she turned to survey the disarray of her home, a headache beginning to form. Last night had been rather intense. Today would be consumed by the need to tidy up, cleaning, mopping the floors, washing bed linens and clothes, and discarding the torn garments, among other tasks. Meanwhile, within the time tunnel, a machine sped toward its designated temporal destination. Inside the time machine, Jiang Ling curiously observed the scenery outside. Tan Nakes could not help but issue a reminder, enjoy the view, but refrain from opening the door and venturing out. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he instructed the system to harness the power of time and space. With a chime, the absorption was complete. The function of the temporal gateway was activated. Quite impressive indeed. Jiang Ling gazed at the system interface. The previously gray functionality of the time-space portal had now transformed into vibrant hues. Presently, the portal offered an exchange between two distinct time dimensions, with the promise of additional time realms to be introduced in the future. The two portals represented Jiang Ling's current time and a future era. In essence, traversing between these two time frames would henceforth be as simple as a mere click, allowing for unfettered movement, with no indication from the system regarding any need for energy replenishment. In no time, the time machine carried the two individuals to the future world. Hovering gracefully in the sky before gently descending, Jiang Ling gazed at the ruins strewn across the ground, then lifted his eyes to the heavy, overcast sky. A sense of oppression settled in his heart as he descended from the machine. Jiang Ling remarked, I never anticipated that your world would be so oppressive. Tan Nakes paused momentarily, glanced at the sky, and comprehended Jiang Ling's sentiments. There is no need for concern. It is merely that rain is about to fall. Jiang Ling shook his head with a wry smile. I see now. I thought your time and space had deteriorated to such an extent that even the weather had changed. It seems it is just about to rain. Trunks fell silent for a moment, gesturing towards the ruins. This place, once teeming with life, had been ravaged by the androids. Most cities around the globe suffered a similar fate, obliterated by two formidable androids. Their rampant destruction, fueled by overwhelming power, left us with little recourse. Back then, my brother Gohan and I battled the androids in this very city. Ultimately, Gohan was no match for them and was killed in action. Trunks shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. Come, let us visit my home. All right. The two ascended into the air, swiftly flying in a designated direction. Androids lacked the ability to sense energy, allowing them to soar freely without fear of detection. Had the androids possessed a means to detect combat power, they would have been eradicated long ago. In no time, they arrived at another city, utterly devastated. West City. They reached the heart of the city, which was once Bulma's residence. After the destruction caused by the androids, Bulma had relocated underground with Trunks. Yet she never abandoned her scientific pursuits, dedicating herself to research with the hope of one day harnessing the power of science to save the world. One might wonder why she did not seek the Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of the Earth. The reason lies in the future world where Piccolo had perished, and the Guardian of Earth was no more. With the Guardian's absence, there was no successor, leading to the Dragon Balls turning to stone. As for planet Namek, it had been annihilated, and Bulma, relying solely on herself, was unable to ascertain the new location of Namek. Trunks led Jiang Ling to a house, pushing aside an old washing machine to reveal a hidden passage beneath. This is where my mother and I reside. It is my home now, Trunks explained before stepping inside. Jiang Ling nodded slightly and followed behind. Upon entering the basement, the dim light hanging on the walls cast a subdued glow. Hmph navigated through the winding corridors, ultimately arriving at a sturdy iron door. After entering the password, he stepped inside. The interior was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the dimness outside. The furniture and decor indicated that this place had been established quite some time ago, long before the advent of androids. It appeared to have once been a research facility, subsequently becoming a refuge during the android massacre that ravaged the city. The floor was meticulously clean, suggesting regular maintenance. Hmph called out as he entered, "Mom, I'm back." "Oh, you're back? You've worked hard," replied a beautiful woman with flowing blue hair, emerging from the direction of the kitchen. Her figure was voluptuous, and her fair complexion belied her age. Despite the harsh surroundings, she appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking as though she were in her 30s, exuding the charm of a refined woman. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56, A Pleasant Place. In the living room, the aroma of tea wafted gently amidst the rising steam. Following Hmph's introduction, Jiang Ling was acquainted with the future Bulma. Observing the poised and graceful Bulma as she brewed tea, Jiang Ling felt a peculiar sensation. This was not entirely surprising, for they bore the same visage, one youthful, the other exuding charm. In Jiang Ling's mind, the scene from last night flickered faintly, the moment when Bulma's eyes were filled with a dreamy gaze. "So, you have traveled from the past?" Bulma inquired with a smile, her voice tinged with curiosity about the future. Jiang Ling took a sip of tea and spoke earnestly, "Indeed. I traveled here via Trunks' time machine to witness the prowess of the androids, to engage in battle with the androids." Bulma expressed her surprise as she glanced at Jiang Ling, delicately adding, "I am acquainted with the formidable warriors of your era, if my memory serves me correctly. I do not recall knowing you." Her implication was clear. She wished to dissuade Jiang Ling from courting death. Trunks chuckled and interjected, "Mother, Jiang Ling is also a Saiyan and possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. His strength surpasses mine to some extent." "Ah, is that so? Then why am I not familiar with you?" Bulma finally noticed the tale behind Jiang Ling, her astonishment evident. It was peculiar that, despite her knowledge of Earth's mightiest, an unfamiliar Saiyan, one whose power exceeded Trunks, had suddenly appeared, leaving her quite bewildered. "My timeline differs from yours," Jiang Ling elucidated. "In my reality, Namek did not explode, and all the warriors of Earth know me, including a younger version of you, with whom I share a close bond." "How close?" Future Bulma inquired with curiosity, while Trunks observed with an odd expression. Jiang Ling chuckled, "A relationship so intimate that we could share a bed." Bulma responded with a puzzled expression. Subsequently, Jiang Ling recounted numerous tales from his timeline, leaving Bulma's mind in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. The sheer volume of information took her some time to process. "So, in your world, I did not end up with Vegeta?" she inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed, "and the destruction of Namek never occurred, nor did Frieza seek revenge by coming to Earth with his father, King Cold." "Precisely." Bulma exhaled deeply. Coming to terms with the revelations, she scrutinized Jiang Ling carefully and remarked with a light smile, "With such striking looks and formidable strength, you truly embody my ideal type." Jiang Ling scratched his head. If Bulma had been shy, it would have been one thing, but her boldness left him at a loss for words. Trunks interjected, "Mom, I think Jiang Ling is quite well matched with the younger you. Is there any semblance of decorum?" "Jiang Ling is of the same generation as I am. You should refer to him as Uncle Jiang Ling." Bulma shot him a glare. Trunks, glancing at the smiling Jiang Ling, mustered the courage to say, "Uncle Jiang Ling. Ah, how delightful." At noon, Bulma prepared a meal. In this world that resembled a post-apocalyptic era, having such food was considered a mark of prosperity. Trunks ventured outside to scavenge for resources, livestock, and vegetable seeds, returning to their underground base. Bulma cleared a room to plant the seeds and set up a sunlight lamp to ensure ample light. The livestock were kept in another room. Given their circumstances, they had fared relatively well over the years, unlike the humans congregating in the shelters outside, who lived in a cycle of hunger and feasting. Jiang Ling came to understand that Tenanks possessed formidable strength and adhered to the principle of benefiting the world once one has achieved success. He often extended assistance to the inhabitants of the shelters. However, the supplies that sustained the lives of one or two individuals were merely a drop in the bucket for the numerous people residing in the larger shelters. To truly save them, the most effective course of action would be to vanquish the androids, thereby restoring a stable environment to the Earth. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ling followed Bulma into her exclusive technology laboratory. Inside, there were numerous machines, and it was here that the time machine was crafted. What are you planning to create now? Jiang Ling gazed upon the draft of the blueprints laid out upon the table. Ah, this, Bulma remarked with a fleeting glance. This is my prior research. I surmised that Dr. Gero would likely implant control devices within the androids, hence my endeavor to develop a solution. Jiang Ling nodded subtly, aware that such devices indeed existed within the androids. He could visit Dr. Gero's laboratory to obtain the schematics and subsequently enlist Bulma to fabricate them, thereby restoring peace to the world. However, Jiang Ling was reluctant to pursue this path. He aspired for Trunks to grow stronger and personally vanquish the androids, ensuring that in the face of future calamities, they would not find themselves in perilous circumstances. After all, this was a future timeline, and he was the sole warrior remaining on Earth. They exchanged a few more words. Jiang Ling offered a brief greeting before taking his leave. Bulma gazed at his retreating figure, lost in her thoughts. Jiang Ling entered the room of Tenanks. Tenanks, do you wish to vanquish the androids? Indeed, I yearn for it. Even in my dreams. Tenanks lay upon the bed, a glimmer of hatred illuminating his eyes. Very well, Jiang Ling nodded. I shall assist you in defeating the androids. In return, you shall address me as father. Does this not seem a fair bargain? Tenanks. Jiang Ling led Tenanks out of the base. They soared through the air. The sky shrouded in darkness, while a fine drizzle fell upon them, unnoticed. As they passed through the ruins of a city, a blinding light suddenly erupted, followed by a resounding thunderclap. The earth trembled. In that fleeting moment, the dazzling luminosity illuminated the city's desolation. The gentle rain cascaded down, trickling along the remnants of eaves and shattered walls, pooling into puddles, meandering to unknown destinations. Had all cities on Earth succumbed to such a fate? Indeed. Nearly every city lay in ruins, as the artificial beings periodically emerged to partake in their cruel games, which involved the slaughter of innocent civilians or the destruction of urban edifices and mountainous landscapes alike. Tenanks gritted his teeth, lamenting the plight of the synthetic beings in this timeline, deeming them irredeemable. Jiang Ling arrived at this conclusion and did not linger for long. The two departed swiftly. Soon, they found themselves on a platform suspended in the sky. This platform was in a state of disrepair, marred by the scars of battle. It was evident that a great conflict had transpired here long ago. What purpose did they have in coming here? There was nothing particularly remarkable about this place. According to what Mother had said, more than a decade ago, Uncle Bick had perished in battle, the celestial deity had also fallen, and Mr. Bobo had vanished without a trace, leaving this place to fall into desolation. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously. There is a wonderful place here, and it's understandable that your mother Bulma is unaware of it. What place? Chapter 57, Shadows. What place? Follow me, and you shall find out. Jiang Ling entered the divine temple first, with Tenanks following closely behind. Inside the temple, numerous chambers awaited exploration, and Jiang Ling opened each door as if in search of something elusive. Unable to restrain himself, Tenanks remarked, though we have not previously ventured here, it has been neglected for over a decade. Even if there were supplies, they would surely have long since decayed. Jiang Ling smiled, aware that Tenanks had misunderstood the situation. She could only clarify, I am not here to seek supplies. As she spoke, her gaze shifted forward, her eyes suddenly brightening. She had found it. Jiang Ling quickly stepped forward and pointed at the sign hanging at the entrance of the room. Tenankisi gazed at the sign and pronounced each word slowly. House, light, time, spirit, essence. What does it mean? Jiang Ling rolled her eyes. You need to read it backwards. The mental time chamber? Is this what you came here for? To be precise, I am in search of this particular room. The mental time chamber is an extraordinary place. One can cultivate within for a year, while only a single day passes outside. Jiang Ling explained slowly. A year inside, a day outside. Tay Nangston was instantly exhilarated. If that's the case, if I train in there for a decade or so, wouldn't I emerge capable of defeating the androids? Such delightful thoughts. However, the reality is that each person is only allowed to cultivate for 2 years in their lifetime. If one attempts to enter again, unless their strength can transcend the boundaries of space, they will be doomed to remain inside forever. Jiang Ling's words doused Trunks, who was riding high on confidence, with a chilling reality, leaving him feeling desolate within. Only 2 years. Surely, after 2 years of training, he could not possibly compete with the androids. Trunks murmured to himself, the shadow of the androids looming large in his mind. The vast disparity in strength weighed heavily upon him. How many times had he engaged in battle with the androids, only to be mocked and tormented? Each encounter felt like a mere game to them, a pastime to alleviate their boredom. This was also the reason why Trunks had survived so many confrontations with the androids despite their overwhelming power. Upon hearing that he had only 2 years to train, he instinctively deemed it an impossibility, observing his lack of confidence. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and delivered a punch to Trunks' cheek. Trunks was sent sprawling across the room, crashing into the adjacent wall. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "What am I doing? I should be asking you the same. Is 2 additional years of training not sufficient? How can you claim it's impossible without even trying?" With a somber expression, Jiang Ling spoke. Trunks rose to his feet, somewhat flustered, yet he stammered. "But the androids are too powerful, there is no but." Jiang Ling interjected sharply. "Consider the perseverance you have shown over the years. What has it been for? Perseverance, it is for the restoration of world peace, to protect my mother, the Earth's defense force, humanity, and most importantly, to avenge Gohan." As he uttered these words, Trunks' eyes began to shine with renewed vigor. The confidence he had lost was rekindled. "I will certainly defeat the androids." "Excellent." Jiang Ling clapped Trunks on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. "You are truly my son. Indeed. Wait. Ugh, you tricked me." Trunks glared fiercely at Jiang Ling. A subtle smile curved the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth, a secret delight blooming within him. He relished the role of being someone as father. His penchant might be peculiar, yet it bore no malice. It is likely that most young men share this sentiment, harboring a desire to assume the role of father, particularly to their brothers. Some young men exhibit a rather unusual preference, finding joy in their romantic escapades at night when their girlfriends affectionately call them father. This, in retrospect, seems rather normal, for a mere utterance of father from a girlfriend can invigorate a man, propelling him into a fervor akin to a surge of hormones. Gazing at the sign that read Mental Time House hanging on the door, Jiang Ling opened it and stepped inside, with Technax promptly following suit. The light flickered momentarily, and they found themselves within the confines of the Mental Time House. The space they occupied was a room adorned with a neatly made bed and orderly furniture, presenting itself as a rather pleasant chamber. However, this room possessed only 3 walls, with one side left open. Through this opening, Jiang Ling and Technax beheld an expanse of white, a silent void. Any normal individual, if confined there for too long, would undoubtedly succumb to the pressures of madness. Exiting the room, the two ventured into the vast whiteness outside, simultaneously experiencing a sudden heaviness in their bodies. The gravity here was tenfold that of their previous environment. This realization flashed through their minds. Yet, such gravity could not tether them. Rather, becoming accustomed to this heightened force would ultimately benefit their physiques. Jiang Ling remarked. Tenix nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Oh right, we are supposed to stay here for 2 days, aren't we?" "Indeed, that is correct. It seems we haven't brought any provisions with us. Shall we return to fetch enough supplies to last us 2 years? Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled. "I presume you and Bulma have little food to spare. Considering you've taken away provisions for 2 years, you will inevitably be left to subsist on dirt. What shall we do? We cannot simply starve to death. Rest assured, do you not comprehend why I traversed to this timeline with you? Why I insisted on departing the following day?" "I do not know," Trunks replied, shaking his head. "Must you be so obtuse? You appear rather foolish. I have made my point abundantly clear." "Could it be that you indulged in a grand feast?" Jiang Ling sighed softly, shaking his head as he replied, "No, I am merely gathering provisions and other supplies." Tenax's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, you had already planned to bring me to the temporal sanctuary even before stepping onto the time machine? I must admit, you are not as foolish as I presumed." Jiang Ling smiled faintly. "How do you know so much?" Tenax marveled. "It is quite terrifying." Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of an otherworldly sage. The two of them acclimated to the gravity before commencing some fundamental training. Such foundational exercises are indispensable, as they enhance the body's core capabilities. Without a solid groundwork, even the mightiest of strengths will prove ephemeral. It is akin to premature ejaculation. Even if one achieves elevation, what significance does it hold if it cannot endure? Both were acutely aware that progress must be approached methodically, akin to savoring a meal one bite at a time. Haste could easily lead to choking. After completing their foundational training, half a day had elapsed, and Jiang Ling's stomach had begun to protest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced over at Tenax, who was not faring much better. The toll that cultivation takes on one's energy is invariably immense, and feeling hunger is entirely natural. "Let's take a break and have a meal, Tenax," Jiang Ling suggested. With that, he produced a barbecue set, displaying an array of meats from various creatures, including dinosaur, tiger, and bear, alongside a selection of vegetables such as eggplant, green beans, cabbage, chives, and mushrooms. Jiang Ling ultimately produced 2 bottles of chilled beer. As further training was on the horizon, a modest sip would suffice. Chapter 58, A Man and a Woman. The smoky aroma of barbecue wafted through the pristine white expanse, mingling with the delightful scent of grilled delicacies. Jiang Ling and Tenax prepared a feast of grilled meat and vegetables sufficient for more than 10 people and began to indulge in their meal. Jiang Ling primarily indulges in delicacies such as raw oysters, grilled kidneys, and chives. These are his culinary preferences. "Thank you," he acknowledges. Consuming such items in abundance is beneficial for one's health. Is that so? The inquiry leaves Tenax perplexed. as he has never been taught such things and remains in the dark. Jiang Ling chuckled. Indeed, once you have a girlfriend, you will understand the benefits. I already have a girlfriend. So soon? Aren't you a bit too young? Not at all. Nanx's expression abruptly changed. I am of age, you know. I am 19. Young men are particularly sensitive to the term young, whether concerning their age or other aspects. 19, you say? You hardly look it. Jiang Ling was taken aback, a sudden pang of bitterness stirring within him. At the age of 19, others had already secured a girlfriend, while he found himself languishing in bed, engrossed in video games, or preoccupied with more trivial pursuits. The disparity between individuals was disheartening. However, Jiang Ling's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire, so, have you too, you know? What do you mean by you know? Just that, Jiang Ling exclaimed, clapping his hands together to emphasize his point. Tegan shook his head, bewildered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Observing the confusion etched on his face, Jiang Ling fell silent. It appeared that in this world, Bulma had failed to enlighten Tegan on such matters. Perhaps her focus on scientific pursuits left little room for such education, or the pressures from the androids had overshadowed these considerations. Jiang Ling suddenly felt the weight of his burdens intensifying. Initially, he arrived in this future timeline with the purpose of mentoring Nanx to grow stronger and defeat the androids, while simultaneously entering the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance his own abilities. However, ever since his arrival in this new era and gaining insight into its intricacies, Jiang Ling has resolved to take action. The ignorance of Nanx regarding certain matters is what truly pains him. Nanx, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us indulge in some drinks. Jiang Ling gestured towards the untouched glass of wine before Nanx. This. Nanx scratched his head. I've never had alcohol. And my girlfriend advised me against drinking. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. A true man should heed his girlfriend's words without question? Where has your masculinity gone? He insisted, just drink. If you're caught, simply admit your mistake. If that fails, offer some kind words, and if all else fails, let her scold you a bit. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling had unconsciously adopted a paternal authority. Very well, he relented, inspired by Jiang Ling's fervor. Nanx seized the wine glass and downed its contents in one go. Gulp, gulp. Aha. With a loud belch, Nanx collapsed onto the table, rendered unconscious. Jiang Ling. It turns out that there is a reason why his girlfriend forbids him from drinking. However, how can a man be without a certain tolerance for alcohol? It seems that in the future, not only must he strengthen his physical prowess, but he must also cultivate his capacity for spirits. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the unconscious Nanx slumped over the table and shook his head. After tidying up, he set off alone for some exercise. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, a man and a woman were engrossed in a game before the television, manipulating characters in combat with their controllers. The man, tall and composed, donned a black outfit and sported a cool demeanor. The woman, statuesque with golden hair and blue eyes, possessed an enchanting and striking beauty. Suddenly, the blonde beauty flung her controller to the ground, her expression one of displeasure. I'm done. This is boring. The dark-haired man smirked slightly. Number 18, a loss is a loss. Are you trying to cheat? What if I am? Number 18 shot back, glaring. Don't forget. I'm still your older sister. Hmph. Number 17 shrugged dismissively, clearly unfazed. Number 18 reclined on the sofa, her captivating eyes fixed on the ceiling. Her fair legs draped lazily over the armrest, swaying idly as she appeared somewhat bored. By the way, during our recent city raids, that swordsman hasn't shown his face. Number 17 raised his head slightly at this. What? Missing him? Developing feelings? Hmph. Number 18 scoffed. With his meager strength, he is hardly my type. He merely adds a touch of amusement to our otherwise dull lives. Whether he is around or not, it's all the same. It's just a bit tedious. Upon hearing this, number 17 set down his controller and chuckled. You know, number 18, you ought to find a man to entertain yourself, or you'll truly miss out on a lot of fun. A man? Number 18 let out a cold laugh. Which man could possibly catch my eye? Even if it were just for fun, their strength could never match mine. True enough, number 17 replied with a smile, shaking his head as he rose to leave. Where are you going? Number 18 inquired casually, glancing over. Boredom calls. I think I'll go capture a few women for some amusement. As his voice faded, he had already soared into the distance, leaving number 18 alone in the room. She pondered for a moment, murmuring, these dull days are rather disheartening. Oh well. I'll go see if anyone is around to kill. If not, a game of cat and mouse would suffice. They can flee ahead, while I leisurely pursue from behind. Whoever lags behind will be taken out. Sounds amusing. Number 18 licked her moist lips, feeling no remorse for such thoughts, as if it were a matter of course in her mind. Inspired by a sudden whim, she sprang from the sofa, performing a graceful leap through the window. The glass tore at her clothing, exposing her flawless skin, yet she paid it no heed as she shot towards the nearest city. Within the confines of the mental time room, time passed unnoticed, and before long, night had fallen. Jiang Ling returned to the room after his workout. At that moment, Nanx happened to awaken, rubbing his head, appearing somewhat pained. Oh, little lazy one, you're awake? Jiang Ling chuckled lightly. Nanx wore a wry smile and replied, Jiang Ling, please refrain from mocking me. I have already stated that I cannot drink alcohol. It leads to trouble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression suddenly turned serious as he remarked, if you cannot drink, it is all the more reason to practice your tolerance. Otherwise, you may find yourself incapacitated after just a sip, vulnerable to the schemes of unscrupulous women. And have you forgotten what your mother said? Address him as uncle. Tainankisi's face darkened as if he had tasted something foul. Uncle, uncle, he stammered. Ah, good boy. Jiang Ling responded cheerfully. With a flick of his hand, he produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, revealing a table laden with steaming, sumptuous dishes before him. These were the very meals he had purchased at a restaurant in his original timeline, stored within the capsules. Although the capsules do not retain heat or freshness and can spoil if left too long, time stands still within Jiang Ling's space. Thus, placing the capsules inside preserves their freshly cooked state. The reason for not directly storing the food in the system space is to maintain a disguise. Capsules are commonplace items that one carries, while the system space is unique to Jiang Ling. If he were to suddenly produce a spaceship from thin air, it would surely arouse curiosity. Chapter 59. A new use for Super Saiyans. Within the room of spirit and time, a solitary structure stood out amidst the vibrant, ethereal whiteness. Particularly eye-catching. Inside the room, Jiang Ling and Tenanks voraciously devoured their steaming meals, leaving only a table cluttered with empty plates. The dishes sparkled as if brand new, cleaner than bowls licked by a dog. Burp. Tenanks, overwhelmed with satisfaction, let out a hearty belch. What a delight. Since he could remember, the occasions of indulging in such a fulfilling feast had been few and far between. Jiang Ling, caressing his belly, slumped into the chair and, upon hearing those words, chuckled softly. If you enjoy eating, then indulge yourself. After all, who else could I assist if not you, the child of Bulma? Trunks replied with a curt, get lost. After a considerable pause, that singular word encapsulated his sentiments perfectly. Jiang Ling remained unconcerned, reclining on the chair and savoring the afterglow of the meal. After a day filled with exertion and fatigue, this brief moment of leisure following dinner was a cherished indulgence. There is no greater satisfaction in a day than this. Thank goodness, as the evening has already descended, it is wise to retire early and rest, allowing for a refreshing slumber before resuming exercise tomorrow. Jiang Ling languidly remarked. Tenanks, puzzled, inquired, how do you know it is evening now? There appears to be no concept of time here. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the vast expanse of white outside. Jiang Ling glanced at the wall clock, gesturing towards it with a slight nod. Ah, so that is the time. Tenanks, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. It was primarily due to his lack of attention, compounded by the fact that he had dozed off for half the day. Jiang Ling exhaled softly. The power system of Dragon Ball is somewhat amusing. Despite possessing the ability to annihilate stars, one still requires sleep. Jiang Ling has been here for a considerable time and has begun to grasp certain concepts. It appears that Qi cannot be absorbed autonomously. Rather, it necessitates the transformation of bodily energy into Qi. The enhancement of Qi intensity requires physical training, which inevitably leads to fatigue and energy depletion. Thus, ample rest is essential. This encapsulates the essence of the matter. Tenanks, feeling invigorated, finds little inclination to sleep. Indeed, after slumbering for an entire afternoon, it is only natural to feel quite alert. Jiang Ling glanced at the bed in the room, pondering how two large men could possibly share it. He understood that some close male friends might not mind sleeping together. Yet he personally preferred solitude. He relished the thought of sleeping alone, or at most, with a woman whose fullness he could embrace as he drifted into slumber. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a capsule and released a petite house into the vast whiteness outside. This capsule was designed to accommodate portable dwellings, thus giving rise to the concept of house capsules. In contrast, larger residences required personal construction. For instance, Jiang Ling's spacious villa was specifically crafted by others, allowing him the freedom to design its style. Was that not enticing? Tenanks, where would you like to sleep? He inquired. Tenanks surveyed the current open space and then regarded the highly private capsule house that had just emerged. He promptly opted for the capsule residence. Jiang Ling was indifferent. He was inherently a free-spirited individual. He could effortlessly sleep on a simple bed placed outdoors. The capsule house stood nearby, and resting within it would subject him to tenfold gravity, which was quite beneficial. Once accustomed to it, this experience would significantly enhance his capabilities. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Ling, and he felt a spark of inspiration. A capsule materialized in his hand, and he chuckled mischievously. Here you go, Tenanks. I have some study materials for you. Make sure to learn well. With that, he tossed the capsule to the bewildered Tenanks, urging him back into the capsule house. Jiang Ling lay sprawled on the bed, deeply immersed in slumber. Tenanks entered the house. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the study materials that Jiang Ling had provided from the capsule. Before him lay several books. Upon seeing the covers, Tenanks' face flushed crimson, and he cast a furtive glance around, feeling somewhat apprehensive. With great caution, he opened a book, and instantly, the content captivated him, allowing him to sail through the vast ocean of knowledge. The information, previously unknown yet particularly enticing to young men, gradually drew Tenanks into earnest study. a level of dedication he had likely never exhibited in his childhood. The following morning dawned. Jiang Ling gradually awakened, stretching languidly. This slumber had been truly delightful. Jiang Ling felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, perhaps due to the long absence of solitude and sleep, which allowed for an exceptionally relaxed slumber. Jiang Ling was uncertain and indifferent to the reasons behind it. He stepped outside and coincidentally spotted Ternanx emerging from the house, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Goodness, did you not sleep at all last night? Jiang Ling was taken aback. Ternanx smiled sheepishly, saying little more. Observing this situation, Jiang Ling understood. Most boys acquire such knowledge from books and videos, subsequently practicing and exploring to uncover the truth. Jiang Ling is no exception. Meanwhile, Ternanx has now embarked on the initial phase, and the next step is to put it into practice. Keep up the good work. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder. The passage of time during cultivation always seems to fly by, almost imperceptibly. A year and a half has already passed before one realizes it. On this day, Jiang Ling halted his battle with Trunks. Trunks, there is no need for us to continue our duel. My strength has significantly increased, making me sufficiently capable of confronting the androids. However, there lies a lingering issue. The androids possess limitless energy. While our transformation into Super Saiyans causes our bodies to act like funnels, leading to a continuous loss of power, Trunks nodded solemnly, acknowledging the truth in Jiang Ling's words. Indeed, our endurance has always been insufficient following our transformation into Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this somewhat ambiguous remark, Jiang Ling coughed lightly, his expression slightly pale. Your endurance may be lacking, but I remain quite formidable. He continued, I have devised a method to enhance our capabilities beyond that of a Super Saiyan, which I believe could resolve this issue. What method? Trunks inquired eagerly. Swish. In an instant, Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a halo of golden flames, exuding an air of undeniable dominance. However, shortly thereafter, the golden flames were drawn back, leaving him seemingly ordinary, with not a trace of fire escaping. Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment. Had he not seen Jiang Ling's golden hair, he would have doubted whether he had indeed reverted from the Super Saiyan state. What on earth is happening here? Jiang Ling smiled faintly, referring to this as the Super Saiyan at full power. Previously, when he unleashed a punch, much of his strength was wasted. However, now the energy within him remained contained, allowing him to harness all of his power efficiently. This epitomizes the Super Saiyan at full power. Trunks inhaled sharply, recognizing its value. Is it possible for you to teach me? Certainly, I shall impart my knowledge to you without reservation, especially since you are Bulma's son. In the following 6 months, you must maintain the state of a Super Saiyan daily, encompassing all aspects of life, eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom, so as to better control the powers of a Super Saiyan. Isn't that exceedingly difficult? How could one possibly achieve that? Yet, there is more to it. Transforming into a Super Saiyan alters one's mindset, fostering traits such as indifference and fury. Thus, you must learn to manage these emotions and maintain your usual demeanor. Trunks frowned deeply, pondering the impossibility of such a feat. Where lies the impossibility? I can even restrain my wild power and emotions while in the Super Saiyan state, all the while enjoying a good film. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, his golden hair catching the light, yet his expression remained serene and unperturbed. After a brief pause, he continued, when you find yourself immersed in the throes of passion in your Super Saiyan state, that signifies you have successfully mastered the Super Saiyan full power. Trunks. Chapter 60. The half year after the retreat in the 6 months that followed, Trunks maintained his Super Saiyan state in his daily life. Initially, he struggled to control his strength during meals, reducing food to mere powder, with plates, chopsticks, tables, and chairs all succumbing to the chaos. While using the restroom, as soon as he settled onto the toilet, guess what happened? It exploded. His bed collapsed during sleep, and even nightmares resulted in the destruction of his house. This ordeal left Trunks in considerable distress. To avoid wasting his living space, he resorted to sleeping under the open sky, using the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his bed, constantly suppressing the negative emotions brought on by his Super Saiyan powers. This situation persisted for a month before it began to improve. Jiang Ling, how did you come up with this full power concept? It's simply brilliant and remarkably practical. Trunks inquired during a casual conversation. Oh, it was merely a fortuitous thought, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling wore a peculiar expression. It would be unreasonable to suggest that he suddenly acquired such skills during his nightly rendezvous with Bulma, nor could it be accurately described as a spontaneous occurrence. At that moment, Jiang Ling had shed his garments and suddenly desired to transform into a Super Saiyan to impress Bulma, showcasing a magnificent demeanor before her. As anticipated, Bulma's eyes gleamed with excitement, and then, Jiang Ling found himself provoked by Bulma. In the state of a Super Saiyan, one is engulfed in rage and fury, devoid of any carnal desires. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Ling's inherent timidity, or possibly his generally mild temperament, that he found himself in such a predicament under Bulma's teasing. The anger within Jiang Ling gradually dissipated, and surprisingly, desire took the upper hand. Then, he realized he had transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Such a phenomenon How could Jiang Ling possibly muster the audacity to voice such thoughts? Moreover, in the presence of Hmph, even the thickest skin would not suffice to utter them aloud. He could only laugh awkwardly and deftly sidestep the topic. The fury and ferocity of a Super Saiyan are instinctive reactions, challenging to restrain. Jiang Ling was initially just a fortuitous occurrence, an enigma impossible to replicate. Trunks found himself in a state of distress, plagued by a waning interest in his study materials, robbing him of a significant source of joy in life. One fateful morning, Trunks awoke as usual, yet inexplicably felt an urge to delve into his studies. A moment of surprise washed over him as he leapt to his feet in exhilaration. What did this signify? It indicated that the fury and tumult of the Super Saiyan had been tempered, allowing other emotions to take precedence. The Super Saiyan, at full power, had triumphed. As time swiftly flowed by, akin to a fleeting mistress, it eluded one's grasp. In the divine realm, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, after 2 days, was finally ajar once more, but this time from within. 2 figures emerged from the chamber. Uncle Jiang Ling, I thought I would surpass your height, yet after 2 years, I have not grown an inch, Trunks remarked. Oh, it seems you may find it difficult to grow taller. I believe it's dictated by genetics. The speakers were none other than Jiang Ling and Trunks, who had experienced 2 years within the hyperbolic time chamber. Exiting the chamber, they felt no discomfort. The transition from darkness to light symbolized a shift between 2 worlds. Their appearances bore golden hair and brows, with emerald green eyes. Yet they lacked the imposing aura of a Super Saiyan, resembling ordinary individuals instead. Super Saiyan, at full power, they had maintained this state for an extended period, seamlessly integrating it into their daily lives. Trunks inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar essence of Earth, a nostalgic pleasure that filled him with warmth and contentment. Jiang Ling arrived at the heavenly temple, gazing down at the vast Earth below, as if he were in a different era. Although merely 2 days had passed outside, he and Hmph had indeed spent a full 2 years within the confines of the Room of Spirit and Time. Jiang Ling leaped from the edge of the platform, forsaking the art of aerial movement, as the howling winds roared fiercely in his ears. Below the Divine Hall lay Kalinta, and under ordinary circumstances, the Divine Hall would remain suspended directly above Kalinta. However, in exceptional instances, the Overseer of the Divine Hall possesses the ability to relocate it to hover above any location on Earth. Jiang Ling descended to the position of Kalinta, employing the technique of void dance to enter the tower. Hmph followed closely behind. Jiang Ling glanced around. The place was in a state of utter decay. Much like the Celestial Temple, overrun with moss. Judging by the signs, it had likely been abandoned for quite some time. One could only wonder where Archelope and the immortal Carlin had gone. Jiang Ling murmured softly. Suddenly, Hmph interjected, as for Yakalope, I am aware of his assistance to the Earth Defense Force, but regarding Master Carlin, I am not well informed. Oh, this fellow seems to possess quite a resilient fate. Jiang Ling was slightly taken aback, yet soon found herself at ease. Indeed, it was no surprise that Akalope, notorious for his fear of death, had managed to survive until now. Although fearful of death, he was resolute in critical matters, which was also a reason for the assistance from the Earth Defense Force. Could you elaborate on the Earth Defense Force? Certainly, he replied. This formidable group was assembled to safeguard the Earth against the massacre perpetrated by the artificial beings. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, as they are equipped with advanced weaponry and are accompanied by some of the most formidable warriors currently on Earth. Hmph paused for a moment, then added, however, it is essential to note that their might is merely relative to ordinary people. When faced with the artificial beings, they would likely be annihilated in an instant. Jiang Ling nodded. Previously, he had not delved deeply into the future world. Now he realizes that many aspects had been overlooked. Is your girlfriend also known there? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. If memory serves correctly, Trunks' girlfriend is Xiao Wu, who was actually older than Bulma. However, her physical form was diminished by the dragon, consequently reducing her psychological age as well, making her contemporaneous with Trunks at this moment. Oh, Trunks exclaimed in surprise. How do you know that? She is a key member of the team. I happened to become acquainted with this group and, over time, grew familiar with them. Quite good. Keep it up. Jiang Ling gently patted Hmph on the shoulder, revealing a paternal smile. Without delving further into the topic, he understood that matters of the heart were best left to the child to decide. As an elder, it was prudent not to interfere. Jiang Ling searched in Karantali and, as expected, found no magic beans. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome and felt little disappointment. Time to head home and see. It has been 2 years since he last saw his mother. He truly missed her. Trunks smiled. Throughout his life, he had never been away from Bulma for such an extended period. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to return home swiftly. He was aware that only 2 days had passed in the outside world, yet he yearned for the home where his mother awaited him. Perhaps this feeling encapsulates the longing of a traveler on their first journey away from home. Chapter 61. Shiwu, the headquarters of the Earth Defense Force, was located within a secret refuge. At this moment, a stout man clad in samurai attire, wielding a katana and sporting a scruffy beard, was conversing with a girl dressed in a military coat. Shiwu, according to intelligence, the Hommu refuge was attacked by androids yesterday, leaving hardly any survivors. Currently, the androids are wreaking havoc in the ruins of City B. How despicable. Shiwu slammed her palm onto the table. In the days Trunks has been absent, the androids have grown increasingly frenzied. I wonder what has become of him. This situation is untenable. Just then, the weapons research team developed several powerful bullets. Shiwu meticulously cleaned her specialized sniper rifle, her eyes gleaming with determination. Upon hearing this, Yakalob immediately interjected, "No, it's far too dangerous. You know how formidable the androids are. They cannot be defeated with our current technological weaponry." Shiwu shook her head, her gaze resolute. "We must at least attempt it. If we can inflict damage on the androids, it would validate the effectiveness of our technological weaponry. If we fail, I can at least buy us some time." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, I have safety measures in place, and I have already identified advantageous terrain for an escape. If things go awry, the chances of survival are significantly high. Yakalob, there is no need to dissuade me. My mind is made up." "Well, Sai, I suppose I'll accompany you," Yakalob conceded, realizing further persuasion was futile. "By the way, you mentioned the chances of survival are significantly high. How does that compare to Trunks?" "Huh?" Shiwu suddenly transformed into a furious tigress, brandishing a large machete as she pursued Yakalob. "You seek death by teasing me. I've never even seen that thing." In the ruins of a city, a man and a woman unleashed energy blasts, bombarding the remnants of the city amidst a cloud of dust and debris. "Haha, I'm still faster. Number 18, you've lost again." "Hmph, what is the big deal?" The blonde beauty, number 18, replied coldly, curling her lip. With a flick of her wrist, she fired an energy blast that reduced a nearby leaning skyscraper to rubble. "Such words, yet your actions reveal your frustration," number 17 remarked, arms crossed, wearing a teasing expression. "Mind your own business. I do as I please," number 18 retorted, rolling her eyes and launching several more energy blasts, creating a billowing cloud of dust. Suddenly, distant gunshots rang out. Bang, bang. Two specially designed bullets struck the unsuspecting number 17 and number 18, causing them to stagger back from the explosive impact. The shells clinked as they fell to the ground, while the points of impact on the androids merely resulted in torn clothing and faint marks on their skin. The expressions of number 17 and number 18 darkened as they exchanged glances, and in unison, they shot towards the source of the gunfire. These bullets, striking without warning, inflicted minimal damage yet bore a deep insult. They felt offended. "Sneaky little devils, you won't get away with this." The androids moved with astonishing speed, reaching a nearby forest in mere moments. A petite girl in a military coat, clutching a sniper rifle, stood before them. "So, you're the one behind the ambush? Very well, I will capture you and make you wish you hadn't been born," number 18 said, her icy demeanor now twisted with malice. "No, no, no, number 18. Leave her to me. I'll make sure she enjoys her time before I tire of her. Her physique and face are indeed rare finds." Number 17 replied with a sinister smile, his handsome features contrasting sharply with his malevolent intent. Undeterred, Xiaowu held her ground, staring defiantly at these tormentors of humanity. "The latest and most powerful human weapon is powerless against you. I concede that, but I shall never submit to you." As her words echoed, Xiaowu suddenly threw an unknown object at the feet of the androids and retreated swiftly. In the next instant, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their vision. Cough, cough. Number 17 could not contain his coughing fit, tears streaming down his face. Number 18 fared no better. "Damn it. This smoke bomb has tear gas effects and mustard gas. I can't even open my eyes. Curse that wretched girl." The two malevolent androids cursed, temporarily blinded and relying on instinct as they hurled energy blasts wildly. The forest erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Shiwu had already found herself in an underground tunnel, being carried swiftly by Yakalob, who moved like the wind. "I must say, Yakalob's speed attributes are maxed out," Shiwu chuckled. "Of course. Damn it. The androids are starting to bombard us. I do not wish to be buried alive in this tunnel," Yakalob exclaimed, his pace quickening further. In the depths beneath West City, the Bulma residents awaited. Jiang Ling and Trunks have returned. "Bulma, we are back," Trunks announced. "I'm home, Mom." Bulma, seated in the living room sipping tea, looked up and smiled softly. "You're back?" "Yes, we have returned," Trunks replied, a broad smile on his face, his eyes slightly glistening with moisture. "I missed you, Mom." "Oh, my dear, you've only been gone for 2 days, and already you're like this. It seems your independence still needs some work," Bulma remarked gently, a tender smile gracing her lips. Ever since the demise of her former companions at the hands of the androids, she had gradually transformed into a more nurturing figure, having not lost her temper for quite some time. Unlike her younger days, when her fashionable appearance and striking beauty were often accompanied by a fiery temperament. "Oh, you seem to have lost some weight." Bulma, ever perceptive as a mother, immediately noticed the subtle changes in her son. "It's a long story. Let us sit down and discuss it at length." Jiang Ling chuckled as the group settled down to enjoy tea. The fragrant aroma enveloped the living room, and Jiang Ling began to recount their experiences in the hyperbolic time chamber. "So, you have been gone for 2 years. I never imagined the existence of such a place," Bulma exclaimed, her face a mixture of surprise and a tinge of regret. "Alas, it is a pity that the emergence of the androids was so abrupt, and the Earth warriors fell in battle far too swiftly. Moreover, Goku succumbed to his heart disease at an early age. I suppose even the Supreme Kai did not have the opportunity to mention the hyperbolic time chamber. Jiang Ling nodded, affirming, indeed, I share your sentiments. Furthermore, even if we, the warriors of Earth, were to engage in training for 2 years back then, it would have been nearly impossible to bridge the gap with the artificial beings. The Celestial Palace restricts each individual to merely 2 days of entry throughout their lifetime. Given the overall prowess of the Earth warriors at that time, defeating the artificial beings after merely 2 years of training was utterly unfeasible. Let us not dwell on that. Bulma interjected, shaking her head, as she preferred not to revisit that painful chapter of her past, which remained etched in her memory. After exchanging anecdotes from their lives, Bulma turned her gaze toward Trunks and remarked, by the way, Trunks, you've grown 2 years older, haven't you? Yet it seems you haven't gained any height. Trunks replied, I am uncertain as to why. Uncle Jiang Ling mentioned it might be a genetic issue. A genetic issue, Bulma pondered, realizing it could only pertain to Trunks' father, Vegeta, and her own genes. It made sense, after all. She and Vegeta were of similar height, and to have given birth to a son as tall as Trunks was already a source of satisfaction. It must be a matter of height concerning Vegeta and me. She mused. Speaking of Vegeta, my memories are somewhat hazy, considering that was merely a year or 2 ago. Chapter 62. Night talk. Upon hearing Vegeta's name uttered by Bulma, Jiang Ling paid it no mind. After all, if one were to assess the situation, he had effectively intercepted Vegeta. What reason would there be to harbor resentment? The oppressive presence of the malevolent artificial beings cast Earth into a state akin to an apocalypse, leaving little room for recreational activities. Following dinner, everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. Jiang Ling lay upon the grand bed in the guest room, restless and unable to find slumber. In the training sanctuary, there were no distractions of women, only the singular focus on physical cultivation. Exhaustion from rigorous practice led to restful sleep, devoid of any such thoughts. However, upon returning to this relaxed atmosphere, he encountered a woman strikingly similar to his girlfriend Bulma, yet possessing a distinctly different demeanor, gentle and amiable, reminiscent of a future Bulma, coupled with 2 years of pent-up restraint. At this moment, Jiang Ling's mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of his girlfriend, Bulma, oscillating between the present and the future. This was not his fault. It was merely the result of the male hormones at play. Yet, the discomfort was unbearable. To resolve such a dilemma, one could simply seek the assistance of Miss Wu. Jiang Ling had never had a girlfriend before, yet he has experienced such moments. I believe every young man has engaged in such behavior. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before rising to his feet. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Ling was taken aback, instantly losing all interest. Who is it? It's me, Bulma. He stepped forward to open the door. Before him stood Bulma, clad in a nightgown. The loose-fitting garment did little to conceal her well-maintained figure and her smooth, fair skin. The hem of the nightgown barely reached above her knees, revealing her long, fair legs. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, welcoming Bulma inside. Bulma, is there something you need at this late hour? As he spoke, Jiang Ling scrutinized her closely, realizing that she was in a rather vulnerable state. His breath became slightly heavier. Bulma, noticing Jiang Ling's bare torso, with defined muscles and a handsome, sun-kissed visage, felt a flicker in her gaze. Quickly regaining her composure, she shook her head and sighed, revealing the purpose of her visit. Ah, Jiang Ling. Perhaps it was our conversation about the past that stirred memories of old companions. I came to ask if you happen to have any photographs of them. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling set aside his troubling thoughts, retrieved his phone, and opened the album, presenting it with a gentle gesture. Here, take a look. He regarded future Bulma with a sense of compassion, for her past experiences had been profoundly painful. As future Bulma perused the album, she found it filled predominantly with photographs of Jiang Ling and his girlfriend Bulma, alongside personal images of Bulma herself. Quietly, she observed, her eyes brimming with envy and a tinge of unfamiliar emotions. Upon encountering pictures of others, her eyes glistened with moisture. Goku, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Piccolo. These are the inhabitants of Namek? Such nostalgia. Seeing the situation, Jiang Ling let out a sigh and gently patted the back of future Bulma. After a long while, future Bulma wiped her tears and returned the phone to Jiang Ling. Thank you, Jiang Ling. I feel much better now. It's nothing. Feel free to come to me whenever you need, Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand. All right, Bulma said as she stood up and departed. Jiang Ling watched Bulma depart, sitting on the bed for a while, yet unable to quell the restlessness within. He rose and made his way to the bathroom, opting for a refreshing cold shower. As the icy water cascaded over him, it emitted a faint mist, soothing the fervor and turmoil coursing through his veins. Lying back down on the bed, he turned on the air conditioning, wrapped himself in a blanket, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The long night unfolded, with moonlight cascading over the ruins of the city, as if the whispers of the wind intertwined with the silence. The following day, Jiang Ling gradually awoke, realizing it was already midday. He sat on the edge of his bed for a while, allowing himself to ease into the process of rising. This is a common struggle for any ordinary man. despite the absence of desire. One's body often reacts in such a manner upon awakening. If a girlfriend or a wife were present, they might offer some assistance. Yet Jiang Ling found himself alone at this moment. He could only wait for a while, letting his physiological response subside naturally, while also attempting to dispel any lingering morning irritability. After some time had passed, Jiang Ling emerged from her room, stretching her body. That slumber had been truly delightful. Casting a glance around, she noticed the house was empty, and the meal lay quietly on the dining table, still emanating warmth, clearly freshly prepared not long ago. Jiang Ling searched thoroughly and finally spotted Bulma in the technology research lab. Dressed in a scientist's white lab coat, the future Bulma was tinkering with some apparatus. Her earnest profile emanated an enchanting charm. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile, "Hello, Bulma." Upon hearing this, future Bulma looked up and beamed. "Have you risen? I didn't want to disturb your slumber last night, so I refrained from waking you. The meal is ready. You may indulge at your leisure." "Haha, thank you, Bulma. I had a most restful sleep." Jiang Ling smiled and continued to inquire, "By the way, what about Trunks?" He left early this morning without mentioning his plans." Bulma replied. She wasn't entirely sure and chose not to pry too deeply. After all, her child had grown up and deserved his own space. Reflecting on her own youth, she recalled how, at the age of 16, she was already venturing out on her own, even bringing a boyfriend home. With this thought, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, "It would be wonderful if Trunks could bring a girlfriend home." Jiang Ling wore a mysterious smile, with Tenang sneaking out so secretively he may have already made some arrangements. "Is that so? That would be splendid. I truly hope to become a grandmother soon," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Ling. He was at a loss for words. The artificial beings had yet to be vanquished, and here he was contemplating becoming a grandmother. However, from another perspective, this might be the heartfelt wish of every mother, wouldn't it? Chapter 63, Seizing Opportunities. In the shelter of the Earth Defense Force. "You're being reckless," exclaimed Turnax, visibly agitated, while beside him stood the smiling Xiao Wu. "You cannot contend with the artificial beings. It is fortunate that nothing happened this time. What if it had? All right, please do not be angry. I assure you it will not happen again," Xiao Wu said, pressing against him and giggling in her reassurance. Turnax felt his irritation dissipate slightly, only then noticing how deeply his arm was enveloped in her warmth. "What is the matter, Turnax?" "Nothing," he replied, taking a deep breath to adjust his posture, concealing his embarrassment from Xiao Wu. "I haven't been here for a few days. How have things been with the artificial beings?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's smile faded, and she spoke earnestly. "The artificial beings have become increasingly rampant." She then recounted the events of the past few days. Turnax listened intently before pondering. "Observe when the artificial beings appear and inform me. I intend to confront them." "What?" Xiao Wu gazed at Turnax, surprised by his calm demeanor. Previously, he would have expressed outrage at their audacity, yet now he remained composed. Xiao Wu's heart fluttered with infatuation. This steadiness made Turnax all the more endearing. What to do? Help? Turnax is so handsome, so mature. Her gaze became dreamy. As her hormones surged, the thrum of her heart grew stronger. In a moment of girlish modesty, Xiao Wu licked her lips and hinted, Turnax, my lips feel a bit dry." "Huh?" Turnax scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden remark. "If your lips are dry, just drink some water." Noticing he was oblivious to her hint, "Shall we try it again? Could you not help me?" Turnax tilted his head, reluctantly rising to fetch a cup of warm water. "Here, the water is ready. Drink plenty of warm water. It's good for your health." "Who taught you that?" Xiao Wu asked, bewildered. She had never realized Turnax could be so straightforward. "Oh, it was that uncle named Jiang Ling I told you about. He is a wonderful person and has taught me much about navigating life." Turnax chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. Xiao Wu fell silent for a moment before saying, "In the future, learn less from him." Turnax was about to retort when a knock echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. "Xiao Wu, are you there?" "It's Bidalai." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly distanced herself from Turnax. "I'm here, Bidalai, please come in." The door swung open, revealing a tall, striking young woman with a determined expression. Her name was Bidalai, the daughter of Mr. Satan. Among the ranks of the defense force, she was one of the most formidable, holding a high position within the team. It is essential to note that a woman with such a status in the defense force must possess extraordinary skills and a resilient spirit. Most importantly, she is decisive in battle. Anyone who underestimates Bidalai simply because she is a woman would be gravely mistaken. Notably, in this timeline, Bidalai's father, Mr. Satan, had also emerged as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The same year, the crisis of the artificial beings erupted, leading to Satan's demise. Fortunately, having been trained from a young age, Bidalai possesses a certain degree of self-defense in tumultuous times. After years of struggle, her strength gradually increased, and she ultimately formed the Earth Defense Force alongside Xiao Wu and others. Turnax, you're here too. Am I interrupting something between you and Xiao Wu? Bidalai stated, half smiling. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. Having faced numerous battles, she remained innocent regarding matters of the heart. Bidalai, please refrain from teasing me. Turnax stood up, scratching his head, and awkwardly chuckled. Bidalai, you're here. I just returned and hadn't had the chance to greet you. I understand, Biddle chuckled lightly. By the way, with Gohan gone, you needn't call me sister-in-law anymore. Alright, sister-in-law, Turnax replied. In this timeline, Gohan and Biddle met under unusual circumstances and developed a romantic relationship, only for Gohan to sacrifice himself in battle. Seeing Turnax persist in calling her sister-in-law, Biddle could only smile wryly. Turning to Xiao Wu, she set aside her playful demeanor and said, recently, we lost contact with the Baidu shelter. We sent someone to investigate, and we have received news back. Oh, what is the reason? Xiao Wu asked seriously. Biddle's expression turned grave. The Baidu shelter has been completely deserted. Thousands of people have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only discarded clothing and signs of a gunfight. Hiss. Both Xiao Wu and Turnax gasped in unison, exchanging glances, each harboring the same thought. What crisis had they encountered, and why had they stripped off their clothing to flee? Turnax could not help but exclaim. Biddle shook her head. When I first received this news, I thought the same, but upon learning more, I dismissed that notion. Investigators found only evidence of battle, with no signs of escape. Based on the evidence at the scene, it does not appear to be the work of artificial beings. Preliminary assessments suggest that they encountered an unknown enemy, likely a monster that devours flesh and blood. Xiao Wu suppressed her shock and inquired, does such a monster exist in this world? I do not know, Biddle replied, shaking her head. Turnax's expression darkened as he spoke. There are indeed such creatures. My mother has told me of many powerful foes with strange abilities. For instance, there was once the world-threatening Demon King Piccolo, who could regenerate lost limbs and even reproduce by spitting out eggs. Xiao Wu and Biddle nodded in agreement, clearly aware of this matter. It had caused quite a stir back on Earth, demonstrating immense power and nearly achieving dominion over the planet. Ultimately, he was defeated by a formidable child known as Son Goku. How unfortunate that if Mr. Goku were still here, how much stronger would he have become? Xiao Wu and Biddle thought to themselves. One was Turnax's girlfriend, and the other was Gohan's girlfriend. Both knew that Son Goku was also a Saiyan and were familiar with his exploits. First, let us notify our subordinates and other shelters about this. They should remain vigilant and inform us of any developments, Turnax decisively stated. He then added, as for the evil artificial beings, I shall resolve that with Jiang Ling. What? You can defeat the artificial beings now? The two women gazed at him in astonishment. Turnax waved his hand and smiled, saying, it is a collaboration between Jiang Ling and myself. We possess a modicum of confidence, yet only through confrontation can we discern strength from weakness. Chapter 64. The Research Institute. After Biddle's departure, Turnax and Shiwu remained together for a while, both preoccupied with their own thoughts, rendering them inattentive to matters of romance. After some time, Turnax found an excuse to leave, rising to return home. Upon arriving, he sought out Jiang Ling and recounted the entire sequence of events. The monstrous entity that devours flesh. At once, Jiang Ling realized who it was. Sheru. Considering the timeline, Sheru should still require a few more years to be fully cultivated. How could he possibly emerge prematurely? Could it be a version of Sheru from another timeline? It is conceivable, yet Jiang Ling felt that the likelihood was rather slim. There was no particular reason for this sentiment, merely an instinctive sense of improbability. Sheru was a creature born from the genetic research conducted by Dr. Gero, who had gathered the DNA of Earth's warriors, as well as that of Frisia, Kurd, and others. In pursuit of the truth, Jiang Ling resolved to visit the laboratory. However, he was uncertain of its location during his initial viewing of Dragon Ball. He had paid little attention to geographical names, only recalling a few places such as Kame House, Bowsy Mountain, and West City. As for Dr. Gero's laboratory, he had a vague recollection, knowing only that it was situated in a sparsely populated area on the outskirts. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before posing a few inquiries to Bulma. Bulma, are you familiar with Dr. Gero? After a brief contemplation, Bulma retrieved the name from her memory. Oh, him. Yes, I know. He's a genius in the field of genetic engineering. Unfortunately, he took some misguided turns along the way. Our paths do not align. While he primarily focuses on genetic technology, my expertise lies within the realm of mechanical engineering. Jiang Ling inquired once more. Do you happen to know the location of his research institute? The institute? I recall it being situated in Baidu, I believe. But it's been such a long time. Bulma scratched her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Upon hearing the name of the place, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, this was the very location. Without further contemplation, it was certainly here. Trunks, let us depart. Jiang Ling called out to Tanks and then proceeded to step outside. Tanks followed closely, inquiring, where are we headed? Is it a tactical confrontation with the androids? However, the androids do not possess a breath, and I am still unaware of their current location. We must await intelligence from the self-defense forces. It is not a battle against the malevolent androids. Jiang Ling shook his head, his expression taking on an uncommon seriousness. Let us visit a certain location. It may well be the source of that flesh-consuming monster. After a brief and rapid flight, Jiang Ling and Turnax arrived above the ruins of Baidu. Gazing at the desolate remnants, their expressions remained impassive. After all, This was the very city where artificial beings held their inaugural concert over a decade ago. Time had wrought its inevitable changes as vines, weeds, and trees now enveloped the ruins, leaving traces of a bygone era. A profound sense of transience enveloped the scene, reflecting the inexorable passage of time. In the vicinity of this city, within a radius of several dozen kilometers, Turnanks, let us search separately. Pay attention to the mountains. The research facility is constructed within one of them. Understood. As soon as the words were spoken, the two parted ways, each pursuing their own direction. They slowed their pace considerably, for meticulous searching was imperative. Flying too swiftly might lead to the oversight of crucial details. Jiang Ling traversed through the mountains, his mind intensely focused, scrutinizing the terrain for any signs of research facilities. After an hour had elapsed, a sudden surge of energy erupted. Jiang Ling halted, directing his gaze towards that direction. It was the aura of Turnanks. At this moment, the surge of energy likely indicated the discovery of the research facility. Signaling in such a manner, without hesitation, Jiang Ling surged forth with remarkable speed towards the designated location. Before long, he arrived at the site. Turnanks stood before a partially collapsed mountain, and upon seeing Jiang Ling approach, he gestured towards some exposed metallic objects. This must be the place. Jiang Ling surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that this was indeed Dr. Goluo's research facility. The two immediately set to work clearing the area. As neither was an ordinary individual, they accomplished the task with remarkable speed. They unearthed several damaged instruments, along with a few white capsules towering over a person. They even discovered two malfunctioning robots. One appeared corpulent and unwieldy, while the other was gaunt and emaciated. Both robots bore significant gaping holes in their bodies. Jiang Ling was able to recognize that these two robots were indeed Dr. Gero and number 19. It seemed that in this timeline, Dr. Gero had just released number 17 and number 18 when he was ambushed, without even having the chance to press the emergency stop button. Jiang Ling. There is an unopened capsule here. Turnanks exclaimed suddenly. Jiang Ling cast his gaze towards the white cabin, which bore the inscription No. 16 foot. Do not open it just yet. We shall take it back later. Jiang Ling remarked. He had previously wondered why the 16th figure of this timeline had not appeared. It turned out it had not been released. The cleanup operation was proceeding in an orderly manner, for Jiang Ling had yet to find the items he sought. Suddenly, Jiang Ling just moved aside a large stone, revealing an entrance beneath. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found it. Thank you. Come over here. Let us descend together. A basement? Asked Thank you as he approached. Indeed. Jiang Ling spoke as he descended the staircase ahead. A wave of musty odor assailed his senses. The interior was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Jiang Ling gathered a small orb at his fingertips. Though diminutive in size, its brilliance was remarkably intense, illuminating the entire basement in an instant. Within the basement stood a computer alongside several instruments. The computer displayed a series of texts punctuated by exclamation marks, indicating the experiment was prematurely terminated. The experiment remains incomplete. Jiang Ling directed his gaze towards the apparatus. Amongst them stood a large incubator, its glass cover shattered from within, leaving shards strewn across the floor, accompanied by traces of dried liquid. By piecing together the clues displayed on the computer, Jiang Ling could envision a scene. Within the incubator, a fully developed humanoid creature, resembling Cell, had inexplicably broken through the glass enclosure, causing the nutrient solution to spill out alongside the fragments. Subsequently, this being had emerged and vanished without a trace. The text on the computer indicated that the incubation period had not yet reached the predetermined time, suggesting that Cell had opted not to wait any longer. Jiang Ling was lost in thought when Trunks approached and inquired, Jiang Ling, have you made any discoveries? Indeed. Jiang Ling replied, sharing his conjectures, including details about the creature known as Cell. Trunks' expression grew serious. What a truly monstrous being, capable of evolution. No wonder the inhabitants of the northern shelter have disappeared. They must have been absorbed. Chapter 65, the crisis of the androids has yet to be resolved, and a new peril has emerged. When Jiang Ling first arrived in the future timeline, he refrained from confronting Cell, as, according to the original narrative, Cell was not due to emerge for several more years. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected early manifestation of this foe. Nonetheless, it was not a significant concern. He still maintained control over the situation. In contrast, Trunks harbored a different sentiment. He suddenly felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon his shoulders, making it difficult for him to breathe. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Do not feel overly burdened. Shiloh is still quite feeble at this stage and poses little threat. He must consume a considerable amount of flesh to evolve. Most importantly, there aren't enough individuals on Earth for him to devour. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's comforting words, Trunks exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat relieved. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Casting a glance around the basement, Jiang Ling noticed several sheets of paper on the table. Picking them up for a closer examination, he discovered they contained information regarding the emergency shutdown devices for androids 17 and 18. Trunks inquired, what is this? Jiang Ling replied, this information is valuable. It can be used to create a device that will immediately halt all activities of the androids, in essence, rendering them immobile. Jiang Ling elucidated. Turnang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a remarkable creation, for with this, we shall no longer need to contend with the artificial beings. Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and scoffed. Do not rely on these things. What if they fail? We must eradicate the malevolent artificial beings with our own hands. And the emergency termination device can serve as a backup. You are right, 10X remarked, regaining his composure and agreeing with Jiang Ling's perspective. After all, possessing strength is the ultimate truth. If this time we can resolve the issue with technology, what will we do when faced with a formidable adversary next time? The same principle applies in daily life. While others may assist you now, what about in the future? One cannot perpetually seek assistance from others. Therefore, it is advisable to handle matters independently whenever possible. Jiang Ling gathered the materials, preparing to take them back for Bulma to fabricate. The blueprints appeared intricate, yet he held unwavering faith in Bulma's genius to bring them to fruition, just as it had been accomplished in the original narrative. Jiang Ling scoured the surroundings and discovered additional materials pertaining to genetic research, which he deemed somewhat useful, so he collected them. He also took several valuable machines and casually appropriated the capsule containing Unit 16. Subsequently, he exited the research facility alongside 10X. Observing the now largely inconsequential establishment, Jiang Ling concentrated energy into a singular energy orb and hurled it forward. With a thunderous explosion, the laboratory and the mountain were obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The precision of this energy orb revealed Jiang Ling's remarkable control, capable of leveling the peak without inflicting harm upon the Earth. Let us depart for home. Indeed. They returned to the base. Jiang Ling handed over the blueprints and several instruments to Bulma in one go. After reviewing the diagrams, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. The android cessation device I have been studying is quite similar to this blueprint. It seems my direction is indeed correct. With this blueprint in hand, I shall soon be able to bring it to fruition. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, subsequently retrieving the capsule numbered 16. Within it lay an artificial being. What? Exclaimed Bulma and Trunks in astonishment. They were acutely sensitive to the term artificial being, associating it with malevolence. After all, without such beings, Earth would not be in its current state. Destroy that artificial being, Trunks declared immediately. Bulma paused for a moment, choosing silence as she awaited Jiang Ling's response. She harbored an inexplicable trust in him, believing that his actions must be justified. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ling was, in another dimension, her beloved. Jiang Ling chuckled and said, "Let me explain first. This artificial being is different. He is neither malevolent nor wicked. He is a good creation." Jiang Ling, you cannot be serious. All artificial beings are inherently evil, and this one is no exception. Trunks argued fervently, despite his lack of substantial reasoning. The impact of artificial beings had already penetrated deeply into the marrow of society, and he instinctively felt compelled to oppose. Bulma shot him a glare and promptly seized Trunks by the ear, exclaiming, "How many times must I remind you to address me as Auntie? Auntie, I've called you. Please, Mother, don't pull my ear. I am your mother. What is wrong with pulling your ear? Nothing at all. As long as you are pleased." Ultimately, Trunks succumbed to Bulma's formidable authority. Jiang Ling found it somewhat amusing, pondering how a person with Bulma's temperament could possibly raise Trunks. Perhaps it is a matter of the times. Their personalities are entirely dissimilar. Ahem. Jiang Ling interrupted their affectionate interaction and continued, "Do not misunderstand me. This android number 16 is not malevolent." Upon the utterance of these words, a momentary silence enveloped the gathering. Bulma spoke first. "All right, Jiang Ling, I trust you." Trunks recalled the various deeds of Jiang Ling, including leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber, teaching him the Super Saiyan full power, providing him with study materials, and imparting knowledge about Cell and everything else. Given all this, it was entirely reasonable to place unwavering trust in Jiang Ling. "I too believe in you," Trunks declared solemnly. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he introduced the information regarding Subject 16. This entity is an entirely robotic creation, possessing a human-like appearance, yet fundamentally composed of machinery. Bulma, given her expertise, should be capable of intervening, correct? For instance, implanting a control program within its central operating system? This would serve as a precautionary measure. Should circumstances veer awry, we could exert some influence. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. This is indeed her forte. Absolutely. No problem. With that, she guided the craft into her laboratory. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Trunks retreated to the living room to rest and rejuvenate. At that moment, Trunks received a message from the Earth Defense Force. After reading it, a grave expression settled upon his face. A surviving small town had been ravaged by Cell. There must be tens of thousands affected. I cannot delay. I must eliminate Cell first, he declared, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Jiang Ling. Do you sense Cell's presence? No. Trunks shook his head. Then what is your plan? Cell is cunning, adept at concealing his energy. If he burrows into a forest, how will you locate him? But, my hatred is overwhelming. So many lives at stake. Jiang Ling remarked. It is of no consequence. We shall revive once everything concludes. Terrence was taken aback. Revival is indeed possible. Was it not stated that the Dragon Balls no longer exist on Earth? My mother mentioned that there are Dragon Balls on the new Namek. Yet she remains unaware of their whereabouts, having searched for over a decade without success. In this timeline, the narrative preceding the androids unfolds in accordance with the original tale. Namek was obliterated by Frisia, and the Namekians migrated to a new Namek. As for Bulma, she remains oblivious to their location, otherwise she would have resurrected the warriors of Earth long ago. Regarding Son Goku, he succumbed to heart disease, and according to the prevailing lore, he should be beyond revival. Nevertheless, a method does exist, albeit it presents considerable difficulty. Jiang Ling was not entirely confident in his ability to resurrect Sun Wukong. Well, once this matter is concluded, I shall consult with the North Kai, and then have your mother construct a spaceship to journey there, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. So, does that mean Gohan can also be revived? Trunks inquired, his excitement palpable. In theory, it is feasible. That's wonderful, Trunks exclaimed, jumping with elation, inadvertently creating a large hole in the ceiling. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Ling wore a gentle smile as he observed the enthusiastic demeanor of Tenix. Akin to watching a younger disciple, his expression growing increasingly benevolent. Chapter 66, Battle. After a while, Bulma approached, announcing that she had completed the task. Jiang Ling remarked, let us awaken number 16 first. Even if he harbors malevolent intentions, should you find him uncontrollable, both Trunks and I shall be here to ensure safety. Bulma nodded in agreement, one hand gripping the controller specifically designed for number 16, while the other cautiously opened the white capsule. Before them stood a towering figure, a man with an orange pineapple hairstyle. Indeed, it was number 16. Bulma pressed the activation button, and number 16 slowly opened his eyes. As he sat up, he surveyed the gathered individuals. Good day, Ms. Bulma. Greetings to you both, gentlemen. Within number 16's database lay information about Bulma, yet he found no records pertaining to Jiang Ling and Trunks. Observing number 16's amiable demeanor, Bulma and Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ling silently nodded in agreement. His appearance was rather ordinary, though his hairstyle did not quite align with his aesthetic preferences. Hello, number 16. You may call me Jiang Ling. This is Trunks, the son of Bulma. Greetings, Jiang Ling and Trunks. Might I inquire as to where we are? You are in our underground base. First and foremost, I must ascertain whether you harbor any malicious intent. Number 16 shook his head. I bear no ill will. I cherish nature and small creatures, and I have no desire to take a life. However, my programming necessitates that I eliminate one individual, Sun Wukong. Bulma interjected. Sun Wukong is already deceased. Is that so? What then shall I do? Since this programming has been imposed upon you, I can assist in removing it. Thank you very much, Ms. Bulma. You're welcome. At that moment, Trunks suddenly remarked, you claim to have no malicious intent. But how can I be certain you are not deceiving us? I do not possess the concept of lying, number 16 replied. I can grant you access to my core code, which will clarify everything. Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, feeling assured given the circumstances. Jiang Ling smiled and said, May I ask you for a favor? Number 16 replied, Go ahead. On Earth, the malevolent artificial beings, namely number 17 and number 18, created by Dr. Gero, wreaked havoc indiscriminately, resulting in a drastic decline in the population of both humans and animals, while also inflicting varying degrees of destruction upon nature. Jiang Ling paused for a moment before continuing, Could you assist in providing the locations for the 17th and 18th? Number 16's expression shifted slightly, certainly. It is no trouble at all. According to the database, their energy signatures are rather unique, which renders your technological products incapable of detecting them, and that is quite normal. Upon hearing this, Tanks inquired with curiosity, They are artificial beings like you. How is it that you are willing to disclose their locations to us? Number 16 shook his head. I have never encountered them. There is no emotional connection whatsoever. Furthermore, I have a strong aversion to malevolence. Jiang Ling remarked, Very well. On the 16th, Technics, we shall set forth. The 16th nodded in agreement, Indeed. Let us embark. A fierce determination gleamed in Technic's eyes. In the sky, Jiang Ling and the Turnanks, designated as number 16, soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, their trajectory fixed on the location identified by number 16. As they traversed the landscape below, they beheld the ravaged forests and the devastated flora, a flicker of compassion illuminating their eyes. What a pity it is. Nature, in all its splendor, has been so wantonly desecrated. Jiang Ling cast a glance at him and said, As long as we eradicate the malevolent artificial beings, I shall restore nature to its former glory. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the exterior of a villa. According to the energy readings detected by the radar within me, they should be inside, number 16 remarked. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tenanx transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging dramatically. With a flash of demonic light, a wave of energy was unleashed. Boom. The villa erupted in an explosion, debris scattering through the air. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. This technique was indeed powerful, one he had mastered through diligent practice. Whoosh. Two figures erupted from the wreckage of the villa, swiftly approaching Jiang Ling and his companions. It was the nefarious duo of artificial beings, number 17 and number 18. They bore no signs of injury whatsoever. I wonder who it could be. Isn't that the timid turtle, Trunks? After hiding for so long, have you finally decided to show yourself? Number 17 mocked. And you've brought help this time. But you're merely here to serve as fodder. You stand no chance against me. Number 18 cast a glance, her eyes locking onto Jiang Ling. This man catches my interest, 17. Please don't kill him. Number 17 shrugged. Very well, but only because you're my sister. Perhaps due to their prolonged invincibility. They exuded confidence and appeared utterly unperturbed by the impending battle. Hmph. Androids. Trunks' eyes glinted with a fierce resolve and deep-seated animosity. Today marks the end of your reign. Number 17 crossed his arms, taunting, you said the same last time, and we all know how that turned out. Heh. He then surveyed the remains of the destroyed villa. Continuing, but since you've blown up our home, I think it's only fitting to seriously injure you as punishment. Trunks unsheathed his massive sword, adopting a combat stance. Beside him, number 16 remarked, Jiang Ling, Trunks, I have no taste for battle. You two handle this. That is fine. I never intended to involve you. Jiang Ling replied with a smile as he stepped forward, stretching his limbs while seeking a worthy opponent, number 17. He found it difficult to unleash his full force against a woman. Boom. A brilliant golden aura surged into the sky. Chapter 67, Sword Techniques. Two streams of golden energy intertwined, radiating with resplendent brilliance. They enveloped Jiang Ling and Trunks, akin to two deities of war. Number 16 gazed upon them. A flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He understood their formidable strength, yet he was unprepared for such terrifying energy. Was this truly a power attainable by humankind? Number 16 found it hard to believe, yet the radar within him confirmed the reality. Number 18, unfazed by her opponent Trunks, regarded him with indifference. Confident he would handle the situation with ease. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, moistened her luscious red lips, and fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Ling. Hey there, handsome. If you surrender now and serve me obediently, I might consider sparing you from future troubles. Otherwise, you'll certainly feel the sting of pain. My brother 1T show mercy like I will. From the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Ling, she was captivated by his striking and handsome features. Longing to pamper him in her own unique way. Perhaps it was love at first sight, or perhaps she was simply infatuated. She had never experienced such intense feelings before. Regardless, number 18 was eager to wield her little whip with ferocity. If Jiang Ling were aware of her thoughts, she might exclaim that different environments truly cultivate diverse preferences. If you wish for my service, defeat me first, Jiang Ling remarked, casting a fleeting glance. Number 18 shrugged his shoulders, expressing his resignation. In that case, number 17, you know the drill, just don't end up seriously injured. Number 17 nonchalantly replied, very well. I shall be cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward his opponent, Jiang Ling, and disdainfully declared, you are the third person I have encountered who dyes their hair, but what does it matter? In the end, you will still find yourself at our mercy. Out of respect for my sister, I can grant you an opportunity to make the first move. Oh? Jiang Ling's lips curled slightly, and in the next moment, the golden aura enveloping him vanished without a trace. He activated his full power state. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared before number 17 at an astonishing speed. Boom. Jiang Ling unleashed a powerful punch, striking the figure designated as number 17. Taken completely unawares by such formidable force. Number 17's eyes widened in shock as gastric juices surged forth, spilling from his mouth. He was propelled backward, carving a deep and wide trench into the ground before ultimately crashing against a mountain peak, where he finally came to a halt. Is that all? Jiang Ling remarked. It's not as formidable as I had imagined. Not far away, number 18 was taken aback, his eyes filled with uncertainty. How could this be possible? No. 17 was struck down by a single blow. With this thought, number 18 shouted, number 17, have you been indulging too much in recent days? Are you feeling weak? Boom. Number 17 shattered the massive boulder pinning him down and shot a fierce glare, declaring, whoever feels weak, it's certainly isn't me. I was merely unprepared. He truly believed himself to be the strongest in the world, convinced that no one could possibly defeat him. He had simply been ambushed. With renewed vigor, no. 17 launched himself towards Jiang Ling with all his might. Come at me. Jiang Ling let out a chuckle, standing firm as he directly faced the impending strike. Boom. Jiang Ling stood resolute, exhibiting not the slightest hint of being at a disadvantage. Then, with a series of decisive strikes, punch after punch, he relentlessly assaulted number 17. Each blow landing with resounding impact. Number 17 found himself ensnared in a position of passive defense, utterly unable to retaliate. Despite numerous attempts to break free from Jiang Ling's onslaught, he found himself effortlessly subdued. I shall assist you, number 17. Number 18, not one to lack perception, immediately recognized her brother's plight and rushed to his aid, fully aware of the principle that one's misfortune can spell doom for another. Yet, just as she was about to intervene, Trunks positioned himself in her path. Your adversary is me. Depart. Concerned for her brother's safety. Number 18 disregarded Trunks' presence and unleashed a powerful kick, believing that with this strike, Trunks would quickly succumb to defeat. With a resounding thud, Trunks blocked the kick with his arm. "You underestimate me," he remarked calmly. Number 18 furrowed her brow in disbelief. How can it be possible? Trunks should not be able to withstand such an attack unscathed. Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Trunks declared, "I am no longer the person I once was. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training." With a swift motion, he retracted his golden aura, elevating his power to an entirely new level. Grasping his massive sword with both hands, he swung it fiercely. Number 18's pupils contracted as an acute sense of danger surged within her. Instantly, she raised her arms to absorb the blow, a faint blue shield enveloping her form. With a thunderous crash, Number 18's curvaceous figure was thrust into the ground, creating a substantial crater. The delicate blue shield dissipated, revealing the impact had still inflicted significant damage, despite the prior protection. A gasp escaped her lips as crimson blood flowed from her luscious mouth. What is this? How can you be so powerful? There is nothing impossible." Trunks replied, his voice laced with fervor. "In moments of near exhaustion during my training, I would conjure the image of my beloved Gohan. His visage and laughter serving as my motivation to persist." As he placed a hand over his heart, his eyes burned with resentment. "It was you who took away my dearest Gohan." Number 18 was momentarily overwhelmed by Trunks' intense aura. "Trunks, please do not approach. Considering I have spared you before." Trunks let out a bitter laugh. "Spared me? You think I am unaware? You merely toyed with me for your amusement. If I were to let you go, what of the countless humans you have slain on this planet? What of the innocent animals? The devastation you have wrought upon nature? What of the valiant Earth warriors who perished at your hands?" Not far away, Jiang Ling, who was currently overpowering Number 17, glanced over, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Trunks had harbored such prolonged emotional turmoil, an accumulation of pressure, resentment, and negative sentiment. If this continued, it was inevitable that he would succumb to darkness. Jiang Ling sighed, acknowledging that he was not Trunks and could not fully empathize with the situation. However, he harbored a profound disdain for the atrocities committed by the malevolent androids. His strikes grew increasingly forceful, rendering Android 17 nearly lifeless. The series of words spoken by Trunks left Android 18 in a state of stunned silence. She had never contemplated nor cared about such matters, and she was perplexed as to why Trunks would hold such concern for these insignificant beings. Merely insects. Insects? Trunks shook his head. Paths diverging renders discourse futile. The wicked androids would never comprehend their suffering. With this thought, a glimmer flashed in Trunks' eyes as he charged forward wielding his great sword. "Witness the technique that Jiang Ling has imparted to me. The Dragon Slayer." A spectral dragon appeared to manifest behind him. Chapter 68. The Annihilation Blast. A gash appeared on Android 18's body. Trunks pivoted, lifting his sword upward, propelling 18 into the air without an ounce of mercy. Phantom Blade Dance. Trunks swung his great sword with ferocious speed, unleashing a torrent of energy from the blade that struck 18 with relentless force. She was utterly defenseless. "Enough." Android 18 cried out, her body marred and battered. Summoning her strength, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within her. Trunks was forced to retreat, interrupting his flurry of attacks. Suspended in midair, Android 18 surveyed her once smooth, pale skin now riddled with wounds, a frenzied cruelty igniting in her eyes. Countless energy orbs materialized in her hands, hurling them toward Trunks. Yet, she retained her composure. If Trunks evaded her energy blasts, the resulting explosions would devastate the Earth, leaving it scarred, even if not obliterated. Android 18 was certain that Trunks would intercept them. Indeed, in the next moment, a grave expression settled on Trunks' face. He stood his ground, allowing the energy blast to collide with him. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris swirled around them, smoke enveloping the battlefield. "Trunks," Jiang Ling called out, a twinge of worry gripping his heart. With a swift knee strike, he sent Number 17 sprawling away, fixing his gaze squarely on the direction of Tenanx. "I'm fine." Tenanx's voice reached him, and Jiang Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning his attention back to Number 17. At this moment, Number 17 was a far cry from his former handsome and graceful self, now sporting a battered visage. "Damn it, I will kill you," he seethed. "Oh, your entire body is weak, yet your mouth is audacious," Jiang Ling replied with a smile. This remark struck deeply, humiliating Number 17. As a man, he could endure many insults, but being called weak? "Hmph." Number 17 roared, his face twisted in fury, as he gathered an enormous energy sphere in his hands. "Annihilation sphere. Kneel before me, or I shall obliterate the Earth." Number 17 laughed maniacally. Jiang Ling. Impressive. The siblings resort to the same tactic. If they cannot prevail, they resort to intimidation, do they? Yet, it appears that this threat is indeed effective. Jiang Ling fell to the ground, yet did not kneel. For beneath a man's knee lies gold. Do not act rashly, for in destroying the Earth, you shall also jeopardize your own existence. Jiang Ling gently urged, suggesting that it would be ideal to dissuade Number 17 from such thoughts. If persuasion proved futile, he would return to his own timeline through the system before the destruction of Earth. As a coward? No, certainly not. Upon returning to his own time, Jiang Ling would wait for a while before reappearing, heading directly to the new Namek, where he could restore Earth. However, this course of action should only be taken as a last resort, as it would be exceedingly troublesome. Don't act impulsively? Number 17 retorted angrily. You're telling me not to act impulsively while I'm on the verge of being beaten to death by you? Just look at my face. I used to be handsome, but now? Bruised and battered. Who knows when I'll return to normal? Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. However, upon noticing the unpleasant expression on the face of the person at number 17, she suppressed her laughter and, holding back a smile, said, "That is not what I meant. I can assist you in your recovery." Then, Jiang Ling's expression turned serious as he swiftly approached number 17. Seizing the moment before his opponent could react, he unleashed a series of punches directly to his face. Here comes the pretty punch. Thud, thud, thud. After delivering the flurry of blows, number 17's face swelled further. I will not spare you." Just as the words escaped his lips, Jiang Ling sent him flying with a powerful kick, his body soaring into the distant woods, crashing through countless trees. Jiang Ling, however, chose to disregard him. Turning his gaze upward to the colossal destructive energy sphere that number 17 had just conjured, which was now descending slowly. Jiang Ling's expression was grave as he let out a soft exclamation. An aura of immense power erupted from his entire being. With his hands positioned like flower petals at his waist, he declared, "King's Fist." A crimson flame enveloped him as the King's Fist merged with the Super Saiyan form. Jiang Ling's expression was one of sheer agony, his visage contorted in anguish. It was evident that his body could no longer withstand the overwhelming convergence of those two explosive energies. Yet, he had no alternative. The Turtle School's Kamehameha wave surged forth. A crimson shockwave coalesced from his outstretched hands, hurtling relentlessly towards the annihilation orb in the heavens. Boom! In Jiang Ling's eyes, the shadow of the annihilation bomb loomed larger and larger, descending slowly. "I shall assist you." On the other side, despite the threats from number 18, the battered Tanakis unleashed a magical flash of light. Boom! The two joined forces, managing to keep the annihilation bomb from plummeting to Earth. The situation reached a stalemate. At that moment, the voice of number 16, who had been observing, echoed, "I shall join as well." With a snap, he detached his wrist, aiming the dark aperture at the annihilation bomb and unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. Boom! Together, the trio propelled the annihilation bomb further away, ultimately launching it into outer space. The shockwave from the explosion still reverberated back to Earth, but the impact was manageable, merely resulting in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Chapter 69, Mutation. The crisis of the annihilation bomb was resolved. Jiang Ling and Hmph both exhaled in relief. At that moment on the battlefield, number 17 had been struck by Jiang Ling and had vanished into the woods. Meanwhile, number 18, seizing the opportunity presented by the recent lull, took a brief respite nearby. As the bleeding from his wounds began to subside, "Hmph, are you all right?" Jiang Ling inquired with concern. "Just moments ago." Trunks had endured a relentless barrage of energy blasts from Android 18. Even as a Super Saiyan at full power, withstanding such an assault was no trivial feat. Trunks' attire lay in tatters, and the number of wounds he bore far exceeded that of Android 18. He steadied his breath and replied, "I'm all right. I can manage." Jiang Ling remarked, "If it comes to that, allow me to take over while you rest." Trunks shook his head, his expression resolute. "No, I must resolve this myself. It is for Gohan's sake." "Well said. You have spirit." Jiang Ling expressed his approval, raising his thumb in admiration, for he truly valued Trunks. Subsequently, he heavily sank to the ground. The combination of the Kaioshin and Super Saiyan had left his body in ruins, rendering him incapable of further combat and stripping him of his fighting prowess. In truth, Jiang Ling still possessed a sense of being, which could restore him to continue the battle. However, with Android 17 currently missing and likely gravely injured by his hand, the remaining Android 18 could be dealt with by Trunks alone. Given the circumstances, Jiang Ling resolved not to squander the sense of being and chose to observe the fight from the sidelines. Jiang Ling glanced around, setting out chairs and tables. He then prepared the tea set, tea leaves, hot water, and snacks, beginning to brew tea in place. He called out to the distant, astonished number 16 to join him for a cup. His leisurely demeanor suggested that this was not a battlefield. "Trunks, you carry on. I shall enjoy some tea." The fragrant steam of the tea rose as Jiang Ling savored his drink. Trunks took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and turned to number 18 with a solemn tone. "Proceed, number 18. Number 18's delicate features darkened. She was astounded that after enduring so many energy blasts, he had not perished. Truly, one must not underestimate a foe after 3 days. She wondered how he had ascended so rapidly. Trunks retorted, "That is none of your concern. Just know that this time next year will be your day of reckoning." What audacity! A cold glint flashed in number 18's eyes as she shouted, "Number 17. Where are you? If you're alive, come out and help me deal with Trunks." She could see that Jiang Ling had lost the will to fight. If number 17 would join forces with her, victory was within their grasp. After waiting in vain, number 18 felt a sinking sensation in her heart. "Number 17. Respond to me. Lapis. Answer me." She even called out her brother's name, yet no reply came. Trunks chuckled softly, sensing that number 17's fate was grim. "Impossible. My brother is so powerful. How could anything have happened to him? Number 18 grew increasingly agitated. Her breath, becoming erratic as the silence from her brother, drove her to the brink of madness. Her eyes began to turn crimson. This is bad. I must end this swiftly. Trunks felt a chill run down his spine and drew his greatsword, charging forward. Number 18, with her long legs, kicked out simultaneously, creating a sound that sliced through the air. Ultimate Ghost Sword Technique. Martial God Kick. The two narrowly missed each other, landing on the ground. With a gasp, they both coughed up blood. Time was fleeting. They did not pause but launched their attacks once more. Energy erupted anew as Trunks swung his sword, unleashing countless energy blades. Number 18, seemingly frenzied, hurled energy blasts as if they were free, regardless of whether they hit their target, fueled by her boundless energy. The clash of energy blades and blasts resulted in a thunderous explosion that resonated across the heavens, audible even on the other side of the earth. The unleashed destructive energy spread outward, obliterating rocks and flora alike. Seeing that she could not subdue Trunks, Number 18 teetered on the edge of madness. Ah! The energy within her erupted uncontrollably, causing the ground beneath her to crack wide open. This is not good. She is about to self-destruct. Jiang Ling set down his teacup and suddenly shouted. Trunks, with a grave expression, advanced rather than retreating, brandishing his great sword. He declared, Ultimate Ghost Sword Technique, Storm Style. In an instant, his figure vanished, replaced by a multitude of swords that surrounded Number 18, suspended in the air, forming a formidable sword array. An immense pressure descended upon Number 18, forcefully halting her self-detonation. What is happening? Number 18 exclaimed in disbelief, her rationality finally returning. As she surveyed the myriad flying swords around her, a profound sense of dread flooded her heart. Wait, Trunks, please don't attack. Spare me, one to you. At a distance, Jiang Ling interjected at the opportune moment. Trunks, do not show mercy, do not succumb to compassion. Simultaneously, Trunks' voice echoed from all directions into Number 18's ears. I will not spare you. You must be accountable for the countless lives on Earth. No sooner had he spoken than Trunks appeared amidst the multitude of great swords, gripping his weapon and moving with a fluid motion. Countless beams of swordlight danced, and innumerable glimmers of cold radiance flickered, rushing towards Number 18. In the distance, one could still glimpse Trunks weaving through the sword array with agility. Ah! Number 18's piercing scream resonated through the heavens and the earth, lingering long after. Once the dust settled, Number 18 lay silently on the ground, her clothing in tatters, devoid of life. The surrounding earth still shimmered with residual sword energy. Trunks sheathed his great sword upon his back and approached Jiang Ling, lifting the teacup to his lips and gulping down the steaming tea. Jiang Ling wore an expression of deep concern. Hey, take your time drinking, savor it. This is exquisite tea. Number 16 also appeared concerned. Trunks, I never imagined you were this formidable. However, it seems you caused quite a bit of collateral damage to the flora and fauna during the battle. Trunks replied, somewhat exasperated. So you didn't notice my dashing demeanor just now? He shrugged his shoulders in resignation. All right, I will pay more attention next time. Pausing for a moment, he slightly tilted his head upwards, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if he could envision Gohan's presence. He murmured softly, Gohan, I have finally avenged you. An air of silence enveloped the group, with no one daring to break the stillness. After a considerable pause, Jiang Ling spoke again. By the way, we still don't know if Number 17 is alive or dead. Number 16, could you assist me in scanning for him? Trunks turned his gaze towards Number 16, who nodded in response. He focused his attention on the forest where Number 17 had fallen. A stream of data flickered in his eyes, followed by an expression of astonishment. There was no sign of Number 17's energy, nor even a corpse. Instead, he detected an unknown life form, one not currently recognized among the species on Earth. Jiang Ling felt a stirring in her heart. Let me elaborate. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A figure materialized before the corpse of Number 18. He. Thank you for delivering Number 17 to me and vanquishing Number 18. Otherwise, I would have had to evolve. And who knows how long that would have taken. Jiang Ling's expression shifted dramatically as he concentrated and launched an energy projectile directly towards his target. The figure, however, remained unmoving, and its tail appendage expanded, effortlessly absorbing the corpse of Number 18. With a resounding crash, the energy projectile struck its form, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust and debris. Chapter 70, Delusions of Grandeur. Jiang Ling's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon the swirling smoke. It seemed that another battle was imminent. What is happening? Who is that? Hmph inquired hastily. Number 16 also turned his attention to Jiang Ling, eager to uncover the truth. Jiang Ling slowly began to speak. To be precise, that cannot be referred to as human. It is the creature I previously mentioned, Cell. Cell is the ultimate weapon created by Dr. Gero, who amalgamated the genes of Earth's warriors along with those of Frisia and others. However, due to the prolonged cultivation period, the project was abandoned in favor of researching androids. The Cell before us can be confidently identified as having been quite feeble. He had just concealed his energy and hidden in the shadows, to the extent that even I failed to detect him. Seizing the opportunity while Android 17 was gravely injured, he stealthily absorbed him, and now he is in the process of absorbing Android 18. I surmise that he has completed his evolution into a perfect form, possessing a terrifying level of power. Upon hearing this, Trunks and Android 16 gasped in astonishment. Jiang Ling's prowess is already formidable, to the extent that referring to him as terrifying underscores just how formidable Shala truly is. Is he even more powerful than the malevolent androids? Trunks inquired. Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat, then turned to Trunks and asked, "Are you able to continue fighting?" Trunks assessed his own condition, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. I expended a significant portion of my strength in the battle against Android 18. Now, I am left with merely 10% of my power. It seems unlikely that I can continue. A look of despair crossed his face. Having just triumphed over the evil android, Earth had finally ignited a spark of hope, only to face yet another grave crisis. Moreover, neither Jiang Ling nor he could engage in battle any longer. The flicker of hope had been extinguished almost as soon as it appeared, and there is nothing more despairing than that. Jiang Ling rose to his feet and gently patted Tenenx on the shoulder. Do not lose heart. After all, I am here with you. Jiang Ling displayed a broad grin, his laughter exuding a lightheartedness that seemed to dissipate the surrounding despair. However, the reality remained that Jiang Ling's combat abilities had waned. Who claimed such a thing? He retorted, his eyes narrowing in defiance, promptly correcting himself. You shall address me as Uncle Jiang Ling, Uncle Jiang Ling. Oh, haha. With a subtle smile, Jiang Ling revealed. I possess a celestial being that can restore my vitality. Such a remarkable item exists. Indeed. But do you have confidence in its efficacy? Not at all. Jiang Ling's resolute denial extinguished the flicker of hope that had reignited within Trunks. Stepping forward on the 16th, he solemnly declared, I too shall partake in the battle. My previous abstention was rooted in my unwavering confidence in defeating the malevolent androids. I refrained from intervening, understanding your desire for vengeance. However, should I witness you in peril, I would not hesitate to lend my aid. My heart aches at the thought of nature and its creatures suffering further devastation. Yet, the malevolence of this new cell surpasses my expectations. I find myself lacking in assurance. Nevertheless, I must fight to safeguard our planet, to protect the environment and the innocent beings that inhabit it. Are you willing to join me? Trunks spoke earnestly. I am prepared for battle. Trust in my resolve. Jiang Ling nodded, affirming that despite the fact that number 16 is a robot, its prowess is undeniably formidable. This was evident when it stood alongside us to withstand the catastrophic projectile. Jiang Ling did not speak falsely. In the original work, the strength of the number 16 surpasses that of the artificial humans by a significant margin. However, when confronted with the complete form of Cell, it proves insufficient. At this moment, the clouds of dust surrounding Cell began to dissipate. Jiang Ling and others glanced back, revealing the imposing figure of Cell, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters, unscathed. The previous energy blast had inflicted no damage whatsoever on him. It was a quintessential case of smoke without harm. At this moment, Cell's visage was strikingly handsome, if one were to overlook the fact that he was a creature of monstrosity. His features could nearly rival Jiang Ling's own allure, making him a veritable contender for stardom. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with number 16, and together they stepped forward, standing resolutely before Shala. Trunks, you may enjoy your tea. This monster is entrusted to me, your uncle. Trunks replied. All right. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the yellow sand, as the wind roared with a tumultuous sound. Jiang Ling extracted a mystical bean and consumed it. The injury sustained from the combination of the Kaioshin and Super Saiyan transformations were instantly healed by the bean, restoring not only his vitality but also his energy and physical condition to their peak state. Cheers! Jiang Ling let out a powerful roar. A blazing golden aura erupted, only to be drawn back into his body, vanishing without a trace. Super Saiyan, full power. This was his most formidable transformation to date. Should he seek further strength, he would transcend the Super Saiyan, evolving into the Super Saiyan of Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan 2. Jiang Ling is not yet prepared. On the 16th, a battle-ready stance was taken. A person and a robot exchanged a knowing glance towards Shara. Upon witnessing the show of determination, Shara smirked with confidence. Is this all you've got? You are far too weak. I am now the most powerful complete form in history. You cannot defeat me, nor do I deign to engage with you. After a brief pause, Shara smiled and continued. In light of your assistance in my evolution to this complete form, I shall grant you an opportunity. 7 days hence, I shall host a grand martial arts tournament, and you may invite the martial artists of Earth to attempt to vanquish me. You have these 7 days to grow stronger. Should none of you prevail, I will annihilate all of humanity and subsequently create a multitude of little Sharas, transforming Earth into my paradise, with numerous martial artist genes coursing through him. The notion of hosting a martial arts tournament naturally arose within Sharu, a delusion indeed. Before Jiang Ling could speak, Tenenx shouted loudly from a distance. Unlike previous androids, who at least did not aim to annihilate all of humanity, this cell sought to eradicate the entire human race from the very onset. Who could possibly endure such an affront? Jiang Ling smiled lightly and said, there is no need to delay. Let us resolve this today. I shall take action. If I cannot prevail, even a week more would be of no consequence. Number 16 grinned in agreement, stating, I share the same sentiment. There is no better time than the present to confront this matter together. Chapter 71, Surprise Attack. Sensing the presence of Cell, Jiang Ling wore a faint smile. He had been somewhat dramatic in his earlier conversation with Trunks. In truth, his strength was nearly on par with that of Cell's complete form. Even if he were to fall short, it would only be by a slight margin. When it comes to battle, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, with number 16 providing support, the odds were further in their favor. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the solemn-faced number 16 and nodded slightly. Number 16, I will take the lead. You merely need to assist me. Number 16 gazed deeply at Jiang Ling, choosing to place unwavering trust in him. Very well, I understand that I cannot prevail. My hopes rest solely upon you. Jiang Ling chuckled and said, Do not say that. I am under considerable pressure. Though he spoke the truth, he did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Feeling tense during a battle is a grave mistake. While it is possible for some individuals to perform exceptionally under pressure, the majority succumb to tension in combat, thereby losing half the battle. Jiang Ling was well aware of this, and thus quickly adjusted his state of mind. Upon overhearing their arrogant remarks and their ongoing laughter, Shalu felt disregarded. I graciously offered you the opportunity to defeat me, yet you fail to appreciate it. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious, Shalu remarked with a cold smirk. It was not that he looked down upon Jiang Ling and no. 16. Rather, having evolved into his complete form, he possessed an unwavering confidence, believing that there were no adversaries left in this world. Little did he know. Jiang Ling perceived this not as confidence, but as an overabundance of it, hubris. Jiang Ling instantaneously entered a state of combat, adopting a formidable stance, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. A cloud of dust erupted from the ground. His figure reappeared directly before Sheru, his long legs slicing through the air with an overwhelming force, striking down fiercely upon Sheru. Sheru retreated a step, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, unleashing a violent gale, as the ground beneath them fractured, resembling a vast web of cracks. Wow, Jiang Ling is extraordinarily powerful, thought Trunks, who stood firmly on the ground nearby, nearly swept away by the force. The tables and chairs had long been sent flying, lost to the chaos. At that moment, a teapot, caught in the upheaval, fortuitously overturned onto Trunks' lap, leaving an inexplicable yellow stain. Unfazed by Trunks' predicament, number 16 remained steadfast, grounded like a mountain. The mechanical hand had detached, and a terrifying energy orb coalesced within it. Data flickered in his eyes as he recalibrated his aim, poised for action. After their initial clash, Jiang Ling and Sheru each took a few steps back. Jiang Ling's expression remained calm, devoid of any surprise. This was all within his expectations. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shalu's eyes. Although the previous exchange was merely a block, without the full exertion of strength, Jiang Ling's strike had still managed to push him back several steps, something he had not anticipated. How is it that your power is so formidable? Shalu could not help but inquire. Jiang Ling smiled gently. Guess what? I guess you're a star. With a sudden movement, Shalu surged forward like a cannonball, the sound of breaking air echoing around. He unleashed all his strength in a powerful punch. Jiang Ling did not evade. Instead, he slightly bent his legs and unleashed a punch of his own. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to an explosion. Both individuals were simultaneously jolted, their arms buzzing with the impact. Jiang Ling did not hesitate. With his other hand transformed into a claw, he lunged forward. Black Tiger's heart extraction. Had it not been for Sheru's lack of Kuan, he would have resorted to the monkey steals the peach technique. In the heat of battle, it is a matter of life and death. The means employed are irrelevant, as long as victory is achieved. Indeed, Sheru's tail stealthily extended from beneath him, aiming directly at Jiang Ling. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Ling had no choice but to retreat, executing a series of backward somersaults to evade Shalu's surprise attack. Chapter 72, Turning Point. Jiang Ling stood firm, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Cell. Through their brief exchange, he had come to realize that without elevating his own strength, swiftly defeating Cell would be virtually impossible. What should he do? Cell had absorbed androids 17 and 18, granting him boundless energy. A decisive victory over Cell in the short term seemed unattainable, which meant that as time passed, Jiang Ling's stamina would inevitably wane until it was wholly depleted. Therefore, this battle must conclude swiftly, otherwise, unforeseen complications could easily arise. To achieve a rapid resolution, it was imperative to diminish Cell's power. A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Ling's mind, his eyes brightening with revelation. Why not force Cell to regress in form? It is well known that Cell possesses multiple forms, the larval stage, the mature stage, and the perfect form. If he could simply revert Cell from his perfect form back to his mature state, that would suffice. Without hesitation, he committed to this course of action. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the confidently beaming Sheru. In an instant, he appeared before him. With a powerful swing of his fist, he struck forcefully at Sheru's abdomen. The impact resonated with a resounding thud. Sheru's towering figure bent in response, the intense pain causing his mouth to gape and his eyes to bulge. His overconfidence had left him unprepared for Jiang Ling's sudden onslaught. Caught off guard, he took a heavy blow squarely. Shara pondered, had his defenses been lower. This strike might have pierced right through him. Nevertheless, his reflexes were swift. Enduring the agony, he thrust his knee forward. Jiang Ling, however, had long been on guard. He deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a sharp elbow strike that forcefully impacted Shara's abdomen once more, compelling Shara to struggle significantly. A moment of carelessness found him at a disadvantage. A torrential onslaught of relentless and flawless attacks followed in rapid succession, leaving Shara bewildered and unable to seize an opportunity to counter. Bang! Jiang Ling propelled Shalu into the sky with a powerful kick, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Number 16. Lacking the ability to communicate telepathically, and even if he could, it would be impossible to do so with a robot. He could only resort to calling out. Good. Number 16, who had long been poised for action, responded affirmatively, his gaze fixated on the airborne Shalu. As the formidable energy he had been accumulating for so long was unleashed in a moment of unrestrained fury, manifesting as a thick beam of light that struck the helpless Shalu. Shalu's face contorted in agony, his anguished cries resonating through the heavens. In the distance, Trunks observed the unfolding scene with bated breath and anxiously inquired, "Have we succeeded?" Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that it was not so simple. Suddenly, the sound of Cell's anguished laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha. Is this all you've got? I can still endure." Jiang Ling smiled faintly as he unleashed the completed Kamehameha away from his hands. It intertwined with the massive energy from Android 16, both energies enveloping Cell. Hey! Cell's laughter transformed into a heart-wrenching scream, resonating with such sorrow that it moved those who heard it to tears. After the energy impact, Cell plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, motionless. Trunks wore a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "We did it." However, Android 16's expression remained grave. Jiang Ling shook his head, asserting that no. Shara was not yet dead. He understood that Shara would not perish so easily. There lay Shara on the ground, an arm severed, his body marred by numerous wounds, slowly writhing in a state of distress. Number 16, together. Jiang Ling uttered a word and swiftly approached Shara's side. He would not allow Shara to recuperate, seizing the opportunity. He aimed to end his life. His fists, imbued with ferocity, struck like a tempest upon Shara's abdomen, delivering blow after blow. Number 16 joined the fray, his heavy iron fists crashing down alongside Jiang Ling's. "Number 16, you must synchronize better. Keep pace with my rhythm. You strike once, I strike twice." The battlefield resonated with the thunderous sounds of their assault, each strike echoing in a rhythmic cadence. Sharu, jolted awake, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with Number 16, both retreating a few steps simultaneously. "Wow," exclaimed Shalu, clutching his stomach, his mouth agape. With a gasp, he expelled a person. It was Number 17. Concurrently, his body rapidly devolved, his handsome visage transforming into the grotesque form of a sausage-like mouth. His vitality diminished significantly. Observing this, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a faint smile. It was a success. His earlier intention was to compel Shalu to regurgitate the androids. Chapter 73, Fireworks. Shalu rose, his expression twisted with fury. The wounds on his body writhed as they healed. His severed right arm regenerated. What was happening? How could Shalu's lost arm reappear? Trunks could not restrain himself from speaking, recalling Gohan's severed arm. How wonderful it would be if it could also be restored. Shalu possessed the genes of Piccolo, who, as you may know, is an Namekian, endowed with the extraordinary ability of regeneration. Jiang Ling offered an explanation before stepping forward, forcefully kicking away the being known as Number 17 to prevent Sharu from absorbing him once more. Sharu's eyes widened in fury. He had intended to devour Number 17 again to restore his strength, but Jiang Ling thwarted his plans. He could easily envision the devastating consequences of engaging in battle with his current power. "I have endured for so long, and at last, I have the opportunity to dominate the world and reign supreme over the entire planet. How dare you stand in my way?" Sharu was filled with resentment, his anger surging to unprecedented heights. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, and the energy within him became tumultuous. His body began to swell ominously as he prepared to undertake a reckless act. Before meeting his demise, he vowed to take everyone present down with him. Jiang Ling's expression hardened as he unleashed a powerful punch at the nearby Cell, piercing through his abdomen. The once formidable Cell had now regressed to his sausage-like form, devoid of his previous strength. For Jiang Ling, breaching his abdomen was an effortless feat. With a gasp, Cell expelled a stream of green blood. Jiang Ling had decisively interrupted his self-destruction. The backlash followed swiftly, and from him emerged another figure, none other than the golden-haired, blue-eyed Android 18. With the absence of Android 18, Cell's power plummeted, and his form shrank further, leaving him without even the semblance of his sausage visage. Jiang Ling gazed at Sharu with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. In contrast, Sharu's expression had lost its former ferocity. His eyes darted left and right, desperately seeking an opportunity to flee. Previously, he had contemplated the possibility of a self-detonation to take everyone down with him, yet now, he found himself bereft of even the qualification to self-destruct. How could Jiang Ling possibly grant him the opportunity to escape? Without a moment's hesitation, He positioned his hands in a blossom-like manner at his waist, conjuring an intensely concentrated sphere of light. The radiant blue and white luminescence was exceedingly blinding. Kamehameha wave. Jiang Ling uttered a low growl. A terrifying shockwave enveloped Sheru instantaneously. In but a fleeting moment, Sheru's scream was silenced, reduced to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Jiang Ling stood still, yet his expression revealed no trace of relaxation. He understood that Cell possessed a core. As long as the core remained intact, resurrection was limitless. He meticulously examined the area until he was certain that even the core had turned to ash, with no detail overlooked, before he finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the lightning cell had not emerged. Otherwise, none present would have been a match for him. In such a scenario, Jiang Ling would have had no choice but to retreat to his own timeline to evade the turmoil, only to return later to Namek and summon the dragon to resurrect Goku. Jiang Ling, what is the status? Is Cell truly dead? Trunks approached with an expression of eager anticipation. Number 16 also turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang Ling turned around with a smile and said, "It's over." "Yay!" exclaimed Tenanx, clenching his fist in excitement. The Earth has finally found peace. Number 16 also let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, pointing at the malevolent androids, number 17 and 18, which had just been expelled by Sheru. Trunks, come over and finish them off, he instructed. Trunks was taken aback. Oh, they're not dead yet? Number 17 is still alive, while number 18 should be dead. As you were the one who killed her and confirmed it, he replied. Jiang Ling spoke. Trunks' expression grew solemn as he seized an evil android in each hand and forcefully hurled them into the sky. Subsequently, a dazzling beam of magical light shot forth from his hand, striking the airborne androids directly. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. A magnificent firework blossomed in the sky, illuminating the faces of the onlookers, its brilliance enduring. The two malevolent androids were completely eradicated from the Earth, paying the necessary price for their transgressions. Chapter 74, Trunks' Grave Responsibility. Having vanquished the androids and Cell, the group did not hasten to return. Instead, they paused to rest at the scene. After all, having just concluded an intense battle, their taut nerves relaxed, and no one was eager to stir. The exception was Android 16, who simply awaited the others. Jiang Ling glanced at the skill he had just acquired during the battle against Cell, Yadrith Instant Transmission. Upon seeing this skill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a divine ability. He had originally intended to obtain it from Goku, but he had unexpectedly acquired it now. In the original narrative, Cell possessed the ability to teleport, likely inherited from Goku's genetic makeup. However, Jiang Ling felt a sense of perplexity. Why did Shallow not employ this skill to escape just moments ago? Perhaps it had slipped his mind, or maybe his declining abilities rendered it unusable. It is also conceivable that he possessed an abundance of skills, yet was unable to synthesize them effectively within such a brief span of time. Jiang Ling shook his head. After all, Shallow was deceased, and these queries would remain unanswered. If he were to seek an answer, he would have to consult Shallow in the underworld. However, his curiosity was not particularly fervent, nor did he possess the leisure for such pursuits. The Adelat version of instant transmission can be succinctly described as the technique learned by Wukong, which allows one to sense another's aura and instantly teleport to their side. The distance of this teleportation is directly proportional to one's own strength and the potency of the opponent's aura. The more formidable one is, the farther one can sense the chi. Similarly, the stronger the opponent's chi, the easier it is to perceive. In addition to the Adelat version of instant transmission, there exists another form of teleportation in this realm, known as the Kaioshin's instant transmission. These two skills differ in their execution. The Kaioshin's instant transmission allows one to teleport freely to any location without the need to sense chi. However, due to the absence of chi sensing, one cannot directly teleport to another's side. For instance, while Bulma is bathing at home, Jiang Ling can utilize the Adelrat version of instant transmission to appear directly beside her and observe her bathing. In contrast, with the Kaioshin version of instant transmission, he could only arrive at her home or just outside the door. It is fair to say that each technique possesses its own advantages. Jiang Ling still holds hope that he can master both skills. Previously, in the Mental Time House, he acquired two abilities through Tenanx. To him, they seemed somewhat superfluous. Tenanx's swordsmanship and sword strike, one being a sword technique, and the other a method to unleash yellow sword energy. However, he does not wield a sword, and even the sword techniques Tenanx used against androids were imparted by him. Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Ling observed Tenanx lying on the ground, appearing somewhat drained, and inquired, "Tenanx, are you truly this fatigued?" "Who said that?" Tenanx retorted, his eyes widening. "You are sprawled on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. It genuinely appears that you are weak." "Damn it, I finished a battle, and my strength has yet to recover. Of course, I'm tired." "This is not weakness." Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, signifying his understanding. Subsequently, he produced a bottle of liquor, which he had personally concocted. Within it were various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, including epimedium, cinnamorium, seahorse, yangqi stone, and ligustrum liccitum, meticulously blended for this very purpose. Thank you. Here is a tonic for you, he offered. Tonic? For what? Asked Tunka in confusion. You need not concern yourself. It is beneficial for your health, regardless. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously. He was not mistaken. Indeed, it was beneficial for the body. This was all for Trunks' well-being, as well as for Bulma's future. Considering she had expressed her desire to hold a grandchild, Trunks tentatively took a few sips and found the liquor somewhat potent, its taste slightly bitter, yet tolerable. Thus, he decided to set it aside for later enjoyment. His capacity for alcohol had been nurtured by Jiang Ling during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. He was no longer the Trunks who would succumb after a single drink. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Ling suddenly felt a pang of hunger. The scenery in this place was quite pleasing. The ground was strewn with craters from past battles, the trees stood askew, and a significant portion of the flowers and grass had been devastated. It was an exquisite spot for a picnic. One cannot merely admire the beauty. One must also learn to appreciate such artistry. Jiang Ling produced an array of grilling utensils, accompanied by a delightful assortment of meats and vegetables suitable for barbecuing. Are you all hungry? Would you care for some barbecue? Hmph inquired, patting his stomach and nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I am famished. It is the perfect opportunity to replenish my strength. Number 16 interjected, I am not hungry. Do you truly believe I would be? Nonetheless, I can partake in regular food. Then lend a hand with the grilling. It will be ready to enjoy shortly, Jiang Ling suggested. Number 16, slightly puzzled, responded, Must I assist as well? Jiang Ling inquired. What do you think? Can you bear to see us toil away? Ultimately, on the 16th, both Hmph and he joined the barbecue brigade. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of meat and vegetables wafted through the air. As Jiang Ling prepared the barbecue seasoning, a peculiar smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. He retrieved a handful of powdered epimedium and mixed it in. In his heart, he silently declared, Thank you, in this future timeline. The weighty responsibility of propagating the Saiyans shall be entrusted to you. Jiang Ling cast a meaningful glance towards Hmph, the weight of the task ahead heavy upon him. He hoped that Hmph and Xiao would lend their strength, not asking for much, just enough to form a football team, and swiftly at that. The meats and vegetables had been expertly grilled, sprinkled with a special barbecue seasoning that stirred the cravings within Hmph's belly. Jiang Ling procured several boxes of beer once more, chuckling. Barbecue pairs splendidly with beer. The more you drink, the merrier it becomes. Chapter 75, Melody. The enticing aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air. Jiang Ling and Hmph feasted with unrestrained delight. The Saiyans consumed their meal with astonishing speed, as if a whirlwind had swept through. In no time at all, the table, once laden with exquisite delicacies, was completely cleared, having vanished into their bellies. The two reclined upon the grass, releasing a contented sigh. Nothing could rival the fleeting satisfaction that follows a hearty meal. Is this sensation truly so pleasant? Inquired number 16, perplexed. He too had indulged in barbecues and drinks. Yet as a robot, he was devoid of such feelings. Jiang Ling rested his hands behind his head, comfortably gazing at the sky. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, causing the strands to dance in the wind. Under the soothing touch of the breeze, Jiang Ling drifted into a deep slumber. Hmph wore an unprecedented look of relaxation on his face and soon followed him into the realm of dreams. In the absence of adversarial pressures, a tranquil and serene existence is indeed unparalleled. The sun gradually descended, its twilight glow casting a warm embrace upon number 16, seated quietly upon a stone. Number 16 enjoyed the evening breeze while watching the sunset. Unbeknownst to them, the trio lingered there until nightfall. Jiang Ling awoke, stretching languidly. The slumber had been truly delightful. Glancing around, he gently patted Hmph to rouse him from his repose. It's time to rise, Hmph, even the moon has begun to warm its backside. Hmph rubbed his eyes, still enveloped in the remnants of sleep. What is the matter? I was in the midst of a splendid dream. Let me return to my slumber. Jiang Ling smirked and continued, however, you should first inform the Earth Defense Force about the eradication of the malevolent artificial beings. Oh right. I must notify them so they can relay the information to humanity across the globe. Hmph slapped his thigh, having almost forgotten amidst his drowsiness. He then exchanged a brief farewell and swiftly ascended in a particular direction. Watching Hmph's retreating figure, Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. This child, so impulsive. His temperament is nothing like mine. Number 16 interjected, you two have no blood relation, so there's really no basis for comparison. Let's not dwell on that. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, signaling to refrain from dwelling on the matter. He then shifted the conversation. On the 16th, what do you plan to do next? Well, he replied, perhaps I will focus on safeguarding the Earth's natural environment and its wildlife. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps you could accompany the Terran Knights to the Earth Defense Force. It would likely enhance the protection of nature. Upon hearing this, 16's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Jiang Ling speaks the truth. The Earth Defense Force can be regarded as the most formidable organization at present. Joining it would indeed facilitate a more effective protection of nature. Therefore, I shall accompany Hmph forthwith. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, watching as number 16 departed towards the direction of Hmph. Closing his eyes, he sought out the lingering presence. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Ling furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring to herself, It seems my own strength is still lacking. Detecting the aura of ordinary individuals proves to be somewhat challenging. After a brief contemplation, she extended 2 fingers and placed them on her forehead. A faint smile graced her lips as she realized, indeed, it works. Her focus sharpened significantly, and she swiftly located Bulma's presence. Jiang Ling felt a stir in her heart. In an instant, her body vanished from sight. The refuge of the Earth Defense Force was filled with jubilant cheers, resonating throughout the entire sanctuary. Everyone was elated, celebrating the demise of the malevolent synthetic beings that had wreaked havoc for over a decade. There was no more exhilarating news than this. Immediately, someone relayed this momentous announcement via radio to shelters across the globe. Others commenced a bonfire celebration, a festivity that had not occurred in years. After ensuring everything was in order with number 16, Tanks approached Xiao Wu and Bidalai. The 2 women, with smiles illuminating their faces, gazed at the revelers. Upon noticing Tanks, they greeted him warmly. "Thank you for your hard work, Tanks," Bidalai remarked. Xiao Wu stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Tanks' strong bicep, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Tanks, you are incredible! You actually defeated the synthetic beings." Tanks found his left arm enveloped in warmth, momentarily lost in thought. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and replied, "This is not solely my achievement. Jiang Ling and number 16 were the main forces. I don't care. In my heart, you are the best," Xiao Wu responded, her eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance, crescent-shaped with delight. Observing this exchange, Bidalai, with a knowing smile, quipped, "I understand. You 2 carry on. I shall assist elsewhere." Without awaiting a response, she walked towards the bonfire gathering, leaving the 2 alone. The atmosphere became charged with unspoken tension. Bidalai's words are rather perplexing. It's as if she speaks in riddles, don't you think, Xiao Wu? Tanks chuckled, attempting to shift the topic. "Tanks, I feel a bit tired. Would you help me back to my room?" Xiao Wu gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with longing. Tanks felt the warmth of her embrace draw closer, igniting a fire within him. "Then let us return to your room," he suggested. Tanks, not lacking in emotional intelligence, discerned the underlying implications of the situation. Ensuring no one was paying attention, he swiftly lifted Xiao Wu and slipped into her room. He gently placed her on the bed, taking in her flushed cheeks and heated form. His breath quickened, and he swallowed hard, unsure of how to proceed. Though he had acquired considerable knowledge at this critical moment, his mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by primal instincts. Noticing Tank's hesitation, Xiao Wu recalled the intimate whispers Bidalai had shared with her. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple as she bit her lip, resolute in her decision. She reached for the buttons of her clothing, unfastening them one by one. Drawing closer to Tanks and kissed him. In that instant, Tank's rationality shattered. He suppressed his strength to that of an ordinary man and, guided by instinct, began to indulge in the moment. The room resonated with a harmonious symphony. Chapter 76, The Method of Resurrection. In the West City, the night had deepened into silence. A gust of wind swept through the ruins, weaving through the remnants of collapsed structures, emitting a mournful wail. After the devastation wrought by the malevolent synthetic beings, the place was devoid of human life. Those who had perished were gone, and the survivors had sought refuge in shelters. It could be said that the West City had become a ghost town, a vacant city of ruins, deserted and lifeless. Atop a building, which, despite the ravages of war, had miraculously remained standing, the night unfolded its quietude. Jiang Ling and Bulma stood atop the rooftop, gazing down upon the desolate remnants of the city. Bulma exhaled deeply, her long blue hair cascading around her shoulders. At last, it was over. Yet, it was a lamentable fate that humanity had been mercilessly slaughtered by the androids, leaving but a scant few survivors. The population was perhaps reduced to a mere fraction of zero, one of its former self. Even with the existence of the Dragon Balls, it seemed improbable to resurrect those who had perished, for they were lost over these many years, time having eroded their memory. Bulma, lost in her thoughts, expressed her melancholy aloud. Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, gently massaging her shoulders as a gesture of comfort. "Let the number of humans dwindle. With time, they will rejuvenate," he reassured her. Bulma nodded, her gaze fixed upon the remnants of West City, a glimmer of hope illuminating her eyes. Indeed, with the absence of threats, it was time for the remaining humans to unite and rebuild the city. Reconstruction after catastrophe is an essential endeavor. Previously, the rampant androids left humanity with no choice but to retreat into shelters. Many young individuals spent their formative years confined within those walls, only hearing tales from the elders about life beyond. Now, with the menace of the androids dispelled, it was imperative to emerge from the shelters and embrace life anew. After all, who wouldn't yearn to live beneath the sun? Bulma's spirit soared, her heart brimming with optimism for the future. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of the robust masculine presence behind her, stirring feelings she had long suppressed. As the saying goes, a full belly breeds desire. With the formidable threat of the androids vanquished, her burdens lifted, and long-buried desires resurfaced. Bulma bit her lip, turning to face Jiang Ling, her eyes locking onto his visage. As she inhaled the familiar scent of his masculinity, her body softened, collapsing into his embrace. In that moment, she cast aside all reservations. The surge of hormones took over. and she gazed up at Jiang Ling, her eyes clouded with longing. This. Jiang Ling's body stiffened, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. As he lowered his gaze to behold Bulma's charming visage, his blood surged with uncontrollable fervor. Having spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not been in the company of his girlfriend, Bulma, for a considerable time. Now, alone with the future Bulma, amidst the dark and breezy night. It was the perfect moment for hormones to take flight. The Bulma before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend, yet her aura was entirely distinct. His girlfriend exuded a lively and spirited charm, while the future Bulma possessed a different allure altogether. How to articulate it? She was a sophisticated woman with fair skin and a voluptuous figure, her smile radiating warmth and gentleness. Every aspect of her being exuded a gentle and inviting grace. Though she had aged more than a decade, her impeccable maintenance rendered her ageless, with no trace of time's passage. Instead, she retained an enchanting elegance and charisma. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, leaning his head close to Bulma's ear. His warm breath caressed her earlobe, sending delightful shivers down her spine, and before she realized it, her cheeks were tinted with a charming blush. A deep, husky voice emerged softly. Bulma. Jiang Ling spoke, his hands deftly parting the fabric draped over him. Moving with an effortless grace, Bulma did not refuse, responding with fervor. Gradually, they edged closer to the crux of the matter. Is it here? Bulma glanced around her surroundings. A hint of shyness coloring her demeanor. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Is it not permissible? I believe it is quite feasible. After all, we are on the rooftop, and there are hardly any people around. However, there is no however. Jiang Ling pressed his lips firmly against Bulma's, leaving her mind in a haze. Unable to grasp any coherent thought, her body felt weak and warm, as if she were a drifting leaf, utterly unmoored. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the two of them, gently embracing them like a whispering breeze, akin to the sudden bloom of flowers. An hour passed. Jiang Ling leaned against the wall, feeling refreshed. Bulma nestled sweetly in his embrace, tracing circles on his chest. Both were content. Jiang Ling mused that if Trunks were to discover what had transpired today, he might find it unbearable. Indeed, they had acted impulsively, without a second thought, and had engaged in intimacy. But it mattered not. He had matured now, and it was time to pursue his own life. Jiang Ling chuckled, shaking his head. Yes, indeed. Bulma nodded, in complete agreement. By the way, I wonder what Trunks is up to. Will he come looking for me if he doesn't see me when he returns home? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a slight smile. That lad is probably engaging in the very activities we just partook in with his girlfriend. Ah, is that true? Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. Her little pig had finally learned to root among the cabbages, which brought her great solace. She then sighed, wishing her former friends were present to share this news and bask in the glory of boasting about it. Jiang Ling smiled faintly and said, It is not impossible for the warriors of Earth from the past to be revived. What? Bulma was taken aback. And then she firmly grasped Jiang Ling's sturdy arm, lifting her gaze to look at him anxiously. Are you saying that my old friends can be brought back to life? You can't be mistaken, can you? Indeed, I'm not mistaken. Jiang Ling gazed at the alluring Bulma, who was tantalizingly close, and felt his blood begin to surge with excitement. Upon noticing his stare, Bulma's charming face flushed a deep crimson. How could you be so? Jiang Ling raised his head slightly with a sense of pride, exclaiming, my physical fitness is indeed remarkable. He paused for a moment. Jiang Ling cast aside those chaotic thoughts and said with a serious demeanor, I should be able to ascertain the location of Namek. Previously, I promised Teenags to resurrect Sun Wukong. However, I must consult someone first. Please wait for me here. Bulma immediately replied, All right, go swiftly and return quickly. Jiang Ling rose and donned a fresh set of attire, meticulously arranging his garments. He then placed his fingers upon his forehead and sensed the presence of North Kai's planet. In an instant, his figure vanished from Bulma's sight. On North Kai's planet, two figures clad in martial arts uniforms were engaged in a sparring match. While North Kai and his two pets observed nearby, Gohan's strength has been advancing quite rapidly, North Kai remarked. If he continues to train diligently, he may soon catch up to you, Goku. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Gohan paused their movements. Goku smiled and replied, Indeed, Gohan has always possessed immense potential. While he was alive, he was preoccupied with dealing with the androids and scarcely had time to train. Now that he has passed, he finally has the opportunity to hone his skills. Gohan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. It's not as exaggerated as you say. He then inquired, By the way, I'm nearing mealtime. What shall we have today, Lord Kai? Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach and chuckled. However, upon hearing this, North Kai's expression darkened. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. You have nearly bankrupted me over these past years. Just as he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared beside North Kai. Goku and Gohan immediately assumed a combat stance. Who goes there? Chapter 77. Detection on Kai's planet. Jiang Ling greeted cheerfully. Hello, Lord of the Universe. Oh, Goku and Gohan are here too? Upon seeing the three individuals before him, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of surprise. This future Goku appeared considerably more composed than the one he knew, yet his appearance bore no signs of aging, perhaps due to the circumstances of his demise. Beside him stood the future Gohan, exuding an aura of decisiveness. Both father and son sported glowing halos above their heads. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Goku and the others were further astonished. Who is this person? How does he know my name? He seems quite familiar, yet I don't believe we've met. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, Gohan suddenly noticed Jiang Ling's tail and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how do you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling smiled and provided a general explanation of the situation. However, he was vague about many details, finding it too troublesome to elaborate further. He merely mentioned that he had come from another dimension and had joined Trunks in vanquishing the androids in Cell. It turned out that the young man had grown to such an extent, which reassured him. Gohan wore a look of contentment. Goku inquired, "Is Trunks Bulma's son?" Gohan nodded with a smile, affirming, "Yes, I mentioned it to you before." Goku then turned to Jiang Ling with a serious expression, saying, "Thank you for protecting the Earth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded. Goku remained the same Goku, unable to let go of Earth even after more than a decade of passing. "I must also thank you, Jiang Ling, for aiding in Trunks' development," Gohan added as he stepped forward. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formality. As it was his duty, he surveyed the future Gohan before him, noting the robust muscles, with scars from battles etched upon his body and face. He appeared more vigorous and masculine than the Gohan depicted in Dragon Ball Super. The two Gohans, shaped by their respective environments, had embarked on divergent paths. Others could not judge, for these choices were their own. If only it were possible. Jiang Ling harbors a profound hope that Wu Fan can excel in both the arts and martial prowess. He aspires for him to become a learned scholar capable of imparting knowledge, while also possessing the strength to vanquish foes and safeguard the Earth. The North King remarked, "Jiang Ling, you claim to hail from another dimension. It seems you are acquainted with me?" "Indeed," came the reply. Jiang Ling smiled, and in an instant unleashed the Kaioshin. A crimson aura erupted forth, soaring into the sky. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his desire to spar igniting within him. For over a decade, he had found himself without a worthy opponent, forced to train in solitude. Even when Gohan arrived, his strength was still insufficient to match Goku. Now, witnessing Jiang Ling's formidable power, Goku's heart raced with anticipation. "Jiang Ling, shall we engage in a sparring session?" he proposed earnestly. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment before ultimately declining. There would be ample opportunities for long-term employment in the future. The North Realm King swallowed hard. The likelihood of being able to unleash the Realm King fist suggested a certain familiarity with himself. Indeed. However, traversing through time and space is rather precarious. After some reflection, the North Realm King decided to voice his thoughts. "It would be prudent not to speak of your time-traveling exploits." Jiang Ling nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I have my own thoughts on the matter. My purpose in coming here is to seek the assistance of Lord King of the North." The North King replied, "Speak your mind. I shall assist if I am able. Please help me locate the new Namek," Jiang Ling requested. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Memories drifted back to the fierce battle on Namek over a decade ago. Goku sighed nostalgically. "Ah, how I long for those days. It was then that I transformed into a Super Saiyan." Indeed, when Namek was destroyed, the Namekians were forced to reside on Earth for an extended period, ultimately relocating to a new planet with the help of the Dragon Balls. This is precisely why we are unaware of the new Namek's whereabouts. Back then, our uncles were slain by the androids, and Aunt Bulma frantically searched for the new Namek, yet due to technological limitations, she was unable to find it. Sun Wukong muttered about past events before suddenly realizing, "Jiang Ling, are you seeking the new Namek to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans killed by the androids?" Jiang Ling shook his head, asserting, No. You must be aware in the underworld that those humans have long since passed. Firstly, they no longer possess physical forms. And secondly, having departed so long ago, they have undoubtedly been reincarnated. Resurrection is impossible. Therefore, my intention this time is to bring you back to life. Jiang Ling possessed a certain understanding of the rules of the underworld. As for individuals like Wukong, who have contributed to their home planet, the underworld retains their physical bodies and souls, offering them the choice to remain in the underworld or to be reincarnated. That is indeed a valid point. Son Gohan reflected in silence for a moment before continuing. "However, if my memory serves me correctly, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only grant one wish to resurrect a single individual, and only those who have died within the past year, correct?" "We shall see," Jiang Ling remarked, uncertain whether the Dragon Balls of Namek could indeed resurrect individuals from years past. His gaze shifted towards the North Kai. "Please assist me in verifying this." "Very well," replied the North Kai, focusing his attention as the two antennae atop his head twitched, initiating a search throughout the cosmos. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow. The others fell into a hushed silence, patiently awaiting the results of the North Kai's inquiry. After a considerable pause, the North Kai exhaled deeply, producing a handkerchief to dab at the perspiration on his face. "At last, I have located it. The coordinates are J5616, B54464. Just indicate the direction," Jiang Ling urged. With a deliberate motion, the North Kai extended his hand, pointing towards a specific direction. Jiang Ling focused intently and soon sensed the location. He patted the shoulder of the North Realm King and smiled, saying, "Thank you. If you ever have the chance to visit Earth, I shall treat you to the zoo and then take you to the Heavenly Realm, so you can experience the differing routines of two kinds of chickens." North Realm King? Jiang Ling did not waste any more time. After exchanging greetings with North Realm King Goku and Gohan, he utilized instant transmission and vanished from sight. Observing Jiang Ling's disappearance, Goku remarked, "If the Dragon Balls could bring us back to life, that would be splendid. Unfortunately, Vegeta's past transgressions were too numerous. The King of Hell, considering his sacrifice to protect Earth, spared him from the underworld and instead allowed him to reincarnate." Listening to his father's words, Gohan recalled his girlfriend, Videl, and a sense of anticipation for resurrection began to blossom within him. Indeed, I hope for his revival. By the way, I must inform Uncle Piccolo and Yamcha about the restoration of peace on Earth. They will surely be delighted by this news. Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination as he set off towards the realm of the afterlife, heading to the designated area for Piccolo and the others. Chapter 78, Preparations Before Departure. In the office of the King of Hell, the formidable figure sat behind a meticulously organized desk, clad in a sharp suit as he attended to his duties. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, none other than Jiang Ling, having arrived via instant transmission. "Your Majesty, how have you been lately?" "Huh? Quite well. And you are?" The King of Hell was taken aback, momentarily bewildered by Jiang Ling's familiarity, as if they were acquainted, though he could not recall any prior encounter. "Ah, it is I." Jiang Ling extended his hand, a crimson flame igniting around his fist. "You may call me Fire Fist Jiang Ling. I have trained under the Northern Realm King. We are all kin here." Yin Wang, also a pupil of the Northern Realm King, immediately recognized the signature of Realm King Fist. He chuckled and said, "Ah, so we are indeed family. Do you seek me for a matter of importance?" "Nothing of great consequence," Jiang Ling replied casually. "I merely wish to inquire if a soul by the name of Shalu has recently arrived here." "Shalu?" Yin Wang pondered for a moment before nodding. "Indeed. He is steeped in sin and has already descended into hell." Jiang Ling quietly let out a sigh of relief. The arrival of Shalu's soul here signified that he was indeed dead. "Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal later." Jiang Ling flashed a smile, once again employing his instantaneous movement to vanish from sight. The King of Hell scratched his head in bewilderment, muttering to himself, "I don't need to eat." On Earth, at Bulma's underground base in West City, the bathroom was enveloped in a haze of steam. "I love bathing. It's so good for the body." Bulma hummed a tune as she stood under the showerhead, appearing to be in high spirits. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's figure materialized beside her, causing her to momentarily freeze. Bulma, glistening with water and clad in nothing but her own allure, presented a striking silhouette, her fair and delicate form accentuated by the steam, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Upon noticing the unexpected presence, Bulma instinctively let out a sharp scream. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ling stepped forward and pressed his hand against her lips. Their faces mere inches apart. "It's me." Bulma uttered a few indistinct sounds, nodding in acknowledgement. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze. The warm water from the shower continued to cascade down, drenching both of them. The atmosphere grew charged with an undeniable tension. Bulma suddenly became acutely aware of their predicament. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, resembling a ripe peach, ready to be plucked. Gulp. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, her cheeks flushed and shyly blooming, swallowing hard as his breath became labored. Both could sense the intensity of each other's emotions. "Bulma, never mind." After an hour of bathing, a weary Bulma collapsed against Jiang Ling, utterly exhausted. Jiang Ling wiped away the water stains left from her bath and carried her to bed to rest. Bulma was exceedingly fatigued today and quickly fell into slumber upon lying down. Jiang Ling gently placed a kiss on her forehead. He then lay beside her, embracing her, and together they drifted into a deep slumber. The following day at noon, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes from the bed. He sat up and stretched his body. How delightful. It had been a long time since he felt this invigorated. Yesterday, he experienced it twice. Waking up this morning, filled with energy, Jiang Ling felt invigorated and in high spirits. Turning his head, he noticed that Bulma was no longer in bed. Following the sound, Jiang Ling made his way to the kitchen, where he beheld Bulma busily preparing breakfast at the stove. Her long, flowing blue hair and graceful figure, complemented by the apron she wore, exuded an aura of gentle elegance. Jiang Ling could not resist stepping forward, wrapping his arms around her flat abdomen from behind, holding her tightly. "Have you gotten up?" "Don't tease me. I'm making breakfast," Bulma softly murmured, her cheeks flushed, quite enticing. "Hee, is that not permissible?" Jiang Ling chuckled lightly. "No, I was utterly exhausted yesterday." Bulma shot him a playful glance, resembling a blossoming flower, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within. There were matters to attend to today. He could not afford to be delayed by this issue. If he exhausted Bulma, it would mean postponing for yet another day. "Bulma, after dinner, we shall venture out together." "Huh? To where?" Bulma, who had been mentally prepared for a grand battle, was momentarily taken aback by his words. "Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday?" Jiang Ling whispered softly in her ear. "Yesterday?" Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. She turned around, her gaze sharp and eager, exclaiming, "Have you found that Namek star? Why didn't you tell me when you returned last night?" Jiang Ling blinked. I originally intended to take you along when I returned yesterday, but as soon as I came back, you tempted me, so I could just die because of you." Bulma, blushing fiercely, pinched Jiang Ling's waist with great force. "Clearly, it was you who couldn't resist, yet you dare say that I tempted you." Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh, playfully delivering a swift slap upon the pert posterior, the crisp sound resonating throughout the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity before she could react, he deftly slipped away. "Jiang Ling, your mischief knows no bounds." Bulma's voice, filled with indignation and embarrassment, echoed behind him. The breakfast was rather modest: bread, ham, and eggs. Jiang Ling found the meal rather tasteless, indeed weary of it. This type of breakfast did not suit his palate. It seems he needs to find a time to prepare a more appealing breakfast, such as soy milk and fried dough sticks. Having finished his breakfast, Jiang Ling wiped his mouth and remarked, "Are you ready? We are heading to New Namek. Wait a moment, let me contact Trunks to see if he wishes to join us. This child has been away all night without a word. It seems he has a girlfriend and has forgotten his mother. Young people may lack restraint. I must remind him." Bulma, holding her specially designed mobile phone, directly reached out to Trunks. "Hello, Trunks, are you coming back soon?" Trunks' voice came through the phone. "I've already eaten at the Self-Defense Force base, so I won't be back for dinner. You and Uncle Jiang Ling can eat without me." Upon hearing his voice, Bulma displayed a motherly smile filled with affection. "You young man, are you with your girlfriend? Uncle Jiang Ling has told me all about it. When will you bring her home to meet your mother?" Well, let me ask her." Trunks hesitated. "All right. I'll have Uncle Jiang Ling say a few words to you." With that, Bulma handed the phone to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, "Thank you, young man. No need for restraint. When you return, I shall prepare some supplements for you. Let's strive to bring a grandson back to your mother." "Thank you, Bulma." Chapter 79, Arrival at New Namek. Bulma pondered and soon felt at ease, considering Trunks' physique. It was likely he could manage 3 times a day for an entire month without difficulty. Moreover, she was quite eager to meet her grandson soon. This reminded her of the time machine. She wondered what the future would hold. Jiang Ling's voice interrupted Bulma's thoughts. "Are you ready?" Bulma nodded, affirming her readiness. Jiang Ling wrapped his arm around her slender waist, while his other hand raised 2 fingers to his forehead, aiding his concentration to swiftly sense the new Namek. Found it. A flicker of realization sparked within Jiang Ling. In an instant, the 2 figures vanished from the underground base. On the new Namek, a handful of Namekians toiled in the fields, preparing to plant saplings. Following the calamity wrought by technology centuries ago, the Great Elder had rejuvenated their race, opting to forsake technological advancement in favor of environmental stewardship and planetary preservation. Though a new Great Elder now presides, this tradition endures. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes materialized, capturing the attention of the Namekians. "Who are you? Outsiders, please present your identities," they exclaimed, warily raising their farming implements. Jiang Ling smiled and spoke a passage in flawless Namekian. The essence of his words conveyed that they were not malevolent beings, but rather humans hailing from Earth. He instructed them to seek the current Grand Elder, Muley, and inform him that Bulma from Earth had arrived. He would understand. The Namekians, upon hearing this impeccable and fluent Namekian from Jiang Ling's lips, were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. They had never encountered an extraterrestrial capable of articulating such pure Namekian. Jiang Ling observed their youthful appearance and smiled softly. He continued speaking in the language of the Namekians, inquiring if they were indeed the Namekians born in the past decade or so. He expressed his uncertainty about the situation on Earth and Bulma. "You shall discover the truth by consulting your elder," he advised. The Namekians exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One individual soared directly towards the village, while the others remained vigilant, cautiously watching Jiang Ling and Bulma, the 2 extraterrestrial beings. Jiang Ling nodded, observing the commendable vigilance of the younger generation of Namekians, likely a result of the Elder's careful cultivation. Bulma gazed at the appearance of the Namekians, her eyes glistening with moisture as memories of the former Kai and Piccolo flooded her mind. They bore a striking resemblance, their verdant forms evoking nostalgia. Soon, the Elder arrived, accompanied by throngs of Namekians, densely packed. Bulma recognized them as those who had once resided on Earth for a time. "Bulma, how delightful to see you. It has been far too long. How have you been?" they exclaimed, laughter mingling with fond reminiscences of their earthly experiences. "I miss Earth's instant noodles." "Oh, how long for those days?" The younger Namekians were taken aback, realizing that the previous generation was familiar with these 2 outsiders. With tears of joy, Bulma greeted each one warmly. "It has indeed been a long time, Bulma. I never expected to see you again." Elder Muley approached with a smile. The former elder had passed away after the explosion of Namek, and now Muley held the position. Bulma was well aware of this. "I never anticipated. I've searched for you for over a decade, thinking I would never see you again in my lifetime." As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Bulma's face. Muley sensed the shift in her demeanor and suggested, "It seems something has transpired. Let us converse inside. By the way, is this gentleman beside you your partner?" Muley noted Bulma's arm linked with Jiang Ling's. Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling and replied, I suppose. That is accurate. Jiang Ling gently embraced her slender waist, asserting with conviction that it was, indeed, as it should be. Upon hearing these words, Bulma felt a warm glow within her heart. She was enamored by such a commanding demeanor, which instilled in her a profound sense of security. At Muley's residence, several individuals were seated on the sofa, cradling warm cups of tea with fragrant tendrils of steam curling into the air. The others had been dismissed by Muley, for accommodating such a multitude in a single abode was quite unfeasible. After listening to Bulma recount the tribulations Earth had faced over the years, Muley let out a heavy sigh, his words tinged with bitterness. He lamented the unforeseen events that transpired in their absence, attributing them to their relocation to this planet. If only we had chosen to remain on Earth. Bulma took a sip of her tea and shook her head. It is not your fault. The Namekian species required expansion, necessitating their migration to other planets. Besides, peace has finally returned to Earth, albeit a tad belatedly. Muley expressed his relief. As long as Earth is at peace, I can rest easy. By the way, your visit is to procure the Dragon Balls, correct? I will summon Dandy to assist. Indeed. I require the Dragon Balls. Wait, where is Dandy? I did not see him a moment ago, Bulma inquired with curiosity. Dandy was the child rescued by Krillin and Gohan during the battle on Namek. He shared a close bond with her and had played a significant role during the conflict. Muley chuckled heartily. Dandy is usually preoccupied with his training. I had not informed him until now. With that, he reached out through telepathy to summon Dandy with the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and asked, by the way, Elder, can the Dragon Balls resurrect those who perished over a decade ago? Muley furrowed his brow, shrugging his shoulders. I am uncertain. Ordinary individuals cannot be revived. I see. Bulma sighed softly. Jiang Ling comforted nearby, saying, it's all right. We can ask Shenlong in a moment. If that doesn't work, I'll think of another solution. That's all we can do for now, Bulma replied. Just then, a young and robust Namekian lad entered, trailing 7 Dragon Balls behind him. Elder, I've brought the Dragon Balls. Do we need to make a wish? Muley chuckled. There's no rush. Look who has arrived. Hearing this, Dandy turned his gaze and spotted Bulma seated on the sofa. He was momentarily taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, Imp Bulma, what brings you to Namek? It's been so long since I last saw you. Bulma, noticing that Dandy had grown into a strong young man, felt a spark of recognition. Is that you, Dandy? I can hardly believe the boy who once adored cartoons has now blossomed into a fine young man. Dandy, somewhat shy, scratched his head, for he was still a youth and felt bashful upon receiving compliments. Oh, it's nothing. It's been over a decade, so naturally, I've grown. As he spoke, Dandy glanced around and curiously inquired, Imp Bulma, where are Krillin and Gohan? Is this young man your son? Jiang Ling. Bulma. Bulma rolled her eyes, placing her hands on her hips and tugging at Dandy's ear, exclaiming loudly, call me Sister Bulma. And am I really that old? Standing next to Jiang Ling makes us look like mother and son? Dandy hastily replied, I didn't mean it that way. I just asked because I've never seen Jiang Ling before. He would not lie. He truly had no such intention. To him, Bulma was by no means old, resembling a vibrant 30-year-old woman in the prime of her life. It was merely that, as a hermaphroditic Namekian, he held no interest in Earth women. Bulma shot him a glare and released her grip on his ear. Well, at least you can speak, she said. I shall temporarily forgive you. As for Krillin and Gohan. At this point, Bulma's tone grew considerably somber. Elder Muley simultaneously communicated with Dandy through thought. In an instant, Dandy grasped the tribulations Earth had endured over the past decade. After a moment of silence, he reminisced about the fleeting time spent with Gohan and Krillin during his childhood. Those moments were his fondest memories, along with the myriad of animated shows on Earth. Now, they seemed eternally out of reach. One could only lament the whims of fate. With a sigh, Dandy spoke to console her. Aunt Bulma, I am aware of everything that has transpired. Please accept my condolences. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, forcing a smile. But we still have Shenron, don't we? There is still hope. Indeed, there is hope. Without further ado, let's make a wish. Jiang Ling gestured grandly. The group made their way outdoors. After all, they still needed a place to reside. Summoning Shenron requires the Namekian language. And I shall take the lead in that endeavor, Dandy declared, unaware of Jiang Ling's proficiency in the Namekian tongue, and moved forward to offer assistance. Jiang Ling shook his head and replied, no need. Making a wish and conveying it to you would be somewhat troublesome. Before Dandy could respond, he summoned the Namekian dragon, Parunga, using the Namekian language. Suddenly, the bright daylight was shrouded in darkness. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated with brilliant golden light, converging to unleash an enormous dragon. This dragon bore no resemblance to the one from Earth, its most striking feature being its 2 robust arms. Even after witnessing it several times before, the sheer size of it was still astonishing. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon in a daze, murmuring to herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling flashed a wicked smile. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered in a voice meant only for the 2 of them, is there a need for my greatness? Bulma's fair face flushed a deep crimson. She shot him a reproachful glare and admonished, what are you saying? No teasing allowed. Hurry and make your wish. The dragon is waiting. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, choosing not to tease Bulma further. Meanwhile, Muley and Dondi were at a loss, utterly astonished by Jiang Ling's fluent command of the Namekian language. What on earth? Is it now commonplace for any extraterrestrial to speak Namekian so effortlessly? Oh. Valiant seeker of the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall grant you 3 wishes, whatever they may be. The voice of the dragon resonated softly. Jiang Ling inquired. Any wish at all? Indeed, came the reply. A smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he added, then grant me 10 more wishes. The dragon responded. I'm afraid that is not possible. Jiang Ling curled his lips in disdain, remarking that one should not boast about what cannot be accomplished. The dragon, taken aback by his retort, found himself at a loss for words and could only clear his throat to shift the conversation. Do you have any other wishes? He inquired. Jiang Ling blinked and smiled as he said, well, Shenlong, before I make my wish, I would like to request that you speak in the universal language. For I am not proficient in the Namekian tongue. This request should not consume a wish, correct? Listening to Jiang Ling fluently speak in Namekian, Shenlong's mind momentarily became a whirlwind of confusion, nearly overheating his CPU. After a brief silence, Shenlong slowly nodded and responded in the universal language. Since you require me to use the universal language, I shall do so. It will not deplete your wish. The language of Earth's humanity also employs the universal tongue. Bulma, upon hearing Shenlong speak in the universal language, turned her gaze towards Jiang Ling, her eyes brimming with profound emotion. She murmured softly. Jiang Ling requested Shenlong to speak in the universal language so that I could understand him. He is truly remarkable. I could weep. In that moment, Bulma suddenly felt the tender sensation of being cherished and protected in someone else's hands. Jiang Ling was unaware of what Bulma was pondering. He merely found the common language quite familiar, while the Namekian dialect struck him as somewhat cumbersome. Do you have any wishes that require fulfillment? Inquired the Namekian dragon. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and inquired, can you resurrect a large number of individuals all at once? The dragon replied, indeed. Huh? Bulma, upon hearing this, displayed a look of confusion. I recall that initially, only one wish could bring back a single person. Elder Muley chuckled and clarified. Since assuming the position of the Elder, I have upgraded the Dragon Balls, now, akin to the Dragon of Earth. I can resurrect a multitude of souls with a single wish. Jiang Ling nodded with a smile and remarked, you are right. This makes things much more convenient. Turning to the Divine Dragon, he inquired once more, is it possible for you to resurrect a human who has been deceased for over a decade? The majestic dragon of planet Mech, what is wrong with this person? Why so many questions? This is taking forever. I've been out for quite a while and still haven't granted a wish. Ah, I am on the verge of insanity. The dragon internally lamented. Ultimately, he let out a sigh and responded to the inquiry. If the soul remains in the underworld, resurrection is possible. However, if the soul has descended into hell or been reincarnated, resurrection is not feasible. I see, Jiang Ling replied. That simplifies things considerably. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Jiang Ling addressed the dragon. Then please assist me in resurrecting the humans and animals slain by the androids on Earth. This wish was made after careful contemplation. Whether it be androids 17 or 18, or even Cell, they all belong to the realm of androids. By making such a wish, he could not only bring back those killed by 17 and 18, but also revive those who fell victim to Cell. Most significantly, it would allow for the resurrection of the valiant warriors who perished defending the Earth, a multifaceted boon. Upon hearing this wish, the dragon let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the wish had been articulated. Without hesitation, it immediately began to assess the request. Given that ordinary humans are permitted to linger in the afterlife for no more than a year, it could only resurrect those who had fallen to the androids within that time frame. Additionally, the creation of physical forms would require the expenditure of an additional wish. Moreover, those who had been killed by the androids in the previous decades had largely reincarnated, leaving only those who had contributed to Earth and retained both their souls and bodies, such as Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan, eligible for revival. Are we certain about the consumption of 2 wishes for this endeavor? Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. A flash of red light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and then it spoke. Your wish has been granted. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. Bulma, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into the air, exclaiming, hooray. Everyone has finally been resurrected. She then rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss on Jiang Ling's cheek. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Ling gazed up at the sky and coughed lightly. There were others present. Yet Bulma appeared utterly indifferent, exclaiming that they were androgynous and simply could not comprehend such matters. Chapter 81. All listened to me on the planet Kao. Son Goku, who was deep in meditation, suddenly paused and looked into the distance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I can feel it. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo's energies have vanished. It seems they have been resurrected. Is that so? Let me see. The North Kao sensed the situation and exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, they have returned. That fellow Jiang Ling has truly brought them back to life. Son Goku smiled with relief. This is wonderful. Their revival means they can continue to protect Earth. Gohan, that young man, often gazes at his fiancée's photograph during his training. Now he can finally return to her. After Krillin's revival, I hope he can find himself a wife. As Son Gohan spoke, he suddenly recalled Chi-Chi, who had always been by his side without complaint during his lifetime. Alas, poor Chi-Chi. The North Ko, overhearing this, puffed out his cheeks in indignation and said, "What do you mean poor? Can't he make up for it now that he has returned?" Son Goku scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "I died from heart disease. That counts as a death from illness, doesn't it? I believe the dragon can't revive someone under such circumstances." A moment's contemplation led the North Ko to send a communication request to Jiang Ling on the new Namek, across various locations on Earth. Humans who had perished at the hands of the androids within the past year began to resurrect. Some emerged in shelters, others in ruins, and some in the wilderness. They all shared a common sentiment: confusion. Did I not die? Why am I here? I have come back to life. A myriad of questions swirled in their minds. Though it was unfathomable, they realized with certainty that they had indeed been revived. Overcome with excitement, they leaped to their feet, eager to seek out friends and family from their previous lives. In the sky, the resurrected Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Din exchanged smiles as they observed the jubilant humans below. At the Self-Defense Force base, Videl watched from a distance as Trunks and Mai shared a tender moment. Her eyes reflected both blessing and envy. If only Gohan were here. Videl murmured to herself. Earlier, Mai had advised her not to dwell on a past romance but rather to move on. Yet she found herself unable to do so. Aside from Gohan, no other man captured her heart. Perhaps I shall remain alone until old age, if only Gohan and I had had a child. Videl sighed, recalling how she had once expressed a desire for children, to which Gohan had responded with reason, citing the android threat and the burdens of parenthood. Thus, they had taken precautions. Now that peace had returned, yet Gohan was gone. It felt far too late. At that moment, strong arms encircled Videl's slender waist from behind, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "My dear wife, would you care to have a child with me now?" Initially, Videl intended to struggle free, but upon hearing the familiar voice, her heart fluttered. With disbelief, she turned slowly to see a robust chest adorned with familiar scars. Raising her gaze, Gohan's smiling face came into view. Biting her lip, Videl's tears flowed freely. The pent-up grievances of years spilled forth. Tears cascaded uncontrollably as her fists pounded against Gohan's chest. "Why did you take so long to return?" Woo-woo. I missed you so much, woo-woo." Gohan's eyes glistened with tears as he smiled and gently patted Videl's back. "I missed you too. I have come back." Nearby, Trunks and Mai noticed the scene unfolding. "Gohan, is that you?" Trunks exclaimed in excitement, ready to rush over, but Mai held him back. "Why won't you let me go? Gohan has returned." Mai rolled her eyes and replied, "Are you foolish? They are enjoying their reunion. Wouldn't you be interrupting them?" She whispered something to Trunks, who, upon hearing her, brightened up and called out to Gohan and Videl, "Gohan, Videl, your room is still the same." Videl, still tearful, felt her cheeks flush at his words, rendering her quite adorable. Gohan chuckled lightly at Trunks' remark and then turned to Videl with a tender gaze. "My love, you mentioned wanting a child, did you not?" Videl, shyly lowering her head, suddenly remembered something and said, "You just came back to life. Perhaps you should visit Chi-Chi first." Gohan shook his head, lifting Videl in a princess carry and dashing towards their familiar room. "Haha, I visited Mom after my revival. She said you often came to see her and urged me to bring you home swiftly." Bursting into the room, he shut the door behind them, and their voices filled the space. "Oh dear. Gohan, how shameless." Videl exclaimed. "My love, I haven't had a dorayaki in ages." "Wait. Gohan, stop." On Namek, the North Ko sent congratulatory messages while conversing with Jiang Ling and Bulma. "Jiang Ling, you are remarkable. Gohan and the others have returned." "Ah. It was merely a simple task," Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. The voice of Sun Wukong reached him. "Jiang Ling, thank you so much. I owe it all to you." "Bulma, it's been a long time." Upon hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Bulma felt a surge of emotions. "Wukong, indeed. It has been quite a while. How have you been?" "Haha, not too bad. Lord Kai provides meals, and I don't have to lift a finger." Bulma chuckled softly, reminiscing about their adventurous childhood, her eyes brimming with nostalgia. At that moment, Wukong added, "By the way, Bulma, I forgot to mention that Vegeta has not been resurrected. His sins were too grievous. Even dying to protect Earth could not absolve him. He spent 5 years in hell before being reincarnated." Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Trunks' father, Vegeta, she had only spent a year or two with him before his demise. Over the years, she had nearly forgotten his visage and felt no lingering emotions towards him. After all, their time together was fleeting. If Wukong hadn't mentioned it, she might have completely overlooked his existence. A pang of discomfort hit her, prompting her to glance at Jiang Ling and explain, "Jiang Ling, I have no feelings for Vegeta. You must believe me." After spending these past few days together, Jiang Ling had made a significant place in her heart. She feared that mentioning Vegeta might upset him, and was even more anxious about the possibility of losing him. Seeing this, Jiang Ling leaned close to Bulma's ear and whispered softly, "I do mind, you know. How will you make it up to me?" "Huh? I mean, how do you intend to compensate me?" Jiang Ling encircled Bulma's slender waist with one hand, smiling gently as he spoke. Bulma, taken aback, instinctively inquired, What compensation do you seek? As Jiang Ling achieved her objective, a subtle smile graced her lips. She leaned in close to her ear and softly murmured, "From now on, you will heed my every command, particularly regarding." Upon hearing this, Bulma's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she cast a shy glance at Jiang Ling. With a playful pout, she retorted, "All you can think about is that. Is that really acceptable?" Jiang Ling straightened her posture in response to Bulma's concession, who softly replied, "Fine, I shall follow your lead." The two engaged in hushed whispers, while King Kai and Sun Wukong exchanged puzzled looks, unaware of the nature of their conversation. Ahem. King Kai cleared his throat, prompting Jiang Ling and Bulma to realize they were still on the line. Bulma waved her hand dismissively and stated, "If Vegeta is to be reincarnated, so be it. I am indifferent." "Ah, but aren't you together with Vegeta?" Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Bulma's expression turned peculiar as she exclaimed, "Are you foolish? When someone is apart for just a few days, their feelings can fade. Vegeta has been dead for over a decade. Do you expect me to remember him for a lifetime? Besides, there was never much affection to begin with." "That's true." "Oh, by your logic, what about Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong suddenly pondered, probing for more information. Chapter 82, Wukong's Resurrection. Bulma rolled her eyes and replied, "Your Chi-Chi is not the same as me. From the outset, she was infatuated. After marrying you, she became entirely focused on domesticity. Enjoy that." Her words rang true, and Sun Wukong felt a sense of satisfaction. In any man's life, such sentiments would hold. Ahem, Bulma, regarding the matter. King Kai lightly coughed and said, "Here. Only Sun Wukong remains unrevived due to his heart condition. Could you check if he can be brought back?" Over the years, Wukong had trained on King Kai's planet, depleting his provisions. With no other options, he resorted to consuming the planet's food supply. Now, seeing others revived, he naturally wished to rid himself of this misfortune. Sun Wukong's voice chimed in, "Jiang Ling, Bulma, I implore you to inquire with the dragon, if resurrection isn't possible, that is also acceptable." Given their rapport, Bulma readily agreed, viewing it as a way to rectify the sorrow stemming from Sun Wukong's untimely demise. Initially, Sun Wukong's sudden heart attack had left no time to gather the Dragon Balls, leading to his premature departure from this world. His companions mourned for an extended period, and Chi-Chi aged considerably overnight. Even Vegeta lost his motivation to train, resulting in the emergence of the androids, leaving the group unable to keep pace with their adversaries. Vegeta never achieved Super Saiyan status. The androids ravaged everything in their path. Jiang Ling. As Bulma spoke, Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, her gaze shifting to the long-neglected Namekian dragon. "My apologies, dragon, we were on a call." The dragon's eyes were filled with a mournful expression. "Its once mighty aura diminished. You may now articulate your third wish." "Very well." Jiang Ling nodded and inquired, "Can you resurrect Sun Wukong?" "He succumbed to heart disease." The dragon, upon hearing this, conducted an inquiry. Ordinarily, a natural death from heart disease would preclude resurrection. However, in Sun Wukong's case, he had been poisoned. Thus it was a death resulting from human interference, making resurrection feasible. This revelation startled Bulma. The North Kai and Sun Wukong exchanged solemn glances, realizing that they had initially assumed his demise was due to heart disease, unaware that it was, in fact, a result of foul play. Jiang Ling murmured softly, casting a nod towards the Shenlong, who promptly revived Sun Wukong. The divine dragon from Namek, upon hearing this, flashed a crimson glimmer in its eyes. "Your wish has been fulfilled, until we meet again." With that, its form transformed into golden light, returning to the Dragon Ball of Namek, and the sky shifted from darkness to brightness. The Dragon Ball, unlike its counterpart on Earth, did not depart after a wish was granted but remained in place, albeit with a cooling period before it could be used again. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong materialized at the entrance of Baozi Mountain, standing before his own door. Gazing at it, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor he had cultivated over the years. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. A voice resonated from within. "Who is it?" Sun Wukong's heart quivered. That voice was profoundly familiar, echoing through countless days and nights from years past. After a brief pause, the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a chipao. Her hair, a mix of black and white, framed a face that, although adorned with wrinkles from the passage of time, undeniably belonged to Chi-Chi. Chapter 83, Homecoming. Chi-Chi stood there, momentarily stunned by the sight of the man before her, the visage she had yearned for through innumerable days and nights. "Could it be that I am dreaming?" she pondered. "Indeed. Wukong and Gohan have returned. This must be a scene from my dreams. If it is a dream, I hope I never awaken." Lost in her thoughts, Chi-Chi murmured to herself. Sun Wukong stepped forward and enveloped her in his robust embrace. Observing her slightly aged yet beautiful face, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. "Chi-Chi, this is no dream. I have truly returned." The familiar timbre of his voice reached Chi-Chi's ears, and as she felt Wukong's warm embrace, tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking his chest. Whether a dream or reality, she felt profound fulfillment at the mere prospect of seeing him again. "Wukong, please do not leave me again. I shall never depart from you again." Chi-Chi. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere thickened with unspoken emotions as their faces drew nearer, poised for a kiss, when suddenly a sound interrupted them. Gurgle, gurgle. Sun Wukong chuckled, patting his stomach. Chi-Chi, I am quite hungry. Honestly, you never change. I shall prepare a meal right away. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes, tying an apron around her waist. Come to the kitchen and keep me company. Huh? But I did not know how to cook. Wukong scratched his head. Just accompany me. Chi-Chi shot him a stern look, fearing that if she turned away, he might vanish once more. Wukong laughed. All right then, I shall assist with washing the vegetables. Just ensure you do it thoroughly. A little dirt won't hurt anyone. You must call Gohan back for dinner. Do not disturb Gohan. He will bring home a bride in a few days. Their banter filled the kitchen, a melody of voices that seemed to weave an unending tapestry of conversation. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, a Namekian appeared in the center of the grand hall, adorned in celestial garments, wielding a staff, and bearing an aged visage. This was indeed the Supreme Kai. He surveyed the dilapidated temple with a somber gaze. Who would have thought revival was possible? Yet, I am weary and lack the vigor to continue. I wonder if Piccolo would be willing to ascend to the role of Supreme Kai, he mused, his eyes reflecting a deep melancholy. At that moment, a swirling vortex materialized beside him, and a figure emerged, a dark-skinned individual, reminiscent of a certain Indian style, adorned in traditional attire. Upon recognizing the figure, the Supreme Kai's face lit up with a smile. Mr. Bobo. Indeed, this was Mr. Bobo, who had fallen into slumber after the Supreme Kai's demise, waiting for a successor who never arrived. Now that the Supreme Kai had returned, so too had he awakened. Supreme Kai, it has been far too long, Mr. Bobo wept, producing a handkerchief to dab at his moist eyes. Look at you, still shedding tears after all this time? The Supreme Kai chuckled. Mr. Bobo smiled sheepishly. Perhaps I am simply too sentimental. I could not help but weep at your revival. That is what one might call emotional. Thus, on Namek, after the wishes were granted, Jiang Ling turned to Elder Muley. Elder, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Speak, the elder replied. The situation is thus. Although the celestial deity on earth has been resurrected, his lifespan is drawing to a close, and there is yet no successor for the role of the next celestial deity. Elder Muley remarked, so, you seek to ascertain whether there are any candidates here who might be inclined to assume the position of the celestial deity of earth? Jiang Ling nodded, affirming the correctness of the situation. At that moment, Dondi stepped forward. Allow me to go, he offered. Upon witnessing this, Muley chuckled. Very well. With your lineage as a member of the Dragon Clan, you are indeed well suited for this role. In the realm of Namekians, the term Dragon Clan signifies extraordinary talent. Only those of exceptional ability can create Dragon Balls, and they possess a versatility unmatched by others. While Namekians may specialize in combat, intellect, or healing, those of the Dragon Clan excel in all three and transcend the capabilities of ordinary beings, such as the brilliance of the Dragon Clan. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This way, Krillin and Gohan can reach out to you anytime. After engaging in conversation with the other Namekians and exchanging greetings, Bulma prepared to take her leave. With a swift gesture, she bid farewell to Elder Muley. Jiang Ling, accompanied by Bulma and Dandy, utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Upon their arrival at the Heavenly Temple, they encountered the Supreme Kai and Mr. Bobo. They articulated their intentions, and the Supreme Kai, who was inclined to retire, readily consented. He decided to have Dandy remain behind and commenced instructing him on the responsibilities required of a Supreme Kai. Jiang Ling and Bulma returned home. Upon arriving, Bulma began rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of something. What are you looking for? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. The Dragon Balls. I collected them all but can't recall where I placed them. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? You have no wishes left, do you? You don't understand. I wish to be young again. Oh? Jiang Ling scratched his head and said, I believe you are quite well as you are. I like it. Bulma chuckled. One can always improve, regain youthfulness, enhance vitality, and resist the ravages of time. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment, deeming it quite necessary, and decided to add one more wish, to enhance her bust slightly. You old lecher, Bulma exclaimed, albeit without any refusal. Having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, she stepped out of the base and made her wish. She wished for her body to be restored to that of a 30-year-old, coupled with her unique charm. She appeared mature and alluring, exceedingly captivating. This left Jiang Ling unable to restrain himself. Bulma noticed the change in him and felt her cheeks flush. Bulma, could you assist me with this? He implored. No, let us discuss it later. We are outside right now. You promised that you would listen to me in the future. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a slight arc, gazing at her with an ambiguous smile. Bulma paused for a moment, lightly biting her rosy lip. She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself, she remarked, casting a playful glare at Jiang Ling before she crouched down. Hiss. Jiang Ming experienced both pain and joy. As Bulma became increasingly proficient, the pain gradually faded away, leaving only the joy. The matter reached a conclusion. Jiang Ling observed as the earth began to regain its vitality, with cities gradually rising anew. He felt it was time to return to his own timeline. In truth, he could have returned long ago, yet he lingered in hesitation. The presence of Bulma on that side weighed heavily on his mind. He He wondered how she would react if she were to learn of his connection with the future Bulma. Thus, Jiang Ling found himself in a state of perplexity. Ultimately, what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. Having dwelled here for such an extended period, it would be unreasonable not to return. After Jiang Ling expressed her concerns to Bulma, Bulma chuckled softly and said, "Then take me along. I shall have a word about it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling smacked her thigh in realization. Of course, women understand women best, and moreover, they are essentially the same person. Chapter 84, King Kurd, Parallel Universe. In the original timeline of Jiang Ling, there exists a bustling base on a distant planet within the cosmos. Numerous spacecraft take off and land here, creating a lively atmosphere. At the base, King Kurd, the father of Frisia, sits regally upon his throne, perusing the information presented by his subordinates. A slight furrow forms on his brow as he ponders in silence, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, producing an erratic sound. An invisible tension emanates from King Kurd, enveloping the vicinity. The two subordinates behind him bow their heads, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of incurring the wrath of their unpredictable king and facing dire consequences. After a prolonged moment, King Kurd sets down the documents in his hand. Seemingly having made a resolute decision, he initiates a call to Shrag. Yes, one subordinate quickly responds. Soon, Shrag appears on the large screen before King Kurd. He bears a striking resemblance to a Namekian, yet he is not one. It would not be inaccurate to classify him as such. For Shrag possesses the bloodline of the Namekian race, having escaped the catastrophic events on Namek long ago. However, he did not grow up on that planet. Thus he cannot be considered a true Namekian. Shrag appears quite aged, his skin sagging, lacking the tautness of youth. Kurd, you actually took the initiative to contact me. He mocks. His legion is a sworn enemy to Kurds, each occupying their own territories and frequently clashing, neither yielding to the other. Hmph. King Kurd retorts coldly. Let us dispense with trivialities. I have matters of importance to discuss. Oh, the illustrious King Kurd has a matter for me? I am intrigued, Shrag remarks, straightening his posture. Evidently piqued with curiosity, King Kurd inquires, Shrag, being a Namekian, do you still speak the Namekian language? Indeed. My lineage grants me the ability to speak it without formal instruction. Why do you ask? Shrag responds. Are you aware of the events transpiring on Namek? Kurd presses. I am not. Although I possess Namekian blood, I did not grow up on that planet, and I harbor no interest in it, Shrag replies, shaking his head, his expression growing increasingly somber. What exactly do you wish to convey? Are you attempting to amuse yourself at my expense? If so, prepare for war. Not at all. King Kurd calmly gestures, then proceeds to discuss the matter of the Dragon Balls, suggesting a potential alliance, stating that he requires but one wish. Upon hearing of the mystical Dragon Balls, Shrag conceals his excitement, though internally he is elated. His body is deteriorating and his power wanes with age. He has also sensed discontent among his subordinates regarding his position, which has made him anxious. The news of the Dragon Balls feels like a timely opportunity. With a sly smile, Shrag narrows his eyes and says, Do you not fear that I might secretly send my men to Namek? You may attempt it. But should you do so, King Kurd maintains his composure. I will preemptively destroy the Dragon Balls and engage you in battle. If you wish to avoid a full-scale war with me, you are free to act as you please. Upon hearing this, Shrag's smile fades. Given the size of their respective legions, a full-scale conflict would only result in mutual destruction. Despite his malevolent nature, he is not a fool. The prospect of acquiring two wishes with merely a verbal agreement is too tempting for any rational being to dismiss. Very well, I accept this arrangement. And I trust you will not go back on your word. With that, he ends the call. One of Kurd's subordinates questions him, My lord, are you truly willing to grant him such a substantial advantage? Could we not simply capture someone fluent in the Namekian language and have them make a wish? King Kurd casts a sidelong glance at his subordinate. Hmph. According to the intelligence from my son Frisia's legion, Namekians would rather die than grant a wish. Even if they were to submit, there is a considerable likelihood that it would be feigned submission, leading to betrayal. From this perspective, I find it far more prudent to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange with Shrag. At least, under the weight of shared interests, unexpected complications are less likely to arise. Chapter 85. Back to the main timeline on Earth, Goku has yet to return from Yardrat. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling remains in the future timeline. The planet is tranquil, with no significant events unfolding. Piccolo, Tien, Kaioshin, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta are diligently training in various locations across Earth. Prior to Jiang Ling's journey to the future, he had warned them of the imminent arrival of the androids in 3 years and recounted the dire circumstances that awaited them. Consequently, the Z fighters have thrown themselves into rigorous training. Suddenly, two figures materialize in the skies above West City, one with black hair and the other with blue. It is Jiang Ling and future Bulma. Jiang Ling traversed through the system, returning from a future timeline. This cannot simply be classified as time travel, rather, it may be regarded as a leap between two parallel dimensions. Beneath them lies the West capital, a bustling metropolis adorned with countless towering skyscrapers, where pedestrians and vehicles flow incessantly, creating a scene of vibrant activity. This forms a quintessential modern cityscape. The future Bulma gazed upon this panorama with a profound sense of nostalgia. Just moments ago, in the future timeline, this very place lay in ruins, with humanity barely commencing the arduous task of reconstruction amidst the debris. Now, she has returned to a time before the calamity, witnessing a scene of peace and prosperity where people thrive in harmony. The future Bulma felt a disorienting sense of unreality, as if caught in a dream. Jiang Ling observed her expression and instantly discerned her thoughts. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Bulma, this is all real, not a mere illusion. It has been quite some time since you last saw Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, hasn't it? Come, let us go." Future Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Her nerves suddenly heightened as she straightened her impeccably smooth attire. "This may not be appropriate. I fear they might perceive something unusual." Jiang Ling curled her lip and nonchalantly remarked, "What does it matter? You appear younger now, they won't notice a thing." With that, she wrapped her arms around future Bulma's slender waist and soared directly to the courtyard of Dr. Brief's residence in West City. Future Bulma glanced around, observing her surroundings. Everything was identical to her memories from over a decade ago. It felt as though time had reset, as if she were reliving a past life. Jiang Ling quietly accompanied her without uttering a word. At that moment, Mrs. Brief approached from afar, humming a cheerful tune while holding a watering can. It seemed she intended to tend to the flowers. From a distance, she spotted the future Bulma and Jiang Ling. "Oh, what brings Jiang Ling here today?" Jiang Ling smiled and scratched his head, greeting, "Hello, Hmph. I occasionally accompany Bulma here, don't you think so, Bulma?" Future Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, "Yes, it's been a while since I last came. I thought I'd stop by today." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief appeared somewhat puzzled. "Bulma, didn't you just visit yesterday?" "Oh, really?" Haha. Future Bulma laughed awkwardly, nearly revealing too much. Mrs. Brief scrutinized future Bulma, then glanced at Jiang Ling, covering her mouth with a light chuckle. "Being around your boyfriend certainly makes a difference. You've become much more gentle." Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with future Bulma and shook her head with a smile. Truly, she was the mother of Bulma. She could immediately perceive the distinction. Fortunately, no secrets were revealed. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to explain. Jiang Ling's greatest aversion is to complications. Subsequently, Jiang Ling accompanied future Bulma to pay a visit to Dr. Brief, casually bringing along a copy of an H magazine. "Oh, it seems that this issue of the magazine is set to be released next month. Jiang Ling, you truly are a star. Even a magazine that will be published next month is within your reach." Jiang Ling, "Goodness, when I obtained it in the future timeline, I failed to pay attention to the date. Fortunately, Dr. Brief's imaginative prowess is remarkable. I lingered for a while." Jiang Ling and the future Bulma had departed. In response, the Brief couple smiled knowingly, expressing their understanding that the youth must seize the moment and strive to bring back 1 or 2 grandchildren. Jiang Ling arrived at his villa accompanied by future Bulma. The area was sparsely populated, adorned with picturesque scenery and shaded by lush trees, with the occasional chirping of insects resonating in the air. This serene environment was precisely why Jiang Ling chose to settle here. The garden of the villa was clearly well maintained, exhibiting an orderly charm. "This is your home. It appears quite splendid," future Bulma remarked, relishing the tranquil atmosphere. Jiang Ling smiled broadly, comfortably seated on the stone bench in the courtyard. "What do you mean by my home? Bulma resides here as well. This is our home." At that moment, Bulma emerged from the villa, adorned in fashionable attire and sporting a trendy hairstyle. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, her face lit up with joy. "You're back? I've missed you so much." She was about to leap forward, but the next instant, she caught sight of the future Bulma standing in the courtyard. Stunned for a moment, the two distinctly different Bulmas locked eyes, as if separated by time and space, destined to encounter one another. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 86, The Two Bulmas in the Courtyard. Jiang Ling languidly reclined on a chaise longue, basking in the warmth of the sun as its rays filtered through the branches of a grand tree, casting irregular spots of light upon him. After their initial encounter, future Bulma, with an air of familiarity, eagerly engaged in conversation with Bulma. Their dialogue meandered from fashion to physique, from shopping excursions to advancements in science and technology, encompassing an array of topics without hesitation. As their conversation flowed, the two eventually retreated into the village chambers, with future Bulma casting a reassuring glance at Jiang Ling before entering. Jiang Ling found herself unable to engage in their conversation, so she opted to rest in the courtyard, ordering takeout in the meantime. Unbeknownst to her, an hour slipped by. 2 Bulmas emerged from the villa, one after the other. The future Bulma wore a gentle smile, while the present Bulma regarded Jiang Ling with a mixture of irritation, reproach, peculiarity, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Well, Jiang Ling, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite lavishly." Bulma approached, hands on her hips, playfully tugging at Jiang Ling's ear, her beautiful eyes flashing with indignation. The spirited nature of a headstrong young woman was unmistakable. It remained unclear what the future Bulma had conveyed to her, but she bore no anger towards Jiang Ling regarding the matter between them. Nonetheless, Jiang Ling was still expected to express a stance on the situation. Hey, that hurts." Seeing this, Jiang Ling immediately admitted his mistake, saying, "I was wrong, Bulma, it is entirely my fault. Now that is more like it." How do you intend to make amends? Bulma released her grip on her ear, crossed her arms, and feigned anger. However, her gaze was somewhat unfocused, occasionally drifting towards the direction of the villa's bedroom. Make amends? Jiang Ling blinked his eyes. Bulma furrowed her brow, questioning. What? Do you not wish to make amends? Of course, I must compensate. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Bulma's face, as she had already devised a plan for punishing Jiang Ling. She then commanded, Go wash up and head to the bedroom. Jiang Ling, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand at attention when facing consequences. Jiang Ling was pulled into the villa's bedroom by Bulma, where he was subjected to an intense and exhausting experience. Ultimately, it was Bulma who could not endure any longer and collapsed in fatigue, thus releasing Jiang Ling from his predicament. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, Bulma extended her delicate, fair foot and weakly nudged Jiang Ling. You are to leave tonight. I wish to sleep with my future self. This is your punishment. Reluctantly acknowledging her words, Jiang Ling raised his hands in surrender and stepped outside to summon future Bulma into the bedroom, allowing them to share the night together. He then retreated to lie down on his side, savoring the solitude. The sensation of sleeping alone, devoid of a beautiful companion, was utterly delightful. Jiang Ling, free of worries, found her sleep more restful, indulging in a delightful slumber upon her own bed. In the bedroom, two young women exchanged whispered secrets. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brightly, cascading over the unopened takeout in the courtyard, merging seamlessly with the surroundings, creating a vivid and lifelike scene. The following day arrived. Jiang Ling awoke naturally from a restful slumber. After freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen. As expected, the future Bulma was already busily preparing breakfast. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. He found himself utterly defenseless against the future Bulma, who was busily cooking in the kitchen, adorned in her apron. Taking a step closer, he pressed his body against her back, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his palm resting gently on her flat abdomen. He spoke softly. Are you Bulma or the future Bulma? The future Bulma rolled her eyes, pouting as she replied, I can't believe you can't tell I'm from the future. Oh? Jiang Ling replied, amusement dancing in his eyes, I don't believe it. Let me take a closer look. The future Bulma squirmed slightly. Stop it. Bulma is still here. I didn't see her just now. It's because of you that she was so exhausted last night. Chapter 87, Titles. After playfully teasing Bulma, Jiang Ling did not pursue the matter further. He strolled into the living room, awaiting breakfast. After a brief interval, the meal was ready, leftover takeout from the previous night, warmed up, accompanied by eggs and milk. In Bulma's future words, it was a way to replenish Jiang Ling's protein intake. Jiang Ling was not pleased with this. Did he still need to supplement? It seems you do not yet possess an accurate understanding of my capabilities. In the future. Bulma's face flushed slightly as she shot him a glance and retorted, Stop your banter. Supplementing with protein is beneficial for someone like you who engages in intense physical training. That is indeed the case. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, having consumed the takeout from yesterday. At that moment, Bulma also arose. Her strength had significantly increased after ingesting the mutated divine beans, and her recovery ability was exceptional. Last night, she appeared utterly exhausted. But now her vitality had nearly been restored. The future Bulma could hardly endure such intense battles, thus Jiang Ling regarded the two Bulmas as embodying entirely different combat styles. Given their disparate levels of power, it was essential to provide them with tailored support. You're up? Future Bulma exclaimed, astonished. For she was acutely aware of the brutal struggle Bulma had endured the previous day. You seemed so fatigued yesterday. I thought you would remain in bed for a while longer to recuperate. Stretching languidly, Bulma's delicate nightgown accentuated her curvaceous figure. As she relaxed, she smiled and remarked, I owe my recovery to the mutated divine beings cultivated by Jiang Ling, coupled with my regular training. Otherwise, with the intensity of his battles, no one could withstand it, unless he were to show a gentler side, much like he does with you. Upon hearing this, future Bulma felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks, inwardly resonating with Bulma's words. Jiang Ling's prowess is well understood by all. Ahem. Let us cease our chatter and gather for a meal. Jiang Ling felt somewhat uneasy upon overhearing their discussion about her prowess in that regard. What is the matter? They exclaimed in unison. One woman crossed her arms while the other placed her hands on her hips, both glaring at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, mustering his courage, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing and to speak freely. The two Bulmas ceased their discussion and began to partake in breakfast, conversing animatedly as they savored their meal. Jiang Ling timely interjected, It seems that Bulma may be staying with us for the foreseeable future. With two Bulmas in the house, it becomes quite confusing in terms of address. Perhaps we should come up with a new way to refer to her. The two Bulmas exchanged glances, finding merit in his suggestion. It would be rather chaotic to call out Bulma and have both respond simultaneously. So, what should we call her? Jiang Ling, do share your thoughts. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before addressing the future Bulma, saying, Since you have come from the future, let us refer to you as Big Bulma for clarity. Big Bulma glanced at her own more ample physique compared to Bulma, her expression somewhat peculiar. Surely, you are not basing your address on physical attributes? Upon hearing this, Bulma also made a comparison. Goodness, it seems to be true. Jiang Ling, Do you truly have a preference for the more voluptuous? Bulma's voice floated softly through the air. Jiang Ling swiftly rose to his feet, vehemently denying the accusation. No, it isn't me. Don't make such baseless claims. Yet, in truth, he harbored affections for all of them. Bah! Both Bulma and Great Bulma exclaimed in unison, shameless. If your female fans were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly abandon you in droves, and would not hesitate to berate you for your indiscretions. Jiang Ling chuckled. If you want to unfollow, then go ahead. As long as I have you to. This statement, sweet to the point of being cloying, was indeed embraced by the two Bulmas. Only you can be so cheeky. Haha. That's the truth. How can one call it cheeky? Time passed leisurely, and before long, 2 months had slipped by. During this period, Jiang Ling finally managed to persuade the two Bulmas, experiencing a moment of double joy. However, that was short-lived. Although the two Bulmas were essentially the same person, they exhibited a notable aversion to the idea of 3 people together. They preferred a one-on-one interaction. Consequently, when both were on his mind, Jiang Ling found himself darting between 2 rooms. What? The law? Jiang Ling is the most formidable person on Earth, if he so desires. The annihilation of the planet would be but a fleeting moment's endeavor. Moreover, altering the law is a trivial matter for him. During this period, Bulma, much like Bulma, has enhanced her strength through the cultivation of mutated sins of beings. She also dedicates time to physical training, resulting in a remarkable increase in her prowess. Although the mutated sins of beings are beneficial, their limited quantity offers little enhancement for Jiang Ling. He would be better off acquiring authentic sins of beings. Over the course of 2 months, Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Bulma have not merely remained at home in interaction. The two Bulmas often venture out for shopping excursions, purchasing clothing, and engaging in scientific research at home. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling takes the opportunity to seek out Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others, assessing their training progress. It is undeniable that, in light of the threat posed by the androids, their strength has been advancing rapidly. The most notable progress has been made by Piccolo and Vegeta. Remarkably, Piccolo has unlocked his potential, surpassing Vegeta in strength, a development Jiang Ling had not anticipated. In the original narrative, Jiang Ling harbored a sense of regret regarding Piccolo's character. Now that Piccolo has the opportunity to flourish and no longer be relegated to the role of a mere supporting character to the Saiyans, Jiang Ling feels a profound sense of satisfaction. As for Vegeta, it remains uncertain whether his diminished training frequency or the absence of a gravity chamber has contributed to his significantly lagging strength compared to the original story. The path to achieving Super Saiyan status before the arrival of the androids appears to be a long and arduous journey for him. Others, such as Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, have experienced a training progression that greatly surpasses that depicted in the original narrative, likely a consequence of the amplified gravity on Earth. Jiang Ling was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. His desire was for a flourishing array of characters, rather than merely the 2 protagonists from the original work basking in the limelight. Chapter 88, Weariness of Existence. In the vastness of outer space, a colossal spacecraft was hurtling towards Earth at an astonishing speed. How long until we arrive? The king inquired. Your Majesty, we have half an hour remaining, came the response. On the throne, the imposing King Cord waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Frieza stood silently beside the throne. In contrast to King Cord's robust physique, Frieza appeared comparatively diminutive and streamlined, lacking the roughness of muscular bulk, instead exuding a certain sleek elegance. Couldn't you simply obliterate this barren planet with a single strike? Frieza? Why go through the trouble of making the journey yourself? King Cord remarked, his fist resting against his chin, a look of disdain upon his face. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression twisted into one of malice. No, I shall not annihilate Earth just yet. First, I intend to make Jiang Ling wish for death, personally eradicating each inhabitant before his eyes, allowing him to experience the depths of despair. Each time he recalled the final moments on Namek, Frieza longed to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Jiang Ling. To kill him outright would not suffice to quell Frieza's deep-seated hatred. This time, he had brought his father, King Cord, along as a contingency. Should revenge fail, his father could still save him. Although his strength had significantly increased after his resurrection, he remained uncertain in the face of Jiang Ling. Thus, he had specifically brought his father, King Cord, for support. In Frieza's eyes, only Jiang Ling, the Super Saiyan, posed a threat. The rest were mere insects. Excellent. Truly, my son. Pursue your vengeance, and I shall support you in vanquishing that Super Saiyan. King Cord bellowed with laughter. Suddenly, Frieza conceived an even more amusing idea. What if I incapacitate Jiang Ling and then enslave the Earthlings? I want them to endure a life worse than death. Son, execute your plans as you see fit. Your father will always have your back. King Cord chuckled, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence, as if to him all of this was merely a trivial matter. Earth, a picturesque wilderness. Jiang Ling sat upon the verdant lawn, observing as Bulma and her counterpart, Bulma, soared effortlessly through the air. Initially, they harbored no desire to master the art of flight, believing that such skills were merely supplementary to transportation technologies. After all, hovercars offered unparalleled convenience, and the ability to pilot airships provided a delightful alternative. Why squander precious time on learning flight techniques? However, Jiang Ling held a different perspective. He deemed that airships and similar advancements were merely tools for transit, and in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, one must rely on their own abilities. Thus, he compelled them to undertake the study of flight. Moreover, as his beloved companions, it was simply unacceptable for them to lack this essential skill. Jiang Ling observed the two women who could now fly freely, nodding in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a malevolent aura emanated from the depths of outer space. Jiang Ling raised his head, furrowing his brow. Frisia? And another presences. King Cold? This is perplexing. I had thoroughly eradicated Frisia. So how could he possibly return to Earth? Furthermore, much like in the original narrative, he has come accompanied by his father seeking retribution. It is crucial to remember that in the original storyline, due to the impending explosion of Namek, Goku hastily departed without confirming Frisia's demise. After the destruction of Namek, Frisia was resurrected, saved by King Cold. Thus, the plot of Frisia and King Cold invading Earth unfolded. And now, Jiang Ling truly and unequivocally vanquished Frisia on Namek, even going so far as to construct a grave. Remarkably, Namek did not explode. Many things have changed. Yet, how is it that Frisia still brought his father to seek retribution? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, and a sudden insight struck his mind. The only means to resurrect Frisia was the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, there had been no signs of wishes made with the Dragon Balls on Earth recently. Could it be that he was resurrected using the Dragon Balls from Namek? The Grand Elder and his companions were in grave danger. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering a shift in the storyline. You are awarded the telepathic communication skill and 20 celestial beings. Jiang Ling merely cast a glance and then chose to disregard it. Presently, he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with the system. What nonsense about romantic tales could possibly interest him? His sole desire was to eliminate Frisia and King Cold. At that moment, Bulma and her counterpart, the elder Bulma, also sensed Frisia's ominous presence. They descended to the ground, observing Jiang Ling's expression with trepidation, and cautiously inquired, Jiang Ling, what is happening? This aura is utterly terrifying. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, forcing a grim smile upon his lips. This is Frisia's aura. He has been resurrected. However, there is no need for concern. If he dares to return, we shall eliminate him once more. One resurrection, one annihilation. Bulma's expression grew serious. I will assist as well. Count me in. Bulma chimed in. Jiang Ling shook his head, expressing his disapproval. You lack combat experience. It would be best if you did not go. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Simply stay home and await my return. Bulma and Big Bulma perceived Jiang Ling's discontent, but, wishing to alleviate the somber atmosphere, intentionally made a lewd jest to shift the conversation. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Be careful. Very well, we shall await your return. Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. With such an understanding girlfriend, what more could one desire? I shall take my leave now. Do remember to return home and refresh yourselves. Jiang Ling turned, his expression gradually transforming into one of cold-bloodedness, exuding a faint aura of impending violence. Although his time spent with the inhabitants of the Meek Star had been brief, their sincere and kind-hearted nature had compelled Jiang Ling to regard them as close friends. How dare anyone lay a hand on my friends? They must be seeking death. Chapter 89, Pet's Planet Pluto. The North King, idly reclining on the ground, was engrossed in counting the blades of grass on his planet with a magnifying glass, meticulously tallying them one by one. 143, 3223, 11451415, ZZZDTT. At last, he finished, discovering that the count had increased by 1,234 since the last tally. What an arduous task. Perhaps I should reward myself. The North King stood, stretched lazily, and was just about to indulge himself when suddenly, with a swift motion, Jiang Ling suddenly appeared before him. What the? The Northern Realm King was so startled that he jumped 3 feet high. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Jiang Ling. And he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem. Jiang Ling, what brings you here? Have you missed me? He chuckled, attempting to alleviate the previous awkwardness with a rather lame joke. Jiang Ling blinked, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Lord King of the North. If one is not engaged in any wrongdoing, one need not fear the specter at the door. Surely you were contemplating some nefarious deed, which is why I startled you. Cough, cough, not at all. The King of the North coughed and wiped the sweat from his brow, deftly shifting the topic. Let us not dwell on that. You must have sought me for a reason, for it is rare that one visits without purpose. The moment Jiang Ling appeared, the King of the North sensed an unusual shift in his demeanor. After all, he was a king who had existed for countless years. Such subtle emotions were not lost on him. To put it simply, Jiang Ling, who had previously exuded a calm and easygoing nature, today presented a stark contrast. With that acknowledgement, Jiang Ling set aside the jest and adopted a serious expression, articulating his intentions directly. Lord King, I have come to request your assistance in investigating the recent occurrences on Planet Mike. Planet Mike? Indeed, that realm does not fall under my jurisdiction, but I shall make an inquiry. As the King of the North spoke of Planet Mike, memories of a battle 2 years prior where Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan surfaced. His antennae twitched in response. Before long, his eyes widened in alarm, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. "What is the matter?" Jiang Ling inquired. The North Realm King swallowed hard and replied gravely, "There has been a calamity on Namek. The Grand Elder has been imprisoned. Many have been slain, and the remainder are enslaved." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling inhaled deeply. In truth, he had already anticipated this outcome prior to his arrival, yet hearing the North Realm King articulate it stirred a tempest of fury within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. This was not born of fear, rather, it was a struggle to suppress his seething anger. He feared that if he lost control, his wrath might inadvertently harm the innocent, such as the North Realm King. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now." Oh, very well. The North Realm King could distinctly sense the rage simmering within Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling wasted no words. He instantly teleported back to Earth, appearing beside Piccolo. Upon sensing Frisia's malevolent presence, Piccolo immediately deduced the location of the spaceship's landing and arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Jiang Ling appear beside him, he showed no surprise. "You've arrived? Your teleportation is truly remarkable," Piccolo remarked with an expressionless face, clearly having surmised the situation. Jiang Ling nodded and remarked, "Are you aware of the situation on Namek?" Piccolo, with a somber expression, gazed towards the sky. "I can surmise a bit. Frisia's resurrection likely spells trouble for my people. It is universally acknowledged that among the Earth warriors, Piccolo possesses the keenest intellect." At this moment, Jiang Ling's inference did not surprise him. He spoke. "I have just returned from King Kai's realm, where I confirmed this information. The circumstances on Namek are indeed as you have surmised." "Those wretched fools!" Piccolo exclaimed in anger upon receiving the news. During his time on Namek, he had learned much from the Grand Elder. Although he had been raised on Earth, it did not diminish his sense of belonging to the Namekian race. Namek could be considered his second home. Jiang Ling took out his mobile phone and opened a messaging application known as WeChat. This was developed by the capsule company owned by Bulma's family. Upon its release, it became an instant sensation worldwide. Jiang Ling opened the group chat and directly mentioned all members. Jiang Ling sent a voice message. "Why are you all so slow? The enemy is nearly at our doorstep." With a whoosh, the voice message was dispatched. Several messages promptly appeared. "Wu Fan, Uncle Jiang Ling, I'm on my way. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi and I are almost there. Clin, I'm en route. Yamucha, video?" Jiang Ling, puzzled, clicked on the video. The screen revealed a scene of dazzling lights and vibrant music. Yamucha was seen with a woman, while several intimidating tattooed men approached. "You dare to consume without cash? You even ordered a princess? You're not leaving without settling the bill today." The video abruptly cut off. Shortly after, Yamucha sent another message. "Brother Jiang Ling, I can't get away. Please lend a hand to my little brother. Help me out, considering I am your agent." Jiang Ling, what on earth is going on with Yamucha? After all, I am a global superstar, and yet, I find myself without funds. Jiang Ling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Bai cast a fleeting glance, contemplating. Is it possible that you haven't been active for quite some time, meaning you haven't taken on any roles, released albums, or participated in variety shows? Upon Baika's reminder, Jiang Ling came to a realization. It seemed he was indeed correct. It had been a considerable duration since he last engaged in any professional endeavors. Perhaps he should consider raising Yamucha's salary? However, no. At this rate of expenditure, even the most generous salary increase would be swiftly consumed. Jiang Ling shook his head, momentarily dismissing those trivial thoughts. He directly transferred 5,000, instructing Yamati to settle the bill and come over afterward. Yamati then sent another message, casually requesting 500,000 Sony coins. What a reckless spender. Jiang Ling, in a fit of irritation, sent out a red envelope and subsequently turned off his phone. At that moment, Vegeta arrived, approaching with urgency and directly inquiring, "Jiang Ling, what is happening? Wasn't Frisia dead?" He has been quite subdued during these 2 years on Earth. Jiang Ling frequently visits him, ensuring that he refrains from engaging in any nefarious activities. Over time, a sense of familiarity has developed between them. However, Vegeta's current ambition is to surpass Kakarot first, and then Jiang Ling. He harbors no destructive intentions. In Jiang Ling's perspective, Vegeta's foremost challenge is to eclipse Piccolo, who possesses a combat power exceeding 1 million. While Vegeta barely reaches the 1 million mark, Jiang Ling contemplated that after observing for another 6 months, he would arrange for Vegeta to enter the gravity training chamber. The Dragon Balls on Namek have resurrected Frisia, and now his father, King Cold, is also coming to Earth. King Cold. Vegeta took a few steps back. As a former member of Frisia's army, he was privy to certain information. King Cold, Frisia's father. His power surpasses that of Frisia. Now both of them are coming together. Vegeta suppressed his astonishment and turned to Jiang Ling. "Do you have confidence?" "I do, but I will not intervene." Jiang Ling keenly sensed that Wukong's spacecraft was also heading towards Earth. Thus, he resolved not to intervene. "What? You will not take action? The Earth will be annihilated." Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief at Jiang Ling's words. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders and declared, "I can handle everything by myself, so why are you all here?" After contemplating for a moment, Bic replied, "We were hoping to lend a hand. After all, one cannot rely solely on you." There's strength in numbers. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. I certainly do not wish for you to perish at the hands of others. Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled. Vegeta was indeed stubborn. Regardless of whether he fought for himself or for the Earth, participating in battle was undoubtedly a positive endeavor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures descended before Jiang Ling: Gohan, Tien, and Krillin. Jiang Ling nodded at them. Suddenly, he spotted a creature following behind Wu Fan, a rapid dragon. Jiang Ling was taken aback. This dragon, which only existed in the animated and theatrical adaptations of the original work, was an original creation of the animation team. How could it possibly be seen here? Jiang Ling was utterly perplexed. Wu Fan offered an explanation. This is my pet from childhood. He insists on accompanying me. All right. No worries. Just be cautious during the battle and avoid any collateral damage. Okay, I will. Jiang Ling found himself perplexed by the issue and decided to abandon his thoughts on it. Whatever. Wu Fan, having grown up in the mountains without childhood companions, found solace in the company of Quick Dragon, which proved to be beneficial for his development. Chapter 90. The third. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, he called out, "It's here. I will give a number. Bring down that spaceship." The others were momentarily taken aback, then their eyes lit up in unison. Of course. How did they not think of that? Without delay, they began to gather their techniques. Kamehameha. Ki Blast. Power Cannon. Super Magic Flash. Magic Flash. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, has your Magic Flash been upgraded? Hmph. Need you even ask? Your Magic Flash is off course. Adjust it. Oh, right. Got it. Meanwhile, inside Frisia's spaceship, a subordinate rushed into the chamber of Frisia and King Cold, panicking. Not good, not good, King Cold, Lord Frisia. What is the hurry? King Cold frowned and shouted. Frisia also scolded. What is the fuss? No matter how grave the situation, your kings are here. Straighten your tongue and speak slowly. But, no buts. Ah, okay. The subordinate took a deep breath and slowly began, according to the control room. Several attacks are heading our way, and after evading, they will automatically pursue us, almost like they are tracking us. He paused, then continued. Calculations indicate that the spaceship's defensive shield will not withstand these attacks. Upon hearing this, Frisia waved his hand dismissively. How long until they reach the ship? A trivial energy attack. I can handle it outside. Let me check. The subordinate raised his hand to look at the monitor. 5 minutes? That is sufficient. Frisia replied with a grin. The subordinate's voice continued. 4, 3, 2, 1. Frisia? King Cold. In the next moment, darkness engulfed them. Boom. The spaceship exploded. On Earth, witnessing the explosion of the spaceship, Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, Tien, and Gohan simultaneously ceased their actions, wiping away the non-existent sweat. Gohan sighed. I really worked hard this time. Jiang Ling observed the fireworks bursting in the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips. Clearly, the mood was quite buoyant. How could one not feel elated after striking a blow against a formidable adversary such as Frisia? As for whether they could prevail in the ensuing confrontation, that was a concern for another time. For now, they reveled in their triumph. At that moment, from the ground, one could discern numerous dark figures in the sky, hurtling towards the gathering. These were the fortunate survivors, the small soldiers who had managed to endure. Two harrowing presences materialized with a swish, appearing directly before the crowd, Frisia and King Cold. The father and son bore grim expressions as the soldiers landed around them, casting their gazes towards Jiang Ling and his companions. Ah, splendid. You have successfully provoked me, King Cold declared ominously. Frisia, is the legendary Super Saiyan among these individuals? Frisia's gaze landed on Jiang Ling, his eyes igniting with a wrathful intensity. Father, it is him. I shall never forget. King Cold replied darkly. Very well. Shall I take the lead? No, father. Frisia interjected, shaking his head. It was agreed that I would go first. Only if I am unable to defeat him shall you step in. Very well then, King Cold conceded, his expression shadowed but still honoring Frisia's wishes. Refraining from engaging in battle, Jiang Ling stepped forward, gesturing with his hand. Have you had enough? If you wish to fight, then let us do so without further ado. Frisia's fury simmered within, yet he managed to suppress it. He had not forgotten his sinister scheme, to watch the Earthlings perish one by one, tormenting Jiang Ling's spirit in the process. Minions commenced the indiscriminate slaughter of the Earthlings. The subordinates received their orders and scattered in search of humans to annihilate. Observing this, Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes and declared, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Gohan, I entrust these foes to you. Understood. They responded in unison, charging towards the minions and igniting the battle. Among the foot soldiers, there were a few formidable adversaries, loyal subordinates of King Cold, proving to be rather challenging to contend with. Jiang Ling gazed at Frisia, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Frisia, I have no desire to engage in combat with you. Frisia, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, replied, Ah, it seems you are aware of my current strength and are intimidated. Therefore, submit and kneel before me like a dog. With a chuckle, Frisia continued, No, you worthless fool. It is not necessary for me to lift a finger. Jiang Ling waved his hand, and directly communicated with son Wukong, who was still en route to Earth, through telepathy. Wukong, Frieza has arrived on Earth. This time, I shall not intervene. It is up to you. With a swift motion, the message was sent. Soon, a response from Wukong echoed back. Oh, really? I shall come immediately. My strength has improved significantly since our last encounter. I can now transform into a Super Saiyan and teleport instantaneously. My power surpasses what you once knew. Leave Frieza to me. I seek vengeance. As for you, please wait a moment while I locate the energy signatures of my comrades on Earth and teleport to them. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Now, all that was left was to wait a moment. Frieza, I shall have my subordinate engage you. If you triumph over him, I will then confront you. Oh, which one? Is it him? Is it him? Or is it her? Frieza gestured towards the individuals engaged in battle. Jiang Ling shook his head. Frieza pointed at Gohan and the Speedy Dragon. Are they the ones? Jiang Ling shook his head once more. Frieza, witnessing this, perceived it as a deliberate insult from Jiang Ling. Rage ignited within him. He pointed directly at Rapid Dragon, who was engaged in combat with the minions. Suddenly, an invisible force ensnared it, rendering it unable to struggle. A desperate cry erupted from its throat. Gohan, sensing the urgency, exclaimed with fervor, Frieza, release him. A sinister smile crept across the corners of Frieza's lips. He relished the spectacle of such tragic farewells. With his palm open wide, he clenched it fiercely. A chilling scream pierced the air as Rapid Dragon exploded into a myriad of fragments. Rapid Dragon! Gohan's voice, hoarse from despair, echoed through the chaos. Jiang Ling silently cursed under his breath. The events had transpired so swiftly that he had yet to comprehend the situation before the Rapid Dragon erupted. How infuriating. Frieza. Gohan's eyes burned crimson, his aura surging with uncontrollable fury. I shall annihilate you. His voice, filled with wrath, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The attention of those around was drawn to him. Aya! Gohan's energy exploded forth, shifting between a translucent and transparent blaze with fervent intensity. Jiang Ling was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dragonite held such a significant position in Gohan's heart. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Jiang Ling, and it was none other than the teleporting Sun Wukong. Oh, what could this mean for Gohan? Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he aspires to become the third Super Saiyan. Chapter 91, Vegeta's Resolve. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. This scene was etched in his memory, reminiscent of the first time he witnessed it on Namek, just before his demise. The transformation of Jiang Ling into a Super Saiyan left an indelible mark in his heart. At this moment, he once again witnessed the scenes of that shadow within others. Son, why do your legs tremble? King Cold furrowed his brow and inquired. Father, that child is about to transform into a Super Saiyan. What is there to fear? His combat power is so low. How strong can a transformation make him? Pull yourself together. Indeed. Upon this realization, Frieza regained his confidence. Who is he? The mighty emperor of the universe. How could he be intimidated by such a minor Super Saiyan? Moreover, his strength has significantly improved since the days on Namek. He has been diligently training for several days. At that moment, Gohan's energy surged to an unprecedented level. Oh, my Rapid Dragon. This stirred the crowd. A thunderous roar echoed, and in that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. Gohan's disheveled hair transformed into golden locks. In his pale green eyes, a ruthless gleam flickered. The golden aura blazed fiercely around his body. Frieza, I will send you to hell. Gohan coldly gazed at Frieza, his voice resonating with power and determination. Not far away, Piccolo observed Gohan's transformation. Feeling the intensity of his energy, which was 50 times stronger than before, filling his eyes with astonishment. Is this the Super Saiyan? How terrifying. During the events on Namek, he had remained beside the elder Namekian and did not witness Jiang Ling's transformation, yet he could still sense the energy. At this moment, Gohan's aura bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Ling's at that time. Piccolo was certain this was indeed what Jiang Ling referred to as the Super Saiyan. Vegeta also watched Gohan, his gaze filled with profound reluctance upon witnessing Gohan successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. His fists clenched tightly, oblivious to the blood drawn by his nails. Damn it, Kakarot's half-breed son has actually transformed into a Super Saiyan before me. I am a Saiyan royal of superior warrior lineage. Vegeta's emotions were a complex tapestry of resentment, envy, jealousy, and self-reproach. It was one thing for Jiang Ling to claim the title of the first Super Saiyan, but now the second was beyond his reach as well. Resolving to himself, he quietly set a goal. I will become the third Super Saiyan. Not far away, Jiang Ling overheard and addressed Vegeta. No, Vegeta, you are mistaken. Son Goku is the second Super Saiyan. Gohan is the third. You will only rank fourth. What? Vegeta finally noticed the return of Son Goku. Kakarot, when did you come back? You are also a Super Saiyan. Son Goku scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yes, I learned instant transmission on Yardrat. Since I was too far from Earth, I took a spaceship halfway, and Jiang Ling telepathically informed me that something was wrong on Earth, so I instantly transported back. As for becoming a Super Saiyan, I encountered an enemy while training on Yardrat, and I broke through during the battle. Listening to Son Goku's account, Jiang Ling cast him a surprised glance and nodded slightly. Goku's character has always been commendable. His ascension to Super Saiyan was both unexpected yet reasonable. Jiang Ling had not anticipated the manner of his breakthrough. Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging, and unleashed his fury upon the nearby enemies, roaring. I will surpass all of you. Jiang Ling could only shake his head slightly. Meanwhile, Gohan, encircled by a golden aura, exuded an air of arrogance. Indeed, it was arrogance. Just after breaking through to Super Saiyan, Gohan could hardly contain his emotions. Under the negative emotions of Super Saiyan, anger and pride manifested vividly within him. Frieza, you shall pay the price. In an instant, Super Gohan vanished from sight, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The next moment, he appeared directly before Frieza, delivering a powerful strike to his temple. Boom. Frieza, caught off guard, raised his arm to block the attack. However, Gohan's furious blow was not easily thwarted. Frieza felt a tremendous force radiate from his arm, leaving it numb. Following this, a heavy kick landed. Frieza, in a state of disarray, failed to defend himself. And Gohan's kick struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Frieza's chest caved in, propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing into the rocks. Humph, is that all? Gohan sneered coldly. But this is not enough. I want you to pay for Rapid Dragon. Gathering energy in his hands, he hurled it toward the direction where Frieza fell. With both hands, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts as if they were free, raining down mercilessly. Adada. The sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. Dust and smoke billowing into the air. Jiang Ling observed the scene before him. Casting a glance at Vegeta, his expression somewhat peculiar. Wasn't this Vegeta's signature technique? The prince's combat style? To his surprise, Gohan had mastered it as well. Jiang Ling had not anticipated this. However, observing the situation at hand, this level of assault was insufficient to incapacitate Frieza. Indeed, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure surged towards Gohan. The latter hesitated momentarily before unleashing a powerful punch. The collision between Frieza and Gohan's fists ignited an explosion of terrifying energy waves, compelling the surrounding combatants to halt their skirmishes. As the scene unfolded, the two adversaries had distanced themselves, each bearing wounds and gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling gently shook his head and remarked to Wukong, who was intently observing the battle. They are already panting. It appears they are quite fatigued. Wukong, you ought to provide Gohan with some nourishment. Wukong, reflecting on these words, nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Piccolo had finished dealing with his opponent and approached them. All taken care of? He inquired. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed with a nod. Very well. Let us proceed together. After Jiang Ling spoke, he cast a glance at the fierce clash between Gohan and Frieza. The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial dance. Their movements a whirlwind of agility and power. Each strike unleashed a cacophony of sound and energy, resonating with a thunderous roar. Jiang Ling turned and instructed Wukong beside him. Wukong, this place is entrusted to you. Remember, show no mercy. I will take Piccolo and leave first. Wukong, perplexed, inquired, all right. Where are you headed? To Namek. Be swift and return quickly. Wukong did not press further, having already seen enough of the spectacle. It was time to resolve matters. His gaze turned icy as he focused on King Cold. The Frieza faction had repeatedly invaded other planets, and in Wukong's eyes, they were beyond redemption. This time, Wukong would not hold back. A terrifying aura surged skyward. The clouds above transformed into golden wisps under the intense golden light, a breathtaking sight. With golden hair and brows, and eyes of a pale green hue, Wukong's expression was stoic, as golden flames blazed fiercely around him. He shot directly towards King Cold. Not far away, Vegeta, having just dispatched his opponent, felt his molars nearly shatter at the sight. Chapter 92, he truly. Namek's sky was shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere oppressive. It felt as if the very air was constricted around the throat, inducing a sense of suffocation. In one area, the Namekians, clad in tattered garments, weakly transported stones. Nearby, several menacing aliens wielded whips, cruelly berating the Namekians to hasten their pace. Any delay in movement resulted in merciless lashings. These wretches. It's no fun unless they're beaten. Indeed, this job is utterly delightful. TSK, coming to Namek was the right choice. If the Namekians weren't hermaphrodites, I'd have my fun. Brother, that's not quite right. Does being hermaphroditic mean they're off limits? Oh, that's true. Perhaps I shall try it another day. The two overseers chuckled as another whip cracked against a Namekian's back. Listening to the anguished cries, their faces twisted into expressions of perverse enjoyment. Brother, the king came to Namek at the right time. Not only has he rejuvenated, but he has also solidified his position within the ranks. One overseer murmured. The other interjected. Is that something you should be saying? Though, you're not wrong. A few were eyeing the king's position, feeling emboldened by his age and decline. But now they have quieted. As the two gossiped, their enthusiasm grew. Just then, two figures appeared not far away. Who goes there? One overseer shouted. In the next moment, he recognized the newcomers, a human and a Namekian. TSK, look at that pristine appearance. They must have just arrived on Namek. Regardless of how they got here, now that they're in this place, they can only become our playthings. Haha, that human is mine. Look at that fair complexion. Haha, not a problem. Brother Jay. As they listened to the taunting voices of these brutes, Jiang Ling and Piccolo simultaneously furrowed their brows, subsequently casting a glance at their surroundings. Upon witnessing the dire plight of the Namekians, their fury ignited. Piccolo advanced directly, and several overseers barely comprehended the situation before he stood before them. With a swift motion, Piccolo delivered a precise strike, severing the head from the body of one overseer, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Run. The overseer known as Dago collapsed in shock, scrambling backward on hands and knees. The others fared no better. Escape? Piccolo scoffed coldly, his eyes emitting beams of light that disintegrated several overseers into mere ashes. Ultimately, only Dago remained alive, still crawling desperately on the ground. With a mere flick of his fingertip, Piccolo unleashed a violent explosion. Dago screamed in agony as his right foot detonated. Piccolo's expression remained indifferent as he continued to strike, causing Dago's remaining left foot and both hands to explode, blood splattering across the ground. A profound silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by Dago's continuous wails, creating an eerie atmosphere in the dim surroundings. Die, Piccolo uttered with chilling finality. A beam of laser emerged from his fingertip, resulting in Dago's body erupting in a gruesome explosion, scattering flesh and blood, nourishing the earth beneath. Witnessing the demise of the overseers, the enslaved Namekians approached cautiously. One of them inquired, Who are you? Jiang Ling and Piccolo exchanged glances, their brows furrowing even deeper. For the Namekians, even in the shrouded darkness, recognizing someone was an effortless endeavor. Yet now, how could they be unable to identify them? It is us, Jiang Ling and Piccolo. Upon hearing these words, the Namekians visibly exhaled in relief. In the next moment, jubilant cheers erupted. How wonderful, how wonderful. Oh, Jiang Ling, Piccolo, it is truly splendid that you have come. Thank you both. Jiang Ling and Piccolo waited for a moment, allowing their emotions to stabilize. Observing their visibly malnourished physiques, Jiang Ling finally inquired about the situation. Upon gaining an understanding, the truth became apparent. The Namekians, by their very nature, do not require sustenance. However, this is contingent upon the presence of sunlight. Their antennae harness sunlight to synthesize starch, fulfilling their daily needs. In the absence of sunlight, their requirements remain unmet, leading to a decline in physical strength and vision. Prolonged deprivation would inevitably result in death by exhaustion, starvation, or violence. The current predicament on Namek is dire. A month prior, several spaceships descended upon the planet, swiftly and mercilessly slaughtering and enslaving the inhabitants of various villages. The Elder's Guardian, the combat-oriented Namekian Nello, was also captured alongside the Elder. They seized 7 Dragon Balls and, by unknown means, summoned the Eternal Dragon. After resurrecting Frisia, one of the spaceships departed. The subsequent wishes plunged Namek into darkness and rejuvenated their leader. Upon learning these details, Jiang Ling immediately thought of one individual, a likely orchestrator of this chaos, Slug. A formidable antagonist from the Dragon Ball movie series, he is a Namekian with a malevolent heart. It is widely acknowledged that the narratives of the films do not align with the original Dragon Ball canon, existing instead in a parallel universe. However, Jiang Ling was not surprised by Slug's emergence. With Gohan's quick dragon having appeared, it seemed reasonable for Slug to materialize as well. You have suffered greatly, Piccolo remarked solemnly. We have arrived too late. Please do not utter such words. This calamity befalls Namek, and we are already immensely grateful for your assistance. Jiang Ling listened quietly, her silence profound. To speak candidly, the calamity that befell Mike Star is fundamentally intertwined with Earth. It all began with an incident originating from Earth itself. If one were to attribute blame, it would undoubtedly fall upon Vegeta, were it not for Vegeta's invasion. By heavens, I shall return and give Vegeta a sound thrashing. Jiang Ling pondered to himself. Glancing around, he observed the Namekians busily transporting stones. He inquired, Why are you tasked with moving these stones? One of the Namekians replied, It appears that their leader intends to establish a stronghold on Namek and construct a fortress. Thus, they have enlisted our assistance. Jiang Ling nodded. I understand. You all should rest well. I will go with Piccolo to resolve the matter. Indeed, trust us. And soon we shall see the bright light of day. Piccolo patted the shoulder of a Namekian. We are truly grateful to you. Your immense kindness will be etched in our memories forever. Jiang Ling and Piccolo turned and soared towards the castle, generating a powerful gust of wind in their wake. Their speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. Jiang Ling had previously saved our planet Namek, and now he returned to offer his assistance once more. Furthermore, Piccolo, a fellow Namekian, rushed to our aid upon hearing of our plight. Their unwavering support moved me to tears. Chapter 93. Slag within the confines of a castle. Slag indulged in a lavish feast, taking hearty gulps of beer and exclaiming, Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Little did he anticipate that a month prior, he was frail and aged, his power eclipsed by the vigor of youth. His position within the army he had painstakingly built was precarious. However, after agreeing to the terms set forth by King Cold and arriving on Namek, everything transformed. He felt rejuvenated, his strength restored to its zenith. and he had reshaped Namek to his liking. Most gratifying was witnessing the suffering of the Namekians, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Perhaps it was his malevolent heart that relished such scenes. The once restless subordinates now behaved like docile kittens, daring not to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Slag reveled in the return of his former glory. Once construction was completed, he intended to establish Namek as his stronghold, expanding his dominion and conquering the cosmos. With his youthful form, unifying the universe was not beyond his reach. As he envisioned a prosperous future, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, this is terrible. My lord, a grave situation has arisen." Slag frowned, admonishing, "Calm yourself. Do you wish others to think my subordinates are uncouth? Speak slowly. In this realm, or even the universe, what could possibly instill fear in me?" The subordinate paused, then replied, "Ah, yes, my lord, of course. The situation is as follows. A human with a tail, along with a Namekian, is rampaging through the construction site, even freeing the enslaved Namekians from the dungeons." "Oh," Slag raised an eyebrow, leisurely sipping from his beer. "Now that is how one should communicate. As for them, they might possess some strength, but before me, they are mere jesters. Convey my orders to send those beneath me in power to deal with them." "Ah?" The subordinate was taken aback. Slag narrowed his eyes, demanding, "What are you confused about?" "I mean those who previously coveted my position. Send them to handle this." "Humph, if they think I am malleable, they are sorely mistaken." "Ah? Oh, yes, my lord, understood. I shall inform them immediately." The subordinate quickly departed. Slag smirked, methodically cutting into the succulent meat before him, savoring each bite as the sounds of chaos and screams echoed from outside, as though nothing had transpired. He raised his goblet, relishing the effervescence of the beer on his tongue. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. The abrupt noise startled Slag, causing him to spew out the beer he had just consumed. Cough, cough. Upon recognizing the intruder as the same subordinate, Slag glared, scolding, "Have you no eyes? Did I not instruct you on proper decorum? Must you always be so reckless? Next time, knock before entering. If you do this again, your life is forfeit." "Ah? Oh. Yes, my lord." The subordinate retreated, closing the door behind him. Slag scratched his head, pondering the situation, when a series of knocks echoed once more. Dressed in a formal suit, the subordinate entered, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed lord, I have an important matter to report." Slag was left speechless. To put it in contemporary vernacular, family. Does anyone understand? I was utterly dumbfounded earlier. Now I simply wish to enjoy a delightful beer. Slag dabbed his lips with a napkin, clearing his throat. "Speak. I am listening." "Very well, my lord. I am here to report on the task you assigned. Upon sending those individuals to confront the enemy, you will never guess what happened next," the subordinate said, speaking slowly. "What happened?" Slag inquired. "To discern the future, one must await the next installment." Slag interjected, "Speak plainly. Or should I extinguish your life?" "Ah? Oh, yes, my lord." The subordinate continued. Upon their departure, they were swiftly eliminated. It was that simple. Slag's eyes widened. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Enough with the superfluous details. He fell into deep contemplation. He was aware of the strength of those individuals. How could they be eliminated so effortlessly? Though he had regained his peak, it should not have been possible for him to be outmatched. Thus, he concluded that his opponents were indeed superior. Despite his own flaws, he could discern strength from weakness. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What trickery is at play? My current strength is among the universe's finest. How could they surpass me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Slag shook his head vehemently, declaring to his subordinate, "I shall confront them personally. You have performed admirably. Which department do you belong to? I will speak with finance to ensure you receive a bonus." The subordinate revealed a peculiar smile, his form gradually shifting into that of a human with a tail. "Respected leader Slag, I hail from Earth, and my name is Jiang Ling." From outside, a robust Namekian entered, carrying several corpses. "I am Piccolo, a Namekian from Earth." Slag exclaimed. You too? "Indeed, my lord. I just played a trick on you." "Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling?" Chapter 94. The Chao River and Han Boundary. Who are you? Where are my subordinates? Slag's eyes widened as he stood, alarmed. Jiang Ling and Baiku exchanged a glance. Despite their prior preparations, they were rendered speechless by the absurdity of Shalag's thick-headedness. Even now, how could he not discern that it was Jiang Ling who had initially assumed the guise of his subordinate? The atmosphere descended into a heavy silence. Shalag noticed the lifeless body in Baiku's grasp and exclaimed, "I understand now. You are foes." Baiku hurled the corpse onto the dining table. Remarking that Shalag was not as foolish as he appeared, energy began to coalesce in his hand as he flung it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded. From the outside, the castle bore a gaping hole, resembling a bite taken from an apple, with thick smoke billowing forth. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the room, chaos reigned. Utterly devastated by Baiku's energy blast. Yet, Shalag remained rooted in place. The earlier blast had not harmed him in the slightest. Clearly, Baiku was unwilling to squander any more time and spoke directly. "Shalag, you torment and enslave the Namekians, invade their planet, transforming it beyond recognition. This I cannot tolerate. Surrender at once." You have two choices, self-awareness or death at my hands. Baiku's voice was icy. Sherlag surveyed the wreckage around him and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha. So this is what you came for, a trivial matter. How unfortunate for the uneaten food. Invasion? Enslavement? Slaughter? He brushed off the dust from his attire, his expression shifting from amusement to a menacing snarl. This world has always revered the strong. Is there anything wrong with what I have done? I believe there is no fault. Only the powerful deserve to possess everything. Who are you to stop me? Upon hearing these words, Baiku paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are not entirely mistaken. However, I too can retaliate, provided my strength surpasses yours. The corners of Sherlag's mouth twisted into a wicked grin. Then allow me to witness the strength that emboldens your arrogance. With that declaration, he exerted himself. His muscles swelling as a sinister black aura enveloped him. A terrifying and malevolent presence erupted forth. Demonic clan. Jiang Ling was taken aback. It was not his fault. The original work provided scant descriptions of the demon clan, leaving him with little knowledge about them. Jiang Ling even felt that the concept of the demon clan was merely a device to explain the constant emergence of inexplicable villains. This notion is not without merit. Indeed. The demon clan. Piccolo wore a somber expression. He was no stranger to the demon clan, as his father, whom he had been defeated by the young son Wukong, belonged to this very race. It seemed that one could be so wicked as to be labeled a demon clan member. Take, for instance, the malevolent Shrag from years past, who emitted a dark aura. Leave this individual to me. I shall seek vengeance for the Grand Elder and my kin, Piccolo declared solemnly. How shameless. Jiang Ling felt somewhat speechless. He too wished to take action. However, recalling Piccolo's unique feelings towards Namek, he chose to refrain from further comment. Instead, he expressed his concern, asking, You have not merged with the Supreme Kai. Are you certain you can prevail? Jiang Ling's concerns were not without merit. At this moment, Piccolo's strength had surged remarkably, nearly paralleling that of the Piccolo who had absorbed Nail in the original narrative. However, Shrag stood on equal footing with the tyrant Frisia, and his formidable power was undeniable. Thus, it was evident that he was not an adversary Piccolo could easily confront. Hmph. A smirk crept onto Piccolo's lips, suggesting that Shrag was unaware of the entirety of his capabilities. Oh? Jiang Ling's curiosity piqued as he prepared to inquire further, only to be interrupted by Shrag. Have you finished your little chat? Or do you intend to pretend I'm not here? Jiang Ling nodded in response. How infuriating. Prepare to meet your end. Shrag's eyes narrowed as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Jiang Ling. In that moment, Piccolo swiftly positioned himself in front of Jiang Ling, absorbing the blow. With a surge of rage, Piccolo leapt and delivered a downward kick. Shrag raised his arm to block, yet the castle beneath him could not withstand such tremendous force. With a single strike, the castle crumbled. Boom. Piccolo and Jiang Ling narrowly escaped, while Shrag was buried beneath the debris. The castle collapsed into a heap of ruins, dust and smoke enveloping the area. This dilapidated fortress is nothing but a shoddy construction, Piccolo remarked with an expression of indifference. Jiang Ling scoffed, retorting, Isn't it rather a testament to your overwhelming power? As he spoke, the ruins erupted, and a figure shot forth, appearing almost instantaneously before Piccolo. Reacting quickly, Piccolo raised his arm to defend himself. Bang! A tremendous noise resounded as Piccolo's right arm was violently torn apart. Seizing the opportunity, Shrag followed up with a punch that struck Piccolo squarely in the cheek. Bang! Piccolo was sent hurtling through the air, shattering several massive stones before rolling across the grass. Lying motionless for an extended period, Shrag stood aloof, his gaze icy. Is this the extent of your strength? Wasn't your earlier bravado rather audacious? Jiang Ling's expression turned cold. The news of the incident on Namek had already tested his limits. However, at the request of Piccolo, he had suppressed the fury raging within him. Now, with Piccolo in front of him, battered and ridiculed, he could no longer hold back. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. The Super Saiyan made a striking entrance. Before Shrag could even react, Jiang Ling appeared before him. With a swift motion of his hand, Shrag was instantly bombarded by dozens of powerful blows. His green face visibly swelled. You, what do you mean by you? Jiang Ling struck Shrag's abdomen with a powerful punch. Instantly, the opponent knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, heaving up remnants of food mixed with bile. What do I mean by I? Jiang Ling shot a glare and delivered a knee strike, sending Sherlag soaring into the sky. How dare you leave Bick in such a pitiful state, wreaking havoc on planet Namek? It seems you have utterly disregarded my presence. Jiang Ling's gaze was devoid of warmth. Her fingers splayed open, and 10 beams of light erupted from her fingertips, instantly piercing through Shrag's body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout Namek, eliciting sorrow in those who heard it and drawing tears from their eyes. Bang! Shrag collapsed to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. As Jiang Ling prepared to advance and utterly obliterate him, Shrag rose once more. The wounds upon his body visibly healed under the influence of a malevolent black aura. Oh, it appears I must shatter your heart into smithereens. Jiang Ling immediately discerned the weakness. With his current prowess, accomplishing these tasks was a mere trifle. At that moment, a voice resonated. Ahem, Jiang Ling. Allow me to take over. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling could not bear to see Piccolo in such a pitiful state. He spoke up, "Piccolo, you may go and deal with the minions. I can handle this one." Coughing slightly, he reassured, "I am more than capable." Piccolo rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He cast a slight smile at Shrag and remarked, "I return your words. Is this the extent of your power?" With that, he summoned his strength. Whoosh! His exploded right arm suddenly regrew, showcasing the innate ability of the Namekian race, regeneration of severed limbs. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling nodded slightly, gracefully leaping aside to relinquish the battlefield to them. With his presence, this confrontation would undoubtedly serve as a valuable trial for Bic. Bic flexed his arms, a wave of his hands summoning an emerald glow that enveloped him. His wounds began to mend gradually. This was the slow healing technique imparted to him by the Elder. A sly smile crept across Shrag's face as he glanced warily at Jiang Ling, noting his lack of intention to intervene. He scoffed disdainfully, "Even so, you remain nothing but trash. Do you truly believe this meager strength can contend with me? Prepare to meet your end." With that, he unleashed a beam of light. Bic swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack. "You shall soon discover the extent of my prowess," he declared, Kaioshin. Bic's body surged with power, muscles rippling with newfound strength. A crimson aura ignited around him, amplifying his energy tenfold Kaioshin. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. "I recall that you have never ventured to King Planet, have you? How is it that during your time in the future, I was taken to King Planet by the celestial being, where under the guidance of the North King, I underwent specialized training?" explained Bic. Jiang Ling suddenly realized, so that is the case. Under these circumstances, it is understandable that I was unaware. Bic let out a snort. "What? Do you wish to control all information?" "No, I am merely a bit curious." Jiang Ling waved his hand and chuckled. Bic ceased his frivolities, his body propelling forward, the grass beneath him rolling back, and soil flying as he left behind a trail of crimson flames. In an instant, he found himself before Shrag. Bang! Bic delivered a powerful side kick, which Shrag barely managed to block with his forearm, stepping back a few paces, his eyes narrowing. His strength had increased tenfold compared to before. "Hmph, it's good that you understand." Bic pressed the attack, his fist engulfed in red flames, striking rapidly against Shrag's body. The speed was astonishing, the force overwhelming, creating a sound that pierced the air, leaving a flurry of fist shadows in its wake. Initially, Shrag could withstand the blows. But as the strikes multiplied, he found himself being relentlessly battered, sustaining numerous injuries. "Enough!" Shrag bellowed, a surge of dark energy erupting from him. The malevolent aura pushed Bic back several steps. "Just because I remain silent doesn't mean you can treat me like a harmless kitten." The black energy swirled around Shrag, causing his form to swell further. His aura intensified tenfold, and a terrifying dark mist soared into the sky. His features twisted into a grotesque mask. As reason slipped further away. "Ha ha ha ha. This is true power." Jiang Ling stood by, suddenly recollecting that Sherlag possessed a remarkable technique capable of amplifying his strength tenfold. The passage of time since he last viewed Sherlag's theatrical release had caused this detail to slip his mind. Indeed, considering he was merely a child when he first watched the film, it was already quite an achievement for him to recognize Sherlag now. One could not expect too much. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Bic. If there were no subsequent moves, he would be in peril. Sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Shrag, Bic inhaled deeply. It appeared that without unleashing his ultimate technique, victory was unattainable. Bic summoned all his energy, his veins bulging. Crimson flames soared skyward, creating a stark division between the sinister black mist and himself. Jiang Ling found himself caught in the midst of this tumultuous confrontation. Chapter 95, Terror. Bic's energy surged once more. 20-fold Kaioshin, 30-fold, 40-fold, 50-fold Kaioshin. The terrifying red flames blazed fiercely, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. Hiss. Jiang Ling inhaled sharply, for he understood that even with his formidable strength, executing a 50-fold King's Fist was quite a challenge. Yet, Piccolo, who was significantly weaker than him, managed to unleash such an extraordinary power. Anyone would be astonished by this revelation. The North Kai. How could Piccolo wield such a potent King's Fist? Jiang Ling subtly communicated with the North King. The voice of the North King resonated. "I never anticipated you would uncover it. When Piccolo first arrived here, I recognized his potential. After imparting the King Fist technique to him, I realized how remarkably his unique Namekian physiology aligned with it. Thus, you comprehend the situation, do you not?" Jiang Ling nodded, suddenly enlightened. He even drew a parallel. "This is akin to the profound compatibility between Bulma and myself, which is precisely why." The North Kai interrupted his example. "Ahem, there's no need to elaborate on such matters. Are you flaunting this in front of a single individual like me?" Jiang Ling reassured, "Do not misunderstand. This is precisely what I mean." After disconnecting the call with the Northern Realm King, Jiang Ling contemplated that it would be best to leave the battlefield to them. He soared to a distant location, retrieving a table, a chair, a platter of delectable barbecue, and a crate of beer. He gazed at the distant conflict, relishing the moment. In the midst of the castle ruins, two figures, one red and one black, stood resolutely. The aura emanating from them crushed the debris beneath into dust. Without exchanging a word, they plunged directly into battle. Amidst the brilliance of red and black, a myriad of techniques unfolded in rapid succession. Dust swirled. The ground trembled as if quaking, and a cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed all around. Ultimately, the two combatants separated, each bearing wounds. Yet neither could gain the upper hand over the other. They exchanged glances, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, and unleashed their most formidable ultimate moves. Slow healing technique. Demon. Penetrating. Radiance. Killing. Cannon. Ultimate. Malevolent. Annihilation. Cannon. The luminous beam of the radiant killing cannon intertwined with the pure blackness of the ultimate malevolent annihilation cannon, colliding in a spectacular display. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped Beak and Shrag, even encompassing the onlooker Jiang Ling. The world dimmed, as if silenced, rendering everything profoundly pure. After a considerable time, the light dissipated, revealing a colossal crater in the ground, within which lay two individuals, while only Jiang Ling stood upright. Observing the scene, he noted that both Beak and Shrag were barely clinging to life but had not succumbed to death. Jiang Ling, I implore you. One murmured. Indeed, he replied. Jiang Ling nodded slightly and approached Shrag's side. Please don't kill me. I can give you anything. Shrag stammered, his voice trembling. Observing the feeble state of Shrag, Jiang Ling's expression remained stern. You should consider yourself fortunate that I am not your opponent this time. Otherwise, you would have been obliterated in an instant. Shrag's eyes widened in terror. To dare lay a hand on my friend, you may now rest in peace, Jiang Ling uttered, extending his hand as a surge of energy struck Shrag. Boom. In an instant, Shrag was reduced to ashes, leaving only the echoes of his anguished scream lingering in the air. Jiang Ling stood still, gazing upon the desolate battlefield, momentarily engulfed in a sense of melancholy. The wind howled, chilling like the waters of the river. Ahem, enough with the poetry, please, assist me, came the voice of Piccolo. The damage from the final strike was immense. Coupled with the forced utilization of the 50-fold Kaioshin, his body was now rendered immobile. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at him, waiting, before dismissively uttering those words. The figure of Jiang Ling vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was accompanied by a young Namekian child, none other than Dandy. At this moment in time, this Dandy had yet to venture to Earth to become a deity. Jiang Ling swiftly brought him over, otherwise, it would have taken some time. Uncle Bick, how did you sustain such severe injuries? He exclaimed. Cough, cough. Dandy, you've come at the perfect moment. Please help me heal. I will attend to your needs immediately, Dandy replied earnestly. As he spoke, his hands glowed with a verdant light directed towards Bick's body. In the next instant, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The wounds on Bick's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, he was sitting up, gazing at his hands in astonishment, and remarked, Dandy, I had heard tales of your remarkable healing abilities, but I never imagined they were this extraordinary, healing me so swiftly. Oh, it's nothing, Dandy said, bashfully scratching his head. Jiang Ling remarked beside him, he is indeed one of the dragon race prodigies from Namek, a versatile champion endowed with healing abilities, combat acumen, and the skill to forge Dragon Balls. His prowess is undeniable. Had the Supreme Kai not been divided, he too would have been hailed as a genius of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, a distinctive gleam flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Prior to the onset of the battle, the Namekians had already been relocated by Jiang Ling and Piccolo to a different locale, thus mitigating the impact of the conflict upon them. Nevertheless, several individuals sustained minor injuries. There was no remedy, the sheer magnitude of the combat was overwhelming, and the entire planet bore the consequences. Jiang Ling, Bick, and Dandy arrived at the designated location. Only a few dozen Namekians remained, all gathered here. Great Elder, we have returned. Jiang Ling, I am profoundly grateful to you for saving Namek once more. Words fail me in expressing my gratitude to you and Bick. The Great Elder rose, his eyes brimming with appreciation. The crowd gathered around, expressing their heartfelt thanks in numerous ways. Jiang Ling waved his hand and chuckled, in this battle, I haven't contributed much, it was primarily Piccolo. Piccolo also gestured dismissively. We are all kin, there is no need for excessive gratitude. The two conversed for quite some time, and only then did the fervor of the crowd begin to wane. Jiang Ling sat beside the Grand Elder and remarked, Grand Elder, given the current circumstances, it appears that Namek is on the brink of survival. The Grand Elder's expression reflected deep concern as he replied, Indeed, I am troubled as well. The Namekians rely on photosynthesis to synthesize starch for their daily sustenance. With the wish granted by Shrag, they are deprived of sunlight, which has created significant complications. The most immediate consequence is that the Namekians are unable to survive. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls of Namek, having been used for a wish, are temporarily inoperable. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder continued, Our digestive organs remain functional. We can hunt some animals and cultivate vegetables to endure this crisis. Once the situation stabilizes, we can make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Chapter 96. Return to Earth. At this juncture, Namek had been devastated by the Shrag Legion. The final gambit between Piccolo and Shrag had inflicted severe damage. From a celestial vantage point, Namek appeared to have a gaping wound, akin to a bitten apple. This is untenable, one might say. As you are aware, the situation on Namek is dire, with the recent battle leading to tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and a plethora of natural disasters, including the likelihood of acid rain. What can be done? Sigh. We cannot simply seek refuge on another planet, can we? Although we possess a spaceship left by Shrag, the journey back and forth would consume considerable time, and none among us know how to operate the vessel. Wait a moment. Someone interjected. The remnants of Shrag's forces might attempt to escape using the spaceship. Jiang Ling rose, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. He vanished in an instant. A resounding explosion echoed, and in the distant sky, a brilliant firework erupted as the spaceship plummeted downwards. Bick. Dandy. The Grand Elder. The crowd. Jiang Ling has returned, blinking his eyes. Why do you all look at me like that? The Elder let out a wry smile. The spaceship is gone. Ah, I thought it was something else. Jiang Ling waved his hand. I can teleport. I will take you all to Earth for a while. What? You possess such an ability. That is truly marvelous. Jiang Ling, you are amazing. The crowd erupted in cheers. Beside them, Pick looked at the jubilant expressions of the crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dandy lifted her head. Her big eyes sparkling. Pick, thank you for defeating the Slag Demon King. Pick nodded slightly, remaining silent. Subsequently, Jiang Ling, Pick, Neru, and Dandy. The group endowed with considerable combat prowess traversed Namek, searching for any scattered kin and simultaneously eliminating the remnants of Slag. Eventually, they all returned to the gathering point. Jiang Ling, how many people can your teleportation take at once? Pick inquired. Well, Jiang Ling pondered, perhaps 4 or 5. In that case, we'll have to make multiple trips. Can you sustain such expenditure? Pick expressed his concern. No worries, I can handle it. Jiang Ling smiled softly. Subsequently, he began to lead people back to Earth. After more than 10 trips, he finally completed the task. The planet Mike has now become a desolate realm, devoid of intelligent life, with only the presence of non-sapient creatures remaining. Jiang Ling felt a sense of compassion for these animals, whose flavors and essence were unknown. As they were absent from Earth, Jiang Ling licked his lips, having hunted down a few creatures to bring back to Earth. But why hunt them? Would it not be wiser to bring them back for breeding and fattening? Jiang Ling asserted that he possesses a sound mind. As for the issue of species invasion, he would categorically refrain from participating. Reflecting on his previous life, he felt profound sorrow at the countless delectable creatures that had been driven to extinction due to the encroachment of foreign species. The thought of such losses deeply pained him. If every species were abundant, there would be no need for wildlife conservation. Without the necessity of protecting these animals, they could be consumed. Of course, they would need to be cultivated artificially, ensuring safety. Now, returning to Earth, the battle here has also reached its conclusion. Jiang Ling entrusted the resettlement of the Namekians to Bulma, for she alone possessed the capability to accommodate such a multitude. Jiang Ling also expressed his opinion, at appropriate times, they could be allowed to assist in the factory. Bulma and Bulma immediately exchanged a glance of disdain, exclaiming, "What a wretched capitalist." After the Namekians entrusted their tasks to Bulma and her companions, Jiang Ling arrived at the battlefield on Earth. The Earth warriors were still present, with the exception of Goku, who remained relatively unscathed. The others, however, bore various injuries. Even Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, was not entirely unscathed. After all, his foundational combat power was still somewhat lacking. Despite the 50-fold increase in power from his Super Saiyan transformation, facing Frieza proved to be quite challenging. Ultimately, it was Goku who provided assistance, and together, the father and son unleashed a combined attack to vanquish Frieza. Jiang Ling fell into a moment of silence. It seemed imperative to enhance the capabilities of the Earth warriors. Otherwise, when the artificial beings emerge, apart from Goku and his son, the rest would face total annihilation. On the battlefield, the lifeless bodies of King Cold and Frieza lay sprawled on the ground, while the remains of the other minions were scattered haphazardly. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows and commanded, "Eliminate all these corpses." The crowd responded with a hesitant, "Oh," and began to clear away the bodies. However, unbeknownst to them, several flying mechanical insects were making their way towards Baidu from a distance. Once the clearing was complete, Jiang Ling turned to Clin and struck up a conversation. "Clin, how have you been lately? How is the actress I introduced to you?" Clin scratched his gleaming bald head and replied apologetically, "Not bad, still in talks." "That's good to hear. Men should be a bit bolder." "Ah, you know me. I tend to be quite shy. Keep it up." Jiang Ling patted him on the shoulder, suggesting they dine and drink together another day, before turning away. Jiang Ling gazed at Gohan and inquired, "How has your studies been progressing?" Gohan, having returned to his usual demeanor, replied with a smile, "It's going quite well. I haven't neglected my training." "Did Chi-Chi not mention your departure?" Jiang Ling asked. "Rest assured, I slipped out discreetly," Gohan chuckled. Chapter 97. The transformation of Vegeta. Jiang Ling gently patted son Wukong on the shoulder. "What happened? Why did it take you so long to return from planet Udrat?" Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Well, the people there were quite nice, but some events transpired, and I stayed behind to assist. By chance, during that battle, I achieved a breakthrough to Super Saiyan." Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging that Wukong's strength had indeed progressed. Reflecting on the situation, it seemed that under his influence, Both Wukong and Vegeta had lagged significantly behind the original timeline. In contrast, others had made remarkable advancements. Even Gohan had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. And Piccolo had become increasingly self-reliant. One could only remark that the tides of fate are ever-changing and unpredictable. At that moment, Tianjin Fan approached. Jiang Ling, I have heard that you possess a gravity training chamber. Indeed, what of it? Well, I wish to train in the gravity chamber. Since returning from King Kai's planet, I have been unable to experience the tenfold gravity, making my training feel insufficient. Although Earth's gravity has been increased by 50%, it remains inadequate for me. Hearing Tianjin Fan's concerns, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before smiling. How about this? I will arrange for a gravity chamber to be made available to you, so you can train at your leisure. Is that true? Tianjin Fan's eyes brightened, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ling. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Ah, what are we to each other? We are brothers who once trained together in the Heavenly Temple. Jiang Ling waved his hand and chuckled. The time spent training in the Heavenly Temple, when he was still weak, is etched in his memory as one of the most profound experiences. Clinton spoke up. Jiang Ling, remember on the spaceship to Namek? You promised me you would create a gravity training chamber for me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Ah, did I? Jiang Ling scratched his head, realizing he had indeed forgotten about it, possibly due to being preoccupied with other matters that had dulled his memory. Of course you did. It seems that once you found a woman, you completely forgot about your brothers. Clint asserted confidently, recalling the promise. He muttered under his breath. I truly wonder how you ended up with that fiery woman. Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled, intending to pat Clint on the shoulder. But due to the difference in height, he ended up tapping on his shiny bald head instead. All right, if you call me Big Brother, I shall make arrangements for you. Big Brother. Hey, arrangements. A hearty laugh escaped Jiang Ling, prompting the others to join in merriment. Both Piccolo and Goku seized the opportunity to reserve the gravity training chamber. A veritable artifact for enhancing one's strength. Why not take full advantage? At that moment, a figure soared through the distance. Big Brother. Everyone, I've arrived, am I late? The group regarded Yamcha, who had just made his entrance, with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Really? The battle is already over, and now you show up? Where have you been all this time? After Yamcha's arrival, he took it upon himself to assist in clearing the battlefield of fallen warriors and collecting the scattered remnants of the spacecraft. Following a brief conversation, the group gradually dispersed. Jiang Ling initially intended to invite them to stay for a gathering, but they all declined, citing the urgency of their cultivation and the pressing concerns regarding the artificial beings that weighed heavily on their minds. In the end, only Jiang Ling and the taciturn Vegeta remained at the scene. Vegeta's gaze flickered restlessly, as if he were grappling with some internal conflict. Jiang Ling, Kakarot, and Kakarot's son have all transformed into Super Saiyans. If I do not catch up soon. Vegeta gritted his teeth, ultimately making a resolute decision. Well, Jiang Ling, regarding the gravity training, I understand. I shall provide you with a copy. Jiang Ling gazed at the astonished Vegeta with a smile and continued. I have witnessed your transformation, and rest assured, I shall not shortchange you. However, the most crucial point remains, you will never surpass me. Vegeta? Chapter 98. Fusion. When Jiang Ling returned home, it was already evening. The luminous moonlight cascaded upon the surrounding mountains, stones, and vegetation, imbuing the scene with a unique ambience. The villa's lights glowed softly, as if eagerly anticipating someone's return. As Jiang Ling opened the door, Bulma and Big Bulma approached him, each linking arms with him on either side. Both donned loose-fitting tops, their delicate, fair thighs exposed to the air. Jiang Ling suddenly felt his arms enveloped in a warm softness. A glance from his perspective revealed the enchanting curves of Bulma and her counterpart, the ample expanse of white before him. You've returned. Shall I give you a massage? Darling, you must be weary. Allow me to tend to your needs. A question mark gradually materialized above Jiang Ling's head. What on earth? This treatment feels like a dream. Jiang Ling momentarily lost her train of thought, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Are you suggesting I eat below? What are you pondering? I clarified. I meant to say, go to the kitchen and prepare some noodles for you. Bulma's cheeks flushed, casting a playful glance. That look was laden with charm. I happen to be quite hungry, so I shall entrust this task to you. Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh as he watched the curvaceous Bulma sway her hips into the kitchen. His gaze shifted to the other side, where the usually feisty little wildcat had transformed into a gentle and considerate Bulma. He playfully pinched her cute nose and chuckled. What has gotten into you all today? I am utterly flabbergasted. Bulma playfully pushed him onto the sofa, her delicate hands massaging his shoulders. What else could it be? It's merely a reward for your relentless training, she teased with a mischievous grin, as Jiang Ling indulged in a soothing massage, fully surrendering to relaxation. He chuckled upon hearing her words. I am well aware of your intentions. Surely, there is something you are concealing from me. Speak candidly. For we have shared countless moments of honesty. We are not strangers. Bulma paused, her complexion slightly flushed, and leaned closer to Jiang Ling's ear, whispering, in truth. When I heard of the calamity on planet Mech, it struck me as remarkably gallant. It resonated deeply within me, as if it touched a hidden chord in my heart. Big Bulma and I are fundamentally the same. Her emotions mirror my own. Feeling the warmth of her breath, Jiang Ling's heart raced. He reached out, embracing her. With a startled gasp, Bulma found herself pressed against him. "Let us engage in a game," she proposed, turning on the television and selecting a game. Each took a controller, and a fierce battle commenced. Big Bulma observed the scene in the living room, somewhat speechless. She had merely intended to cook some noodles. Yet the living room had erupted into chaos. What could she do but retreat to the kitchen and wait for the tumult to subside? An hour later, just as Big Bulma could no longer bear the weight, the fervor of battle finally waned. She sighed in relief, tidied herself up, and prepared to step out. It was at that moment Jiang Ling strode in with a carefree demeanor, gazing at the rosy cheeks of Bulma. With a mischievous smile, he approached her directly. "I want to play a game." Bulma replied, "Sure. You clap once, I clap once, and one child sits in an airplane. You clap twice. I clap twice, and 2 children braid their hair. You clap thrice, I clap thrice, and 3 children eat cookies." Another hour slipped by. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom, accompanied by the soft murmur of 2 women. Jiang Ling relished the sensation, savoring the freshly heated noodles with great delight. He momentarily entered a state of contemplation, his thoughts becoming lucid and rational. He began to ponder the matter of artificial beings 2 years hence, deliberating whether to resolve the issue now or allow the artificial beings to serve as a formative experience for individuals like Gohan. In that fleeting moment, he was immersed in thought. Jiang Ling felt somewhat conflicted. At that moment, 2 women emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in towels, chatting and laughing merrily. Jiang Ling, as a promising youth of the new century, could hardly endure this. He stepped forward, seizing the moment. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, he swiftly ascended to the rooftop terrace, bringing forth exquisite wine, delectable food, and a grand bed. Jiang Ling reclined upon the bed, each arm embracing a Bulma. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon them, enveloping them in a veil of beauty. Jiang Ling, this may not be appropriate," Bulma whispered softly. "Sleeping out here in the open for a night is rather questionable." Jiang Ling chuckled lightly. "What is the matter?" Bulma responded with a smile. "She is a bit shy." "Oh, Sister Bulma, aren't you shy?" Bulma inquired, somewhat surprised. Bulma shook her head and shot a glance at Jiang Ling, retorting with a hint of annoyance. "Back then, Jiang Ling and I spent countless moments on the rooftop. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, there is no one else here, so rest assured." Bulma remained silent, feeling a sense of discomfort. It wasn't just due to being on the balcony. It was also because another woman was sharing the space with her. She wasn't used to it. In fact, it was precisely for this reason that they had never been together as a trio before. Bulma immediately discerned her thoughts and, with a playful smile, winked at Jiang Ling, teasingly remarking that Bulma was still a little shy. Jiang Ling immediately understood and restlessly reached towards Bulma's armpit. "Oh dear. Jiang Ling, stop it. I'm no longer shy." Haha. The 3 of them leaned against the headboard, savoring fine wine while admiring the twinkling stars in the night sky. Gradually, their hearts found tranquility. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a month passed. On this day, Piccolo arrived alone at the Sacred Realm. In the plaza of the Sacred Realm, the Earth God and Mr. Popo had been waiting there early. Accompanying them was a small Namekian child, Dandy. At this moment, Dandy had grown considerably since a month ago. Having trained in the Room of Spirit and Time under the guidance of the Earth God, he had also been entrusted with the responsibilities and powers befitting a deity. Indeed, in this timeline, young Dandy accepted Jiang Ling's proposal to become the Earth God. "You've come. I have arrived. You could have come later. Nonetheless, I'm here now. You ultimately came. Indeed, I have come. Let us begin. Have you made your decision?" "Well, my lifespan is limited, this time. Merging with you will render our life essence whole once more." Chapter 99. Dragon Ball. "My time is nearly up. Merging with you will be immensely helpful," the Earth God said with a smile. Piccolo pondered for a moment and replied, "For this fusion, I wish to take the lead, as you understand." The Earth God chuckled heartily. "Fear not. Your persona shall remain yours. I am merely here to impart the knowledge I have accumulated over the years." "Very well. Let us fuse." In truth, Piccolo had long sensed that his strength had reached a plateau, and upon inquiry, he discovered it was due to the incompleteness of his life essence. Fusion with the Earth God was essential for further enhancement. Coincidentally, the Namekian had come to Earth for a stay, and the Earth God proposed the fusion. Initially reluctant, Piccolo resolved to proceed after reflecting on his battle with Slag. He recalled Jiang Ling's words about the benefits of merging with the Earth God. A complete life essence would unlock his full potential and lead to an explosive increase in strength. "Simply place your hand upon my chest," the Earth God instructed. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded and extended his hand to rest upon the Earth God's chest. At that moment, Mr. Popo spoke up. "Earth God, I find it hard to part with you." Dandy wore a sorrowful expression as well, having built a bond with the Earth God during their time in the Room of Spirit and Time. "Mr. Popo, young Dandy," the Earth God beamed with warmth. "Thank you for your care. I will remain by your side in another form, the Sacred Realm. I entrust it to you." "Earth God, Master. A brilliant light erupted, enveloping both the Earth God and Piccolo. Boom. The light transformed into a beam, shooting skyward, dispersing the clouds surrounding the Sacred Realms platform. A powerful aura surged forth. Across the Earth, Tien, training beneath a waterfall, Yamcha, busy in an entertainment office, Krillin, on a date with a celebrity, Master Roshi, watching film. Goku and Gohan, hunting in the forest, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, and Jiang Ling, admiring flowers with two Bulmas in the yard, all halted their activities to gaze toward the direction of the Sacred Realm. What is this? The auras of Piccolo and the Earth God are merging. Have they fused? This power is astonishing. It's as if they're entirely transformed. Uncle Piccolo. I must challenge him someday. Ultimately, they have fused. This aura surpasses my imagination, reaching the same level of strength as Goku and Gohan in their Super Saiyan forms. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, casting aside the enchanting presence of the two Bulmas, and instantaneously transported himself to the God Temple. As the radiant light dissipated, the robust and youthful form of Piccolo emerged. He gazed incredulously at his own hands, acutely aware of the surging power within him. Is this the strength that comes from fusion? It is overwhelming. Piccolo turned his gaze towards Mr. Bobo and Little Dandy, nodding in acknowledgement. The latter two could discern the divine essence enveloping Piccolo. The deity. Is this what you meant by a different form of companionship? Oh, how I weep. Mr. Bobo produced a handkerchief to dab at his tears. Jiang Ling approached with a smile, divine Piccolo. Piccolo, unable to maintain his composure, cleared his throat and replied, though I have merged with the deity, I am still Piccolo. There is no need to call me divine Piccolo. Very well, Piccolo, came the response. Jiang Ling chuckled, surveying Piccolo and occasionally nodding in satisfaction. Piccolo, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, took a few steps back and exclaimed, I am not interested in that. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Where could you have learned such nonsensical things? Logically speaking, a pure-hearted 10-year-old like Bick should not have been exposed to such knowledge. The vastness of divine wisdom is beyond your imagination, Bick remarked. Jiang Ling suddenly realized. It was the knowledge of the celestial beings. This made perfect sense. Given that the deities have existed for such an extended period and have observed the world from the celestial hall, it is hardly surprising that they possess such insights. Jiang Ling turned to Mr. Popo and Dandy. With the celestial deity gone, the Dragon Balls should have turned to stone. Dandy should be able to restore them, right? Dandy nodded, affirming, indeed, as long as we have the model, I can infuse it with special energy. Mr. Popo, time is of the essence. Let us retrieve the model and restore the Dragon Balls without delay. If we lack the model, I would need to forge a new one, which would take approximately 6 months. Dandy was becoming somewhat impatient, as his homeland awaited the granting of wishes through the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo produced a set of Earth-S Dragon Ball models from behind him. Just as Dandy was about to cast the spell, Jiang Ling halted him. Wait, are you certain you can upgrade the Dragon Balls to grant 3 wishes, like those of the Namekian Dragon Balls? After a moment's contemplation, Dandy replied, yes, it is possible. Jiang Ling then inquired, might it be possible to lift the restrictions on resurrection, such as allowing individuals to return to life regardless of how many years have passed since their demise, or permitting them to be resurrected multiple times? Dandy pondered for a moment before responding, that should be feasible. Are there any additional conditions? They both concurred that the rules could only be altered through the reactivation or enhancement of the Dragon Balls. That is all. I am not an insatiable person and find contentment with simplicity. Jiang Ling waved his hand. Dandy, Bick, Mr. Bobo. Indeed. Your lack of greed and the multitude of conditions you proposed make it quite effortless to be satisfied, as you rightly stated. Dandy sat on the ground, directing his luminous hands towards the Earth Dragon model. The crowd awaited in hushed anticipation. After a considerable time, beads of sweat soaked Dandy's garments, cascading onto the ground. He appeared to be exerting considerable effort. At last, through Dandy's perseverance, the Earth Dragon model radiated a resplendent golden light, which transformed into 7 beams of brilliance, soaring outward to various corners of the earth. That should suffice, Dandy proclaimed with a smile, concluding his endeavor. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling greeted and took out the Dragon Ball radar, soaring into the air and dashing towards Earth. In no time at all, Jiang Ling has returned, cradling 7 Dragon Balls in his hands. Now we can make a wish, Dandy exclaimed. Could we restore Namek first? It remained shrouded in darkness. As an Namekian, he undoubtedly yearned for his home planet to return to its former glory. Jiang Ling chuckled. I originally gathered the Dragon Balls for this purpose. Chapter 100. Achieving 100 chapters. The decision is made. Come forth, Shenlong. Suddenly, the sky darkened, enveloped in a shroud of black, devoid of stars and the moon. The cities on Earth illuminated, flickering with lights. In a certain location, dozens of Namekians were gathered. Had any Earthling witnessed them, they would undoubtedly exclaim about the multitude of Piccolo Daimao and faint in astonishment. The Grand Elder seemed to sense something, casting a glance towards the heavenly temple, nodding with satisfaction. The Earth Dragon. It appears Dandy has officially assumed the mantle of the Earth's deity. Elder Muley remarked, this child Dandy indeed possesses remarkable talent. Yet it is unfortunate he must remain here at such a young age. Indeed, he is somewhat young, but with Piccolo's guidance, he will flourish splendidly, the Grand Elder replied. Moreover, as the Earth's deity, he is certainly a commendable choice. The platform of the heavenly temple radiated with golden brilliance, transforming into a colossal dragon. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the divine dragon. The dragon, now reawakened, appeared considerably larger than before. Was this the result of an upgrade? Divine dragon, it has been quite some time. You have certainly grown both in size and stature. The dragon focused intently and recognized the familiar figure of Jiang Ling, yet still cleared its throat, maintaining an air of dignity befitting a divine creature. Ahem, your words are amusing. I am still in my growth phase. It is only natural for me to increase in size and girth. Jiang Ling blinked. Could you refrain from speaking so lewdly? What do you mean by becoming larger and thicker? It was clearly you who mentioned it first. The divine dragon shot a glare. Jiang Ling smiled lightly and said, all right, I shall pretend I did not hear that. Now, make your wish. The earth dragon took a deep breath and proclaimed, please state your wish. You are permitted to express 3 wishes. Wishes? Oh, you can actually make 3? Jiang Ling. Dandy. Mr. Bobo. The first wish is to restore Namek to its original state. The second wish is to resurrect the Namekians slain by the forces of Slug. Upon hearing this, the earth dragon did not hesitate. It immediately activated its powers. A flash of crimson light emanated from its eyes, followed by another. A phenomenon succinctly referred to as the double flash. The wishes had been fulfilled. The dragon spoke in a deep voice. On Namek, the blackened sky that had persisted for 2 months was instantaneously illuminated. Sunlight cascaded upon the wilting flora, breathing a semblance of vitality back into them. The destruction wrought by landslides, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions from the battles was all reverted, as if nothing had ever transpired. The structures in the village were restored, and those Namekians who had been slain by Slug reappeared within the village. They gazed at one another in bewilderment. Then, someone realized, it must be that Earth has resurrected us once again. Indeed, our dragon can only revive one individual at a time. This time, it must be that Earth has brought us back. The last time with Frisia was the same. We are immensely grateful to them. The crowd embraced tightly, erupting in joyous celebration. Many of them had faced death twice, and thus understood the profound value of life even more. Meanwhile, on Earth, Jiang Ling articulated his third wish, to summon Goldo, a former member of the Ginyu force, before him. He had not forgotten the moment on planet Namek when he had released Goldo. Indeed, Goldo, that diminutive member of the Ginyu force, endowed with the extraordinary ability to halt time. Jiang Ling had long coveted this opportunity. The last time he spared Gordo was due to obtaining a rather useless skill upon signing with him, which prompted his decision to let him go. This time, however, Jiang Ling wished to attempt once more. After all, it was a perverse talent that allowed for the suspension of time. Yet, the operation of all things adheres to certain laws. Jiang Ling surmised that Gordo's ability to pause time could only affect the surrounding moments. To halt the entirety of the universe's time? Such a notion seemed preposterous. It was entirely implausible for someone of such insignificance. However, should one possess formidable strength, it might not be an impossibility. Furthermore, Jiang Ling was uncertain whether deities of destruction or angels existed within this Dragon Ball universe. If they did, the act of freezing the universe's time would undoubtedly attract their attention, leading to his annihilation. If he were to acquire such a talent, Jiang Ling believed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Your wish is granted. The voice of the dragon resonated, and in the next moment, its massive form transformed into golden light, retreating into the Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball ascended, soaring towards various corners of the world. Suddenly, a diminutive figure materialized before Jiang Ling, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Jiang Ling gazed at the figure of Gu Erdwa before him, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Gu Erdwa, we meet again. Do you remember me? Why you? Gu Erdwa, resembling a squat winter melon, trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had distinctly escaped to a faraway place. How could he possibly encounter this harbinger of doom again? Help! Gu Erdwa's mind screamed in desperation. Yet his face betrayed a servile grin. Esteemed sir, what commands do you have for me? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes slightly. A glimmer of brilliance erupted from the narrow slit of his gaze. He rubbed his hands together, summoning the system within his mind. System, I require the talent of Golder, as you well know. Host, I do not comprehend, the system replied. You simply need to allow me to acquire Golder's talent. Host, the signing and skills are entirely random. Even as a system, I am powerless in this regard. System, you had better not fall into my grasp, otherwise. Jiang Ling spoke in a chilling tone. For some unknown reason, the system sensed a wave of coldness. After a moment of silence, it finally spoke. Ding. The host has checked in with a full 100 individuals. The system has unlocked a new feature, the lottery system. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 lottery chances. The system is currently conducting an automatic draw for you. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the lucky aura for 10 minutes. Would you like to use the lucky aura? A series of system notification sounds echoed. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback as the notification sound resonated once more. Would you like to activate the lucky aura? Jiang Ling remained silent, contemplating whether he had inadvertently threatened the system. If that were the case, had he discovered its Achilles heel? What implications might this have for the future? A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as the system's notification chime resonated once more. Host, do you require the luck aura? Jiang Ling glared, rebuking. What kind of nonsense is this? What is your attitude? What is your status, and what is mine? Is this how you provide service? Ding. In light of the host's prolonged silence, the system automatically activated the lucky aura for 10 minutes. Should this happen again? The system will treat the host as deceased and directly deduct 200 yuan to arrange a lavish funeral for you. Jiang Ling paused in silence. Jiang Ling slowly uttered a word. The lucky halo had already been activated, and Jiang Ling did not waste any time. He stepped forward to touch Gordo. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving. Chapter 101. The Research Institute. In the fleeting moment that Jiang Ling made contact with Golder, a blur enveloped his vision, and Golder's figure vanished without a trace. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. This was the ability of Gord to manipulate time. However, this gift could not be sustained for long, and he would not be able to escape very far. Jiang Ling sensed the atmosphere, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Gordo had successfully descended to the ground, plunging into the woods in an attempt to evade disaster. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden swish echoed through the air. Jiang Ling appeared beside him. Golder was so startled that he jumped up, turning to use time suspension to escape. However, Jiang Ling would not allow him to have his way. With a resounding slap, he struck Golder to the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. Jiang Ling was taken aback and stepped forward to assess the breadth of the fallen figure. With a sigh of relief, he realized it was merely a matter of near death. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. Escape was no longer an option. Observing the pitiful state of Golder, Jiang Ling felt no stirrings of emotion within. He would not extend such sentiments to others, yet in Golder's case, he harbored no remorse. It is essential to remember that Golder was once a member of the Ginyu force, having committed countless misdeeds. Furthermore, on Namek, he had sought to take their lives. One must ponder, if a murderer fails to kill you, would you feel compassion for him years later? The answer is unmistakably no. Perhaps some would argue that since he did not succeed in his attempt, such feelings are unnecessary. To this, Jiang Ling could only wish to drown such naivety in a torrent of disdain. Must one wait until they are slain by a murderer for him to be deemed guilty? Ding. Lucky aura is now active. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent time pause breath version. Jiang Ling withdrew his hand from the touch of Goldo, his eyes sparkling with revelation. The system does not deceive me. The aura of fortune is truly formidable. He glanced at the detailed information. Time pause breath version, as the name suggests, the ability is to suspend time. By holding his breath, he can halt the flow of time and to resume it. He simply needs to breathe normally. For Jiang Ling, this suffices. In the current battle, where every second counts, a mere instant could dictate a decisive victory. During the time he holds his breath, Jiang Ling can eliminate countless foes. Goldo, you have become obsolete. Jiang Ling's expression was indifferent. With a casual flick, he unleashed an energy orb that obliterated Gordo into a fine mist. Chunks of flesh and blood seeped into the earth, nourishing the surrounding forest. It is likely that in a few years, this area will flourish abundantly. Jiang Ling had departed for quite some time. A few mechanical insects took flight, collecting a trace of Golder's blood before departing. With the newfound talent of time suspension, Jiang Ling's spirit soared, humming a tune. He arrived at the Namekian settlement arranged by Bulma, preparing to escort them back to their home planet. However, upon arrival, Jiang Ling was taken aback. There sat Bulma, casually crossing her legs, holding a few playing cards, engaged in a game with Elder Da and Elder Muley. Elder Da discarded 2 cards. Pair of 5s. Muley chimed in, throwing down 2 cards of his own. Pair of 10s, Bulma replied with a slight smile, revealing a pair of 2s. Elder Da and Muley exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, not playable. Pair of 3s. Bulma exclaimed, her voice cheerful, I only have 2 cards left. Elder Da's lips curled into a smirk as he tossed down 4 cards. For Jax, a bomb. Not playable. Muley responded with a grin. Bulma paused, her hand gripping her cards tightly, and reluctantly admitted, not playable. A straight from 3 to 10. I only have 1 card left. Elder Da laid down a sequence, raising the remaining card in a teasing manner, a smirk playing on his lips. Not playable. Bulma gritted her teeth and then tossed her 2 cards aside, exclaiming, I'm done. This isn't fun. Despite her high intelligence and brilliance as a scientific prodigy, she seemed to lack that same acumen in other areas. When it came to dealing with Jiang Ling, her brilliance faded. Even in this card game, she struggled. It was as though all her intelligence and talent were solely invested in her scientific pursuits. Shall we continue? I find this quite enjoyable. Elder Da suggested with a jovial tone. No. Bulma quickly waved her hand, muttering, I've only played a few rounds, and I can't keep up. If I continue, my mindset will surely explode. Jiang Ling approached, having witnessed the earlier scene unfold before his eyes. He gently patted Bulma's fluffy little head, offering words of solace. A loss is merely a loss. Allow me to avenge you by sending them back. Bulma swiftly waved her hands in protest. Oh no. That is not necessary at all. She turned to the Grand Elder, reassuring him. Please disregard Jiang Ling's nonsensical remarks. You're welcome to stay for as long as you wish. Bulma shared a commendable rapport with the Grand Elder. For had it not been for his guidance in unlocking their potential, the warriors of Earth might not possess such formidable strength today. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, tilting her head slightly, somewhat speechless. She remarked, Did you not notice the sky darkening just now? That was me summoning the eternal dragon. Now, Namek has been restored. I came here solely to escort them back. You believe everything I say, don't you, foolish one? Bulma shot Jiang Ling a fierce glare. You tricked me again, she thought. It was true that she hadn't been paying attention. Perhaps she had been too engrossed in the game to contemplate deeply. The elder chuckled and said, Jiang Ling, I must trouble you once more to take us home. Not a trouble at all, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling waved his hand, and then Jiang Ling commenced the gradual return of the Namekians to their home planet. Concurrently, in a secluded area on the outskirts of the North City, nestled within a mountains, lay a clandestine research facility. In the basement of this establishment, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat sat before a computer, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as streams of data flickered across the screen. A sinister grin spread across his face as he chuckled. Ahaha. I have acquired several invaluable genes. I have resolved to allocate all available resources to expedite cells development. Standing beside him was a portly man, his complexion pallid as a specter. He spoke, Dr. Gero, what shall we do about androids 17 and 18? Should we abandon them? Let us set them aside for now. Dr. Gero casually replied. When I released them previously, they attempted to take my life. Fortunately, I had an emergency button to halt them. We shall address that later. Understood, Dr. Gero. Chapter 102. Keep going. In a remote and seldom trodden area, two houses stood. Inside one of them, Vegeta was savoring instant noodles, the rich aroma and flavorful broth tantalizing his senses. He finished the last remnants of the broth, swept his hand across his mouth, and exclaimed with delight. After a moment of reverie, Vegeta rose and made his way to the adjacent gravity training chamber. Today he would challenge himself to 100 times the normal gravity. A quiet determination settled within him as he activated the gravity switch. With a whoosh, the gravity intensified to 50 times. The oppressive weight immediately bore down upon him. Vegeta broke into a sweat, having gradually acclimatized to this level of gravity over the past few days. He moved his body to adapt, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. After practicing the basic exercises, Vegeta increased the gravity. 55 times, 60 times, 70 times, 80 times. Sweat drenched his clothing, pooling beneath him. 90, 100 times. Vegeta gritted his teeth, increasing the gravity once more. The crushing weight forced him to kneel, veins bulging. A low growl emanating from his throat. Ugh. 100 times. Boom. Vegeta was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Curse it. 100 times gravity. Too much. Vegeta's lips formed the words, his eyes filled with resentment. Hatred consumed him. He loathed his own weakness. He despised his inferiority. His lineage, the elite bloodline of the universe's greatest warriors, seemed futile as he repeatedly fell short, even being overshadowed by a Namekian with lesser combat prowess. If only Jiang Ling, Kakarot, or that Namekian were here, they would surely handle this gravity with ease. I refuse to remain weak. Vegeta's heart burned with the desire to grow stronger, to surpass Piccolo, Gohan, Kakarot, even to eclipse Jiang Ling. This obsession ignited within him, propelling him into motion. First his arms, then his body, his thighs. Rise. Vegeta's expression contorted with ferocity, every muscle straining as his breath surged violently. Fueled by this unwavering will, he gradually stood against the 100 times gravity. At the moment he stood tall, it felt as if a shackle shattered. Crack. Boom. A tempestuous golden aura enveloped the entire gravity training chamber. Simultaneously, warriors across the earth sensed this energy surge. In the depths of a forest, Goku and his son, Gohan, each carried a creature several times their size upon their shoulders, their evening meal. Gohan, remember, we cannot hunt in one spot repeatedly. We will exhaust the game. After this hunt, we must venture elsewhere or fish, allowing the wildlife time to replenish. Do you understand? Goku imparted wisdom gleaned from years of experience. Lessons learned through trial and error. Recalling his childhood, he remembered enduring hunger when he had been left alone in the wild. Gohan listened intently, realization dawning upon him. Oh, I understand. Thankfully, when I was abandoned by Piccolo, my appetite was small. Every time I was hungry and found no food, I would simply cut off a piece of a large dinosaur's tail for a meal. If I had a bigger appetite, I could have devoured an entire herd. Just as Gohan absorbed this knowledge, both paused, looking up in unison. Dad, that energy feels so familiar, and it has suddenly become incredibly powerful. Yes, it's Vegeta. He has finally broken through. Now, aside from you, Jiang Ling, and Piccolo, I have another worthy opponent to spar with. Goku exclaimed with excitement, eager for a challenge. Gohan quickly interjected, Dad, you should stay put. Mom is waiting for you at home. I must return and inform Chi-Chi. Goku scratched his head. In the past, he would have flown off without a second thought, but now he felt a newfound sense of stability. Remembering Chi-Chi's wishes, he realized that having a second child was of utmost importance. Once they had another baby, he could enjoy some freedom. Hey, Gohan. Why don't you stay at Kame House for a while? The sun and beach there are quite lovely. Aren't you and Mom coming? No. We have other matters to attend to. All right. Gohan thought of his friend, the speedy dragon, who had always accompanied them on their adventures. He wondered when it would be revived. Hearing this, Goku paused, contemplating. Why don't you ask your uncle Jiang Ling? The Dragon Balls on Namek should be operational again. And he has a wish to make as well. Perhaps he can help bring back the speedy dragon. Gohan's eyes lit up with excitement as he bounced in place. Yay. I'll go see Uncle Jiang Ling right after dinner. On a mountain peak, Piccolo, who had recently fused with the Supreme Kai, sat cross-legged, his breaths deep and measured, as though in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing in a particular direction. Vegeta. Has he finally broken through? It appears I have some scores to settle. At the very least, I shall give him a good thrashing. I have not forgotten how brutally he bested me before. He may not excel in many areas, but one thing is certain, he holds a grudge. In another town, Tien Shinhan opened a martial arts school to impart knowledge and skills. He had previously sensed that his physical strength had reached a plateau, with little room for further enhancement in the wild. His current focus was on the elevation of his spiritual prowess. Coupled with Jiang Ling's gravity training chamber, his abilities began to progress steadily once more. However, he still fell short compared to the extraordinary strength of Goku and others. Tien held fort at the dojo, with Kaioshin ever by his side. Yet, Kaioshin had ceased his training. Having reached his limits, further efforts would yield no benefit. With Kaioshin having ample leisure time, he often took on the role of training disciples. Although he was the weakest among the Z fighters on Earth, he was still numerous times stronger than an ordinary person, more than capable of training students. Tien. I took on several new disciples today, and their potential seems promising, Kaioshin remarked. Well, since you've accepted them, you must train them diligently, Tien responded. Of course, I'll train them well. The fees for accepting disciples are saved up for you, Tien. Kaioshin added. Why are you saving them for me? Tien queried. For your future wife, Kaioshin replied. Though I have plenty of energy, I can manage on my own. Women only slow my reflexes, Tien said. The two engaged in light banter. Suddenly, they both sensed an ominous aura. Vegeta? How infuriating. He has become so powerful, Tien exclaimed. Do you think you can surpass him? Kaioshin inquired. I have no confidence, Tien admitted, shaking his head. You know our growth has been painfully slow. Tien, I believe in you. You can do it, Kaioshin encouraged. Yes. Chapter 103. Here they come. On Kame House, the weather was pleasant year-round. Krillin, donned in a martial arts uniform, diligently practiced the Kame style of martial arts on the beach. Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses and a floral shirt, lounged on a beach chair soaking up the sun. Engrossed in a magazine, the glistening sun reflected off their bald heads. Old Turtle lay lazily on the sand, seemingly asleep. Launch, with her blue hair and apron, hummed a tune while preparing a meal in the kitchen. Everything radiated harmony. Suddenly, Krillin's phone rang. Hello? Oh, a date tonight? All right, okay. Krillin paused his movements, scratching his bald head, appearing somewhat distressed. A date is a good thing. What is bothering you, Krillin? Master Roshi asked. Master, it's my first date. I don't know what to wear or how to act. Krillin sighed. Krillin, when it comes to girls, it's not as complicated as you think. Just be charming and dress nicely, Master Roshi advised. Despite the advice, Krillin still felt a twinge of anxiety. Master Roshi added, just remember not to come back tonight, and don't forget your ID. Krillin. Just as he was about to ask more, he suddenly sensed Vegeta's aura. The shadow of dread made him sit down on the beach. What in the world? Vegeta has broken through to Super Saiyan, he exclaimed. Should I strive to catch up or go on my date tonight? Master Roshi, startled, asked, what's wrong? Master, didn't you feel it? Vegeta has achieved Super Saiyan, Krillin exclaimed. Oh, I didn't notice. At that moment, the door to Master Roshi's hut was kicked open with a bang. Launch. With her blonde hair, emerged wielding a submachine gun, her expression fierce. What is all this noise? Can't a person get some sleep around here? She yelled, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Krillin, Master Roshi, and Old Turtle. What the heck? Launch has transformed again. Jiang Ling Entertainment Global Limited. A towering edifice, adorned with 4 gilded characters above. Jiang Ling Entertainment. In just a few short years, it has become a sanctuary for global stars. The Jiang Award has emerged as a coveted accolade, fervently pursued by actors and singers alike. Those who receive the Jiang Award are hailed as the sovereigns of song, while actors are revered as the emperors and empresses of film. The prestige of the Jiang Award is unparalleled, eclipsing that of any other recognition. The bustling edifice is alive with the comings and goings of striking individuals. If one lacks physical allure, remarkable talent in acting or singing compensates. Within the confines of the executive office, Yamati diligently attends to paperwork. Akuen wishes to hold a concert? Yamati recalls the half-human, half-beast creature A peculiar yet popular figure. Organizing a concert seems a commendable choice. He seeks to apply for a new song? Yamatee's brow furrows. He understands that this new song refers to an original composition by Jiang Ling himself. However, it has been quite some time since Jiang Ling last penned any lyrics or melodies. Perhaps it is best to wait. He will inquire with Jiang Ling next time. After completing the revisions, a female secretary clad in a stylish skirt approaches, gently offering Yamatee a massage. Brother, do not overexert yourself. Sigh, there is little choice. Debts are mounting. With your status, a mere leak of resources or favoritism towards a particular singer or actor, coupled with a little gossip, would surely entice them to shower you with money. Why fret over finances? You fail to grasp. Jiang Ling entrusted me with this task, and I intend to execute it impeccably. Besides, his remuneration is substantial. It is merely my extravagant spending that poses a challenge. Let us not dwell on that, brother. My home is empty this evening. Oh. Yamatee reaches for the secretary's delicate hand. A sudden warmth envelopes him. Observing her alluring form, a smile graces Yamatee's lips. His methods of enticing a secretary are effortlessly within reach. It is merely a matter of leveraging his position. Jiang Ling surely would not blame him, would he? Yamcha found himself increasingly close to his secretary. Just as he was about to take the next step, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Tap, tap, tap. Startled, Yamcha pressed the secretary down, urging her to hide beneath the desk. Come in, he said, clearing his throat. A middle-aged man entered, carrying a stack of documents. President, I have come to report on the company's recent developments. Yes, please proceed, Yamcha responded with composure. As the middle-aged man delivered his report, time slipped away, half an hour passing in what felt like an instant. Yamcha's expression grew increasingly peculiar. President, are you unwell? Your complexion seems off. Do you need me to summon a doctor? Not for now. Have you finished your report? Yes. Since you do not require a doctor, I shall return to my duties. Very well. Once the middle-aged man departed, Yamcha pulled the woman back up. You are incorrigible. Hee. Just admit whether you feel comfortable. Cough cough, it is rather pleasant. Then, Brother Chow, I recently set my sights on a certain handbag. Suddenly, Yamcha froze, turning to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window. This aura. Alas, the gap between us grows ever wider. Why is it that no one in my family understands? I have exerted so much effort in my training and in charming women, perspiring endlessly, yet my abilities remain stagnant. Yamcha muttered to himself. The woman continued speaking. Brother Cha, are you listening to me? Oh dear, have you fallen out of love with me? You won't even buy me a handbag, Hmph. Yamcha hurriedly reassured her. I will buy it. Certainly. I shall come to your house tonight. In Jiang Ling's quaint villa. Jiang Ling is deeply engrossed in a particular task. He firmly believes that those who truly love you do not leave your eyes wet with tears. Therefore, he is simply washing Bulma's hair. Recently, he has become increasingly immersed in his cultivation, resulting in a significant decrease in his visits to the public grain exchange. Each Bulma receives this attention once a day. Nothing more. Jiang Ling, I wish to. No, you do not wish to. Jiang Ling, with righteous indignation, declared, if you don't want to, then don't. Bulma pouted. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the villa. Ha ha ha, Jiang Ling, come out and face the consequences. A subtle smile graced Jiang Ling's lips as he remarked. At last, it has arrived. Chapter 104, The Challenge of Vegeta. Bulma, someone is looking for me. I must take my leave. Farewell. Jiang Ling gracefully emerged from the bathroom, leaving Bulma behind, seething with frustration. Had she failed to captivate his interest despite her overt hints? This thought crossed her mind. After some contemplation, she resolved to procure a few pairs of black stockings from Big Bulma that evening. Just then, Big Bulma entered, donned in an apron. Her expression a mixture of amusement and curiosity. You little girl, did you face a setback? Bulma turned her head, pouting as she replied, Sister Big Bulma. You guessed it right. He truly did not make a move on me. Has he grown tired of me? Upon hearing this, Big Bulma shook her head and chuckled. I believe he is not that kind of man. But why not take the initiative? His stamina and abilities are formidable. Regarding this matter, I consider him a man capable of controlling his desires. Is that not a good quality? Furthermore, since he does not take the lead, why not you? Seduce and entice him. If all else fails, simply sit atop him. That seems rather embarrassing. A woman's happiness must be fought for. Otherwise, he might stray, much like I did, Big Bulma said with a light laugh. After a brief pause, she continued, however, I truly wish he would bring another one home. We both can't bear him alone at night, and during the day, we'd be languishing in bed for half the day. Well, that's a valid point, Bulma pondered, finding merit in her words. But at least 2 more would be necessary. Oh dear, Sister Big Bulma, why are you touching my chest? You have them too. That's different. Haha, they feel so soft. Oh, how annoying. Jiang Ling remained oblivious to the clandestine schemes of the two. At this moment, she had arrived outside the villa. Gazing at the scene before her, she beheld the radiant and haughty figure of Vegeta, shimmering with golden light. And a faint smile graced her lips. Oh, are you seeking to challenge me? Vegeta declared, tilting his chin slightly, standing with an air of superiority. He looked down at Jiang Ling with an expression of utter arrogance. Jiang Ling, I have successfully transcended to Super Saiyan. I am in constant training. While you languish in the company of women, indulging in pleasure and neglecting your workouts. Thus, I firmly believe my foundational strength has surpassed yours. You might as well concede defeat. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips. Who dares to claim that I have not engaged in exercise? You are unaware of my routine. You do not truly understand me. You do not love, I digress. Jiang Ling paused momentarily before continuing. Since you assert such confidence, it indicates your belief in your ability to defeat me. So, let us proceed. Hmph. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. He could already envision the glory of triumphing over Jiang Ling and securing his place as the strongest in the universe. The memories of past humiliation surged back, stirring a sense of frustration within him. At last, the opportunity to redeem himself had arrived. With this thought, Vegeta glanced around at the villa and the meticulously tended flora. Let us change the venue. I would prefer that you do not harbor resentment towards me for damaging these beautiful things. What I desire is for you to feel inferior in strength and hold a grudge against me. Jiang Ling glanced over, a smirk playing on his lips. He chuckled. No need. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. That's what you said. Don't weep when the time comes. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling's spirit stirred. In an instant, he transformed. Super Saiyan at full power. Not even a flicker of flame, Vegeta scoffed. The next moment, Jiang Ling slightly bent his legs, positioning his hands in a flower bud formation at his waist. The Kamehameha wave? Vegeta was well acquainted with this technique. The thought immediately flashed through his mind as he observed. With such distance, you cannot possibly reach me. Oh, is that so? Jiang Ling smiled, his eyes gathering a cerulean and white energy akin to the Kamehameha wave. In an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, he reappeared before Vegeta. The azure and white shockwave enveloped Vegeta, propelling him into the sky and carrying him far away. Jiang Ling stood still, observing the diminishing voice of Vegeta, and nodded slightly. Indeed, his control has significantly improved lately. This amount of power should suffice to inflict a minor injury upon him. He is likely aware of my true strength by now. Jiang Ling stood for a moment, glancing back at the villa, lost in thought. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared within the villa, clutching a plastic bag filled to the brim with offspring demise bags. Remarkably, his Super Saiyan full power state remained intact. He strode directly into the bathroom, where, as anticipated, Bulma was still indulging in her bath. Typically, a woman's bathing ritual begins at 30 minutes. Jiang Ling wore a wicked smile as he casually pulled the bathroom door shut. Jiang Ling, have you transformed into a Saiyan? Stop it, don't do that. After a while, Jiang Ling stepped out, harboring ill intentions as he dragged the apron-clad Bulma, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, into the bathroom. Jiang Ling, what are you doing? Oh right. Who came by earlier? A challenger sought to confront me, but I sent him running. Jiang Ling, your reputation is soaring, and your strength is formidable. There will inevitably be those who wish to test you. In the bathroom, steam rose, creating an atmosphere that was rather alluring. The sound of water echoed continuously from within. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with birds chirping merrily. A guest arrived at the villa. Uncle Jiang Ling. Gohan. What brings you here? Dad asked me to stay with Grandpa Turtle Hermit, and I'll come back to seek your assistance when I have something. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling displayed a knowing smile. So, Goku is considering a second child? Quite commendable, contributing to the Saiyan lineage. By the way, where's Aunt Bulma? Gohan inquired curiously. She is a bit lazy and hasn't he risen yet. Jiang Ling chuckled. What brings you to me, Gohan? Turning serious, Gohan replied, Uncle Jiang Ling. I heard from Dad that the Dragon Balls on Namek have cooled down. You're planning to go there to make a wish. And I would like you to help me revive Goku. As you know, Goku was killed by Frieza not long ago. As he spoke, Gohan's expression grew somber. Hearing this, Jiang Ling gently ruffled his hair. Do not fret. I intended to revive Goku regardless, for he is your companion. Really? Thank you, Uncle Jiang Ling. Enough of such formalities. Come, let us share breakfast together. Jiang Ling gestured towards the dining table, which was heaped with an abundance of takeout. Steamed, fried, sautéed, boiled, braised, and pan-fried. A myriad of exquisite dishes. Jiang Ling, fearing it might not be sufficient, purchased some additional provisions to stock in the pantry for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 105, Back to Namek. In less than half an hour, the food on the dining table was consumed entirely. Uncle Jiang Ling, aren't you leaving any for Aunt Bulma? No need. They will probably wake up around noon and will order takeout themselves. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. After all, he had fought for an entire day and night yesterday. It was likely that neither Bulma nor her counterpart would dare to let him engage any further this month. It was an unavoidable consequence of his spontaneous exuberance from the previous day. Let us depart, he said. All right. Sun Yukon placed his hand on Jiang Ling's shoulder. Jiang Ling's spirit stirred, instantly sensing the aura of Namek. In the blink of an eye, two figures vanished from the villa. Meanwhile, Vegeta, wrapped in bandages, stood atop a mountain. He had sustained minor injuries the previous day, but they were of little concern. Before him stood a green figure draped in a white cloak. Wearing a white hat, Piccolo. Vegeta, do you truly not grasp the danger? Are you unaware that I have transcended to Super Saiyan? Vegeta spoke coldly. Having clashed with Jiang Ling the day before, he realized he was outmatched. Preserve the green hills, and you need not fear the firewood. He believed that engaging in a reckless fight would likely result in severe injury, wasting precious training time. This was hardly a pragmatic approach. He resolved to grow even stronger before confronting Jiang Ling again. Somewhere along the way, he had become considerably more rational. No longer driven by pride to recklessly march towards his demise. Opposite him, Piccolo stood with arms crossed, gazing coldly at Vegeta. I sought you out precisely because I know you have achieved Super Saiyan. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. Vegeta took a deep breath. What do you intend? A fight? I am more than willing to oblige. Indeed, I have come to spar, Piccolo replied with a cold chuckle. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. He was aware that Piccolo had fused with the Supreme Kai recently, significantly enhancing his power, though he was uncertain of the extent. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Piccolo could surpass him now that he had attained Super Saiyan. Hmph. Do not think that your fusion grants you the upper hand. Vegeta thought to himself, relishing the prospect of finally delivering a sound thrashing to Piccolo after being subdued for so long. With that thought, golden flames ignited around him. Boom. Golden hair, golden brows, and light green eyes. The golden flames erupted, bathing the surroundings in a radiant glow. Simultaneously, Piccolo unleashed his fury, his aura bursting forth like a tempest. The semi-transparent energy surged, indicating that he was certainly not weaker than Vegeta. Heh. It seems you are not as formidable as I expected, Vegeta smirked, his lips curling into an even broader grin. Piccolo shook his head with a smile, casually uttering two words, not even close. Boom. Kaioken. Tenfold. The crimson aura soared skyward, overpowering the golden flames with ease. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. No. This cannot be. How could he possibly be so much stronger? Why is that impossible? Piccolo mocked, his body darting forward, trailing red flames, swiftly appearing before Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a powerful kick. Bang. Vegeta's body was propelled into the sky. Whoosh. Piccolo reappeared beside Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks upon him. Bang. 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 On Namek, Jiang Ling appeared alongside Gohan. It seemed there had been little change. Uncle Jiang Ling Gohan glanced around and remarked. Wasn't it said that there had been an invasion and destruction last time? How is it that now? Jiang Ling comprehended the meaning behind his words and remarked. The previous damage was quite significant. However, I have restored it using the Dragon Balls. My apologies for not reviving the Swift Dragon first, as I believe that the Namekians, far from their homeland, must find it quite uncomfortable living on Earth. Thus, I wish to enable their swift return to their own planet. Muley, Nilu, and the other Namekians expressed, Earth is splendid. There are numerous entertaining activities and delectable foods. We do not wish to leave so soon. Upon hearing this, Gohan shook his head and said, I do not hold you accountable at all. I fully understand Jiang Ling's decision. Understanding is all that matters. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. The two turned their attention to the nearby Namekian. It has been quite some time. I have come to seek the Grand Elder. It is Jiang Ling and Gohan, my benefactors. Do you require my guidance to locate the Grand Elder? The Namekian exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Ling waved his hand and smiled, saying, I know where it is. No need to trouble you. He then proceeded. Jiang Ling and Wu Fan soared into the sky, heading towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Even though I had visited once before, I still perceived those Namekians as variously shaped versions of Uncle Piccolo, differing in height, build, and stature. Jiang Ling. This statement is indeed accurate. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Along the journey, the two engaged in occasional conversation, predominantly centered around their studies and cultivation. More often than not, it was Jiang Ling who incisively pinpointed the issues at hand, earning him a gaze of admiration from Wu Fan. To his astonishment, Uncle Jiang Ling could even offer guidance on academic matters. His knowledge was remarkably profound. Wu Fan silently resolved to seek out Uncle Jiang Ling for learning opportunities in the future. There were not many individuals who excelled in both scholarly and martial pursuits. Little did he know, Jiang Ling's erudition stemmed from consulting the most knowledgeable individuals on Earth. After all, an abundance of skills is never a burden. He possessed a myriad of seemingly useless talents, such as writing, home renovation, car repair, driving, household management, and even creating adult comics. Before long, they finally arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. Jiang Ling refrained from directly teleporting to the Grand Elder's side, as he wished to savor the scenery along the way and observe whether it had returned to its former glory. As he anticipated, everything had indeed been restored by the Divine Dragon. Truly, it is the most remarkable aspect of the Dragon Balls. The ability to rejuvenate is effortlessly within their grasp. Grand Elder. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong entered the room, standing before the Grand Elder. Ah, you have come to make a wish, haven't you? The Grand Elder kindly remarked. With a mere wave of his hand, 7 Dragon Balls from Namek, their cooling period having concluded, materialized before Jiang Ling previously. Jiang Ling had expressed his desire to utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls to grant a wish. Thus, upon Jiang Ling's arrival, the Grand Elder instantly comprehended his purpose. The reason the Namekian Dragon Balls could be used again so soon after the last wish was due to their cooling period, which only spanned 3 Earth months. Given the differing positions of their respective planets, 3 months on Earth equated to a full year on Namek. Therefore, while the Namekian Dragon Balls could only be employed once per year, it was merely a year as measured on Namek itself. Chapter 106, The Third Wish. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Ling smiled and spoke. The Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. What are you saying? With the deeds you have accomplished, you are indeed a benefactor to the Namekians. Whatever you require, we shall strive to fulfill your wishes to the best of our abilities. After the Elder finished speaking, a thought struck him, and he added, of course, one must not engage in wrongdoing. However, I have faith in your character. Jiang Ling's lips twitched slightly. Do you really think I am that kind of person? I must say, it certainly seems that way, Wu Fan interjected, holding 7 Namekian Dragon Balls. They stepped outside the house. Jiang Ling effortlessly summoned the Divine Dragon. The scene, as usual, spoke for itself. Beneath the eternally dark sky, amidst the golden radiance, the visage of the dragon gradually materialized. This dragon from planet Namek, with its robust arms crossed over its chest, gazed at Jiang Ling with its crimson eyes. Having gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and proven his mettle through trials of courage and wisdom, the dragon proclaimed, I can grant your wish. The opening words remained as customary. Jiang Ling could recite it effortlessly. He spoke without any preamble, directly addressing the matter at hand. Revive your companion, the swift dragon. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes glimmered, and it spoke in a deep voice, you are an old acquaintance, so I shall be straightforward. I possess the ability to revive you humans, and I can also restore your physical forms. However, the revival of the swift dragon this time is somewhat unique, requiring the consumption of 2 wishes. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, special? This outcome was entirely unexpected for him. Since the dragon had mentioned it, there must be a reason behind it. Indeed, it was rather exceptional. The dragon spoke slowly. How shall I explain? I lack information in this regard and cannot clarify. All I know is that the consumption is immense, requiring 2 wishes to achieve resurrection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered, could it be that the bloodline of the fast dragon is superior? He promptly shook his head. If the dragon was unaware of such matters, he certainly could not possess that knowledge. Unable to comprehend, he decided to let it be, trusting that time would unveil the answers. Jiang Ling gazed at the divine dragon and nodded. Very well, resurrect the swift dragon. As you wish. The divine dragon promptly cast the spell of resurrection. Your desire has been fulfilled. May I inquire if there are any further wishes? Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to Gohan, saying, would you care to accompany me to a certain place for some amusement? Gohan, instinctively agreeing, inquired. Where shall we go? Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously and said, you'll find out soon enough. Are you interested in going? Oh, I have no objections. My father allowed me to go out and have some fun for a few days, and I currently have the time without any homework to attend to. Wu Fan replied with a smile. He refrained from inquiring further about their destination. After all, there was little point in asking. What would be the use? It was evident that Jiang Ling was reluctant to divulge any details, and pressing the matter would only serve to portray a misguided understanding of social nuances. Nevertheless, Wu Fan did not dwell on such thoughts. He simply believed that Uncle Jiang Ling intended to take him on an enjoyable outing. Moreover, given their familiarity, he felt assured that Jiang Ling would not lead him astray. Jiang Ling nodded and turned to the divine dragon. For my third wish, I wish to be transported to the side of Gohan on the planet Dales. The divine dragon replied, the destination is too distant. I can only transport you to the respective planet. That is acceptable. No sooner had the words left his lips than a crimson light flickered once more in the eyes of the divine dragon. The figures of Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. Your wish has been fulfilled. Amidst the vast and boundless universe, upon a verdant planet, there stands an enigmatic tree, its size encompassing a third of the planet, defying the laws of physics. On this planet thrive a myriad of creatures, including humans. After countless years of evolution, humanity has formed a kingdom. Yet, this realm appears to lag technologically, falling short of Earth's advancements. In one of its cities, Jiang Ling and Wu Fan had now donned the local attire, navigating through the bustling crowd. Uncle Jiang Ling, the inhabitants of this planet appear to be rather listless. Lacking vitality. It seems reminiscent of symptoms associated with kidney deficiency. Is this a common trait among the denizens of this world? Wu Fan remarked. Keenly observing the people around him, Jiang Ling paused for a moment, lifting his gaze towards the prominently visible tree in the distance. It was not a matter of physical weakness. Rather, they had been drained of their vitality by some unseen force. In other words, their essence had been siphoned away. After hearing the explanation, Wu Fan appeared to grasp the concept, albeit vaguely, expressing that he had learned something new. The two meandered through the streets, eventually arriving at a bustling restaurant. They ordered several dishes and began to dine. If one sought to gather information, such establishments were undoubtedly the perfect venues. The ebb and flow of patrons were a delightful mix, making it easy to overhear tidbits of news. For instance, at the eastern end of the town, A 70-year-old man had unexpectedly fathered a child but was unable to provide care, leading him to seek assistance from his son, who at 50 refused, severing their paternal ties. Additionally, at the western end, old Lee had strayed from fidelity, prompting the women in his household to enhance their appearances in a bid to win back his affection. Unbeknownst to them, once they adorned themselves, they transformed into striking 30-year-old beauties, only to catch the eye of the neighbor, old Wang. Moreover, the mayor's daughter was in search of a son-in-law. Logically, one would expect a throng of suitors to vie for her attention. However, despite her decent looks, her robust physique and formidable presence made her seem rather intimidating. This deterred many of the young men in the town, leaving them speechless and hesitant. Jiang Ling listened with great interest, even requesting a plate of sunflower seeds from the shopkeeper to munch on as he absorbed the information. After a while, his eyes suddenly brightened as he caught wind of the news he sought. You know, he remarked, ever since that great tree emerged a few days ago, we have all felt weakened. Indeed, brother, came the reply. I saw my wife last night, utterly devoid of any vigor. Who isn't affected? It must surely be the tree's doing. Absolutely. Have you not observed how the men and women on the street appear utterly drained? Even the flowers, trees, and animals seem to be languishing. Sigh, that great tree must be connected to the extraterrestrial phenomenon we encountered a few days ago. I just heard the news. The king ordered an offensive, but it seems they suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded slightly. He could easily annihilate the tree and eliminate the instigator, Dales. But he felt no urgency. He preferred to immerse himself in the local culture for the time being, knowing that the residents would not perish immediately. Uncle Jiang Ling, let us go and save them. They appear so pitiable. They are so weak that even the slightest physical task seems arduous. Wu Fan expressed some sympathy for the people. Well, it is commendable that you feel this way, but do not become overly involved. Otherwise, you may end up like your father, becoming a saint, and who knows what calamity might befall the earth then. Jiang Ling adhered to his teachings. He certainly did not wish for son Wukong to become a saint. In the original narrative, Wukong seemed to exhibit signs of saintliness, but later refrained from combat, choosing instead the path of a scholar, thereby not significantly altering the course of events. No, I shall not become a saint, he declared. Uncle Piccolo had once stated that one must eradicate evil foes without mercy. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction. Let Wukong assume that role of a saint. However, one cannot overlook that Wukong's character has changed considerably under Jiang Ling's influence. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might not embody such saintliness anymore. The recent invasions by King Cold and Frisia suggest that Wukong has become far more decisive in battle. Otherwise, upon Jiang Ling and Piccolo's return from Namek, the fighting would have persisted. Come, Wukong, let us confront this Dales. Chapter 107. Dales. Jiang Ling possessed a general understanding of Dales. This character, a villain from the Dragon Ball movie franchise, bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Following the established laws of parallel universes from the early Dragon Ball films, Dales should not exist in this world. Yet, having encountered the speedy dragon previously, Jiang Ling mused that Dales' presence was not entirely improbable. During his last wish, he had merely been testing the waters to see if this individual existed. To his surprise, it turned out he did. Ordinarily, Dales posed no threat to Earth, and Jiang Ling's intervention would be seen as meddling. However, given Dales' possession of the spirit tree seeds, Jiang Ling felt compelled to assume the role of a cosmic enforcer. The spirit tree seeds, once planted on a planet, absorb the energy of its flora, fauna, and inhabitants as sustenance. They rapidly grow into a colossal tree, ultimately bearing fruits that enhance one's strength. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. A spaceship rested upon the spirit tree, grand in size, yet appearing diminutive against the vastness of the tree. Outside the ship, numerous subordinates reveled in a raucous celebration. The spirit tree's fruits were nearing maturity, and the thought of consuming one was tantalizing. You must be dreaming. Only King Dales and the high-ranking officers of the Legion are entitled to partake in those fruits. Focus on your duties as a subordinate. Oh, you are unaware of my recent camaraderie with Lord Jalala. Just last night, he promised me a fruit. What? He is a male, and so are you. Is that permissible? Well, it was explicitly forbidden. This is merely the swiftest path to enhancing one's power. Once I possess sufficient strength, I could be promoted within the Legion. Goodness, brother, take me along. Well, it could be arranged. Just ensure you clean yourself well, and wait for me on the eastern branch, concealed by leaves, so as not to be seen. Are you suggesting you are a dual-purpose plug? What? You do not wish to partake? I shall not force you. Do. I shall serve you well. Thus, these two subordinates whispered conspiratorially, unveiling the Legion's most brutal truths. Meanwhile, within another part of the tree's hollow, a figure resembling Sun Wukong sat upon a throne, his visage marked by the scars of past battles. This individual was Dales, the commander of the Dales Legion. Surrounding him were several high-ranking officers, his most trusted subordinates. My lord, this planet is rich in resources and teeming with life. The spirit tree's fruits will mature soon, one subordinate reported. Dales nodded slowly, acknowledging the information. The subordinate cautiously observed Dales' demeanor before continuing. My lord, the last planet we chose was deficient, yielding few fruits. This time, the yield is abundant. Might we share in the spoils to bolster our combat capabilities? Enhancing our strength would enable us to charge into battle for the Legion. Dales fixed his gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence that left the subordinate uneasy, Dales finally spoke. You present a valid point. The spirit tree fruits do not last long, and I cannot consume them all without risking my own explosion. You shall all receive a share of this harvest. Upon hearing this, the subordinates erupted with joy, expressing their gratitude and admiration. Thank you, my lord. You are truly benevolent. Dales raised his hand, silencing their praises. I find myself yearning for female companionship. Bring me several beautiful women. The fruits will soon be ripe, and we shall hold a banquet tonight. One subordinate timidly interjected. But my lord, there are women within the Legion. Dales shot him a piercing glare. Would you find the women in this Legion appealing? You truly think you can handle them? I can. I find some of them quite attractive, exclaimed a less than handsome subordinate. Beauty is subjective. I instruct you to carry out your orders. Dales commanded. Understood. They replied in unison. Dales nodded in satisfaction. He was, after all, a normal man. Regularly, he would capture young women from various planets for amusement, only to cast them aside when he grew weary. Had he not encountered lifeless planets of late, he would not have required several participants for this gathering. Indeed, this was a legitimate celebration, not some sordid affair. Dales had no such perverse inclinations. He gazed at the spirit tree fruits hanging from the branches. As time passed, their gentle glow intensified, and a fragrant aroma began to permeate the air. A sign of their imminent ripeness. Suddenly, the spirit tree trembled. A voice called from outside. Dales, come forth. I know you are here. Do not hide from me. Dales furrowed his brow. Who dares disturb me? This planet was thoroughly scanned beforehand. There are no formidable adversaries here, merely common folk. Even if there were, I am confident in my ability to handle them. After all, the fruits of the spirit tree have not been consumed in vain over the years. With another tremor, Dale sprang to his feet and exited the hollow. His subordinates were already in a state of alarm, each arming themselves for battle. They understood their duty, to fight for survival. Fleeing would only lead to certain death at the hands of the Legion's higher-ups. The Dale's Legion was notoriously strict. Who dares to show themselves? Dales bellowed with authority. Chapter 108. Grandpa's son who goes there? State your name. Darius bellowed. I am your grandpa's son. A voice, markedly different from earlier, echoed back. It bore a youthful quality. I am curious to see who dares to claim the title of my grandpa. Darius's eyes widened in disbelief. Soon after, two figures, one large and one small, gradually ascended from beneath the trees. What is the matter? Son Gohan stood tall, his youthful face radiating a determination uncommon for his age. Given his character, he would never have uttered such words. It was evident that he had been taught by Jiang Ling. As they made their entrance, Darius' power detector immediately registered their combat strength. Beep, beep, 10, 20. One with a power level of 10, and the other with 20, yet they dare to boast so audaciously. Darius scoffed with a derisive laugh. As Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong made their appearance, a multitude of Dale's minions swiftly aimed their weapons at them. Yet, they remained unfazed. Upon hearing Dale's voice, Sun Wukong turned to follow the sound, momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. What was happening? This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. The likeness was striking. Apart from a darker complexion, the scars adorning his face, and a sinister expression, he was virtually identical. Dales, catching wind of this remark, narrowed his eyes. Oh, you say I resemble someone? Is your father a Saiyan? And are you a Saiyan as well? His gaze wandered to the space behind Wukong, where he noted the absence of a Saiyan's characteristic tail. However, he did spot a brown tail coiled around Jiang Ling's waist. Jiang Ling observed the appearance of Sun Wukong and softly admonished, Wukong, he merely resembles your father, yet he is a creature of unspeakable malice. I have already informed you during our journey that countless planets and lives have perished at his hands. Do not let his face, reminiscent of your father's, cloud your judgment. He is currently cultivating a spirit tree on this planet, and next, he could very well plant one on Earth. Jiang Ling harbored a personal agenda in bringing Wukong here. Firstly, he wished to enhance Wukong's combat experience. Secondly, to subtly guide his character development. And thirdly, there was the matter of the spirit tree's fruit. Sun Wukong steadied himself and nodded, saying, yes, I understand. Uncle Piccolo has taught me that even if my opponent is my father, I must show no mercy. Jiang Ling, there is truly no need for that. Darius, noticing that the two of them were engrossed in conversation and disregarding his presence, felt a twinge of irritation, a sentiment not uncommon for one of his elevated status. However, at that moment, he caught wind of the name Earth. Earth? A spark ignited within Darius, and he chuckled. If memory serves me right, our Legion's next objective is indeed Earth. It appears that there are still living beings there, despite your indifference. Thus, I shall not hesitate to be courteous. I shall eliminate you both and then proceed to Earth. With that declaration, Jiang Ling squinted slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gohan, it's your turn. I need to ascertain the way home. He believed that Gohan could single-handedly contend with an opponent of Dale's formidable strength. Meanwhile, he had to ponder how to return home, as they inevitably must. All right, Gohan replied, assuming a battle stance and instantly entering a state of combat. Without any preamble, He disregarded Dale's and charged into the throng of minions, amidst a cacophony of screams. It wasn't long before Gohan had hurled all the minions beneath a towering tree. At that height, they would likely sustain grave injuries, if not death itself. Brushing off his hands, Gohan turned his gaze towards Dale's. The two figures, one large and one small, locked eyes. Dale's regained his composure, bewildered. What just happened? Is the detector malfunctioning? It clearly indicated a power level of only 10. We can conceal our power levels, can't we? You don't know how? Gohan replied with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, the high-ranking members of the Beauty Brigade, who had ventured out to search, arrived on the scene. How dare you? Who are you to kill my subordinates? Prepare to face me. The high-ranking officials immediately launched an assault on Gohan. With a swift movement, Gohan darted between several of the officials and then returned to his position, snapping his fingers. A series of explosive sounds erupted. The high-ranking officials were suddenly engulfed in a torrent of blood, rendered speechless, as one by one they collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ling, upon witnessing the scene, felt somewhat at a loss for words. Who taught Gohan to act so flamboyantly? Wasn't the Saiyans' prowess impressive enough? Once Gohan had dealt with his opponent, his gaze fixed intently on Darius. It is now your turn. You must pay the price for the souls of your fallen subordinates. Darius, upon hearing this, scoffed. Is that all? The fact that you can defeat my minions is hardly surprising, for I can do so as well, and with greater speed. Did you truly believe that a mere child like you could defeat me? How amusing. Darius dismissed the complete annihilation of his forces, regarding them as mere cannon fodder. Their loss was inconsequential, as he could easily recruit more when the time came. Gohan's expression turned icy as he uttered a few words. Let us see about that. Witnessing a face identical to his father's adorned by such malevolence filled him with revulsion. With a sudden movement, he charged towards Darius, delivering a powerful punch. In response, Darius threw a punch of his own. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash. Gohan was sent reeling, flipping through the air before landing firmly on the ground. I told you that you could not defeat me, yet you insist on coming to your doom, Darius remarked cruelly, loosening his neck in preparation to thoroughly torment the child before him. Who will meet their demise remains to be seen. Gohan offered a faint smile, and then, in an instant, both combatants sprang into action, engaging in a fierce clash accompanied by an unending cacophony of thunderous sounds. Jiang Ling observed for a while before losing interest. It was evident to him that Wu Fan's combat techniques had begun to take shape. One could discern the influences of Piccolo and Goku within his style. Jiang Ling initiated contact with the Northern Realm King, calling the esteemed Realm King. Please respond upon hearing this. After a rustling sound, the voice of the Northern Realm King came through. I hear you. What matter brings you to seek me, Jiang Ling? Jiang Ling said. Lord North Boundary King, I have lost my way in the universe and seek your guidance to return to Earth. The North Boundary King, somewhat exasperated, replied. Why are you so bothersome? Just tell me if you need help or not. If you don't, it's no big deal. Jiang Ling shrugged. If you refuse to help, I shall sever all ties with you and refrain from bringing any more magazines. The North Boundary King cleared his throat. What are you saying? What kind of relationship do we have? Am I that sort of person? Just wait a moment. I will show you. With that, he moved his antennae, sensing Jiang Ling's location, and provided directions back to Earth. Thank you, North Boundary King. Next time, I'll bring you some adult magazines. Why bother bringing anything? Just come visit, he replied eagerly. Chapter 109. On Earth, in a desolate area, the ground was uneven and littered with stones, cracks sprawling across the earth. The flora was in disarray, trees and flowers bent and broken. Piccolo stood, slightly panting, clearly bearing some injuries. A soft green glow enveloped him as he cast a slow healing spell. He glanced at the unconscious Vegeta on the ground, feeling an immense sense of relief within. He had long harbored this pent-up frustration, and at last, he had released it. Humph, Prince Vegeta? So arrogant, yet here I have him subdued. Piccolo scoffed, assessing Vegeta's injuries before casting a slow healing spell to ensure he wouldn't perish. How bothersome, having to step in to help when Earth was in peril. After administering the healing spell, Piccolo felt invigorated and turned to leave, leaving Vegeta lying in peace, cloaked in a faint green light. Time passed, and night fell, accompanied by the occasional chirping of insects. The green glow on Vegeta faded, and a young girl appeared beside him. She was tall and slender, approximately 1.75 meters in height, clad in a leather bustier that revealed her toned abdomen, paired with a tiger-striped miniskirt that accentuated her long legs. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and though her face was somewhat dirty, her beauty was evident. She shook the unconscious Vegeta gently. Hey, wake up. What are you doing all alone out here? After a few moments with no response, the girl felt a pang of guilt for leaving him in such a state, and decided to carry him home to tend to his wounds. In a small wooden cabin nestled in the forest, the girl carefully removed Vegeta's battle armor and placed it on her bed, which was perfectly sized for him. Upon seeing the gruesome wounds, she gasped in shock. Although some signs of healing were apparent, the injuries still appeared quite severe to her. In the eyes of an ordinary person, such wounds would be fatal. You're quite resilient, she muttered, her hands never ceasing as she fetched a medical kit to treat Vegeta's injuries, applying medicine and bandaging him up. After securing the bandages, She hesitated as she examined the lower half of his body, where several wounds were oozing blood onto the sheets. Suddenly, Vegeta groaned in pain, stirring from his unconscious state. The girl clenched her teeth at the sight. Well, I can't just leave you like this. With determination, she swiftly undressed Vegeta completely. Her face flushed. But she steadied herself, retrieving more medicine to staunch the bleeding and apply to his wounds in one fluid motion. Hmph, consider yourself lucky for my assistance, she said, crossing her arms, admiring her handiwork with a hint of pride. Perhaps this was the satisfaction of saving a life. Getting used to it, she playfully poked Vegeta's nose, a smirk forming at the corners of her lips. So this is what you look like, quite cute. Afterward, she covered him with a blanket. Outside, the night deepened, while inside, with Vegeta occupying the only bed, the girl yawned and glanced around, settling for a spot on the floor. Sleepiness washed over her, and she gradually drifted off. Unbeknownst to her, in the middle of the night, a voice stirred her awake. Water. So thirsty. Vegeta mumbled intermittently. The girl quickly rose to fetch water and helped him drink. Feeling his forehead, she gasped, "What a fever. Is the wound infected?" She retrieved some antipyretics and tried to feed them to him, but he spat them out. This won't do. If the fever doesn't break, his mind will suffer. Pondering her options, she concluded that there was no choice left. She would have to use a suppository. After a moment of hesitation, she resolutely decided to take matters into her own hands. She held the medicine in her mouth and took a sip of water, leaning down to kiss Vegeta gently, transferring the water and medication. To prevent him from spitting it out, she lingered close, their breaths mingling for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she pulled away, breathless, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she shot him a glare. "You owe me for this." Feeling somewhat cheated, she playfully flicked Vegeta's rear, releasing her frustration. She then sat by the bedside for an hour, monitoring his temperature, her brow furrowed with concern. Why wouldn't he go down? Knowing they were far from civilization and lacking any means of transportation, she realized there was only one option left. The young girl turned her gaze towards the medical box, fixating on the remaining capsule of antipyretic suppositories. Her eyes drifted to Vegeta's rounded and pert posterior. The following morning, Vegeta awoke to a subtle fragrance that filled the air. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a wooden ceiling, its craftsmanship somewhat crude. Turning his head, he surveyed his surroundings, a rustic wooden cabin, appearing somewhat rugged, yet adorned with exquisite decorations. As Vegeta attempted to rise, he found that even the slightest movement inflicted excruciating pain upon him. The combination of external injuries and internal damage was quite severe. The noise of his movement stirred the beast skin-clad girl nearby. She opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Vegeta awake, her cheeks flushed slightly, as if recalling a particular thought. "You were gravely injured yesterday. I brought you here. This is my home." "Oh," Vegeta replied coldly. The girl's expression shifted. "I saved you out of kindness. And this is how you respond?" What do you mean, The girl's eyes narrowed as she threw off the covers and poked at his wound. "I demand you repeat that." In an instant, Vegeta's eyes widened, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. He hurriedly exclaimed, Thank you. Now, that's more like it." Chapter 110, Annihilation. Meanwhile, at the spirit tree, a thunderous crash reverberated. Dallas was struck by the tender fist of a child, his body hurtling backward, crashing through numerous thick branches before ultimately slamming against the trunk. Dallas doubled over, retching up stomach bile, gasping for breath as he glanced at the diminutive yet upright figure of Gohan. "How could I lose to a child?" Gohan retorted. "The moment you regarded me as merely a child, rather than an adult, you had already lost." Suddenly, Dallas erupted into laughter, rising to his feet and plunging headlong into the dense foliage. "Do you think you can catch me?" Gohan shook his head slightly, preparing to pursue him. Just then, a tremendous sound echoed, and the leaves began to tremble. Jiang Ling emerged from the midst, dragging the barely conscious Dalius with him. He cast him to the ground. "Gohan, you have been rather careless," he admonished. He was just about to consume the spirit tree's fruit. Gohan raised his hands in confusion. "But Jiang Ling, did you not say that the power gained from the spirit tree's fruit would not be substantial, even if you were to consume it all? Could it truly turn the tide?" "How foolish of you, Gohan," Jiang Ling remarked, his expression one of profound exasperation. "Even if the increase is minimal, it is still the spirit tree's fruit. Why should we allow him to partake when we could benefit from it ourselves? It would be nothing short of wasteful." Only then did Gohan grasp the gravity of the situation. "Ah, indeed. I was so engrossed in the battle that I completely overlooked this aspect," he chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Jiang Ling gazed at the nearly lifeless Dales on the ground, pondering momentarily before delivering a swift kick that sent Dales tumbling next to Gohan. "It is now in your hands. What shall you do?" he inquired. "Naturally, eradicate the root of the problem," Gohan replied, his expression eerily indifferent. Yet, this was hardly surprising. One must adopt a demeanor of cold detachment towards enemies, especially one as malevolent as Dales. Just moments ago, he had heard that their next destination was Earth. Should they reach that realm, the devastation they would unleash would be unimaginable. Dales, lying on the ground, initially regarded Gohan as an endearing child and harbored a glimmer of hope. However, when the words "eradicate the root" escaped Gohan's youthful lips, despair enveloped him. He could not fathom how such a chilling statement could emanate from such a seemingly innocent child. Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, he noticed Gohan raising his hand. Wait, Dales exclaimed hastily, convinced that this child, who had spoken so resolutely, would follow through. Spare me, I beg you. You will be my elder brother. Please, have mercy. At that moment, he disregarded all notions of dignity, with his life hanging by a thread. Pride held no significance. Gohan's hand paused momentarily before he shook his head resolutely, proclaiming, for the peace of this planet, for the stability of the world, and for the prosperity of the universe, you must perish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gohan's small hand descended, forming a fist that struck Dale squarely in the throat. Crack! Dale's eyes widened in shock as he expelled a torrent of blood. Ugh, ugh. Not yet finished, Gohan unleashed another punch, this time piercing through Dale's chest. Splatter! Blood gushed forth as Dale breathed his last, his eyes wide open, as if in disbelief. Well done, Jiang Ling remarked. Jiang Ling approached, expressing admiration. You surpass your father by a considerable margin. The future of Earth shall be entrusted to you. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for this individual was remarkably weak. He had not even unleashed his Super Saiyan form. No, it is you who have grown stronger. Before Gohan could respond, Jiang Ling surveyed the surroundings and turned to enter a tree hollow. Inside the hollow stood a small tree, laden with an abundance of fruits that emanated a gentle radiance. The fruits of the spirit tree. Jiang Ling understood that consuming this fruit would enhance his combat prowess, surpassing the strength provided by the mutated celestial beings he had cultivated in his garden. Without hesitation, he made his decision. Jiang Ling retrieved a burlap sack, emblazoned with the insignia of a capsule company and the words pig feed. He meticulously plucked all the spirit tree fruits, placing them into the sack and storing it within the system's space. The sack was brimming with dozens of fruits. On the branches, however, remained a singular fruit, distinctly different from the others. It radiated a golden luminescence, exuding an aura of individuality. Jiang Ling reached out and plucked it without a moment's hesitation. He consumed it immediately. Boom. In an instant, the aura within Jiang Ling erupted, causing his garments to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze. His hair danced wildly, disheveling his hairstyle. Fortunately, his appearance remained unchanged. The energy continued to ascend, gradually subsiding after a while. It seems that this fruit is indeed the most exquisite of its kind, effectively enhancing his strength. Jiang Ling took a moment to assess his strength, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. After calming his breath, he turned to the side where Gohan stood. I couldn't resist consuming this golden fruit. Allow me to make it up to you, he offered. Gohan quickly shook his head. No, 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 Uncle Jiang Ling. It is best that you partake of it. Even without bringing me along, you could effortlessly deal with Dales. Besides, the greater your power, the safer the Earth will be. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling shook his head with a smile. You young rascal, do not use this as an excuse to slack off in your training. I, your uncle, am aging, and the responsibility of protecting the Earth will ultimately fall upon your shoulders. Besides, I do not remain on Earth at all times. Well, in any case, Uncle Jiang Ling has no objections to what you've taken from me. Aside from you, no one else is worthy. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Jiang Ling chuckled and remarked, you certainly have a way with words. If you can speak so well, do share more. The two strolled and conversed until they arrived at the entrance of a tree hollow. There, a colossal spaceship was docked, though it paled in comparison to the magnificence of the spirit tree. Wu Fan, I shall take a look inside the spaceship. Remain here and do not wander. Jiang Ling casually uttered a remark and then stepped into the spacecraft. All right, Gohan replied, casting a glance at the surrounding corpses. He felt that leaving the bodies exposed in the wilderness was rather inappropriate. Although they were adversaries, they still deserved a proper burial. With this thought in mind, Gohan gathered all the bodies together, poured gasoline over them, and ignited a flame. In an instant, a magnificent fire blazed forth, creating a striking spectacle. Meanwhile, upon entering the spaceship, Jiang Ling commenced his search. The spacecraft was vast, with numerous rooms, as it was designed to accommodate a considerable number of individuals. Jiang Ling meticulously searched each room. In addition to combat equipment such as laser guns and battle suits, he also stumbled upon some peculiar items, including stockings, bras, and an unusual object resembling a purple wand. Jiang Ling fell into a moment of silence. He recalled that Dale's subordinates seemed to be devoid of any women, which struck him as peculiar, indeed, exceedingly strange. Those items had not even grazed his touch, as he ventured elsewhere to conduct his search. Ultimately, he discovered what he sought within a lavishly adorned room, resplendent with golden hues. There lay a grand chest, brimming to the brim with the fruits of the spirit tree. It was evident that these were the fruits Dales had previously refrained from consuming, having accumulated them over time. However, they now belonged to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling beamed with a broad smile. A bountiful harvest. A significant gain indeed. Chapter 111. Reception. Jiang Ling stepped out of the spacecraft. With a graceful turn and a flick of his hand, he retracted the vessel. As for where it was stored, it goes without saying, it was, of course, within the confines of the system's space. Having such a space makes all the difference. Jiang Ling gazed at a pile of ashes not far away, perplexed, and inquired, Wu Fan? What was that just now? Wu Fan recounted the events in detail, expressing his noble intention of eradicating evil for the sake of the people, driven by compassion, and ensuring that these corpses did not rot in the wilderness. He explained that leaving bodies exposed would significantly increase the likelihood of disease transmission over time. All right, we must return now. However, before we do, there is one more matter I must attend to. Jiang Ling smiled and inquired, what is it? Wu Fan asked. Outside the spirit tree, a million-strong army had assembled. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man, the ruler of this planet and its sole king. We shall march forth. Let us unite and obliterate this tree. Our vitality as men has been siphoned by this accursed tree. Are our wives not complaining at home? It is the fault of this demon tree. The king's impassioned rallying cry resonated powerfully, invigorating the soldiers' spirits. Indeed, I wondered why I felt so weak lately. Agreed. I barely managed to start half an hour ago, and now I can't even last a minute. Hey, you there. If I recall correctly, you were always inept. Weren't you? Blaming the demon tree is just an excuse, isn't it? You were something else. Defeating the demon tree is a shared responsibility. The king, thoroughly satisfied, waved his hand dramatically, brandishing his spear towards the great tree. Charge, my sons. Wait, hold on. The king shouted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the top of the tree. There, two figures hovered above. The soldiers, too, witnessed this scene and erupted in exclamations. What the hell? Incredible. What am I seeing? Someone can fly. The next moment astounded them even further. The two figures in possession of a radiant light uttered words that resonated faintly. Kamehameha. Magic flash. Two shockwaves surged forth, crashing into the great tree with a thunderous explosion. The tree, under the assault of the shockwaves, cracked and splintered. Subsequently, it shattered into countless fragments. These shards ascended, transforming into specks of luminescence, cascading down upon the planet. Flora, fauna, mountains, rivers, and all living beings began to rejuvenate. This energy returned to its source. Although many had borne fruit, at the very least, there was not a total absence of it. Jiang Ling observed the situation, contemplating silently. Within a year or two, this planet would likely return to its former state of normalcy. Had it not been for his intervention, the planet would have succumbed to the fate of being completely drained of energy. In such a scenario, it would transform into a desolate wasteland, leading to the extinction of both its fauna and humanity. Perhaps, in an unassuming manner, he had accomplished a noble deed. Jiang Ling contemplated this, gaining a merit of 10,086. Jiang Ling and Wu Fan descended to the ground, taking a deep breath of the refreshing air. Suddenly, a radiant orb of golden light floated into Jiang Ling's hand. Jiang Ling focused her gaze. Lo and behold, it was a brilliantly golden seed. Is this the seed of the spirit tree? Ding. The system has arrived. Jiang Ling jested. You have been absent for so many episodes that I nearly forgot you existed. Alas. Do not worry about me, host. I have simply been a tad indolent of late. As if I care about you. The fact that I do not disdain you is already a kindness on my part. Jiang Ling curled her lips in disdain. Ding, host. The seed in your possession can be identified by this system. Could this seed harbor some hidden secrets? Or perhaps it has an intriguing origin. Contemplating this, Jiang Ling promptly declared, please proceed with the identification. Ding. An identification fee is required. Oh, how much is it? 10,000 for a single identification. But the first charge is merely 6, which includes a complimentary identification service. 10,000? Why not just rob a bank instead? And what on earth is this first charge of 6? Do you think this is some domestic mobile game? Jiang Ling found herself at a loss for words, her mind swirling with frustration. Alas, there was no remedy. Having indulged excessively in mobile games recently, her finances had dwindled. So, should she recharge or not? Damn it. So you've been absent all this time just to indulge in mobile games? Top up for me. Ding. The initial recharge of 6 yuan was successful, granting a complimentary appraisal service. Would you like to appraise? Of course, I must appraise. Otherwise, what is the point of spending money? Jiang Ling has accepted this system. Ding. Identification successful. This item is known as the spirit tree seed. Its purpose is to cultivate a spirit tree. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling expressed his utter exasperation. What is there to say? I have known this all along. Damn it. What a waste of $6. Ding. Host, are you feeling displeased? Delighted. How could I possibly be unhappy? Jiang Ling, with a smile that belied his true feelings, spoke. Ding, in light of the host's dissatisfaction. The system shall optimize the spirit tree seed free of charge. Optimization in progress. 50, 70, 99. Yet, when the progress bar reached 99, it stubbornly refused to move any further. Jiang Ling, feeling helpless, decided to disregard him. His gaze turned towards the king, who approached with an army of 1,000,000. Greetings. What brings you to me? Jiang Ling began to speak. The king commanded the army to halt and approached Jiang Ling alone, bowing deeply like a fool. Thank you both. On behalf of the billions of humans, flora, and fauna on Nanxing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for your efforts, I fear we would have perished this week. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan bashfully scratched his head, responding modestly, it's nothing really, just a few trivial deeds. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging the king's words as accurate. He did not decline the invitation. The king continued, to express my gratitude. I invite you to a feast this evening. I shall serve you the delicacy of a hen that lays an egg only once every 2.5 years. Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. A hen that lays an egg only once every 2.5 years? Is such a creature truly existent? The king confidently nodded, a hint of pride in his demeanor. This is our local specialty. The meat of this hen is exceptionally tender and its flavor unparalleled. It is the perfect choice to honor esteemed guests. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong indulged themselves heartily. The provisions prepared for the banquet were utterly insufficient to satisfy their appetites. Observing this, the king could not help but exclaim, to consume so much food, it is no wonder they are formidable enough to vanquish the malevolent tree. In his mind, the correlation between consumption and strength was undeniable. Promptly, the king commanded the chefs to expedite the dishes. Esteemed guests, please hold on for a moment while I instruct the kitchen to prepare more. Jiang Ling chuckled. We seem to have quite the appetite. My apologies for the inconvenience. Not at all. It is our honor to serve such esteemed guests, came the reply. By the way, after all this time, I still do not know your name. Esteemed one, this planet is known as Blue Star, and I am called Nunu, the king of this realm. Jiang Ling and Kunin engaged in a delightful conversation that lasted for quite some time. Then, Kunin cautiously shifted the topic, saying, Esteemed one, I have a request. The people of our planet have never studied martial arts, and I wonder if you could. His implication was clear. He yearned for Jiang Ling to impart the wisdom of martial arts. Kunin believed that if they could learn even a single technique from this formidable figure, their planet would no longer face hardship, and their overall combat prowess would significantly enhance. The calculation was astute, and Jiang Ling instantly grasped his intentions. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that such aspirations were only natural for a ruler of a nation, especially in the interest of the safety and prosperity of their entire planet. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, Kinu, I do not possess ample time to impart martial arts. However, I shall devise a method for you. Upon hearing this, Kinu's hopeful gaze momentarily dimmed with disappointment, yet he refrained from displaying his feelings. Soon, a new dish was served. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong had previously indulged in a meal, yet this time they left some dishes untouched, allowing the king and his ministers to partake. After all, Jiang Ling's voracious appetite was aptly described as a whirlwind, leaving little for others to savor. The banquet featured the finest wines and exquisite delicacies of the realm. However, in Jiang Ling's eyes, it paled in comparison to the culinary delights of Earth, the flavors being merely above average. The guests reveled in merriment. And as the hour grew late, under the king's warm invitation, Jiang Ling and Wukong chose to stay overnight. The king graciously arranged for each of them to have their own room, which was elegantly adorned. Jiang Ling lay alone on the spacious bed, drowsiness gradually enveloping him. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door of the room. Jiang Ling abruptly regained consciousness. Who is it? Come in. The door is unlocked. With a soft thud, the door swung open. A young woman, clad in scant attire and draped in a sheer veil, entered, exuding an allure that stirred the desires of men. She performed a graceful curtsy and spoke softly. My lord, I am the daughter of Nunu, here to serve you. Jiang Ling, as a promising youth of the new century, immediately grasped the intention behind the encounter. He shook his head and chuckled. This Kuna truly knows how to make an entrance. If he were a novice, he might have settled for less, but he is not. Having already indulged in the company of 2 Bulmas, his tastes have become rather refined. He holds little interest in unfamiliar girls he has just met, unless they are another new Bulma or well-known figures such as Android 18 or Bestows from the Dragon Ball universe. Some might suggest, what about Chi-Chi? But alas, she simply does not suffice. Jiang Ling has never harbored any improper thoughts towards Chi-Chi. Due to his familiarity with Wukong, Chi-Chi is not a consideration. As for Deili, perhaps not. Although she is beautiful, Jiang Ling fails to grasp her appeal and finds himself lacking in interest. Jiang Ling gazed at the young woman before him and waved his hand dismissively. I am a person of restraint. You may leave now. Inform your father that I shall give due consideration to his request. The magnitude of the sacrifice made by Nunu indicates the fervent desire he harbors for a prosperous and strong nation, marking him as a wise ruler. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the young woman performed a respectful curtsy, the gleaming expanse of white fabric catching Jiang Ling's eye. Very well, my lord. I shall take my leave at once. With that, she exited the room. Although Jiang Ling is full of energy and 2 Bulmas cannot satisfy him, he is not the kind of person who is easily swayed. In the face of such a dazzling spectacle, he can remain completely unfazed. After the young women have departed, Jiang Ling lay upon his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. He held no regard for women in his heart, for his soul could not accommodate the presence of so many. As the second day approached noon, Jiang Ling awoke and stretched lazily. Squinting her eyes, she yawned and exited her room. After freshening up, Jiang Ling noticed the absence of Wu Fan and assumed he was outside training. Thus, she stepped outside. As she emerged, she beheld Wu Fan playing with a young girl in the courtyard, her face unable to conceal the innocent and joyous smile that radiated from her. Jiang Ling observed them playing joyfully from a distance, refraining from intruding upon their delightful moment. It It was a rare occasion for Wu Fan to have a companion during his childhood, and approaching them would have been rather cruel. After a while, Wu Fan suddenly rose and sauntered towards the corner of the wall, with the girl following closely behind. He removed his trousers, propping his tail against the ground, creating a tripod with his legs. Unperturbed by the girl's gaze, he began to relieve himself. The girl, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, why are you urinating while standing?" "My mother told me one must squat to do so." Wu Fan tilted his head and replied, "My mother says it's proper to stand while urinating, evidently." "Your mother is mistaken." "Really? Is that so?" "Indeed. Trust me." Upon hearing this, the girl mimicked Wu Fan, standing and pulling down her trousers to urinate, resulting in a mess on her legs. "What on earth is happening?" the little girl asked, puzzled. Wu Fan glanced at her, his eyes wide with shock, trembling as he pointed. You don't have a little chicken." "Goodness." In the distance, Jiang Ling, upon witnessing this scene, immediately raised a hand to cover her face, feeling both exasperated and amused. The familial upbringing in Wukong's household is indeed rather conservative. Jiang Ling decided not to continue watching and went straight to have breakfast. He took the opportunity to inquire about the little girl who was with the king, deliberately omitting any mention of the previous night's events. "That girl? She is my daughter. This morning, while Gohan was practicing in the courtyard, my daughter happened to pass by. Perhaps due to their shared youth, they found common ground and began to play together." "Ah, that sounds delightful. By the way, I do not have the time to teach martial arts in your country, but I will consult some friends to see if they are willing. I will inform you in a few days." "Thank you, esteemed one." "Not at all. I am leaving with Gohan today. Just wanted to let you know. Won't you stay a few more days? I will do my utmost to host you. We have plenty of beautiful mountains and rivers here." Jiang Ling waved her hand, politely declining. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ling discovered Wu Fan, who was still in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the earlier shock. "Uncle Jiang Ling, do they not have a penis?" "Indeed, they do not, and they squat to urinate, so you must be mindful of this in the future." Still, I find it hard to believe. Moreover, girls do not have tails. How do they manage the recoil when they urinate?" "Jiang Ling, who on earth urinates with such tremendous recoil as you do?" Chapter 113. Where in the world is there not fragrant grass? I shall come to visit you again. The little girl, with a heavy heart, bid farewell. She returned to earth alongside Jiang Ling. Bowsy Mountain. The sun shone brightly, and the trees flourished in lush greenery. Birds chirped joyfully atop the branches. Sun Wukong's abode was nestled here. Whoosh. Two figures, one large and one small, materialized outside Wukong's home. "Oh, this is my house." Indeed, the two individuals were Jiang Ling and Wu Fan. Jiang Ling, without much contemplation, instantly transported Wu Fan from Blue Star to this location. Thanks to the information gleaned from the North Realm King regarding the direction of Earth, he effortlessly teleported back here. Jiang Ling was just contemplating a conversation with Wukong when suddenly, he perceived a sound emanating from within the room. His expression took on a peculiar demeanor as he murmured to himself, in broad daylight, "How intriguing." "What?" Gohan inquired. "Nothing," Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Gohan, do not return home just yet. Let us journey to Kame House." Gohan responded, "Oh, my father asked me to stay at Kame House for a while a few days ago. I believe I mentioned it to you, but it seems I forgot." Jiang Ling curled his lips and, accompanied by Gohan, vanished once more. In the next moment, they reappeared on Kame House. There, Master Roshi was, as ever, reclining on a beach chair, basking in the sunlight. Upon seeing Jiang Ling and Gohan's arrival, he perked up. "Ah, Jiang Ling, have you come to take a break?" "Indeed." Jiang Ling replied, "And I brought Gohan along." Son Gohan greeted warmly, "Hello, Master Roshi." "Ah, little Gohan, how obedient you are," Master Roshi replied with a cheerful smile. Jiang Ling produced a compact disc and, with an air of mystery, handed it to Master Roshi. "Here, this is a gift for you." "Oh, what is inside?" Master Roshi inquired as he received the disc. "You know," Jiang Ling replied enigmatically. Jiang Ling let out a mysterious chuckle. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and he too began to chuckle. Meanwhile, Gohan scratched his head, perplexed by the source of their amusement. Jiang Ling glanced around and inquired, "Where is Krillin? Is he not here?" The turtle hermit gestured towards the turtle house with a nod, saying, "Ah, he is inside, feeling rather down." "What happened to him?" Jiang Ling asked. "It would be better if you asked him yourself," the turtle hermit replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling refrained from further questioning and walked directly into the turtle house, heading to Krillin's room. There, he found Krillin looking despondent, curled up on the sofa with his arms wrapped around his legs. "Krillin, what troubles you?" Jiang Ling, filled with confusion, inquired. "It seems there haven't been any significant events lately. How could Clint end up like this?" Clint, lifting his gaze momentarily, uttered a brief response before lowering his head once more, falling silent. He then retrieved his phone, played a melancholic love song, and continued to curl up on the sofa, enveloped in his emotions. "Jiang Ling, what troubles you? Speak to me. If you remain silent, it implies you do not regard me as a brother." She. Kalin hesitated, torn between words unspoken and the desire to express them. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling continued to press for answers. Under his persistent inquiries, Qin's expression darkened, and he finally recounted the events that transpired. Do you recall the actress I introduced to you last time? We recently went out on a date. That's wonderful news. Please, continue. Jiang Ling took out a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open while interjecting a remark. Qin then continued, it is indeed a good thing. I also dressed quite formally. Upon meeting, she did not mind my height. Subsequently, we followed the customary sequence of a date, shopping, dining, watching a film, culminating naturally in a hotel room. To which she did not object. Jiang Ling nodded, affirming that everything thus far had proceeded normally, without any unexpected occurrences. He then listened attentively as Qin continued speaking. Following that, I disengaged myself. Congratulations. Jiang Ling rose to his feet, fervently applauding, genuinely pleased for Qin. However, Qin shook his head, his expression devoid of any joy. He continued speaking, explaining that due to having prepared in advance and consulting Master Roshi, he was aware that his performance during the first encounter had been largely inadequate. Consequently, he resorted to secretly obtaining some of Master Roshi's cherished items, a bottle of delay spray and a vial of medication. Following this, he spent an entire night with her, leading to a rather tumultuous experience. How should one put it? She is now lying in a hospital bed. Today, she called to say that she wanted to break up, claiming she could no longer endure his behavior, and even swore that next time she would rather be a dog than be involved with someone like him again. Upon hearing Qin's words, Jiang Ling was rendered speechless for a long time, utterly astonished. Is there truly such a thing in this world? After a prolonged silence, he inquired, how many pills did you consume? Qin responded in a faint voice. I took an entire bottle of pills and sprayed an entire bottle of spray. Jiang Ling, damn it. It's fortunate that you are a martial artist with strength. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been utterly devastated. Qin said, stop cursing, stop cursing. I understand my mistake. The next day, I rushed to the hospital to have my stomach pumped and underwent bloodletting. Otherwise, right now I would still. He sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Ling could not help but admire Qin. How profoundly insecure he must be. He even resorted to medication for the first time. One might argue that a brief duration is inconsequential. After all, it's merely the initial attempt, and recovery will be swift, leading to a significantly extended duration on the second occasion. This is a simple truth. It is surprising that Qin, despite having devised a strategy, remains oblivious to this fact. Well, unless the duration is consistently brief, which would indicate a problem with his vitality. The two sat in the room for an extended period, enveloped in silence, neither uttering a word. After a while, the stillness lingered. Jiang Ling sighed softly and offered consolation. Where in the world is there not a fragrant grass? If we must part, then let us part. We shall seek the next. Qin merely exhaled deeply. Alas, such words are easy to utter. Yet she has already woven herself into the fabric of my heart. How could it be so simple to extricate her? Jiang Ling fell into a moment of silence before retrieving a photograph from his bosom. It was a gift from King Nunu before his departure. The image captured the 5 daughters of Nunu, each possessing unparalleled beauty. Jiang Ling handed over the photograph. What do you think of these girls? Upon seeing it, Qin's eyes sparkled with intensity as he eagerly grasped Jiang Ling's arm. Where? Have you emerged from the shadows? Ah, as you said, there are beauties everywhere in the world. I have resolved to rediscover myself. Chapter 114. In a forest, within a quaint little cabin, a girl clad in animal skins approached the bedside, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Hey, it's time for your medicine. On the bed, Vegeta, wrapped in bandages, turned his head away. I won't drink it. A true warrior never relies on medicine or soup. Is there no healing apparatus here? Or can you take me to a hospital? The girl rolled her eyes at this. Am I giving you face? This medicinal soup has been passed down through generations and is effective for injuries. Want to go to a hospital? It's exorbitantly priced. Do you have money? Vegeta fell silent at this remark. It was a stark reality. He had no money. Yet, he truly did not wish to consume the medicinal soup. Will you drink it or not? The girl insisted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, along with the throbbing internal injuries, Vegeta reluctantly managed to utter a few words. It's too bitter. It tastes awful. The girl retorted, if you don't drink the medicine, when will your wounds heal? She hadn't anticipated that a grown man would refuse to take medicine out of fear of bitterness. Noticing Vegeta's continued silence, her temper flared, and she directly pinched his wound. Will you drink it? Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. No. Seeing this, the girl exerted more force. Having recently sustained severe injuries, Vegeta felt the pressure on his wound intensify, aggravating his other injuries. Unable to suppress a pained grunt, he exclaimed, Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Then will you drink it? The girl shouted into his ear. Fine, I'll drink it. Vegeta quickly replied, prompting her to release her grip. The girl's cheeks flushed as she watched Vegeta gulp down the medicinal soup before taking the bowl away. As he observed her retreating figure, Vegeta's lips curled in a slight grimace. Such a loud woman, that grip of hers, just like that. The sensation lingered, causing his face to redden to the roots of his ears. He then felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. After all, he had just been toyed with by a woman, utterly powerless to retaliate. Ding, mission initiated. Collect the 7 cosmic origin pearls of this universe. After Jiang Ling comforted Clin and had just taken a sip of Lan Chi's warm tea, he was startled by the sudden voice of the system. Upon seeing the task, he felt somewhat perplexed. System, you are a sign-in system. Why have you begun to engage in task-oriented gameplay? Ding, host. This system is capable of upgrading, and this is one of the new features of version 4.0. Well, that statement does hold some validity. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. However, he couldn't help but wonder why this task lacked a detailed introduction. Where was he supposed to find 7 cosmic source orbs? As if sensing his thoughts, the system chimed in once more. Ding, this task is a long-term endeavor. Please explore on your own. Ugh, wretched system. Jiang Ling silently lamented. At least provide some details about the task. Such an elusive assignment left her utterly perplexed. Ding, host, please refrain from cursing the system behind its back. Jiang Ling shot a glare, puffed out his chest. I boldly exclaimed, what's the matter? Nothing much, he replied, as he had a few more words of banter with the system. Jiang Ling finished his cup of hot tea. In front of him, Lan Chi busily attended to household chores, her long, fair legs swaying before him. He paused for a moment, reminiscing about Bulma. It had only been a few days. Yet he found himself yearning for those 2 young ladies, their white stockings and black stockings. Without further ado, he decided to act. Jiang Ling informed Clin to prepare himself over the next few days, as he would take him there shortly. Subsequently, he effortlessly detected Bulma's presence and vanished in an instant. With so many people on Earth, the energy of ordinary individuals was exceedingly feeble, making it quite challenging to precisely locate a specific ordinary person. Truly a reflection of harsh reality. However, Bulma was no ordinary individual. She, along with the other Bulma, consumed mutated senzu beans daily to enhance their combat prowess. And they had diligently continued their training, now possessing a considerable degree of strength. As for how formidable she was, defeating Yamcha was hardly a challenge. In terms of taking on others, she still required a bit more refinement. Yamcha, lacking ambition and indulging in frivolities, was preoccupied with his duties as a company president, leaving him little time to devote to rigorous training. Regrettably, his current abilities had stagnated, if not regressed. In Jiang Ling's quaint villa, Bulma is diligently working in the laboratory, testing the latest self-developed engine. Jiang Ling appeared beside her, startling her momentarily. Regaining her composure, she rolled her eyes. Well, you left me and Bulma for a few days of revelry, and yet you still remember to return? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. I have matters to attend to, and I shall return as soon as they are resolved. I hardly have the leisure to wander about. Besides, I have 2 beautiful wives waiting at home. Bulma's lips curled into a smile. Well, at least you know how to speak, she remarked. However, as if recalling something, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Nevertheless, I have discussed with the other Bulma and we have come to a certain idea. What idea? Jiang Ling gently embraced her slender waist and inquired softly. Bulma stared intently into Jiang Ling's eyes, her expression earnest. Why don't you go out and indulge in infidelity? Jiang Ling was taken aback. What on earth had he consumed today? Bulma paused momentarily before continuing. I am being serious. Your intensity is astonishing. Jiang Ling, what nonsense is this? I would never indulge in infidelity. I shall conduct myself with honor and bring my meals home to enjoy. Jiang Ling spoke with remarkable confidence. Upon hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, as long as you possess the capability. She trusted that Jiang Ling would not admit anyone of questionable character. After all this time, she had come to understand his nature to some extent. Bulma, shall we indulge ourselves? Here? Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shifted awkwardly. It's not the right time. I still have significant tests to conduct. Oh, there's no rush to complete those before testing. But, no buts. Just wait, I have something extraordinary to show you. An hour later, Jiang Ling felt refreshed. After taking a bath, Bulma placed her hands on her hips. What about the wonderful thing you mentioned earlier? Haven't I already shown it to you? Jiang Ling's wicked smile emerged. Bulma playfully rebuked. Pa, who needs your precious trinkets? You only know how to chatter. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily as he approached the remarkable Bulma, who was busily cooking in the kitchen. With each arm enveloping a Bulma of distinctly different temperaments, he exclaimed, Come, allow me to show you something splendid. Let us embark. In a flash, the trio vanished, only to reappear on Namek. Jiang Ling, what brings us to Namek? The illustrious Bulma inquired, her curiosity mirrored by the other Bulma as they both turned to Jiang Ling for answers. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, and with a grand gesture, a magnificent and stylish spaceship materialized before the 3. Chapter 115. Bulma, the spaceship. Wow, where did you acquire this spaceship? Big Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, rushing forward to caress the vessel's sleek exterior, evidently intrigued. In no time, she managed to open the hatch. Bulma, her eyes sparkling with excitement, momentarily set aside her fatigue from the recent battle and promptly joined Big Bulma aboard the spaceship. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, trailing behind them. Observing their enthusiastic demeanor brought him a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Ling, from whence does this spacecraft originate? Bulma inquired. Indeed, where did it come from? The equipment is impressive. And it is larger than Frisia's ship, possessing certain features that Frisia's vessel lacked. Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling with curiosity. Jiang Ling smiled and said, well, you see, just a few days ago, I ventured out into the cosmos, acting as a gallant hero by dismantling a stronghold of cosmic bandits and seizing some items from them. It is quite understandable that certain items are absent from Frisia's spacecraft, as not everything can be comprehensively equipped. Additionally, some high-tech products are unique to particular planets, which has led to this situation. Upon hearing this, both Bulma and Bulma heaved a sigh of relief, reassured that the acquisitions were not obtained through unscrupulous means. Now, their leisurely exploration was devoid of any psychological burden. Ah, this is the lounge. Here is the conference room. This is the office, and over there is the equipment room. The two were thoroughly enjoying their exploration, brimming with interest, akin to a shopping spree. At that moment, Bulma's voice rang out, wow, Bulma, come and see. This is the men's restroom. Oh dear, Bulma, how could you be so shameless? You actually want to go in there? Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Bulma chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Our spicy little Bulma is still shy? What a miracle! Jiang Ling approached, wrapping his arms around the slender waist of Bulma. He chuckled, Bulma, you should refrain from teasing her. You are more open, while Bulma is still quite young and reserved. Bulma paused momentarily, narrowing her eyes at Jiang Ling. Are you implying that I am old? She retorted, her tone laced with a subtle hint of danger. Jiang Ling immediately changed his words, asserting, no, where is it? Let us not even mention your wish to become younger. Even before that, you were exceptionally beautiful. Oh, that is more like it. A hint of sweetness blossomed in Bulma's heart. She glanced at Jiang Ling and, feeling a sudden surge of emotion, spoke up. However, I must show you just how youthful I truly am. With that, she took Jiang Ling by the hand and led him into a nearby room. Bulma thought to herself, what is happening? Why are we suddenly in here? As various intense sounds echoed from within, Bulma couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Jiang Ling is truly impressive. Just moments ago, she contemplated a fierce battle at home, yet her energy remains boundless. It is no wonder she chose such a husband. At the very least, he possesses a gentle disposition, is considerate, and most importantly, brings her happiness. With these thoughts in mind, Bulma made her way to the control room of the spaceship's propulsion system. She sought to explore the intricacies of this vessel's power system. Unbeknownst to her, 3 days drifted by in tranquility. Jiang Ling spent 3 days aboard the spaceship alongside Bulma and her companions. Observing their complete immersion in research, with no intention of returning, he decided to return to Earth alone. Women. They claim their hearts are devoid of men, and that their devotion to science is divine. Nonsense. Their obsession with research has led them to neglect even the comforts of home. Jiang Ling, while expressing his grievances, arrived at the Kim house to seek out Krillin. Are you ready? Let us proceed, he inquired. All set. We can depart at any moment. Krillin responded with a smile. Jiang Ling nodded, greeting Master Roshi, the old turtle, and Lan Chi, before leading Klin to the Blue Star. Chapter 116, Expansion. In the royal chambers of the Blue Star, the king embraced the queen. Savoring the lingering afterglow of their union, the queen inquired, my king, do you believe that formidable being from a few days ago will return? The king exhaled slowly, a plume of smoke escaping his lips, and shook his head. I cannot say. Yet, if he does not return, what can we do? Such powerful beings are not easily attracted to our realm. Surely, our princesses cannot suffice? No, for those of such immense strength desire everything. Would they deign to dwell in our backward kingdom? As they engaged in conversation, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the foot of the bed. Greetings, my king. I have returned. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile, accompanied by Klin. The king stood in stunned silence at the unexpected sight before him, while the queen gasped, hastily pulling the blanket over herself. We shall return shortly. Jiang Ling awkwardly scratched his head and vanished along with Klin from the spot. In the audience chamber of the palace, Jiang Ling was enjoying some fruit, while Klin sat stiffly on the sofa. Jiang Ling, do you think people will look down on me like this? Jiang Ling curled his lips and chuckled. Rest assured, here, the strong are revered. As long as you possess sufficient strength, others will treat you like a father. At that moment, the king, having donned his attire, approached with a smile and said, I apologize for any offense I may have caused to you both earlier. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Klin, as if to say, you see, I was right. Wasn't I? Then, turning to the king, she remarked, it seems we have inadvertently offended your good fortune. The conversation took a different turn. Jiang Ling pointed at Klin and introduced, Krunu, this is my friend, who shares your surname. Perhaps we were kin 5 centuries ago. Greetings. I am the king of this planet, known as Krunu, the king said with a smile. Hello, I am Klin, a martial artist, Klin replied. Oh, a martial artist? Krunu turned to Jiang Ling, seemingly seeking confirmation in his eyes. Jiang Ling nodded. Indeed, just a few days ago, I mentioned the possibility of friends visiting. And here he is. Moreover, his abilities are quite comparable to mine. Kinu, you are indeed fortunate. Kinu was taken aback, his excitement palpable as he grasped Klin's arm. Are you truly considering establishing a martial arts dojo on Blue Star? Indeed. I aspire to propagate the teachings of the Turtle School martial arts here on Blue Star, Clint affirmed, nodding in agreement. He had previously heard Jiang Ling mention this, so he was not taken aback. That's splendid, Ginyu exclaimed, observing as they began to forge a closer bond. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The task had been accomplished, and he had no reason to linger here any longer. He produced an object resembling a mobile phone and handed it to Clint. This device was specially developed by Bulma. Should any matters arise, you can reach me through it. Take some time to familiarize yourself here, and let Nanu show you around. I shall take my leave now. Just as Clint was about to speak, Jiang Ling vanished in a flash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for taking the first step towards cosmic expansion. You have been rewarded with the three-eyed divine technique. Are you not a sign-in system? How is it that such matters warrant a reward? Host. Please do not be overly surprised. Have you forgotten what this system mentioned upon our initial encounter? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then dismissed the thought. Initially, I mentioned that features would be gradually incorporated. Ah, I see now. Regardless, it doesn't matter. There are rewards after all. Jiang Ling gazed upon the three-eyed divine art of rewards. Is it necessary to possess three eyes to cultivate this technique? How absurd. Jiang Ling nearly cried out in frustration. It must be said that aside from the 2 eyes on his face, he had 3 other eyes in a sense. Yet this technique explicitly demanded that one possess 3 eyes on the face, which seemed an unreasonable expectation. Who would casually grow 3 eyes on their face? Moreover, it was purported to be a specialized cultivation method for those with 3 eyes. It was inconceivable that he could forcibly manifest a 3rd eye upon his forehead. Was it? 3 eyes. Jiang Ling murmured to himself, contemplating the notion of a 3rd eye, and one individual came to mind, Tianjin Fan. He was indeed among the trio of the most formidable bald heads on Earth, alongside Master Rashi and Krillin. However, he hesitated at the thought of imparting the profound techniques of the 3-eyed divine art to Tianjin Fan without a second thought. That left him feeling somewhat reluctant. Jiang Ling is not a virtuous individual, yet in any endeavor, one ought to expect some form of recompense, should one not? Otherwise, what distinguishes him from a sycophant? At this moment, the system seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked, "Ding. In light of the host's inner turmoil, a new function has been activated." Chapter 117, The Return of the Disciple. The system has initiated the disciple return function. Pray, elucidate this function. In essence, it entails that by imparting martial arts to others, one shall receive rewards from the system. Indeed, this is rather appealing. As long as there are rewards, it suffices. Jiang Ling nodded and inquired, "Do you wish to take on a disciple?" "It matters not. This system is indifferent." "Very well, then." Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether to proceed to Baidu to address the artificial beings or to visit Tianjin Fan. Ultimately, he decided on the latter. After all, the artificial beings were not an immediate concern. Allowing them to remain unresolved could serve as a looming threat, a sword hanging over the heads of the Earth's warriors, compelling them to cultivate their strength. Once they had grown formidable, he could retire and indulge in a life of leisure, dedicating his days to the creation of new beings in the comfort of his home. Jiang Ling contemplated his promising future, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight. In a quaint town, there existed a martial arts dojo. Within its walls, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi wore serious expressions as they supervised their disciples' training. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Hello. It has been quite some time. I see you have established your dojo." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's eyes brightened. "Jiang Ling, it is a pleasure to see you again," they exclaimed. "Long time no see. Brother Jiang." After exchanging pleasantries, Tianjin Fan remarked with a smile, "Opening a dojo is a necessity. The pursuit of cultivation invariably consumes resources. So we had no choice but to establish this dojo to supplement our needs." After a brief conversation, they continued their exchange. Jiang Ling addressed Jiaozi, saying, "Jiaozi, please keep an eye on the situation. I have something to discuss with Tianjin Fan." "All right." Jiaozi replied without much thought. Jiang Ling led Tianjin Fan to a secluded corner. The latter, perplexed, inquired, "Jiang Ling, what are you being so mysterious about?" "Well, I have a cultivation technique for you, which I believe is well suited for your practice." Jiang Ling spoke as he produced a book, the cover inscribed with the words 3-eyed divine art. Tianjin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took it into his hands. Flipping through its pages, his exhilaration only grew. This is perfectly aligned with me. The cultivation methods on Earth have always felt somewhat incompatible. But Jiang Ling, this book seems tailor-made for me. How should I express my gratitude? Perhaps I should take you as my master." Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for that. Simply acknowledging me as your elder brother is sufficient." "Elder brother." Tianjin Fan knelt on one knee, clasping his fists together. Jiang Ling did not flinch. This kneeling was well-deserved. He helped Tianjin Fan rise and said, "Do your best to learn. I can only assist you to this extent." Brother, there is something I am uncertain whether to express." "Speak freely." Tianjin Fan glanced at the dumplings in the distance and inquired, "Brother, do you possess any techniques suitable for dumplings? As you are aware, he has reached his limits and can no longer improve." Jiang Ling shook his head, saying, "No, but if there is any in the future, I will certainly take note." "Thank you, my brother." Tianjin expressed his gratitude. He then rushed over to Dumpling, mentioning that Jiang Ling had gifted him a cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Dumpling hurried to Jiang Ling and exclaimed, "Thank you, Jiang Ling. You have bestowed upon Tiangu an excellent cultivation method that will elevate his strength to new heights. From now on, you shall be regarded as my elder brother." Jiang Ling nodded with a smile. Tianjin Fan did not forget to assist Jiaozi in seeking the cultivation method. Jiaozi, aware that Jiang Ling had bestowed the method upon Tianjin Fan without a hint of jealousy, instead expressed his gratitude, illustrating the profound bond of brotherhood they shared. Tianjin Fan approached and inquired, "Elder brother, do you know where the three-eyed divine race mentioned in this cultivation method originates? It seems to be from somewhere other than Earth." "The three-eyed divine race?" Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, pondering. "I shall keep an eye out for you. It may indeed be connected to you. Is that so?" Tianjin Fan mused, touching the third eye on his forehead. In Baidu, within Dr. Gero's research facility, in the basement, Dr. Gero awoke from the operating table. Before him stood his assistant, number 19, a rather portly fellow with an unsettlingly pale complexion. Number 20, the operation was a resounding success. "You have now become the artificial human number 20, Dr. Gero proclaimed. He gazed at his own transformed body, bursting into laughter. "I too have become an artificial human. I can attain immortality, and furthermore, I possess boundless resources to devote to the cultivation of my ultimate weapon." As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards a nearby incubation chamber, where a humanoid creature was enveloped in nutrient fluid. Number 19, increase the cultivation resources for cell. I can no longer contain my excitement. I must accelerate the process. Chapter 118, 0. Reward Return Ding. You have received a returned reward, the Yin-Yang Harmonization Dual Cultivation Technique. System, do not confine me. This is a cultivation technique. Do not presume I am unaware of that. Came the reply. Ding. Indeed, host, this is a cultivation technique, and it cannot be utilized in the Dragon Ball world. However, the system has modified it into a form that is applicable in the Dragon Ball realm. Jiang Ling fell into silence. By employing this technique, it implies that during the moments with Bulma and the Great Bulma, her strength would be augmented. Moreover, they would experience a simultaneous enhancement in their capabilities. Such a phenomenon, truly, is simply remarkable. Woohoo! Jiang Ling broke into a broad smile. At last, system, you have accomplished something noteworthy. A wave of cheers erupted. Jiang Ling steadied his mind and began to savor the intricacies of the cultivation technique. Once he had thoroughly comprehended the method, he eagerly employed his instantaneous movement and arrived at Namek. There, he found both Bulmas engrossed in their study of the spaceship. Jiang Ling arrived at Dabuma's research laboratory. He was aware that Dabuma possessed a gentle demeanor and was quite compliant, willing to follow any command he issued. The intricate movements of this dual cultivation technique were perfectly suited for her. At that moment, she was clad in a white lab coat. Her expression earnest as she meticulously tested something on the computer. Her alluring curves, however, were not entirely concealed by the lab coat. "Dabuma, shall we engage in a game?" Jiang Ling approached Dabuma from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and whispered softly in her ear. "Oh, what are you doing?" "I still have matters to attend to. Can we postpone this for a moment?" She replied, her gaze fixed intently on the data displayed on the computer, her lips uttering a playful admonishment to stop. Yet, such tender words of reassurance only emboldened Jiang Ling further. Jiang Ling scratched her armpit, gazing intently at the fair, youthful visage of Dabuma, radiating the charm of a mature woman. He lifted her onto the workbench. This doesn't seem appropriate." Surrounded by various instruments of labor, an unusual feeling surged within Dabuma. She pressed the save button on the computer, then switched to the gaming interface. Looking at Jiang Ling, she said, "Come on." This statement sounded almost like a noble sacrifice. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Ling was in no rush. He whispered something softly in her ear, then looked at her with a smirk. Dabuma, taken aback by his actions, felt a surge of enthusiasm for gaming. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and with her beautiful large eyes, she shot Jiang Ling a glance. In that instant, she was a vision of allure. A seductive voice flowed from her enticing red lips. "Daddy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh, brimming with exuberance as if invigorated by a surge of vitality. His enthusiasm for the game was palpable. The peach blossoms danced upon the flowing waters, and the perch thrived, as if spring had arrived overnight. 2 days later, Jiang Ling sipped tea in the lounge, gazing out at the pristine beauty of the landscape on Maikexing. Meanwhile, the two young girls remained in slumber, having already rested for a full day and night. It was unavoidable. Jiang Ling's prowess is truly formidable. His energy is boundless. He possesses an extraordinary talent for gaming. I must find an opportunity to venture into another dimension and acquire another Bulma. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No, he must not succumb to the allure of women. It is imperative to resolve the android incident promptly, and subsequently enhance the Earth's defenses and gravitational strength. Otherwise, an unsettling sense of insecurity lingers. As Jiang Ling contemplated, a sudden exclamation of surprise echoed from the next room. "Oh, what on earth is happening?" Jiang Ling leisurely strolled towards the source of the sound. Before him stood Dabuma, clad in a simple belly band, her ample, snow-white skin laid bare, presenting an alluringly curvaceous figure that captivated the eye. At that moment, she gazed incredulously at her own hands, murmuring softly to herself, "What is happening?" Jiang Ling leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Is something amiss, Sister Bulma?" "Jiang Ling, you arrived just in time. I am unsure what has transpired, but my strength has doubled. It feels like a dream." Bulma quickly stepped forward and embraced Jiang Ling's arm, entirely unconcerned about her scant attire consisting only of a tiny belly band and form-fitting undergarments. Her flustered demeanor suggested she feared a grave situation had unfolded. Jiang Ling, noticing her demeanor, reached out to gently tease her delicate nose and chuckled. "Your strength has increased. Isn't that quite wonderful?" Bulma shook her head, expressing her disbelief. "I haven't done anything. I simply awoke to find such a significant enhancement in my abilities. Who wouldn't feel anxious in such a situation?" Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Ling's lips, and he replied with a teasing tone, "Oh, you haven't done anything at all? Just a mere slumber?" At that moment, Bulma recalled their night of frolic, causing her cheeks to flush. She playfully pinched Jiang Ling and chided, "Oh dear, what are you thinking? Playing games hardly contributes to an increase in strength." Jiang Ling gently pulled her enchanting figure closer, winking playfully. "Who says one cannot enhance their strength?" With that, he proceeded to impart the mystical techniques of the yin-yang harmonization practice to Bulma. As she absorbed his words, her eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate hand instinctively covering her soft lips, utterly shocked. She had never imagined that engaging in such activities could indeed bolster one's prowess. No wonder. Last night when she lost the game, Jiang Ling insisted on punishing them with those exhilarating and perplexing postures. She had felt so bashful at the time. What was she thinking? It was merely yoga. It turned out he was guiding her in cultivating her abilities. Jiang Ling. Bulma gazed at him with her large, fluttering eyes. "You truly. I am so touched." Jiang Ling chuckled, feeling a surge of emotion. "Shall we practice yoga once more?" As she spoke, she reached out to guide with her hands. Bulma playfully evaded her, pointing to another alluring figure resting on the bed. "You should seek out Bulma. She is still asleep. Allow me to rouse her." After a brief moment, Bulma was awakened by Bulma's mischievous call. What are you doing?" Bulma replied with a light laugh. "Oh dear, didn't you express a desire for a child? Jiang Ling is here to assist you with yoga, which could enhance your circulation, thus increasing the likelihood of conception." "Oh, you wish to have a child?" A sudden brilliance ignited in Jiang Ling's eyes as he intensified his guidance for Bulma's yoga practice. As the difficulty of the yoga poses escalated, Bulma's complexion flushed a deeper hue, rendering her increasingly alluring. It appeared that the yoga movements were profoundly beneficial for invigorating her vital energy. Chapter 119, Day 19. Noon of the following day. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ling was gently helped by Bulma to straighten his clothing. It is always wise to be cautious. Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Bulma stepped forward and said, "If you cannot resolve the issue with the androids, do not return to see me. If I were to have a child, I would not allow them to acknowledge you." Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. "With your words, I must address the matter of the android. Not solely for the sake of the child, but indeed for you as well." As he spoke, he affectionately stroked Bulma's delicate nose with a smile. Bulma swatted his hand away and retorted, "Oh, go on. Didn't you have your fill yesterday? Refrain from being so touchy here. Never enough. My Bulma." A lifetime of affection would still fall short. Jiang Ling chuckled. Following this, amidst the gazes of the two women, his figure vanished without a trace. Bulma, watching his silhouette disappear, turned to Bulma and remarked with a light-hearted smile, "To be honest, Jiang Ling is quite an admirable individual, almost perfectly embodying our fantasy of a Prince Charming. However, he does possess one flaw." Bulma turned her head, and the two women exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously articulating, "His energy is excessively exuberant." Upon finishing their statement, they both shook their heads with a wry smile. In the past, they could manage it. But as Jiang Ling's strength has grown, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Fortunately, that dual cultivation technique can significantly enhance our powers. Otherwise, Bulma pondered for a moment and said, "The suggestion I mentioned previously isn't entirely unfeasible." "What was that last time?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. Bulma's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she replied, "I previously suggested sending Jiang Ling to another dimension to bring back another version of us. Just as he did when he brought you back." Bulma's eyes lit up, and she nodded slightly. "That's an excellent idea. If he were to collect another version of us, we would have additional time to devote to scientific research." Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, "Are we perhaps being a bit too indulgent towards him? At this rate, he will inevitably turn into a teddy bear." Hearing this, Bulma shook her head and chuckled. "Sister Bulma, you still don't fully understand him." "Oh, how so?" Bulma queried. "Jiang Ling is a man of formidable willpower, and he holds our opinions in high regard. If we firmly oppose engaging in any inappropriate activities, he would never force the issue." "Ah, now that you mention it, I realize you might be right. I have indeed been overly indulgent with him, never voicing any objections." Bulma exclaimed, slapping her thigh in realization. "Since he is not home right now, let us take advantage of this rare free time to go shopping together," Bulma suggested. At the mention of shopping, Bulma's beautiful eyes sparkled, instantly casting aside thoughts of scientific research. Absolutely. It's been ages since I last went shopping. It's the perfect opportunity to get a new hairstyle, buy some cosmetics, and a few new outfits. As women, we must know how to adorn ourselves, lest we risk Jiang Ling developing a taste for novelty. With a new Bulma, he might forget the old one. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ling arrived at the outskirts of Baidu. Indeed, his purpose this time was to confront Dr. Gero and the androids. He aimed to resolve these matters swiftly, lest they linger and become more troublesome. He had already discovered the location of Dr. Gero during his time in the future. Retracing his steps to the past would be an effortless endeavor. Soon enough, Jiang Ling arrived at a precipice before a towering cliff, gazing intently at a vine-covered opening. A faint smile played upon his lips. This was indeed the entrance to Dr. Gro's research. The vines were merely a fade. Jiang Ling strode directly inside. What met his eyes was a formidable iron door. It was evident that it was exceedingly heavy. Even an explosion from dynamite would likely yield little effect upon it. Jiang Ling extended his hand, conjuring a radiant sword of light that pierced through the robust iron gate, producing a sizzling sound. Jiang Ling wielded his lightsaber, effortlessly carving a small door into the iron gate as if slicing through vegetables. With a swift kick, he dislodged the small iron door he had just created, revealing the scene beyond. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, casting a casual glance at the interior arrangement. 3 white sleeping pods prominently occupied the space, firmly positioned against the wall. Each bore the numbers 16, 17, and 18. Jiang Ling nodded slightly upon seeing this, realizing that it had yet to be released. After a brief contemplation, it struck him as rather redundant to state the obvious. If the artificial beings had been released, he would undoubtedly have received news of it immediately. The absence of such news clearly indicated that they had not been released. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss, realizing that such a simple truth had eluded him. It seemed he had become increasingly indulgent lately, his mind growing ever duller. Within the research institute, aside from 3 sleep pods, there were several high-precision machines and various supplies necessary for experiments. Beyond these, Jiang Ling saw no one. His brows furrowed in concern. It felt as though the situation was far from straightforward. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. Even if Dr. Gro had stepped out, it was highly probable that the portly figure, designated as number 19, would have remained to oversee things. What on earth was happening now? Could it be that both of them had ventured out? Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the research institute. At that moment, a sudden sound of slicing through the air erupted from behind. Jiang Ling was well prepared. With a slight sidestep, she evaded the incoming strike. A closer inspection revealed that the attack had been a powerful fist. Jiang Ling extended his hand and seized his opponent, pulling him down forcefully to the ground. The adversary bore a ghastly pale face devoid of color, accentuated by his corpulent physique. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Jiang Ling chuckled. Could it be? This was none other than the portly android number 19 from the original narrative. Hey, number 19, where is your creator, Dr. Gero? Jiang Ling inquired, seeking clarity on the current situation, for otherwise, he would remain in utter darkness. Dr. Gero had passed away. Number 19 rose from his seat with an impassive expression and remarked coolly, he is dead. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows, pondering whether her journey through time had instigated this change. However, something felt amiss. The releases on the 16th, 17th, and 18th had not occurred. How had Dr. Gero met his demise? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jiang Ling was poised to inquire further when, suddenly, the 19th extended a hand. A beam of laser light shot forth from their fingertip, aimed directly at Jiang Ling's forehead. Whoosh! Jiang Ling reacted swiftly, tilting his head to evade the laser. With a narrowed gaze, he recalled that number 19 was a purely robotic entity, functioning solely on programmed directives, devoid of any emotions. Given this realization, he resolved to eliminate it, knowing that the memory chip could be extracted for Bulma and the others to access later. With a swift motion of his foot, Jiang Ling left behind a fleeting shadow. In an instant, his form materialized behind number 19. This was a manifestation of speed reaching an extraordinary level. Augmented by the effect of the afterimage fist, he unleashed a powerful punch. Wham! Number 19's body crumpled like tofu, instantly pierced by Jiang Ling's strike. Jiang Ling withdrew his fist from the body of number 19. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, appeared in his abdomen, revealing a tangled mass of wires crackling with electricity, emitting a faint hissing sound. You. Number 19 turned his head, his expression as impassive as ever. The pudgy little hand had already grasped Jiang Ling firmly. Jiang Ling never anticipated that, despite having a gaping hole in its abdomen, the fully robotic Unit 19 could still function, absorbing energy. A sound akin to an electric current emanated from the mouth of Unit 19. Chapter 120. Where's Dr. Gua? Absorbing energy. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Ling felt a strange pulling sensation at the spot on his arm where the number 19 had grasped him. Accompanying this force, he sensed an inexorable drain of energy from within his body. Jiang Ling suddenly recalled that number 19 was indeed an energy-absorbing pure robot. It was no surprise that he had forgotten, as in the original work, he could only remember the ghastly pallor of number 19's face. Together with number 20, Dr. Gero, they constituted a haunting shadow from his childhood. Having successfully absorbed energy, number 19 chuckled sinisterly, proclaiming, "I have succeeded. I shall not relinquish my hold until I have completely drained your energy." With that, he seized Jiang Ling's other hand with his remaining grip. Well, it seemed there was nothing of great consequence after all. Jiang Ling subtly sensed the force of attraction and shook his head. The intensity of this pull would likely consume all of his energy, and he could only wonder how long that would take. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ling resolved to cease any further hesitation. A surge of determination coursed through him. Boom. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair and eyebrows gleamed golden, and his emerald eyes radiated an icy demeanor that was chillingly fierce. He appeared as a fearsome deity of war. With a swift kick, he struck the body of Android 19. Bang! The tremendous force sent Android 19 hurtling backward, crashing into the research apparatus, while his severed hands remained clasped around Jiang Ling's arm. At the sight of the severed limb, sparks of electricity crackled ominously. Jiang Ling removed the mechanical arm designated as number 19 from her own arm. With a subtle smile, she discarded it onto the ground, whereupon she crushed it underfoot. She then approached number 19, stepping onto his body and gazing down at him. "Where is Dr. Gro?" Number 19's eyes were filled with chaotic data, emitting wisps of smoke. "Dr. Gro is dead." Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he inquired, "What about the 20th? The 20th? The 20th is not present." As these words emerged, the eyes of the 19th suddenly glimmered with a crimson hue, unleashing two beams of laser-like intensity. Whoosh! Jiang Ling waved his hand to deflect. Two beams of laser struck the wall, creating two gaping holes. After the shots were fired, number 19's eyes dimmed, falling into silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling curled his lips in disdain, remarking, "Boring, incapable of even self-detonation." With that, he decisively crushed the head of number 19 beneath his foot, then conjured a blade of energy, cleaving number 19 into several pieces. This was the legendary method of dismemberment, ensuring that it could not be resurrected. Having completed